Chapter 231. I don't really know about the dungeon. Jiang Ziki shook her head. She just received a prompt after accepting the task. But you can accept the task together. Did you receive the task prompt? Han Yu and Jiang Ziki teamed up and chose to accept the task again. Successfully accepted the task. Curse of the Night Elves Abyss Dungeon. The rewards for the side quests are settled separately. Obtain the task item, Abyss Pass, which can protect you from the invasion of the Abyss after use. Task prompt. The Night Elves can help you. Please be prepared to enter the dungeon. The Abyss Dungeon is divided into multiple areas. Please choose the area you can explore. After successfully accepting the task, Han Yu had a piece of black cardboard in his hand, which was engraved with various Abyss creatures. At the four corners of the ticket, purple marks extended, suppressing the monsters in the picture. This should be the Abyss Pass in the game. It's much easier with this. Han Yu put the ticket away. But even with the pass, it's still a very powerful dungeon, and it's still a bit too difficult for us. Jiang Ziki wanted to say that it was a level 50 dungeon, but Tyrant was still beside them, and even if they were discussing in a low voice, they would probably be heard. She didn't know that Han Yu had followed Tyrant to the entrance of the abyss. Don't worry, I've become a little stronger during this period, and I should be able to get through it safely. Han Yu's level is not as high as Jiang Ziki's, but the real limit of his strength is still the summons. Okay, I believe you. Now that the matter has come to an end, he has no choice but to believe Han Yu. Tyrant couldn't wait any longer, otherwise she wouldn't have used so much elven marrow for Jiang Ziki. The black fog on the plain was increasing, and there were almost no warriors available in the royal city. The magic circle had to be repaired as soon as possible. If the two suddenly decided not to go, Tyrant, who looked kind now, would probably let Jiang Ziki spit out the elven marrow. Time is tight. I start preparing the ceremony for you in the afternoon. After the ceremony is completed, we will enter the abyss. I can't wait any longer. Tyrant looked at Han Yu. The two did not deliberately avoid her in their conversation, and she could see that Han Yu was still very confident in his own strength. Well, the ceremony will take a total of 3 days, and you won't wake up during this period. I will send someone to prepare the magic circle in the afternoon, and you can come over when the time comes. Jiang Ziki held Han Yu's hand. I watched from the side. Don't worry, the queen won't let anything happen to us. Now the two of them are the favorites of the Night Elf tribe, and Tyrant will not let anything happen to them anyway. I hope you can come back safely. The abyss is not so easy to enter. She heard the conversation between Jiang Ziki and Han Yu just now, and always felt that Han Yu was a little too confident. Well, your majesty, there is also a portion of elf spring marrow from Captain Gao. Don't forget it. Tyrant's face darkened. Don't worry, it will be delivered in the afternoon. 1 or 2 portions of spring marrow are not worth mentioning for the marrow cleansing ceremony that Han Yu has to complete. The ceremony started in the afternoon, and the three temporarily returned to the room prepared by the Night Elves, which was only a few steps away from the palace. Inside the wooden house, Gao Haoqiong was saying goodbye to Han Yu. Take care of yourselves here. When you get out, just come to the settlement area to find me. The location will not change for the time being. Gao Haoqiong can't help more here. He can't enter the so-called Abyss Dungeon. He can only help defend the city in other battles. But that's the Night Elf's business, he really doesn't care much. Wait, Captain, I have some things here. Han Yu took out nearly 10 purple equipment, and more than 30 blue equipment from his backpack, and piled them in front of Gao Haoqiong. They were all purple equipment in his backpack that he didn't have time to sell. Gao Haoqiong looked at the purple light shining on the table, and was secretly shocked. Han Yu, I didn't expect you to be an invisible rich man. After I finish here, I may not go to the settlement area again. Please help me send these equipment to Changlan and other Shanghai members. Han Yu pushed the equipment in front of Gao Haoqiong. Han Yu, what do you mean? Gao Haoqiong looked at the equipment in front of him. The quality of each piece seemed to be extremely high, but he looked at Han Yu with a little displeasure. Captain, don't get excited. Han Yu quickly explained, can I use so many equipments by myself? And these equipments are not of high level, so I can't use them. So this is what I handed over to the organization. Or you think I am a hidden man of the headquarters? How about treating this as the supplies given by the headquarters? Don't reject my kindness. The Shanghai members here are in too much trouble, and Han Yu also wants to help them as much as possible. This, Gao Haoqiong couldn't say anything to refute for a while. Nearly 10 pieces of purple equipment, and dozens of blue equipment, can greatly improve the strength of the new members of the branch who rely entirely on mutation. Think about Changlan, there are so many children. As a Shanghai branch, it is normal to accept some supplies. Under Han Yu's persuasion, Gao Haoqiong finally nodded. Then I will reluctantly accept it. Gao Haoqiong was embarrassed to accept so many equipment from Han Yu. His strength no longer needed these low-level equipment. But there are many new members in the gathering area, and there are many young children who have just used magic crystals. If they can have equipment, they can greatly improve their survival rate when they go out to perform tasks. We can't give up so many resources just because he wants to save face. That's right. Hearing Gao Haoqiong's agreement, Han Yu immediately showed a bright smile. Shanghai? Jiang Ziki next to him was slightly stunned when he heard these two words. Have we teleported to the front line? We have teleported such a long distance? Jiang Ziki ran away in the dark forest as soon as he landed. He thought he was teleported to a crack, but he didn't expect that there were Shanghai members here. But the conversation between the two was a little strange. Shanghai has always provided them with resources. When will it be Han Yu's turn to provide equipment to Shanghai members? Oh, I forgot to introduce you. This is Gao Haoqiong, the head of the Redwood City Mountain and Sea Division. Hello, Captain Gao. Jiang Ziki got to know Gao Haoqiong again, but where is Redwood City? I don't think I've ever heard of it. You may not believe it, this is another world. Han Yu explained. Stop! Before Jiang Ziki could say anything, Gao Haoqiong stopped Han Yu from saying anything. Isn't this little girl's backlash effect the same as yours? Captain Gao, what I said is true. We really came from another world. Traveler? Gao Haoqiong looked unconvinced. There is no concept of time travel novels in this world now. The authors all starved to death decades ago. It's not time travel, but teleportation. There should be teleportation arrays in this world. Han Yu could only explain again. Gao Haoqiong nodded, but it only exists in big cities. I have only seen it once. We came to this world through a teleportation array. It can't be considered time travel, so after this matter is over, we may go back. Not necessarily back to the settlement. That's why I give you the equipment now. Are you kidding? Gao Haoqiong looked at Han Yu's serious expression, and finally began to think that Han Yu was not crazy. Including what I said before, everything is true, not a joke at all. Han Yu looked serious. Another world? But why are there mountains and seas here? Jiang Ziki also had questions. I don't know. Although there are differences, it's more like a parallel world. However, due to the different processes, this world has been completely occupied by the new bishop. I didn't expect that you would all backfire on your brain. After thinking for a while, Gao Haoqiong sighed faintly when he saw Jiang Ziki still asking questions. Han Yu, Jiang Ziki, Seeing that he couldn't convince Gao Haoqiong, Han Yu was too lazy to explain. Whether you believe it or not, Captain, we may not meet again in the future. Take care after leaving this time. Okay, you should also pay attention to safety. Although he didn't quite believe Han Yu's words, he really didn't need to deceive himself. No matter which world you come from, you are all members of Shanghai, and Shanghai welcomes you at any time. Before leaving, Gao Haoqiong turned back and added, if there is a chance, I will come back. Even if he leaves here, if the teleportation method can still be used, he should be able to teleport again. However, Su Lan's teleportation array has no positioning. Even if he and Jiang Ziki use the same scroll, the location of the teleportation can be so different. Next time, he may use the array, and he probably doesn't know where to teleport to. But leaving a mark here, it may not be that difficult. Han Yu is considering whether to leave a mark at the Shanghai branch before leaving, so that he can come next time. After saying goodbye, Gao Haoqiong put away his equipment and returned to his room. He also saw that Han Yu and Jiang Ziki still had a lot to say, and his presence here made it difficult for them to discuss. The key is to continue listening. He is almost convinced that Han Yu is really a time traveler. After Gao Haoqiong left, Jiang Ziki asked again, is this really another world? Han Yu nodded, yes, a strange world, or a parallel space or something, but it doesn't look like it, and I can't explain it. There are mountains and seas, and a new bishop. But the original cities have disappeared, or maybe they have changed their names. And this magic circle was once used by Mr. Su Lan, and I suspect Su Lan is also in this world. But these are not important, let's just complete the task here and return to the original world. Jiang Ziki had never been outside, and had not yet come into contact with the outside world. Han Yu was too lazy to introduce more. Seeing the truth of this world would make her feel more uncomfortable. This world might have the answer that Su Lan said, but Han Yu did not plan to stay for too long. They still have teachers and relatives in the original world, so let's come back later. Well, go home. Go home. My parents must be worried to death. Jiang Ziki was immediately excited when she heard that she could go home. In the afternoon, all the ceremonies were ready. Han Yu told Tyron to open the exit of the barrier and send Gao Haoqiong back. And Han Yu also walked into the palace and officially started the marrow washing ceremony. Walking into the room, the lines of the magic array formed by the elf spring marrow were constantly flowing, and the runes in the corners were various strange crystals. Even Han Yu, who had learned the knowledge of enchantment, could only recognize half of them. Just do the center, and the rest of the array will run automatically. Tyrant explained beside him. As Han Yu sat in the center of the formation, the speed of the flow of the spirit spring began to increase, and the formation was activated. Han Yu felt the water flow winding up like a little snake, cold and tingling, and this feeling slowly penetrated into the skin and began to flow with the blood. His mind gradually emptied, and Han Yu could only hear the sound of his breathing and heartbeat. Hoo! Hoo! As the spirit spring entered, the heartbeat slowed down, and the spring followed the blood, constantly washing the inside of the body, and the impurities in the body were constantly dissipating. Then consciousness gradually dispersed, and Han Yu closed his eyes completely. I don't know how long it took. Han Yu opened his eyes, and Jiang Ziki was sitting in front of him, just like when he started the ceremony. Are you awake? Get up and see if there are any changes. Jiang Ziki asked in surprise when she saw Han Yu open his eyes. Han Yu stood up from the magic circle. He had been sitting for 3 days, but he didn't feel tired or hungry at all. Instead, he felt much lighter, and his 5 senses became more acute. Looking at his status bar, his level became level 35, and there was an additional buff status. Blessing of the Elf Ancestor. Experience from all sources is increased by 20%. This status exists permanently and cannot be removed. And he also has 3 more skills like Jiang Ziki. Natural Partner. You can talk to animals and get close to them. Han Yu's face turned black. What the hell is an animal? Why does he want to talk to an animal? This skill is too unreliable. Let's look at the next one. Magic Mastery. Reduce the cooldown time of all skills by 10%. Weapon Enchantment. Increase armor penetration by 20% for weapons. If the enemy's defense has been penetrated, increase damage by 30% for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Finally, 2 skills of the Magic Archer are here. Han Yu smiled at the remaining 2 skills, which was not a loss. Weapon Enchantment has the greatest effect on him. After all, he has so many weapons, and the cooldown is not long. And Han Yu was only level 33 days ago, and now he is level 35. It is really like drinking water to upgrade. Really, I never thought upgrading was so easy, but it's a pity that I can't do it more often. Han Yu also received a prompt after the ceremony was completed. After completing the ceremony, all the Elf Spring Marrow will no longer work on him, and the drug resistance is max. However, the 20% permanent experience increase is more valuable than any experience potion. What's the situation outside? Han Yu asked. There is no time. The southern city was breached yesterday, and it took a whole night to rebuild the defense. The east city is also in danger. If you don't wake up, Queen Tyrant will probably interrupt the ceremony. As he was speaking, Tyrant walked in from outside the hall. Han Yu, are you awake? Get up quickly. If you don't go to the abyss, the royal city will be besieged. Tyrant was already in a state of panic. Cities in all directions were asking for support, but there were not many elves in the royal city who could fight. Chapter 232. Today, Tyrant looked extremely anxious. Last night, the East City was directly breached by monsters. It was not until the morning that the city was recaptured and the defense line was rebuilt. In other directions, the monsters' offensives became more fierce, and defense became more and more difficult. It was not that there had been no abyss creatures attacking the city before, but it was enough to send elves to reinforce the seal. But I don't know from which day, the black fog in the abyss became more and more terrifying, and the elves who entered it were infected faster and faster. If you want to reach the location of the magic circle, you need to be stronger. Until the elf Queen Asura before Tyrant entered the abyss, and never came out again. The night elves completely lost the ability to repair the magic circle, and could only resist like this. And now, it is the last moment, and we can only hope that Han Yu and Jiang Ziki will succeed, otherwise the night elves must give up this space. And as the monster strength increases, their intelligence becomes higher. Before this, they were just like the Shadow Blade Mantis that had just been summoned, and they only knew how to attack. Now they have learned to bypass the suppressed city, and take a detour to the royal city. If the monsters continue to attack, all the elf warriors will have to retreat to the royal city for defense. But in that case, there will be no buffer time. If the city is breached, There will be no time to rebuild the defense line. Han Yu also patted the dust off his body. Your Majesty, don't be anxious, we still need some time. What are you waiting for? If you say you can't go at this time, I will throw you in directly. Tyrant was not polite to Han Yu. If he wanted to run away after eating and taking, she would really do it. I haven't learned the magic array yet, so it's useless to go there. And if I don't show up, Jiang Ziki will have to prepare for several days alone, so there's no need to rush. Tyrant calmed down a little. There's no way. If we don't solve the problem from the source, I don't know how many people will die. Then start learning the array quickly. Tyrant sat down to explain to Han Yu. After the array, I have to go to East City again. Even after learning the magic array, Han Yu didn't plan to go directly into the abyss. Why go to East City? Don't delay time deliberately. It's very important, and help defend the city by the way. Han Yu said without doubt. It won't take long, just wait until the next siege. Tyrant took a deep breath, and finally met Han Yu's request. Okay, I give you the last minute. The next siege is expected to be tonight. You must enter the abyss early tomorrow morning, otherwise don't blame me for taking out the elf spring. Don't worry, Your Majesty, I can't run away. If you want to leave this copy, you either have to kill all the elves, or Tyrant allows it, and Han Yu and the others have nowhere to escape. Okay, I explain the formation to you first. 10 minutes later, scratches were left on the floor of the room, all left by Tyrant's explanation of the formation. Okay, I've completely understood it. Han Yu nodded. Are you sure? Tyrant was a little unbelievable, and looked at Jiang Ziki. She taught Jiang Ziki, but Jiang Ziki didn't learn it completely all day. Of course, it's not that complicated. Han Yu copied it casually without any mistakes. He has studied magic circles, so of course he is faster than me. Jiang Ziki argued. It was difficult for her to remember these lines, and she had to remember the runes and draw the magic circles. Just thinking about it was a headache. Fortunately, Han Yu was an enchanter, and helped Jiang Ziki a lot. Okay, then we just have to wait for the monsters to attack the city. If there are monsters attacking the city during the day, I might be able to enter the abyss earlier. He waited for the attack not for anything else, but to get another wave of attribute points to evolve the flame-tailed fox. In this way, except for Hu Yun, the attributes of all summoned creatures can exceed those of the 50th level abyss creatures. In this way, he will be more confident and successfully complete the task. No, those abyss creatures are just like us. They are too lazy to move during the day, so how can they attack the city? Now Tyrant hopes that there will be monsters attacking the city during the day, so that Han Yu can enter the abyss earlier, but this possibility is too small. At this time, a male elf hurried to the door. Your Majesty, the North City requested support. The abyss creatures suddenly launched an attack and directly smashed the city wall. Now Sharon and several elves are fighting and retreating, preparing to rebuild the defense line. What? Tyrant stood up suddenly. It's noon. How could there be monsters attacking the city? And they directly broke through the city. What is Charmander doing for a living? Report to the Queen, the attack came too suddenly, and 2 abyss lords appeared. Caught off guard, the city wall was directly smashed. Han Yu dared not say a word now, and he didn't know whether it was his crow's mouth or Tyrant's crow's mouth. Unexpectedly, he just made a joke casually, and the result was really realized. But before he finished speaking, hurried footsteps were heard again. Queen, East City was attacked again. 2 Lord-level monsters appeared, requesting support. As soon as the voice fell, 2 elves rushed into the gate at the same time. Queen, West City/South City was attacked. Lord-level monsters appeared, hoping for support. Everything seemed to be planned. The 4 cities were in crisis at the same time, and Lord-level monsters appeared. Tyrant immediately understood that this was a sudden attack on the royal city, completely opening the barrier. Let this place completely become the world of the abyss. This abyss creature actually used military tactics. Han Yu couldn't help but sigh. This sudden attack was obviously planned in advance, which further strengthened Han Yu's determination to strengthen his strength before entering the abyss. There are not those brainless monsters inside, and there are high IQ military advisors behind them. Then let's go directly to North City for support. After repelling the attack, we will come back and enter the abyss. Han Yu said. Okay, thank you both. Tyrant didn't expect that so many monsters would suddenly attack at the same time. If a city was attacked, the royal city could still provide some support. In this situation, they couldn't take care of it at all, and Han Yu actually shared some of the pressure with them. Han Yu took Jiang Ziki away and headed towards the North City. He didn't have any other requirements this time. 125 attribute points were just enough for the flame-tailed demon fox to evolve. Running all the way, Hanyu, under the guidance of the Harrier, soon saw the battlefield. The roars and shouts of the monsters, and the splashing blood of the elf corpses thrown high up, all showed the cruelty of this battle. Being forced out of the city, the elves had no effective front line, and faced with groups of monsters, their combat effectiveness dropped by more than 10%. Chapter 233. Faced with the abyss creatures that kept charging, Sarah and the other two elves could only give up their best magic and longbows. The strongest elves faced the huge abyss creatures head-on. Relying on the magic shield and the magic plants that kept growing from the grass to stop the monsters from charging, they protected the space for other elves to output. After Hanyu determined the casting range, he stopped, took out the staff, and began to summon. In front of Sarah Mand, a summoning array covering a quarter of the battlefield was formed. Summoning array? Why is it so big? Sarah Mand subconsciously took a step back, not knowing whose summoning spell it was. A moment later, a monster over 12 meters long emerged under the array. Just lying on the ground, it was close to the height of the city wall. Molten Lizard. Hanyu summoned? Sarah looked at the giant beast with a look of surprise on her face. Turning around, she saw Hanyu casting a spell. Hanyu. Did the queen send you to support? Hanyu did not reply, and summoned creatures appeared one by one from his side or in the air. Then he quickly used skills. Flame Totem. Ultra Giant Enhancement. The molten lizard that had just appeared grew larger again, and its size suddenly increased to more than 20 meters. The molten lizard, which was originally on all fours, slowly stood up from the ground, like a tall building rising from the ground, and the molten flames on its body flowed. Even the largest abyss monster on the opposite side was less than half the size of the molten lizard. It was completely a small titan beast, standing in the center of the battlefield, full of deterrence. But none of the abyss creatures around it escaped. Instead, he took the initiative to attack the molten lizard, but the thick rock armor could not be broken through by 1 or 2 attacks, let alone cause damage. The molten lizard, which had just stood up, could not even taunt, and bent slightly, grabbing an abyss monster with one claw. At the same time, the giant mouth opened, and the hot magma gate spewed violently, instantly melting the natural defense of the monster in front of it, and left a pool of magma on the ground, adding a deceleration and healing effect to all enemies. Back! Back! Sarah ordered immediately. The appearance of the molten lizard helped the elves relieve the pressure on the front row. As long as all the monsters were blocked, they could quickly reorganize the formation. Mr. Hanyu. It's Mr. Hanyu's summon. As soon as the molten lizard stood up, it immediately became the center of the battlefield. Originally, I thought that some powerful monster had appeared again, which made the already frightened elves timid. But when I saw the molten lizard start to attack the monster, I immediately reacted. This was very similar to Hanyu's summon, and I immediately understood. Organize a formation to attack, don't panic. Mr. Hanyu is here to support. Such a powerful meat shield in front of him gave the night elves a full sense of security. He began to retreat in an orderly manner, found his position, and began to output with all his strength. Various arrows with special effects flew to the battlefield. The archer with a stable position had a completely different level of output. The monsters surrounding the molten lizard were constantly having their health reduced. Jiang Ziki released 3 small skills in succession, adding weapon strengthening and strength amplification auras to Ellie. He added a healing effect to the molten lizard in front, although it seemed useless for the time being. Then the pages of the book in his hand flew, and the abstinence magic circle appeared in front of the molten lizard, which slowed down and made the monsters more difficult to move. Those abyss creatures with little brains seemed to have received instructions and realized that the target in front of them was indeed difficult to deal with, and finally wanted to bypass the molten lizard. As long as those elves that kept outputting were killed, the battle would be much simpler, of course. There was also the summoner behind. But how could the molten lizard let them leave? With a heavy step on his left foot, the ground beside him shook and magma splashed. The 2 struggling abyss creatures in his hand were used as projectiles, and smashed hard at the 2 monsters in the front. With a bang, the 2 monsters directly smashed a deep pit on the ground. At the same time, he took another step forward to taunt. With such a huge body, the taunt range of the molten lizard covered all the monsters around it. The abyss creatures that just wanted to escape from the lava area struggled to look back one by one. But at this time, the skills of other summons also arrived. The underground fire gushed out, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and the magic thunder descended. The abyss creatures had not just woken up from the paralysis of the magic thunder, and were roasted by the underground fire again. Ailey pulled the bow, and shot an explosive arrow in the center of the battlefield. After a range attack, she began a precise point kill that snipers like most. The second round of eruption of the underground fire was about to come, and the Sky Thunder had only finished the first second. So strong. Is this the summoner? The elves didn't expect that Hanyu had just joined, and completely reversed the situation. Now it was not the abyss creatures chasing them, but they were under the protection of the summons, and they were attacking at will. And it seems that Hanyu has become stronger than last time, oh no, than this morning. After all, the molten rock lizard was not so big before, and now it is simply the source of security for all the night elves. Kill them all. These brainless abyss monsters. Always remember how powerful we are. Sarah, who had just retreated from the battlefield, was full of anger. She had already been chased by these abyss creatures, and had no way to output at full strength in order to protect others. Now with Hanyu's summons, she was freed. The longbow in his hand was fully drawn, and then a shadow appeared. The arrow was constantly drawing the elemental energy next to it, forming a visible gust of wind next to the arrow. The bow was fully drawn, and Sarah gave up aiming and shot the charged arrow directly into the air. A second later, the creatures that had not escaped the range of the magic thunder felt that there was a new danger in the sky. An arrow with only the thickness of a thumb fell from the sky, but it was unparalleled in power. When they just raised their heads, one arrow turned into thousands of arrows, attacking the vital points of each abyss creature. The shadow blade mantis next to him has been attacking the abyss creatures fleeing outside the earth fire. He is also waiting for the earth fire magic thunder to end at any time, so that he can go in and pick up heads. Waiting for the attack like him is Finn next to Hanyu. He is waiting for a monster to die, and his corpse explosion poisonous spores are ready. With the cooperation of the summoned creatures, when all the attacks go smoothly, it won't take long for these abyss creatures to be completely destroyed or beaten back to their nests. But when he was most relaxed, Hanyu suddenly felt the ground in front of him start to shake. Instantly pulling Jiangziki away, Finn swung his hoe, trying to dig out a safe place, and cast a spell with all his strength. But before the hoe was swung, a lizard creature emerged from the ground, and the back thorns on its body lifted Finn up high. Finn, who was originally only bones, was ridiculously light. After being hit, he flew straight into the sky. Fortunately, I felt it in advance, otherwise I would have been the one flying. Hanyu was thankful that his energy attribute was outstanding, and with the effect of marrow washing, he reacted in time before the attack was launched. Finn was depressed. His master discovered the danger, and pulled the priest away. Although he was an undead, he had to remind him anyway. But he didn't panic. Instead, Finn took out a seed in the air, and shot it into the mouth of the lizard beast. The beast was not stupid. It turned its head to avoid it, and did not swallow the small race in one bite. But the dream vine still touched the ground and began to grow rapidly as it landed. Finn's body was falling, but before he landed, he released a wild growth to the vines under his feet. The dream of desire vine, which had grown to the thickness of a small snake, began to grow faster and faster under the stimulation of wild growth. At this time, the murderer who attacked Finn from underground finally revealed his whole body. A giant beast with a body size of more than 10 meters, with back thorns all over its back. But with such a body size, it could hide quietly underground, which surprised Hanyu. Seeing Finn in the air, the giant lizard creature finally emerged suddenly and pounced upwards, trying to swallow Finn in one bite. At the same time, the dream of desire vine, which was growing wildly, was fully formed, starting from the limbs, wrapping around the body of the giant beast, dragging it to the ground to avoid hurting Finn. One of the vines was growing upwards. Before Finn landed, he was entangled by the vines, and avoided falling into the mouth of the giant beast. Then, he was thrown out by the vines, and was caught by Hu Yun. That was close. The effect of wild growth was indeed very strong. The attacking giant beast was actually trapped for a short time. Hanyu just dodged to the side, and looked at the giant beast that attacked from the ground. Abyss burrowing beast, LV-55 Lord. It was indeed a Lord-level monster. I didn't notice it at all in the previous battle. It was hiding underground waiting for a sneak attack. If it didn't attack Hanyu, it would easily destroy the elves' defense team. Hanyu added an overload enhancement to Ellie, and quickly turned the staff into a pair of swords. Originally, he didn't want to take action, but the monster came directly to him, forcing him to show his skills. But just as he was about to rush out, a flying shadow passed over Hanyu's head. The shadow blade mantis was even more sensitive. When the abyss burrowing beast just came out, it had already used shadow leap to attack. Hanyu was slightly touched by this. This shadow blade mantis had more than just a human head in its eyes. Seeing the shadow blade mantis rushing up, Hanyu put away his two swords and took out the poison hunting longbow. Sharon, who had just wanted to rush over to protect her, was stunned. Han Yu had never used weapons other than the staff in front of her. Why was he using both the sword and the bow now? He looked like he was going to fight the Lord to his death. The Shadow Blade Mantis leaped, and with the effects of the sharp claws and the close-range assassination, the sharp blade-like forelimbs instantly shattered the shell of the abyss-burrowing beast in one attack. Yellow blood spurted out from the wound, and a layer of earthen shell quickly formed on the body of the abyss-burrowing beast, which cried out in pain, trying to stop the wound. But the second attack had already arrived, and the other forelimb instantly tore the wound, causing even higher damage. At the same time, stone pillars grew around the abyss-burrowing beast, which could not easily break free, and kept growing larger, trying to completely stretch the dream vine. At this time, Thin was landing steadily on Hu Yun's back. Good Hu Yun, thank you very much. I will definitely talk to the master when I go down, and give you priority to evolve. Hu Yun, if you curse again, I won't let you evolve. Hu Yun shook his body directly, trying to throw Finn out directly, but Finn was as steady as a mountain, and there was no intention of falling. Even seeing that the eruption of the ground fire in the center of the battlefield had ended, he casually released more than a dozen corpse explosion poisonous spores into the battlefield to help harvest. Once the chain corpse explosion is turned on, the skills of the corpse explosion poisonous spores are not inferior to any skills. After releasing it, when he looked back, the dreaming vines that had grown wildly were about to be stretched apart by the stone pillars around the abyss-burrowing beast, and the vine's skin was cracking little by little. Not to mention expecting to suck blood, it was difficult to do it in the current control state. After all, this was a Lord-level monster of level 55, and it was not so easy to deal with. Thin could only use the Nutrient Burst skill. The vines that were already as thick as anacondas turned blood red, and muscle-like textures appeared on the branches. The vines twisted and exerted force again. The nutrients burst out, and under the fierce entanglement, the 4 stone pillars were directly crushed, and the abyss-burrowing beast that was about to break free from control was entangled again. Energy-focused shooting. Continuous. Ailey had already charged up and released her skills instantly. Han Yu also shared Ai Li's talent, and the poison-hunting longbow in his hand was released almost at the same time as Ai Li's skills. Coupled with the weakness of the falcon in the sky, the damage at this moment was off the charts. 2 big holes appeared on the abyss-burrowing beast, which had just recovered some armor. If it weren't for the arrows, anyone would have thought it was bombed by artillery shells. Sarah, who was watching from the side, was watching the front battlefield, but she didn't expect that Han Yu could control a Lord-level monster for so long. If it was ordinary control, the extremely flexible abyss-burrowing beast would have escaped long ago. It can only be said that the summons around Han Yu have their own specialties. Shalon didn't expect that even the skeletons that had always been disliked by the elves could use druid spells to this extent. She was surprised in her heart, but it didn't affect the attacking action in her hand. If she could kill the Lord-level monster, it would be much easier to build a defense line next. The second round of attacks by the 3 arrived almost at the same time, and the Shadow Blade Mantis was constantly stabbing at the side. In 5 seconds, the void-burrowing beast was covered with wounds, but his defense was too strong. Even though he had just been injured, his body surface was almost covered with rock armor again, and he continued to withstand the attack. And the time for Nutrient Burst had come. The dreaming vine, which had just been like chicken blood, suddenly withered. The void-burrowing beast felt a lightness on its body, and the struggling movement stopped instantly. It turned and drilled underground. In just a moment, the huge body of the void-burrowing beast disappeared in front of it, leaving only a big pit. Such a big monster can actually swim underground without any scruples. This is indeed an unattainable talent. Left. The flame-tailed demon fox, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke. She had just released the earth fire and star fire, and was now in the skill cooling period, so she gave a reminder at the first time. The flame-tailed demon fox discovered it faster than Han Yu. According to her reminder, Han Yu indeed found a slight shaking on the ground on the left. He immediately gave orders to Finn and Ellie, and reminded Jiang Ziki to retreat quickly, but he himself stood there without making any moves. Since this abyss-burrowing beast had designated him as its target, he simply stopped hiding. Chapter 234. He changed the poison-hunting longbow to double swords, and arched his body slightly, ready to go. He confirmed that the abyss-burrowing beast was already at his feet, and the ground had begun to rise slightly. Han Yu used the surprise attack skill of the resurrection boots, and quickly stepped back to distance himself. Han Yu had just jumped away when the burrowing beast suddenly rushed out, with sharp teeth densely packed in its mouth parts. If Han Yu was still there, he might be bitten to pieces and swallowed whole by dozens of teeth. But now, what greeted him was the soul-devouring slash that Hanyu had already charged up. Hanyu had shared the attributes of the Shadow Blade Mantis, and his talent for close-range assassination greatly increased his melee damage. Coupled with the effect of enchantment enhancement, the armor-breaking special effect of the Lihua's sword was superimposed, and the blade was glowing with a blood-red armor-breaking arc. With one slash, the burrowing beast's rock armor defense was completely ignored. Although the range of the soul-devouring slash could only cover a small part of the burrowing beast's body, it still caused it to stagnate for a short time, and the action of continuing to attack Hanyu was forcibly interrupted. After a successful strike, Hanyu retreated slightly, crossed his two swords, and held them in reverse, creating a gust of wind that blew his robe behind him, and Hanyu faced the abyss burrowing beast head-on. With its super toughness, the void burrowing beast only recovered from the soul-devouring slash in an instant, straightened its body, and pounced on Hanyu. But Hanyu did not retreat a step. His body turned into a gust of wind, and his two swords were like his steel-winged blades, about to cut off all the enemies in front of him. Sealing Dust Absolute Thought Slash. The skill was released, and the heavy body of the abyss burrowing beast was lifted high. As its feet left the ground, the earth armor on the burrowing beast began to fall off layer by layer, and its defense attribute was directly halved. The control effect of Sealing Dust Absolute Thought caused the burrowing beast to fall behind Hanyu as he charged forward, and it was about to land. Try to keep his feet off the ground. It will weaken his defense. Hanyu gave orders to Finn. After using the wind and breathless slash, he retreated forward without stopping, away from the attack range of the burrowing beast. Before the abyss burrowing beast had time to land, the vines under its body had already been prepared and grew rapidly. From the moment he found the location of the abyss burrowing beast, he asked Finn to prepare for vine control. However, the location of the vines was not under his feet, but at the location of the breathless slash that had been calculated long ago. Looking back, the abyss burrowing beast had not landed yet, but was quickly entangled by the vines, and according to Hanyu's instructions, its entire body was lifted off the ground. After the body left the ground, the defense and struggle of the abyss burrowing beast were obviously much weaker. However, it was still a bit too much for a dream vine to lift the abyss monster of more than 10 meters. Finn was not polite, and another dream vine was planted, which quickly entangled and lifted the body of the abyss burrowing beast a little higher. Ah! When the abyss burrowing beast struggled frantically, a sharp sound of sharp teeth rubbing against each other came out of its mouth. Two sandworms, only a dozen centimeters long, suddenly emerged from under Hanyu's feet. Hanyu reacted immediately, kicked one away, and slashed at the other with a knife. However, no matter how fast Hanyu was, he was still bitten by another sandworm before he killed it, leaving a small wound. There was almost no damage, and he didn't even need to drink the medicine bottle, but Jiang Ziki still carefully cast a healing spell on Hanyu to prevent negative effects such as toxins. After being attacked, Hanyu directly entered the fog hiding state. Although there was no damage, he always felt that the burrowing beast would not use two sandworms to disgust him. Sure enough, when Hanyu activated the mist hidden state, the body of the controlled abyss burrowing beast also disappeared at the same time. The next moment, Hanyu was knocked out of the mist hidden state. It might be the wound left by the sandworm that allowed the burrowing beast to instantly lock on to the invisible Hanyu. The body of more than 10 meters hit Hanyu's body violently, but it deliberately did not knock him away. It wanted to kill Hanyu directly. A summoner, when approached by such a creature, does not need to use any skills. A normal attack can solve the battle. Hanyu. Sarah was originally attacking the controlled abyss burrowing beast with all her strength, but she did not expect the burrowing beast to suddenly disappear. As a summoner, Hanyu suddenly suppressed it in close range. Shadow Blade Mantis was preparing to attack, but she did not expect the monster to appear in front of Hanyu so suddenly. In an instant, she used the mist hidden to refresh the Shadow Leap skill. The Elytra vibrated, and the Shadow Leap was activated, rushing towards the abyss burrowing beast to prevent the abyss burrowing beast from attacking Hanyu. But how could their speed be compared with the burrowing beast that had completely suppressed Hanyu, and opened its mouth full of teeth, trying to bite off half of Hanyu's body? Given this size difference, if the attack was implemented, Hanyu would probably be torn into two pieces alive. Hanyu did not resist, but just closed his eyes. Hanyu. Saruman quickly prepared his strongest attack. Hanyu, who was pressed to the ground, seemed to be unable to react in time, and was bitten in the waist by the abyss burrowing beast. The abyss burrowing beast, which succeeded, was ready to burrow away after confirming that Hanyu was dead. But after biting, only the harsh sound of grinding teeth came, and looking down, Hanyu was wearing a layer of black molten flame armor. Even the magma above was constantly flowing into its mouth, causing damage to it. The full-strength attack of the abyss-burrowing beast just broke the rock armor, and did not even touch Hanyu's skin. "You can't kill me just by getting close," Hanyu said nonchalantly. However, the abyss-burrowing beast that controlled him seemed to not understand human language. It just looked at Hanyu's body in shock, wondering why its attack did not work. But Hanyu did not give him too much time to think. He exerted force with both hands, grabbed the jaw of the abyss-burrowing beast, and slowly pushed the body of the abyss-burrowing beast up. After sharing the talent of the molten rock lizard, Hanyu also used the active skill of the heart of balance, all round. All 4 attributes exceeded 300. With such a blessing of power, it is not difficult to lift the abyss creature. Now Hanyu feels that his body is full of strength, his blood is burning as violently as magma, and the infinite vitality in his body is waiting to be vented. No wonder the molten rock lizard was so irritable when it came out. It turned out to be this feeling. The body of the abyss-burrowing beast was slowly and forcibly pushed away. It never expected that the thin human in front of it was so powerful that it could not resist for a while. Hanyu simply put his hand into the mouth of the abyss-burrowing beast and grabbed its jaw tightly, and the muscles on his hand bulged. Hanyu swung with all his strength, and half of the body of the abyss-burrowing beast weighing more than 10 tons was lifted up. This Salamander did not expect things to develop like this. How can a summoner lift an abyss monster weighing more than 10 meters? A summoner can use a short knife and a longbow to attack, so why is his power so terrifying? Salamander has lived for hundreds of years, and has never seen such a magic profession. The abyss-burrowing beast did not expect that he was here to attack the summoner. He thought that he had finally succeeded in attacking Hanyu, and the battle would be over soon. How did the situation suddenly reverse, and it became the one being crushed by melee? The abyss-burrowing beast immediately began to shrink its body, and wanted to get rid of Hanyu's control, but when it started to exert force, it felt that its body was flying. After adapting to his own strength, Hanyu groaned and sparks spewed out of his nose. He grabbed the head of the abyss-burrowing beast with both hands, and smashed it in the opposite direction. Boom! The body of the abyss-burrowing beast passed over Hanyu's head, and smashed a big hole in the shape of his body on the ground. The burrowing beast, which had just landed, began to struggle violently again, but Hanyu did not let go easily after the attack. With both hands exerting force, he swung his body again, smashing the burrowing beast hard in front of him. There was another loud bang, and it was smashed into the ground again. The defensive rock armor on the burrowing beast fell off layer by layer, exposing the skin inside. Once, twice, 3 times, Hanyu's hands did not stop. With the size of an ordinary person, he tightly grasped the jaw of the giant beast that was more than 10 meters long, smashing it like a toy. The burrowing beast had no chance to struggle at all. The roar like an earthquake continued to come, and blood kept spitting out of the mouth of the abyss-burrowing beast. He was not only bearing Hanyu's attack, but also the collision of his heavy body with the entire ground. This attack almost completely displaced his internal organs. If it were not for his strong enough physique, his body would have turned into a pool of paste. It has begun to regret why it has grown so big. After swinging the abyss-burrowing beast around for more than 10 times, Hanyu felt that he had consumed too much energy. Even with the added strength, the continuous attack still made his arms sore. But this way of attack is really cool, and it is the best way to vent excess energy. However, the duration of the all-powerful is only 30 seconds. Under this high-speed attack, the damage caused is indeed very high, but other people can't output it at all. But they didn't want to output it, just stared at Hanyu in amazement. This violent attack method is too shocking. Strength is often related to body size. They can't understand why Hanyu, a human, can exert such huge energy in his small body. Hanyu exerted force for the last time, and the body of the abyss-burrowing beast was smashed into the deep pit. Beside Hanyu, a circular sinkhole was formed with the length of the burrowing beast as the radius. This last blow was considered to fill the sinkhole. Every position of the sinkhole is the shape of the abyss-burrowing beast's body. The abyss-burrowing beast was completely stunned. Hanyu's attack just now did not have any control effect, but the impact on the brain almost made it lose all consciousness, and it completely forgot how to escape Hanyu's control. But after waiting for a second, it found that it was actually lying on the ground. It opened its eyes, and saw that Hanyu finally let go of its hand. The void-burrowing beast finally reacted, raised its front paws, and drilled into the ground. Now it just wanted to run away. There is no such summoner, whose attributes are stronger than the summoned creatures. Perhaps it was a stupid decision to attack Hanyu from the beginning. Hanyu took out the ghost water blade and held it with both hands. The weapon enchantment effect had only a few seconds left. Jiang Ziki also added another strength enhancement to Han Yu at the right time. Even though he changed his job to a sorcerer, Jiang Ziki still did not give up these low-level skills. Her talent needed these skills with low consumption and short cooldown to provide the basis for the imprint. The black blade of the ghost water blade caused the water vapor in the air to condense on the blade, and finally turned into a knife light, slashing at the burrowing beast that was about to escape with unparalleled power. Puff. The ghost water blade, which has its own sharp attribute, easily pierced the body of the abyss burrowing beast. Han Yu rotated his wrist, and the ghost water blade stirred in the body of the burrowing beast, and blood gushed out like a fountain. He exerted force with both hands and lifted it up, and a huge wound was cut on the body of the abyss burrowing beast. The body weighing nearly 10 tons was directly lifted and flew into the air. Han Yu did not use any attack skills in this knife, and completely overwhelmed people with force. After being knocked unconscious by Han Yu, the burrowing beast was forced to endure the terrifying attack and left the ground again without any chance to fight back. Han Yu could have used the cloud-shattering flash skill of the ghost water blade. However, after the abyss burrowing beast left the ground, its attributes dropped significantly. If it could float in the air, the damage it caused would be higher than the skill. After the first volley, Han Yu quickly adjusted his position and waited for the abyss burrowing beast's body to fall. The others who were originally unable to attack immediately drew their bows and shot arrows, attacking the abyss burrowing beast continuously. The severe pain made the abyss burrowing beast fully awake, and it kept making piercing noises in its mouth parts, asking for support, and at the same time preparing to land and fight with Han Yu. But the abyss burrowing beast, which was about to land, screamed in despair again. Han Yu was already prepared. He held the ghost water knife tightly in both hands, thrust it upward, and inserted the knife into the body of the abyss burrowing beast, sending it flying again. Move quickly, determine the center of gravity, and wait for the next fall of the abyss burrowing beast. 1 knife, 2 knives, 3 knives. The abyss burrowing beast had no chance to touch the ground, but was sent flying again and again. There was only despair in his heart, and the horrible wounds on his body were increasing. Blood was pouring out like a fountain, and he felt that his consciousness was moving away from him. 6 knife. Han Yu felt that his arms had begun to tremble. He only relied on a short knife to continuously send the giant beast flying into the air. This was not like the previous time when he used inertia to swing the abyss void beast around. In order to send it flying completely, Han Yu had to rely on his arms to completely bear the weight of nearly 10 tons, as well as the impact of falling. With the last knife, the ghost water knife cut through the air and easily slashed into the body of the abyss burrowing beast. This time, the abyss burrowing beast was finally not picked up and flew away. Because the entire ghost water knife, which wrapped Han Yu's arm, was deeply embedded in its broken body. The abyss burrowing beast had completely given up struggling and lay on the ground, spitting blood continuously. Han Yu kept the burrowing beast floating in the air, cooperating with others to attack continuously. Only the last trace of blood was left, but Han Yu was not in a hurry to kill it. Come and eat the head. Han Yu's arm trembled, and he took a step back and roared at the shadow blade mantis waiting beside him. The time for omnipotence is about to pass, and it is best to get rid of it quickly. However, he came here to gain attribute points this time, so it is naturally better to give the head to the summoned creature. Although the system did not explain the relationship between the two, it was all up to Han Yu to guess, and the shadow blade mantis talked about swallowing evolution every day. Maybe one day it can really evolve by itself. Shadow blade mantis couldn't help but want to swallow the whole brain of such a huge beast. But Han Yu's attack just now was too terrifying. Even shadow blade mantis, a killer, was a little scared and didn't dare to get close. But after hearing Han Yu's words, a shadow leaped forward, crossed its forelimbs, and cut off the head of the void burrowing beast, which was already covered with scars. Chapter 235. The shadow blade mantis quickly devoured its brain, and seemed to enjoy it very much. What skill was that just now? Han Yu's fighting style just now successfully diverted everyone's attention from the molten rock lizard to himself. What a terrifying power. Is this a human? This has the blood of a giant. The elves may not look big, but they have been drawing bows for many years, so their strength is not bad. But seeing Han Yu's operation, there was only disbelief in his heart. The power just now completely exceeded the limit of human beings. The last upward strike is the real horror. To ensure that such a huge monster is always floating in the air, it must have extremely precise control and observation. It is not something that can be done by strength alone. I am afraid that in terms of fighting skills alone, we are not his opponents. Of course, we can't compare with him. After all, We are good at bows and arrows. A night elf, who had just shot an arrow, comforted himself. And he doesn't look handsome enough, like the flipping spoon I saw in the menu, but this time he flips a burrowing beast. As soon as he finished speaking, the elves around him all looked at him with contempt. Mr. Hanyu is still a summoner. He's not handsome yet. Wait until he flips you once, and you know if he's handsome or not. Feeling the unfriendly eyes around him, the elf who just spoke quickly shut up and focused on fighting. The abyss creatures in the battle reacted more than them. They tried to break through the ground, air, and land defenses of the molten lizard, Nihorjin and Finghua again and again, but they were blocked by the huge size of the molten lizard. The Dynamax enhancement is not just a size. The physique and strength are also enhanced by 50%. The molten lizard completely ignores all attacks. Anyone who dares to step out of line will be kicked back by a big foot. The abyss creatures at a distance were all beaten back by the elves' group shooting. In the few tens of seconds of killing the burrowing beasts, the abyss creatures simply didn't have time to move forward. Even under the influence of the corpse-exploding poisonous spores released by Finn, every death of the abyss would cause a large number of monsters nearby to be injured, allowing those archers who were attacking with all their strength to deal as much damage as possible. Now seeing that the burrowing beast of one of the lords had lost its head, they wanted to retreat. And the lava lizard standing in front was another lord-level monster. Abyss bull-headed beast, LV-55 lord-level A bull-headed monster, with layers of muscles on its body, and a body height of more than 10 meters, but standing in front of the lava lizard, it was still suppressed by more than one head. He seemed to like wrestling with the lava lizard, gave up the giant axe, and faced the lava lizard head-on. Even with the advantage in size, the lava lizard was forced to retreat continuously by him. Although his physique was strong, his strength was still not high after the giant enhancement bonus, and he could only rely on his body size to resist the attack of the bull-headed beast. However, when he saw the abyss burrowing beast being killed directly, his heart skipped a beat, and seeing Hanyu was like seeing a ghost. At the moment of loss of consciousness, the molten rock lizard seized the opportunity and pressed the weight of its entire body on it. The weight of the molten rock lizard is estimated to be more than 20 tons. The super high physique brings tight flesh and blood. Such a weight forced the bull-headed beast to retreat, and he had already retreated, because he saw the devil-like human walking towards him. The molten rock lizard didn't think so much, and took advantage of the bull-headed beast's loss of consciousness and rushed forward. When the other party's body was unstable, his two short hands grabbed the bull-headed beast's jaw. The bull-head turned his eyes back in astonishment, and then his mouth was forcibly opened. At the same time, the lava lizard opened its mouth, sparks flying everywhere. Roar! The hot magma ray sprayed out, and poured into the mouth of the bull-head beast. Ah! The bull-head beast did not expect the lava lizard to have this trick, and his cry began to deform. After all, his throat was completely blocked by magma. The lava lizard had just released a deadly molten flame, and the molten core was not generated much in such a short time, but this was a direct mouth explosion. Huh, so cruel. Hanyu, who was about to come over, took a breath of cold air when he saw the lava lizard's move. That was the strengthened molten magma. If it touched the body without defense, I'm afraid it would have oral ulcers for at least a month. But obviously, the reaction of the bull-head beast was much greater than Hanyu imagined, and it let out a scream more shrill than a pig being slaughtered. He didn't even dare to close his mouth. His tongue was full of molten flames. If he drank it, he would probably swallow it whole. He could only push the lava lizard away with all his strength. Not only Hanyu was stunned, but others didn't expect that this skill could be used in this way. Just put the skill in your mouth and see if you can die. Kill them all. Hanyu roared, reminding everyone that now is the time to attack. The previous attack has established Hanyu's prestige among the night elves. After the roar, all the night elves immediately increased their attack speed. The bull-headed beast, after enduring severe pain, finally reacted and hit the lava lizard violently, knocking it back continuously. Seeing Hanyu and other summoned beasts rushing towards him, as well as the majestic night elves, he made up his mind and turned around to run away. While walking, he scratched his throat and wanted to spit out the magma. A killer god has come to the North City. I am afraid that I can't rush in. Next, it depends on whether other directions can make achievements. Run! They ran. The night elves who were shooting arrows cheered immediately. Too strong. Mr. Hanyu is too strong. There is no abyss creature that can match him. It's a bit too strong to be human. He must have the blood of giants, or he is the incarnation of gods. According to the understanding of the night elves, humans should be weak. Even wizard warriors rarely have the racial talents of other races. But Hanyu's strength made them stunned, and they began to suspect that Hanyu was not a human at all. Fight back. Go back to the city. Defend the city. Salamander ordered immediately, without any intention of chasing. The abyss creatures chased out, but did not cause any serious damage to the fortifications in the city. Now they can enter and defend the city. Hanyu was anxious when he heard this order. His mission was not completed yet, and he had to brush attribute points. The abyss creatures just ran away, and his attribute points were nowhere to be found. The abyss burrowing beasts may add a lot of bonuses, but these huge numbers of low-level creatures are the real big ones. Hanyu quickly shouted, "Chase them. These disgusting monsters have killed so many of our compatriots. How can we let them run away so easily? Is it just like what the elf tribe said? Are the night elves just cowards who hide in the dark?" Hanyu's face was full of anger, and his tone was full of pity for their lack of struggle and anger for their misfortune, and he also pushed the blame on Ellie. He was attacking Ellie, looking at the unfriendly eyes of the night elves around him, and could only say helplessly, I didn't." After Hanyu finished speaking, he led the way. Grabbing the back of the Shadow Blade Mantis, the Shadow Blade Mantis made a shadow leap and landed behind the Minotaur. The Minotaur, who was running, suddenly felt that his tail was caught by something and was about to kick. He saw from the corner of his eye that it was the human just now. He was so scared that his soul was trembling. He swung the giant axe in his hand and cut off his tail with one knife. The bull's tail was not important to him. He didn't want to be treated as a toy like the burrowing beast. This made Hanyu unexpected. His almighty duration had passed. Didn't this stupid bull realize that he didn't have much strength in his hands? But anyway, it was considered to delay time and boost the morale of the night elves. The elemental dragon responded quickly and rushed in front of the Minotaur. Seeing that there was another obstruction, the Minotaur rushed forward violently, wanting to tear the dragon in front of it directly into pieces. But just as he took a step, various skills gushed out, and another spell hit his face. If it hadn't been blocked by the molten flame just now, it would have screamed a few times. After the torrent of spells, the blood volume of the bull-headed beast dropped rapidly. Nahorjan was not relenting, and another breath of dragon breath gushed out. Combined with the molten flame that had not yet been spit out, the bull-headed beast was roasted to a crisp on the outside and tender on the inside. Sarah didn't expect Hanyu to rush up like this. They never chased the fleeing abyss creatures. After all, this kind of creature is simply endless to kill. There are countless monsters in the abyss, and there will be another wave after killing one wave. But Hanyu's words did inspire the blood of all the elves. Hanyu rushed forward. How could they just watch like that? And there was an alien elf here. If they were scared, it would be a disgrace to the entire elf tribe. Kill! Kill all these monsters. An eye for an eye. Make them pay the price. Even the most elegant elves would find it difficult to stay calm when facing the injured companions and blood around them. Various bombardments fell in front of Hanyu, helping him kill the Minotaur. Sarah also gave up the idea of retreating back to the city. Hanyu and his summons were in the front, and these abyss creatures were only concerned with escaping. It is estimated that the night elves would not suffer too many casualties. If the team of abyss creatures can be severely damaged, it can greatly improve the morale of the city defense for so long. Everyone, charge and kill, don't leave any alive. Sarah rode on a 2-meter-tall black panther, raised her bow and arrow high, and issued an attack order. Yes! Various arrows with special effects flew out, and all the night elves took out 12 points of their strength, determined to leave all these abyss creatures behind. The bull-headed beast lord was left behind, and the other abyss creatures also temporarily gave up escaping and turned back, hoping to help the lord escape. On the other side, the flame-tailed fox's earth fire had cooled down, and the earth fire was bred again. Then also collected the seeds of the dream vines, waiting for the earth fire to end, and then prepared to start the second wave of entry. All skills were thrown at the bull-headed beast. The bull-headed beast's power was far greater than that of the abyss burrowing beast, but he had been seriously injured. Hanyu also shared the talent of the elemental dragon again. Under the bombardment of the spell torrent, the bull-headed beast was already at the end of its strength. The key is that the bull-headed beast is still very afraid of Hanyu, even though Hanyu no longer has the physical bonus of the molten lizard. But Hanyu stood in front of him and attacked at will, and the bull-headed beast did not launch a single attack. It is obviously a fragile mage, but under close attack, he actually gave a giant beast such a sense of oppression, which shows that sometimes, monsters with brains are not a good thing. However, even if it is an active attack, Hanyu still has many ways to avoid damage. Everyone worked together, and the bull-headed beast felt that his life was slipping away quickly, and finally chopped the giant axe at Hanyu, but the attack had not yet landed. 7 stars in a row bombarded its head, and the Shadow Blade Mantis attacked with a sharp claw, and the huge body of the bull-headed beast fell down. The abyss creatures that were still attacking scattered, and completely gave up the desire to attack. The elves rode their respective mounts, and began to officially chase those abyss creatures on the grassland. With Han Yu's arrival, the battle changed from being chased to a hunting competition on the plains, just to see who can kill more abyss creatures. Han Yu did not hold back at all, and this battle might not last too long. He could only drive the summons to kill as many abyss creatures as possible to gain more attribute points. All the abyss creatures lost their backbone and just ran towards the location where the black fog appeared based on their instinctive attributes. Han Yu asked the lava lizard to bend down and bring himself, Ellie, and the flame-tailed demon fox to his head. Although the body of the lava lizard was covered with magma, its size was large enough that one person could stand on just one scale. With this safe turret, the three of them could output as much as they wanted. The elemental dragon was still flying around, and as soon as the dragon breath was ready, it would swoop down and attack immediately. Cooperating with the night elves riding cheetahs, the fleeing abyss creatures could only run around, completely lacking the might of charging together, and had become ordinary prey in the forest. The battle lasted less than half an hour, and all the abyss creatures completely gave up resistance. But the elves were two single species, and the battle mainly relied on bows and arrows. They could hunt, but their ability to contain was a little poor, so a small number of abyss creatures were able to escape, and Han Yu just finished the summoning. This summoning has been completed. A total of 80 free attribute points were obtained. Han Yu received a system prompt, and secretly regretted that he had known not to prioritize the elimination of the two Lord-level monsters. After killing them, all the abyss creatures began to flee. But there was no way, who let that burrowing beast not know whether to live or die, and had to come to trouble himself. After the battle, Sharonman rode a black panther to Han Yu. She didn't know why Han Yu had such a great hatred for the creatures of the abyss, and wanted to chase them down like this. But there is no doubt that Han Yu's behavior has successfully established his prestige among all the night elves. Now here, I am afraid that his orders are as useful as Sarah's. Thank you, Mr. Han Yu. Come with me to the city to rest. If Han Yu hadn't arrived in time this time, the elf warriors in the North City would have lost more than one-third, and it is not known whether they can rebuild the defense line. Unexpectedly, Han Yu shook his head. No, give me a warrior to lead the way, and a cheetah. I still have to go to the East City for support. Ah? Sharon didn't expect Han Yu to go to the East City to participate in the battle just after the battle. The city of East City has just been repaired, and the battle is very difficult. Mr. Han Yu, you don't have to do this. Chapter 236. Salamander felt that she could not see through Han Yu more and more. He was obviously a human, but he was willing to help the night elves without asking for the price. Even among ordinary elves, how many could do what Han Yu did? They did not think of rushing to the next battlefield just after finishing the battle here. Of course, this was also the Queen's request. If they ran around, the defense loopholes would be bigger. Han Yu interrupted her. When I came out, I heard that the defense of East City was in danger. If I went too late, it would be too late. It was indeed too late. If I went a little later, the monsters might have run away, and my attribute points would be gone. Mr. Han Yu, I didn't expect you. Salamander's eyes were wet. She had lived for hundreds of years, and the last time she cried was when her parents entered the Abyss dungeon and never came out. She couldn't understand why Han Yu was willing to do this. It couldn't be that he had fallen in love with the little girl of the elves. Han Yu looked at her and said a lot of nonsense, and he couldn't wait any longer. He pulled up an elf next to him. You, take me to East City, time is running out. He then pulled over a black panther and rode on it. Master Elf, it's urgent, I won't say more to you. Okay. Saruman nodded heavily. She didn't know what to say now. She just said, be careful. Got it, let's go. Han Yu almost forced the elf next to him to get on the black panther, urging him to go. The elf who had been beside him couldn't help crying, but still listened to Han Yu's orders and drove the harrier to lead the way. Yes, Master Han Yu. Jiang Ziki also called a black panther and quickly followed Han Yu's pace. Watching Han Yu rushing towards the East City, all the night elves looked at Han Yu with unspeakable expressions on their faces. Sarah watched Han Yu leave the horizon, and then raised her longbow, returned to the city, and rebuild the defense. Half an hour later, Han Yu finally arrived outside the East City of the elf. Sure enough, there were two Lord-level monsters again, but when they rushed there, a Lord-level monster was already injured. Han Yu quickly ordered the Shadow Blade Mantis to grab the head, then let all the summons participate in the battle. In an hour, he finally gained another 60 attribute points. He also helped the East City successfully defend the city. In the grateful eyes of the East City's guarding elves, Hanyu rode the Black Panther, Jiang Ziki, and the elves who led the way back to the direction of the royal city. Now that the attribute points are enough, there is no rush to go back. Even if he enters the abyss, he has to wait until he finishes adding points and adjusts his state. However, just after entering the forest next to the royal city, a dark-skinned night elf jumped down from the tree. Mr. Hanyu, you are finally here. The queen has been waiting for you for a long time. Wait for me. Her Majesty the Queen didn't go out of the city to support? Hanyu was a little surprised. I thought that after I left, Tyron would choose a city to support, but I didn't expect that she was still waiting for me in the city. No, the queen has been in the city. If she goes out to rescue, she may not be able to return in time. Got it, I go in now. Hanyu did not speed up, and still entered the royal city slowly. Now the elves in the city basically know Hanyu and Jiang Ziki. There are only these two humans in the city. Seeing Hanyu approaching, they all let him go. After entering the palace, before paying respect, Tyron urged Hanyu to prepare to enter the abyss. Hanyu waved his hand quickly. Your Majesty, please at least let me rest. I just rushed to help two cities. If I hadn't arrived in time, the abyss creatures might have attacked the royal city now. Two cities? She remembered that Hanyu seemed to have gone to the North City. The city there was broken and needed support. Yes, the abyss monsters in the North City have been completely driven back, and the two Lord-level monsters have all died. Then I heard that the East City was also in danger, so I went to the East City again. So you came back so late? Tyron didn't expect Hanyu to do this. She didn't think Hanyu would be so kind. While speaking, Tyron looked at the elf who came in with Hanyu. Your Majesty? The leading elf immediately replied, Mr. Hanyu has never stopped fighting, he just took a short break on the road. It is better to rest before entering the abyss. 1. He followed Hanyu from the North City to the Royal City, and participated in the battle in the East City. He is now exhausted. In his opinion, Hanyu had to rest well after two fierce battles before entering the abyss, so he hurried to explain for Hanyu. Okay, then you take a rest first. Before that, I need a piece of open space to test my summons. After two battles, Hanyu obtained a total of 140 attribute points, and now he has to make the final preparations for entering the dungeon. Coming to the open space behind the palace, Hanyu first summoned a flame-tailed fox. Then he began to add points, adding 120 points to the energy attribute of the flame-tailed fox, plus the attribute points obtained by the flame-tailed fox's level increase as Hanyu upgraded. The energy attribute of the flame-tailed fox Del just exceeded 300, and it finally evolved. The flame-tailed fox, whose face was originally flushed, had waves in its eyes, as if it was enduring something. Your summoned flame-tailed fox has reached the evolution standard. Please choose the evolution direction. Evolution Direction 1. Wuji Tianhu. The evolution path of the flame-tailed fox has a terrifying fire attack spell, which summons the magic power from the center of the earth to give the enemy a high-frequency, devastating blazing blow. Evolution Direction 2. 1 Fa Tianhu. Proficient in multiple attribute spells, can perform different targeted responses to various environments, and has targeted attack methods for any enemy. There are only two evolution directions. Hanyu looked at the introduction and chose the first direction. As a summoner, he can change the summoned creatures, and he also has skills given by elements. He doesn't need multi-attribute attack so much, and explosive output is his favorite. In addition, Wuji Tianhu also has an introduction to high-frequency attacks, which can make up for the shortcoming of the mage's slow skill cooling. After choosing the evolution direction, Hanyu received another prompt from the system. Evolution completed. Flame-tail fox Wuji Sky Fox. Obtained evolution skill. Blazing Fireball. Release a fireball to explode the enemy with a burning effect. Cooldown time, 1 minute. Hearing the first prompt, Hanyu frowned. This is not a high frequency, and the output is not high. This evolution skill is the weakest one Hanyu has seen. It is just a fireball attack, and the damage is not particularly outstanding, and there is no other effect. But the second prompt has come out. Get evolution talent. Fire God. When Wuji Tianhu uses skills to attack targets with burning effects, 90% of the cost of the skill and 90% of the cooldown will be returned. If the same skill is cast within 10 minutes, a 30% damage bonus will be obtained. This effect can be stacked up to 10 times. Attacking multiple targets at the same time, the Fire God effect does not stack. Hanyu read the evolution talent carefully, and found it hard to believe for a while. Yes! This is called high frequency. If nothing unexpected happens, Blazing Fireball will be the main output skill of Flame-tailed Demon Fox in the future. 90% cooldown return, A fireball every 6 seconds, basically no cost, plus damage stacking. This is the infinite fireball method. And the full mark increases the damage by 300%. The damage calculation of the mage is much higher than that of a single arrow. Which mage can achieve a 300% damage increase? Even Jiang Ziki, who has the mark stacking talent, is afraid that it will be difficult to achieve a 300% bonus. But she has all the effects stacked, and when the debuffs are stacked later, it is much stronger than the Flametail Fox's talent. Hanyu stared at the Flametail Fox in surprise. He didn't expect that this ordinary-looking fairy could evolve such a talent. Wu Jitianhu was stared at by Hanyu and lowered his head. "Thank you for the reward, master." After the points were added, the size of the Flametail Fox did not change much, but the body twisted subconsciously, and finally grew another furry tail next to the original tail. The end of the pure white fox tail was like a flaming flower. Not bad, very good. Hanyu was very satisfied with this evolution. He didn't expect that the flame-tailed fox and the molten lizard, which he had always ignored, would give him a surprise. Perhaps it was because he didn't have high expectations at the beginning. The flame-tailed fox lowered his head and said thank you. There were no extra movements, but the two tails couldn't help shaking, and it was obvious that he was very excited. After adding points to the flame-tailed fox, it was his turn. With the help of the elf spring, he jumped directly to level 35. All 20 free attribute points have been added to his energy, and the levels of other summons have also been improved accordingly. At the same time, you can learn a new skill, Shapeshift. After releasing it, you can exchange positions with any summon, and the cooling time is 5 minutes. It is the most commonly used life-saving skill for ordinary summoners. It prevents enemy assassins from attacking, and at the same time changes the position of the summoned creatures to give an unexpected attack to the enemy in the back row. Hanyu was not in a hurry to upgrade this skill to the maximum. His life-saving means have rarely been used so far, so it is enough to keep it as a last resort. He then upgraded the Maximus Enhancement to level 3. Maximus Enhancement, LV3 used on summoned creatures, it doubles the size of the summoned creature, and increases its physique and strength by 80%. Duration, 3 minutes, cooldown, 3 minutes. Each summoned creature can only withstand one Maximus Enhancement per summon. At first, he thought this skill was not very useful, but he didn't expect it to be very compatible with the evolved Molten Rock Lizard. After the size increased, the molten core in its body became more powerful, and the damage of the deadly molten flame was greatly increased. It's a pity that after his talent was shared, his size didn't change, otherwise he could also experience the feeling of the law of heaven and earth. As for the fatal molten flame, after he shared the talent, he did not have an extra molten core, and the skill can still be used, but only a little bit. With high energy bonus, the damage is not low, but it looks like spitting on the ground. After the addition of points, the attribute points of the flame-tailed demon fox are LV34 Wu Jitianhu, Energy, 305. Strength, 34. Constitution, 35. Agility, 35. Skills, Flame Earth Fire, Starfire, Blazing Fireball. Talent, Flame Control. In addition to the points added to Finghua, Hanyu has 20 more attribute points. Hanyu sent the flame-tailed demon fox back and summoned it to Huyun. Seeing that there were no monsters around, Huyun immediately became excited. Hanyu touched Huyun's head. "There are not many attribute points this time. I will evolve you next time." With 20 points added, the white marks on Huyun's limbs became more obvious, and his body became stronger. Huyun's attributes, LV34 Huyun Leopard. Physique, 53. Strength, 36. Energy, 35. Agility, 66. Skills, Mind Capture, Haste. The evolution of Flame-tailed Fox and Molten Lizard made Hanyu's expectations for Huyun even higher. Or maybe they were not talented to begin with, and their evolution almost led to a qualitative change. All the attribute points have been added, and it is indeed time to prepare to enter the abyss. Hanyu turned around, and Tyron did not return to the palace, but stayed not far away, watching Hanyu bring out the summoned creatures, and sent them back without knowing what they were doing. When she saw Hanyu coming over, she knew it was time to enter the abyss. "Are you ready? Go directly to the entrance of the abyss." Tyron tried her best to maintain the demeanor of a queen, but she still couldn't help being anxious. "Wait a minute, I just used a skill, no, spell, it will take some time to recover." "How long?" 30 minutes will be enough." At least, he had to wait until his cooldown was over, but he remembered something else. "Your Highness, but our equipment is too bad. Can you provide more help?" He remembered that the task prompt said to seek help from the night elves as much as possible. He has only taken the benefits of the elf marrow, and has not yet tried his best. What else do you want? Tyron couldn't help it. Now that she was about to enter the abyss, Hanyu started to make demands again. While waiting for Hanyu to add points, Tyron listened to Hanyu's performance on the battlefield and regained some favor with him. But this human was greedy. He consumed so much of the elf marrow. At this time, he actually had a request. Alas, Queen, look at my equipment. It's all tattered, how can I fight? The battle just now did leave several big holes in Hanyu's robe, but there was no damage in essence, just some durability loss. When swinging, it shone with purple light, and it was obvious that it was not ordinary. Do you think I'm blind? You are wearing the top-level gold equipment, not a single ordinary item. Your equipment is tattered, and our night elf warriors are all beggars. Alas. Hanyu sighed, but we are going to the abyss, and we don't even have a divine weapon. Oh, that is, equipment that is higher than gold equipment. If it doesn't work, Queen, you can lend me one, and I will return it when I come out. He really didn't know what the pink equipment in this world was called. Don't go too far, we night elves don't have many pseudo-artifacts in total. Tyron thought about it, and knew that once the things were in Hanyu's hands, there was no reason to return them. Your Majesty, if we die in there, and the creatures of the abyss break through the obstacles, the entire night elf tribe will be displaced, and there will be no space so suitable for you. Tyron stared at Hanyu with narrow eyes, and finally made up her mind. If you don't complete the task, I will make you die. Don't worry, I won't come out alive if I don't complete the task. By the way, there is also one for Jiang Ziki. Jiang Ziki said obediently, Thank you, Your Majesty. Tyron looked at Jiang Ziki helplessly. Before Hanyu came, Jiang Ziki was grateful to the night elves and never made any requests. Why did it become like this after Hanyu came? The elf queen opened the ring in her hand, which should be the native space equipment of this world. Chapter 237. I wonder if this has any special effects compared to the player's backpack. If there is a chance, Hanyu would also like to study it. Tyron touched the ring, and a scepter appeared in her hand. The 16-sided rhombus-shaped amethyst on the top of the scepter shone with a dark luster. This is the scepter of the previous elf king. See if it suits you. Of course, if it doesn't suit you, there is nothing else. The scepter of the previous elf queen? Hanyu always thought that the elf queen was a magic archer. Is she also a summoner? Night elves can learn all kinds of magic, and summoning is the main magic of the previous Queen Azhara. Confused in his heart, Hanyu took the scepter first. As soon as he held it, he felt a cold touch, and the strands seemed to be entering Hanyu's body. Bound of the Oath. Main weapon, scepter. Quality, artifact. Physical attack, 89 to 109. Magic attack, 887 to 1027. Stamina plus 5. Agility plus 3. Trait 1 Vengeance Mark. Active skill add Vengeance Mark to up to 3 enemy creatures, reducing their toughness by 50% for 1 minute. If they are attacked by summons or users within the first 10 seconds of the mark appearing, they will be controlled for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Trait 2, Coordinated Attack. After the enemy is damaged by the user or the user's creature, it will gain a Vow mark. The next attack by creatures in the same camp will cause an additional 30% damage. The coordinated attack effect is triggered once every minute. Trait 3, Oath. The duration of all your summons is increased by 20%. If the summon dies, it will continue to fight as a corpse for 1 minute. In the corpse state, damage is increased by 100%, damage tolerance is increased by 100%, and only 30% of the original health is inherited. Wearing requirements. Vitality greater than 50. Looking at the equipment introduction, Hanyu was quite satisfied, although it was also a divine weapon. But when he held it in his hand, he never felt the same amazing feeling as the Heart of Balance. But there were indeed too few equipment that suited him, so Hanyu didn't have too high requirements. The Oath Binding has coordinated attacks and increased output, and the active skill reduces toughness and provides control, which meets Hanyu's requirements. It is the last Oath skill. Hanyu probably doesn't need to use it very much. If his summons die, it is probably a dead end. And standing up will increase the damage by 100%, and only 1/3 of the blood volume. It is estimated that it will be killed instantly. It is a dispensable skill. Hanyu hopes that he will never use it in his life. It is a little regretful, which made Hanyu frown. But looking at the elf queen who was staring at him, if he said something unsatisfactory, she might snatch the artifact away. Hanyu quickly put away the scepter. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will do my best to complete the task. If the task cannot be completed, the previous Elf Queen is still down there. You can just return the equipment to her. Is the previous Elf Queen still alive? Hanyu couldn't help asking. Don't ask irrelevant questions. You won't be able to see her if you go down. If you can't see her, it means she is really alive. Hanyu muttered in his heart, but he didn't come up. Maybe he really fell into the abyss and became a dark elf. Tyrant ignored Hanyu's thoughts and took out another bead and handed it to Jiang Ziki. Ziki, this is prepared for you. It should be quite suitable for you. Before Hanyu came, Tyrant had already had a comprehensive understanding of Jiang Ziki. It was not like she only knew that Hanyu was a powerful summoner. Jiang Ziki took the orb, took a look at the attributes, and replied with surprise, "Thank you, Your Majesty. We will definitely complete the task with all our strength. Well, I hope everything goes well for you. Before you leave, check if you have brought all the materials." "I have checked it, but I always feel that 3 sets of materials are not enough. Should I bring a few more?" Hanyu immersed his mind in the backpack. Many of the materials for repairing the formation were not seen by Hanyu in the original world. Maybe they would have some special effects if brought back. No need. If all 3 sets of materials are used up and the repair is not completed, you will not be able to complete the task. "Okay, Queen, you have the final say." Hanyu could only give up. This queen is very smart. It is getting harder and harder to get wool. We will enter the abyss in 30 minutes. I tell you about the situation in the abyss during this time. Tyrant interrupted Hanyu, and the elves beside him brought chairs for the 3 of them to rest. I've already told Jiang Ziki about this before, and I tell you again. But the information may not be accurate. After all, the last time we entered was 10 years ago, and we can't enter the abyss again in the past 10 years. Yeah. Hanyu nodded. He defended for 10 years, but he and Jiang Ziki couldn't defend as soon as they entered. This is simply the task given to players by the game. The first area, when you enter it, is endless darkness. I have prepared lighting beads for you, which can illuminate the 2-meter range around you. There are dozens of them. There are many monsters in the first area, and you may encounter battles when you enter, but most of them are the weakest, basically the lowest level in Siege. You too should be able to pass safely with your strength. But be careful, the assassins in the dark are good at assassination and hiding, and they are born with the ability to be invisible, so be careful. Wait! Hanyu raised his hand and asked, why are there assassins in the first layer area? Aren't they all low-level monsters? Alas, most of them are dark elves. They used to be night elves. Tyrant didn't want to mention this race, but most of the dark elves in the abyss are the same race as the night elves before. I understand, go on. When you walk into a swamp, there is the second area. The ground has great restrictions on your battle, but your summoned beasts have fire attacks and behemoths, so it shouldn't be difficult to pass through. But the entrance to the third layer is a lake. Swamp and lake. Hanyu didn't expect that there would be so many changes in the scenes in the abyss. And in the lake, there is often the lord of the second layer abyss creatures, and one of the most powerful monsters. But what exactly it has been 10 years, and it is estimated that several generations have changed, and we don't know. But what is certain is that the attributes should be darkness, water, and ice. Within these attributes, only by killing or bypassing it can you enter the third layer. For your strength, it may be difficult to kill, but the monsters in the first 2 layers are mostly not very intelligent, and you can use your summons or lure them away. The third layer is the layer where the magic circle exists. In the middle of the area is the magic circle, which prevents the abyss creatures below from rushing out of the abyss. The third layer should have been the safest area. Every time we enter, we will clear all the monsters inside, but now, 10 years have passed, and we don't know what the situation is now. Wait! Hanyu asked again, isn't the third floor the source of all monsters? Will there be a large army of monsters? If the abyss creatures of the 4 cities all gathered on the third floor, even Han, he would not be able to withstand it with 3 heads. Don't worry, the formation mainly restricts the abyss creatures below the third floor, and the lords of the third floor are just the level of ordinary lords. The lower the area, the more suitable it is for the growth of abyss creatures. High-level lords generally do not enter low-level areas. What you have to do is to repair the formation in the central area of the third floor. It will take about 10 minutes to repair. You can let your summons help you resist the monsters, repair the formation as soon as possible, and then return the same way. Return the same way. Hanyu muttered. Today, he has seen the level of ordinary lords, such as the abyss burrowing beast, which is indeed stronger than the ordinary level 55 monster, but it is also limited. On the contrary, the brain does not seem to be so good. Think about the beef beast that cut off its own tail. If it has a little brain, It should not be difficult for Hanyu and Jiang Ziki to solve it. What's below? Hanyu couldn't help but be curious about the abyss. The third floor was definitely not the entire abyss dungeon. There should be more powerful monsters below. If it was just a lord of the level of the burrowing beast, as long as there were not too many of them, they should be able to deal with them with more of them. As a player, it was a bit unwilling to quit like this. After all, this was an abyss dungeon that was not easy to come across, and it was a bit like the hometown of Shadow Blade Mantis. Below is still the abyss, and the next level is still the abyss. The creatures on each level are more terrifying. Tyron made a reminiscence. When we entered without being affected, we only entered the 7th floor at most, and then we were forced to retreat. We don't know how many floors there are. Infinite. How much experience does this require? Hanyu was more interested in this dungeon. He didn't know if there was such an unlimited dungeon in the original world. So you don't need to go deeper after the 3rd floor. Also, you must give priority to repairing the magic circle. I don't know how the magic circle is damaged. Your battle may attract higher level monsters to the 3rd floor area. Understood? Although Hanyu was interested in the creatures below, he would not risk his life to explore. After all, the recommended level of the Abyss dungeon is LV 5070. The truly dangerous area is not something he can explore now. Afterwards, Tyron told Hanyu many trivial details to pay attention to, asking them to be careful. But at the same time, he emphasized again that these were all information from 10 years ago. Now the changes in it are getting bigger and bigger, and the creatures in the abyss have become more powerful. Don't blindly believe their previous experiences. I understand. Hanyu nodded and silently memorized all the information. Also, if you see any night elves, kill them all as dark elves and don't get entangled with them anymore. After staying in the abyss for so long, it is estimated that all creatures have been infected by the abyss. After everything was explained, Hanyu and Jiang Ziki also adjusted their status to the best. At the last moment, the elf queen was generous and gave each person 20 bottles of elf spring water. Finally, she reminded them, "Be careful, I hope you can come out alive." Of course, returning safely is based on completing the mission. If the mission is not completed, don't worry. I will complete the mission. Hanyu has been thinking about whether he can use the teleportation scroll designed by Su Lan after clearing the creatures in the first layer of the dungeon. If the mission cannot be completed, he can also slip away as soon as possible. But now is not the time to think about those things. Since I have accepted the reward, I have to make a symbolic effort. The two people touched the barrier of the abyss and chose to enter the dungeon. A suction force appeared on the barrier. At the same time, the two people had an abyss pass in their hands. After a moment, it dissipated like flying ash, and the two were also sucked into the abyss. Before opening their eyes, they heard howling and chaotic footsteps in their ears. They quickly opened their eyes, but there were no monsters attacking them around. The abyss is like this. Hanyu looked around. It was dark. Quickly use summons, and all creatures are ready for battle. Taking out the lighting orb that had been prepared long ago, the surroundings instantly became brighter, and a light bulb-shaped object stopped above the two people's heads, leaving them to dispel the darkness. Unfortunately, the range was only 2 meters, and Hanyu still had no idea about the creatures in the depths of darkness. The lighting orb just emitted light, and there were chaotic footsteps around, but until now, no creatures had attacked them. This was different from what Tyron knew. These creatures actually knew to be afraid, but this was not good news. Enter the abyss and go north. Hanyu followed the direction given by Tyron and asked the molten rock lizard to explore the way ahead. Other summons, elemental dragons, and falcons flew to the falcon, providing aerial vision. Ellie and Finn were on both sides of Hanyu and Jiang Ziki, so Hanyu could react quickly even if attacked. Shadow Blade Mantis fell to the back, with the strongest mobility, and could participate in the battle from all directions at any time. After walking more than 100 meters, there was still no creature attacking, and it was getting quieter and quieter beside, so quiet that it seemed as if there was no danger. This made Hanyu feel abnormal. Be careful, attacks may occur at any time. Hanyu certainly knew that as a level 50 copy, it was impossible to pass it so easily. And according to the information conveyed by Tyron, he was already moving forward and entering a swamp, which was the 2nd level area. Jiang Ziki added a healing effect to himself, and even if he was walking in the middle of the team, he still did not relax any vigilance. As 2 humans in the team, if there were really monsters with a little IQ, they would definitely attack them first. At this time, the wind whistled fiercely in Hanyu's ears. A woman's heavy breathing and cry for help came from the front. "Elf?" Ellie said from behind. "Gazbra, look forward." Hanyu ordered the lava lizard. Before that, Hanyu asked the lava lizard's name, but unfortunately he didn't have a name. So Hanyu named him Gosbra. In front of the lava lizard, there was also a lighting orb floating, but the 2-meter lighting range was too small, and it was difficult to see what was happening in front at this distance. Chapter 238. When the lava lizard came to the front, they saw 3 injured elves lying on the ground, their clothes half undressed, their skin gray and black. Their bodies were covered with wounds, and in front of them were more than a dozen deformed monsters, with insects crawling out of the wounds from time to time. Help! Help! Hanyu could also understand some of the elven language. They were calling for help. Seeing the lava lizard approaching, the 3 elves subconsciously retreated, but on the other side, more than a dozen monsters were staring at them, ready to rush over at any time. If these were ordinary elves, they would have no way to escape. However, when the lava lizard kept approaching, the monsters that were originally attacking took a look at the 3 elves on the ground. They shouted twice, and all ran towards the darkness. Run away? Hanyu muttered. The monsters here look too cowardly. They have to come up and try at least. At this time, the 3 elves looked over and saw Hanyu and Ellie behind him, as if they saw a savior. Thank you for saving me. Thank you for saving me. Your Majesty, are you here to save me? Woohoo, it's so scary here. The 3 elves supported each other and tried to stand up. Yes, the queen asked us to save you. Hanyu replied and began to look around. This should be just the beginning. Just as Hanyu turned his head, the lava lizard stretched out its foot and stepped forward. Originally, I thought these 3 night elves would mutate and resist a little. But when I stepped on them, blood splattered and only half a scream came out. The expression on Ellie's face twitched slightly, but she didn't say anything. Hanyu listened carefully to Tyron's warning. They hadn't entered here for 10 years. How could there be night elves alive? Keep going. After a while, the lava rock lizard took its foot away, leaving only a pool of blood on the ground, and even the human figure could not be seen. The flame-tailed fox dropped another spark, and only ashes remained on the ground. Are all the monsters on the first floor of this level? Then it is really not difficult. Hanyu waited for a few more seconds, nothing happened, and drove the summoned creature to continue moving forward, and deliberately bypassed the place where the 3 night elves had just died. Even if they had turned into flying ashes, he didn't know what changes would happen to the creatures in the abyss. When the group finally passed the flying ashes, Ellie couldn't help but look back. From the appearance, they were 3 night elves, and they didn't have the crazy desire to attack like the dark elves. Master, there is a problem. Ellie suddenly shouted when she looked back, and the longbow in her hand had been raised, aiming at the position of the ashes just now. Hundreds of reptiles were wriggling in the ashes, each of which was only the size of a finger, and quickly turned into flying insects, flying towards Hanyu and others. I knew you had a problem. Hanyu was not surprised at all. It would be strange if there were really night elves asking for help here. Without Hanyu's order, the elemental dragon exhaled a breath of dragon, and all the insects that wanted to come over turned into ashes again. As the resurrected insects died, other footsteps were heard around. Jiang Ziki released the lighting spell, and the surroundings were as bright as day. The range of the lighting spell was much stronger than the orb, but it could only last for 30 seconds. These 30 seconds were enough for Hanyu to see clearly what kind of monster was coming. In front of the crowd was a fat man who was more than 10 meters tall. It has no facial features, a bloated body, and smooth skin. It can only be seen that it was originally a humanoid creature, but it was completely wrapped in a membrane. Its height is about the same as that of the current lava lizard, but in front of it is a huge belly, which almost makes this monster into a ball. There seems to be a living thing in the belly, constantly struggling inside. There are lines of flesh and tendons wrapped around its body. The huge belly is wrapped up, as if to prevent the things in the belly from running out. Behind them, a hunchback woman walked out. She looked no different from a night elf, with gray and black skin. However, one of her eyeballs was covered with fine holes, like a honeycomb. As she looked at Hanyu, small insects drilled out of the honeycomb and flew towards Hanyu and others. Insect Woman, LV50 Lord. Raging Eater, LV52 Lord. 2 Lord level monsters? The sudden appearance of 2 monsters did not surprise Hanyu much. It would be strange if no monsters appeared. Let's do it. Hanyu first quickly selected the target on each summoned creature and chose the appropriate talent for the moon creation. Lava Lizard. For every 50 points of physical bonus, the size will be increased by 10%. Elemental Dragon. After each skill is released, an additional 10% of the total damage will be caused to the enemy. Ellie. Every time the attack hits the enemy, you can get a 10% attack power bonus, which can be stacked up to 5 times. Put on the crown of thorns. The attributes of this equipment are good, but if an ordinary person wears the crown every day, he is afraid that he will be easily beaten, so Hanyu will only use it when he enters the dungeon. Overload Enhancement Ellie. Ultra Giant Enhancement Molten Lizard. Elemental Empowerment Light Ellie. These two lords have just reached level 50, and it seems that they are not enough to pose any threat to Hanyu. Seeing that it was another bug, Nahorjin showed a disgusted expression, and with a breath of dragon, all the bugs turned into ashes again. But in just a moment, those bugs that had already died appeared again from the ashes, and the number doubled. Except for the sparks left on the ground, it was completely impossible to tell that these bugs had ever died. There is something else. Hanyu did not expect that this bug woman had the ability to revive. It seems that the night elves just now were also controlled by her. Just kill the bug woman, and clean up these bugs, the flame-tailed demon fox. Yes! The elemental dragon and Ellie both aimed at the bug woman, who kept releasing the bug swarm. But Fenghua's face was full of regret. She finally evolved, but she did not expect that the task she got was still to clean up the bugs. The three main outputs all aimed at the insect woman, and her small body was not able to resist at all. In addition, Jiang Ziki placed a debuffing magic circle on the path that the insects must pass through, and there was also a buffing spell for Ellie. After the attack method of the 50th level lord was abolished, there was not much ability to resist. However, Hanyu asked all summons to shift their main targets to the insect woman, who looked weaker, and he was a little worried about the defense in front. Looking straight ahead, in front of the Violent Eater. The size of the lava rock lizard has more than doubled, and it looks much larger than the Violent Eater. However, at this time, the Violent Eater still tightly grasped the body of the lava rock lizard, and the rope composed of flesh and tendons on its body had been completely opened, tightly wrapped around the body of the lava rock lizard. The abdominal cavity, like a tumor, opened a big mouth, trying to swallow the lava lizard whole. At the crack of the abdominal cavity, the limbs of various creatures stretched out, pulling the body of the lava lizard into the body of the rabbit eater. But the lava lizard did not resist at all. Hanyu could feel that he was thinking about what the monster in front of him was doing. The name of this rabbit eater sounds scary, and the size looks scary. It is more than 10 meters tall, and its belly is several meters high. However, the lava lizard after the giant enhancement is as tall as 30 meters. It seems to ignore the size difference between the two, and only wants to swallow it. Even if it is really swallowed, the rabbit eater will be broken into pieces. But the rabbit eater has no intention of retreating, but is a little excited. Or it is like the lava lizard, its brain has not grown with its body, and it thinks that the big guy in front of it is the most filling food. Stop him, and don't let him mess up, Hanyu ordered. Roar! The lava lizard replied. Although he didn't quite understand the attack method of the monster in front of him, it seemed that it couldn't cause any harm to him. After waiting for a few seconds, he saw that the dwarf in front of him was still trying to swallow him whole. The lava lizard didn't wait any longer, and used the counterattack skill, Molten Fury. The magma on the rock armor on his body overflowed, returning 100% of all the damage he received, and calling for burning at the same time. Those limbs that kept trying to pull the lava lizard into the eater's abdominal cavity quickly retracted. But this was not over yet. The lava lizard sprayed out a mouthful of molten flames, and the rays directly burned off more than a dozen limbs, all of which flowed into the empty abdominal cavity of the violent eater. The raging eater retreated hastily, its huge body stumbling, closing its abdominal cavity, trying to digest the molten flames in its body. But in just a moment, bursts of fire appeared on the surface of the raging eater's body, burning from the inside, turning its entire body red. Ah! Ah! The raging eater's abdominal cavity opened again, and the raging eater without facial features actually screamed, and the limbs in the abdominal cavity kept pulling out the molten flames. These things were completely indigestible, or the energy consumed in digestion was too much. At this time, a fireball flew from the lava rock lizard, which was the blazing fireball of the flame-tailed demon fox. A fireball with a diameter of nearly half a meter smashed out and drilled into its abdominal cavity fiercely. Under the influence of the god of fire's talent, consumption and cooling returned 90%. One attack made the raging eater retreat continuously, and the limbs in his body were damaged more and more seriously. Hanyu looked back and saw that Nahorjin had already used the Dark Destroyer Dragon, and it was useless no matter how the insects were resurrected. Just 6 seconds later, a larger fireball hit again. The target was still the abdominal cavity of the raging eater. Seeing the fireball coming again, the raging eater could only close his abdominal cavity. Let the fireball and molten flame that just attacked remain in his body, and digest it by force. But these could not reduce the damage he suffered. Instead, the molten flame and fireball continued to cause additional damage in his body. On her body, which originally had no organs, small round holes appeared, madly swallowing the surrounding abyss aura. The burning damage on the body was finally about to disappear. This time it knew that it could not swallow the big guy in front of it. At least it had to be eaten last. Just as he was about to reselect his target, a fireball hit him, adding another layer of burning damage. Finghua held the staff in his hand and moved forward step by step, while his other hand kept raising up. Every time he raised it, a fireball appeared in his hand. And it looked bigger and bigger, and the flames on it were more and more blazing. The fireballs kept bombarding the body of the Violent Eater, causing her to keep retreating, without any chance to attack at all. One fireball every 6 seconds, and there was a damage bonus. Han Yu wanted to help, but seeing Finghua getting more and more excited as he attacked, he probably had never cast a spell so freely in his life, and the excitement on his face was almost uncontrollable. This is the torrent of spells. Han Yu couldn't help but sigh. What kind of elemental dragon is it? It's just called the Little Sky Fox. Finghua saw Han Yu noticed him, and his expression on his face was slightly restrained, but his movements were more strenuous. The fireball in his hand kept attacking every 6 seconds, and the staff in his other hand was raised, and the ground fire was generated under the feet of the Violent Eater. Her earth fire skill is also affected by the talent, God of Fire. The 5-minute cooldown will also be reduced by 90%, but it is also a 30-second CD. The God of Fire's talent is the real evolutionary change for her. The earth fire is about to erupt, and the Furious Eater finally feels the real danger. Various round holes continue to appear on his body, madly absorbing the surrounding abyss. He wants to avoid the attack range of the earth fire, but when the maple fire attacks, the lava lizard is not watching. He has been entangled in the battle, relying on his tall physique to constantly suppress any attack direction of the Furious Eater. Seeing that the underground fire was about to appear, after such a long period of tacit cooperation, they knew that this was Finghua's killer move. When the underground fire was about to appear, the lava lizard used the taunt skill. It pulled the Violent Eater, who wanted to escape back to the battlefield. As for the lava lizard, the underground fire was just a bath for him. Boom! In the first round of the underground fire, a 5-meter wide column of fire shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire first floor area. The foul smell of various oils continued to fall from the surface of the Violent Eater, and the abyss creatures in the darkness began to stir. The second round. The third round of eruption followed. After 3 rounds of the impact of the underground fire, the limbs of various creatures fell from the Violent Eater's body, and the body was directly shrunk by half. The flame-tailed fox looked at the monster in front of him, his face flushed, and he finally couldn't suppress his excitement. Die! Die! Taste the fireball. A fireball with a diameter of more than 1 meter formed above the head of the flame-tailed demon fox, and was gathered in the air by the flame-tailed demon fox's lotus-like arms. With the smaller body of the flame-tailed demon fox, it seemed extremely inconsistent. But the flame-tailed demon fox made a throwing motion with force, and its body was tilted back by the recoil. The blazing fireball began to spin rapidly, bringing a huge wave of flames above Finghua's head, making his fiery red hair dance in the wind. The fireball rolled up a gust of wind and hit the body of the Violent Eater hard, causing a violent explosion. At this time, the Violent Eater finally couldn't help it, opened his abdomen, and began to swallow all the abyss breath again. At the same time, the limbs in the abdomen stretched, and the muscles kept entangled, trying to forcibly deal with the next attack. This made Finghua even more excited, and the fireball seemed to be non-consumable. Continuously smashing into the abdomen of the Violent Eater, those defensive limbs were constantly broken. Han Yu looked at Fenghua's somewhat crazy look and always felt that he was a little different from the Fenghua he knew before. Chapter 239. This little girl actually has 2 faces. Han Yu was frightened by the suddenly excited flame-tail fox. The flame-tail fox had always been quiet and attacked according to instructions. Han Yu almost thought that she had this kind of personality, which was completely inconsistent with the impression of a fire-attributed fairy. It seems that the previous battles failed to expose Fenghua's true nature. Seeing that her desire to fight was so strong, Han Yu was too lazy to take action. Looking back at Ellie and the elemental dragon, a dark destruction thunder was in front, and the insects released by the insect woman kept resurrecting, but they were turned into ashes again when they just appeared. No matter how they resurrected, they could not pose any threat to Ellie. Under the joint attack of the two, the insect woman had no power to fight back, and her health was worn down bit by bit. Well, this is what a summoner looks like. Han Yu was relieved. He finally looked like a summoner. Han Yu was very satisfied, but Jiang Ziki was a little at a loss. Han Yu was a summoner, so it was no problem for him to fight with summoned creatures. But as a sorcerer, facing monsters of this level, her spells were not very effective without stacking. Even after the second transformation, her talent was also strengthened, but these two lords were more than 10 levels higher than her. Even if her control effects were constantly stacked, it was still difficult to cause enough damage and control. But in front of Han Yu's summoned creatures, these level 50 monsters could only be suppressed. This time, there was no night elf to help, and Han Yu had to fight alone. If Han Yu didn't come, the only way she could think of was to prepare a few more hidden spells, and quickly enter the next level of the Abyss dungeon to try to repair the magic circle. But after Han Yu came, she could only rely on the basic percentage enhancement skills to provide some help to the summoned creatures, which was equivalent to returning to the priesthood. The levels of the two were still not much different, but the strength had opened up a huge gap. Relying on the summoned creatures, Han Yu could fight against the monsters of level 55 head-on. If it continued, it would only be a matter of time before he won. Even if he did not use the summoned creatures, relying only on the sharing of talents, Han Yu could also fight against the monsters of more than level 40 head-on. Of course, this was still Jiang Ziki's guess without knowing the effect of Han Yu's crown of thorns. After nearly 5 minutes, Han Yu did not remember to participate in the battle, but kept his best condition, ready to deal with the abyss creatures that had not yet taken action in the dark. However, those creatures seemed to be extremely afraid, but it was not known whether they were afraid of Han Yu or the insect woman and the violent eater who were fighting with them. However, the various limbs that fell from the belly of the violent eater, in addition to the night elves, were various abyss creatures. I am afraid that they also killed a lot of abyss creatures. The battle lasted only 5 or 6 minutes from start to finish. With the cooperation between the summons, Han Yu and Jiang Ziki had almost no chance to directly participate in the battle. They only used some auxiliary skills. After Fenghua released the third flame, the earth fire, the health of the violent eater was emptied, and his body, which had been almost burned dry, fell down with a bang, and his body was full of various deep pits and burn marks caused by the fireballs. The insect woman was completely turned into a honeycomb under the joint attack of Ellie and the elemental dragon, and her body was full of holes. With the death of the two monsters, the other creatures hidden in the abyss completely lost their breath, and had no intention of taking over the battle. I was about to touch the corpse to see if there was anything good left. The corpses of monsters in this world will not disappear directly, but at this time, a black pillar appeared in the center of the battlefield. What is this? Han Yu and Jiang Ziki were both stunned. This pillar did not look aggressive, and it did not even look like a creature from the abyss. As the pillar completely drilled out of the ground, cracks appeared on the surface, and bursts of purple light were emitted from the cracks. Han Yu approached the pillar, and received a prompt from the game. Detected occupation, summoning. Obtained special equipment, resurrection nest. Special magic weapon. Quality, purple. Characteristics, infinite resurrection. Consume flesh and blood, and the user's energy to summon 50 poisonous bees in the resurrection nest. Flying insects have the characteristics. Resurrection. Resurrection within 3 seconds after being killed, the number doubles, and the poisonous bees can be strengthened after resurrection. Parasitism. After the flying insect enters the body of the prey, it controls the action of the creature, and all actions consume the nutrients of the creature itself. The creature dies when the nutrients are exhausted. Is this how the elves were controlled just now? Han Yu looked at the insect nest in his hand. It was still a good piece of equipment, but in the battle with Han Yu just now, the strength of these insects was not very strong. It may also be that Han Yu solved it too quickly, and the insects did not have time to truly evolve. And its stronger skill is parasitism, inheriting all attributes and skills, but it is estimated that if it moves violently, it will not live long. But if it is combined with Finn's corpse explosion spores, it is simply a standard biological bomb. Han Yu threw the resurrection nest to Finn. See if it can be used? Finn saw a flash of purple light, and there was an extra piece of equipment in his hand. The fire of life in his head flashed. Okay, thank you for the reward, master. Finn's voice was extremely excited. After evolving, he was particularly interested in these biological equipment. However, it did study these things, and Han Yu also expected it to use its talent to study the true use of the resurrection nest. And when Jiang Ziki approached, there was also an extra piece of equipment in his hand. The golden light of the black stone pillar gradually converged, and finally turned into ink black, and retreated back to the depths of the abyss. Each layer is settled, and rewards can be given according to professions. This abyss is good? Hanyu then knew what the Abyss Pass was for. If there was no such thing, I'm afraid they would not be able to enter even if they found the Abyss Dungeon. Take a short break and go to the swamp area. The appearance of the black stone pillar made Hanyu look forward to the next exploration. Hanyu drove Finn to touch the bodies of the Violent Eater and the Insect Woman. Even though the corpse was almost burned dry, it still looked a bit disgusting, and Hanyu himself was too lazy to do anything. Although the level was much higher, he still only harvested 10 mutant crystals in total. After all the summoned creatures' skills were restored, the group went to the next area. During this time, Jiang Ziki continued to use the lighting technique to maintain the bonus of her mark stacking. During this period of recovery, the abyss creatures that had been eyeing them covetously before still did not make any moves. Instead, after Hanyu and Jiang Ziki left, the abyss creatures began to move, frantically snatching the broken limbs of the Violent Eater and the Insect Woman. Without any monsters to stop them, Hanyu and Jiang Ziki advanced nearly 100 meters in the designated direction. The lava lizard suddenly felt its feet soften, and its body kept sinking, finally entering the swamp area. The lava lizard's overweight became the best swamp helper. The lava lizard's body was constantly falling, and the lava lizard's extremely safe body became a burden. The lava lizard struggled with all its might, but it sank deeper and deeper, and could only roar. From the bottom of the swamp, snake-like creatures emerged, like leeches living in the swamp, sticking to its thick rock armor. The rock armor was quickly melted when it was released, and it would soon touch the lava lizard's real skin. Hanyu looked at the swamp in front of him, and waved to cancel the call of the lava lizard. This swamp. It's a bit difficult for everyone to pass through. Jiang Ziki saw that the indomitable elemental dragon was defeated, and he was a little anxious. It was difficult to walk in the abyss, and various monsters appeared in the swamp. Neither of them had the ability to fly, so the difficulty of fighting in the swamp would double. After making sure there were no other dangers around, Hanyu simply stopped where he was. No hurry, wait. Wait. What's the use? Jiang Ziki didn't understand Hanyu's plan. Wait for us to fly over. Hanyu touched the elemental dragon and waited for time to pass. If it was just the two of them, they could just sit behind the elemental dragon. The elemental dragon was still in the form of a young dragon, with a wingspan of about 4 meters. It was still a bit difficult to bring all the summoned creatures, but they could cancel other summons first, and leave only the elemental dragon. However, being in the abyss, with all kinds of monsters waiting for an opportunity to move, Hanyu was not prepared to leave himself a window of opportunity to fight. They could only wait for the summons to disappear naturally, otherwise the abyss creatures would probably rush forward all at once. 10 minutes later, all the summons around Hanyu suddenly disappeared. Only Jiang Ziki was left beside Hanyu. The originally quiet abyss suddenly heard chaotic footsteps, and various hidden monsters rushed towards Hanyu and the others quickly. It seems that after the summons disappeared, the abyss creatures felt that they were fine again and finally started to attack. Jia Xing. The pages in Jiang Ziki's hand flew, forming a magic circle with a range of more than doubled with a 2 as the center. Hanyu also raised the scepter again, and the elemental dragon appeared. Seeing that Jiang Ziki had no intention of retreating, Hanyu pulled Jiang Ziki up, and the two jumped onto the back of the dragon. Nahorjin flapped his wings and soared into the sky like a rocket. Those abyss creatures trapped in the Jiexing magic circle, under multiple debuffs, could only watch Hanyu and the others leave. As the two flew over the swamp, various monsters kept coming out of the swamp. Some even jumped out of the air and tried to attack. However, the elemental dragon kept rising into the air, getting farther and farther away from the swamp. No monster could attack the elemental dragon flying in the sky. After flying about 1,000 meters in the air, Hanyu finally saw a mirror reflecting silver light, which looked extremely conspicuous in the swamp. It should be there, go down. And a regular lake should be the entrance to the third layer area, that Tyrant said. The elemental dragon glided down, and when it was about to land, it blew out a breath of dragon breath, and the ground next to the silver lake was quickly hardened, and the elemental dragon brought Hanyu and the others to the ground. The lake was calm, without any fluctuations due to the appearance of Hanyu and his companions, and it seemed that there was no danger. There was not even any trace of the abyss creatures at the beginning. Hanyu waved the scepter in his hand, and all the summons appeared. Tyrant said that there was a lord-level monster guarding here. But until all the summons appeared, there was still no attack. After defending for a few seconds, there was still no attack. The lava lizard was about to fall down again, and the land created by the dragon's breath was about to turn into a swamp again. Under Hanyu's command, Ellie pulled the longbow in her hand to the full and shot an arrow at the center of the lake. The falcon also flew into the air, monitoring the movement of the lake. The explosive arrow was shot out, and the lake surface fluctuated violently. Not coming out yet? Running away again? According to the information Tyron said, the abyss creatures should have an innate sense of territory, and will not easily leave their territory. I shouldn't have encountered a time when the monster was not at home. The lava lizard determined the depth of the lake, and continued to move forward. As the body entered the silver lake surface was completely shattered. The lava on the body came into contact with the lake water, making a continuous crackling sound, and steam rose all around it. Even though the lake surface was completely disturbed, no abyss creatures appeared. Controlling the falcon to get closer, it still couldn't see through the deep lake water. A goshawk fell, and the falcon's body was almost close to the water surface. But the silver lake surface almost blocked all vision. Even the eagle's vision was difficult to see through. Just as he was about to drive the falcon away, the silver light on the lake surface suddenly shattered and disappeared, leaving only black water in the lake. A giant python with a body diameter of more than 5 meters broke out of the water, with a sound like lightning, and its head slightly tilted, biting at the falcon with lightning speed. But when approaching the lake, Hanyu kept his spirit highly tense. The moment the attack appeared, he drove the falcon to take off quickly, and get rid of the range of the giant mouth. I thought it was out of danger, but above the forehead of the giant python, a small silver snake shot out, with flesh wings on both sides of its body, and shot directly into the body of the falcon. The moment of contact, the falcon's body fell, lost its breath, and its body fell into the lake. Before the battle began, Hanyu had already lost a summon. However, the falcon Hanyu had not added many points. Even at the level of 30, it was normal for it to be killed by one blow. However, the death of the falcon finally led to the monster in the lake. If the falcon had not been so close, I am afraid that the giant snake would not be willing to come out of the lake, but wait for more valuable prey. Hanyu looked at the giant that emerged from the water. It looks like a snake monster. In addition to green scales, it is also covered with circles of black flesh membranes. I don't know what they are used for. What Hanyu is more concerned about is the silver snake on its neck. It is constantly swimming on the body of the giant python, and its tongue is sticking out. With the appearance of the silver snake, the silver light on the lake surface has completely disappeared and turned into ordinary black. This silver snake should have the ability to change the environment. Twin Siren Power, LV55 Lord. Twin Siren Spirit, LV45 Lord only level 45? Hanyu stared at the silver snake. It was extremely fast, and killed the falcon in one blow. Its level was actually lower than the lowest level of the copy. It seemed that its ability was mainly auxiliary. Attack the little snake first. Knowing the general information, Hanyu immediately issued an attack order. As soon as the twin sirens appeared, the lava rock lizard that had been waiting for a long time had already rushed over. Ellie drew her longbow to the full extent, aimed at the silver snake, and shot an arrow. Before the attack arrived, the silver snake swam quickly, its body became ethereal, and a layer of silver light covered the body of the Siren of Power. At the same time, 2 twisted dragon horns grew from the head of the Siren of Power, sparking bursts of silver light. As the Siren of Spirit became ethereal, the level above the Siren of Power became level 58, and the blood bar grew a lot. No wonder it's called the Twin Siren. Seeing the Siren of Spirit becoming ethereal, Hanyu also understood the twinning method of the two monsters. It seems that the Siren of Power must be killed before the spirit of the higher level can be attacked. And the bonus provided by the spirit is definitely not lower than that of an ordinary level 50 monster. Chapter 240. If it was just a level increase, Hanyu would not be too worried, but on the skin of the twin siren, strength. It was covered with a layer of silver brilliance, similar to the color of the lake just now, and the level difference was too large. Hanyu was not sure what special function it had. But the battle was about to begin, and he would know everything after a fight. Hanyu kept casting spells with the scepter in his hand, adding light attribute attack enhancement and overload enhancement to Ellie, and at the same time adding the extreme enhancement to the molten lizard. The molten lizard rushed towards the twin siren as soon as it saw the twin siren appear, stirring up huge waves in the deep lake. But even if Hanyu had added the extreme enhancement effect to it again, its size was only slightly superior to the siren of strength. Moreover, in the water, the siren's power was strengthened again, and with the bonus of the spirit siren, the molten lizard fell into a disadvantage in a head-on confrontation. But that was all. After the extreme enhancement, the molten lizard's already high physical attribute almost doubled. The twin sirens could not easily cause real damage to it. However, even if they suppressed the molten rock lizard, the twin sirens had no intention of attacking Hanyu and others by jumping over it. Instead, Han Yu's other summons could attack at will. But looking at the attack effect, Han Yu frowned. Whether it was the fireball or the arrow, it was originally powerful, but just touching the surface of the Siren of Power, it could only stir up a circle of silver ripples. It was even difficult to touch the black scales of the Siren of Power, let alone cause any effective damage. The only effect was to make the silver snake attached to the Siren of Power swim faster. On the contrary, the molten lizard was not affected at all. It punched the Siren of Power without much power, and the damage it caused was even a little higher than that of Ellie. But it was useless. Every time the spirit siren swam a circle, it immediately provided a healing and shield for the Siren of Power, completely restoring the HP lost by the molten lizard. Stop attacking temporarily. Han Yu gave the order. The silver membrane seemed to be able to melt a lot of long-range damage. And whether it was magic or physical attack, it could also provide healing effects. On Han Yu's side, except for the Shadow Blade Mantis and the Molten Lizard, all of them were long-range attack skills. Now the only way to break the silver defense is to focus all the attacks on one point. The silver light attached to the Siren of Power had no weaknesses, but it was too scattered. After all, the size of the Siren of Power was not even inferior to that of the Molten Lizard. But even if it was hard to break the defense and pierce the scales of the Siren of Power. Finally, the damage was done with great difficulty. The spiritual siren swam around, and its health was restored, and it also had an extra layer of shield. Several attacks did not work, and Han Yu did not let the summons do useless work. Now he had to find a way to break the bonus provided by the spiritual siren. It can only be said that these two twin sirens are too compatible. The silver membrane can block most of the long-range damage. The power siren is basically invincible in close combat, and directly suppresses the molten rock lizard. If the bonus of the spirit cannot be broken, the power siren is basically invincible under the same strength. And if you want to break the bonus of the spirit, the best way is to kill the spiritual siren who provides it. It is low level, and should be a monster with outstanding energy, so it should not be difficult to kill it. The twin siren spirit, which can be used as a bonus source, swims close to the body of the Siren of Strength while providing effects, and its body is completely free. Not only is it free outside the body of the Siren of Strength, it is even free outside the space, and is not affected by any attack skills. Just now, Ellie's attack is aimed at the Siren of Spirit more than once, but none of them can hit it. This is difficult. Han Yu has no way to quickly break the defense of the twin siren. And its position never moves, which is completely unlike the monster that Tyrant said can be attracted away. According to Tyrant, the way to enter the third layer is at the bottom of the lake, but the Siren of Strength is simply rooted in the center of the lake. It is difficult to complete the task assigned by Tyrant without killing it, and the location in the center of the lake also makes it difficult for Han Yu and Shadow Blade Mantis to get close and inflict fatal damage to it. Han Yu has begun to struggle over whether to use the blood of the Crown of Thorns. But this is his biggest trump card now. If he uses it now, it will take a full 24 hours to cool down. And this is still the third floor. Who knows what kind of monsters he will encounter when he reaches the third floor. While Han Yu was struggling, Jiang Ziki took a step forward with the black magic book in his hand. Let me try. Jiang Ziki's face was solemn, and the pages of the book in his hand were flying. This magic book is also her backup weapon, and the powerful spells on it were also engraved by her in advance. Jiang Ziki made a seal with one hand, and the pages in his hand also turned quickly. Quick! Confused the heart. As the seal was completed, a page flew out of the magic book and fell between Jiang Ziki's two fingers. The pink lines on it appeared one by one, and finally lit up completely. As Jiang Ziki pointed at the Siren of Power, the page broke into pieces, and the target of the confused heart was aimed at the Siren of Power. During the time Han Yu was waiting to go to Silver Lake, she did not interrupt the superposition of the mark. Instead, under the premise of maintaining her own state balance, she released low-level skills with low consumption throughout the process to maintain her own mark superposition effect. Now I finally have a chance to make a move. The confused heart was successfully cast, and even with the multiple bonuses of the mark superposition, it did not cause much damage. But as long as the Siren of Power went crazy, maybe he would take the initiative to attack the Siren of Spirit, who was closest to him. If the Siren of Spirit can still be affected, as long as it temporarily exits that free state. Han Yu's summoned creatures can quickly get rid of the Silver Snake, and the subsequent battles only need to get rid of two ordinary high-level monsters. Seeing that Jiang Ziki's spell was about to take effect, Han Yu immediately drove the Molten Rock Lizard to retreat. Since the Power Siren was about to go crazy, let him turn the target of his madness to his companion, the Spirit Siren. As the molten rock lizard retreated, the spell of the Heart of Delusion fell, and the power siren within the range was instantly affected. The black eyes gradually turned red, the body began to twitch violently, and the huge mouth opened, and ice cones and water arrows were constantly ejected from the mouth. However, within his attack range, there was no attack target except the spirit siren. But the situation did not develop as Hanyu expected. Even if it was affected by the Heart of Delusion, the power siren had no intention of attacking its companions. Another possibility is that he also cannot attack the spiritual siren that has entered a free state. But even without a target, the power siren's desire to attack did not disappear. It stared at the molten lizard that had just retreated. The body twisted violently again, and the lake water was stirred upside down, with waves exceeding 7 or 8 meters high. Finally, the body of the power siren moved in the lake and rushed towards the molten lizard. 1. As it moved, the lake water churned violently again. Behind it, a huge vortex formed, and the lake water kept disappearing in the vortex, and an entrance appeared behind it. Before it left, it actually got its body stuck in a black hole. Is that the entrance to the third level of the abyss? Hanyu did not expect that Jiang Ziqi's attempted attack, although it did not kill the twin sirens, open the entrance to the third level of the abyss. The difference between this abyss dungeon and the ordinary copy is that there is no strict entry and exit restriction between areas. Even if you don't kill all the creatures in the previous area, you can still move forward. But if you don't kill the Lord, there is no way to get the Blackstone Pillar reward at this level. But at least now Hanyu and others have another way to go. While the Siren of Power and the Lava Lizard are fighting, they can go directly to the next area. The Lava Lizard was knocked down by the Siren of Power, and its body was unstable, and its whole body was pressed under the water. At the same time, its body was entangled by the Siren of Power. When its body exerted force, the rock armor on the surface of the Lava Lizard fell off layer by layer. How about going directly to the third area? Hanyu asked. He had no way to break the bonus of the spirit now. Now the defense of the Siren of Power is too unstoppable. Without using the Crown of Thorns, he has no way to guarantee the kill. During the period when the Siren of Power is affected by the Heart of Delusion, perhaps the best option is to directly enter the area where the magic circle is located. Let me try again, Jiang Ziqi suddenly said. She just got the spoils from the Blackstone Pillar, but she didn't have time to show it to Hanyu. Now it seems that she doesn't want to give up easily. Seeing that the enhanced Heart of Delusion can really affect the Siren of Power of such a high level, Jiang Ziqi couldn't help but feel a little excited. As long as the silver membrane has no purification function, her spell can still have another way. Okay, let's try again. Hanyu glanced at Jiang Ziqi's eager look and nodded. If they can kill 2 sirens, it will be good for both of them. Spell Straw Man. The magic book pages in Jiang Ziqi's hand kept falling, and more than a dozen pages were pinched by Jiang Ziqi. With a flick of his wrist, the pages in his hand turned into wind blades, which flew towards the huge Siren of Power at a moderate speed. But the Siren of Power was still in a confused state at this time, and did not make any evasive movements. He was biting the lava rock lizard with all his strength, and it was constantly tumbling with it in the lake. Although the strength of the lava rock lizard was not outstanding, its physical fitness was already over 300. After the extreme enhancement, its physical fitness attribute was almost doubled. How could it be afraid of this little damage? Even if it could not cause any effective damage to the Siren of Power, it would still entangle it tightly in the lake, so that it would not turn its attack target to Hanyu and the others. In the air, more than a dozen pages, like wind blades, flew straight towards the body of the Siren of Power. The silver light flashed on its body, and the pages disappeared completely without causing any damage. Hanyu frowned. This silver light was too strange, and it was immune to the damage of the pages. However, Jiang Ziqi couldn't help but get excited when he saw the pages disappear. Okay. Fortunately, there is no immune to negative status effects. Hanyu then noticed that the pages dissipated on the body of the Siren of Power. Although it did not cause any damage, it left black lines at the melting point. A straw man appeared out of thin air in Jiang Ziqi's other hand, and he threw it in front of him. It swelled up in the wind and turned into a 2-meter-tall snake in just a moment. More than a dozen pages turned into ashes on the straw man, and between the grass snake and the Siren of Power, there appeared a series of faint gray lines. Substitute Straw Man. When the straw man appeared, Jiang Ziqi's tense face relaxed a little, and his hands trembled slightly. Forcibly linking to a monster of this level consumed a lot of Jiang Ziqi. If the spell is just formed, the opponent can still use skills such as purification to prevent himself from being affected by the straw man. But after being successfully connected, If you want to get rid of the influence of the straw man, you can only keep moving away and break the invisible thread. But the Siren of Power has not left Silver Lake until now, so I am afraid it can't think of this way to get rid of the influence of the straw man. Seeing Han Yu's puzzled look, Jiang Ziki explained, I have connected this straw man and the Siren of Power. All attacks can be poured over. Jiang Ziki's eyes lit up. This was the first time she helped Han Yu after entering the dungeon. Han Yu looked at the grass snake puppet that appeared in front of Jiang Ziki. There were many skills similar to the substitute straw man, but this was the first time Han Yu saw Jiang Ziki use it. Han Yu saw a status bar similar to that of the monster above the grass snake's head. Stand in arms grass man two-handed siren inside. Damage plus 50%, fire resistance reduced by 50%, light resistance reduced by 50%, inherits 50% HP of Siren of Power, 50% defense attribute, cannot attack, cannot be controlled. This is awesome. This damage increase, even if the grass man inherits part of the defense attribute, plus the grass man's original damage increase effect and resistance reduction, almost every attack is real damage. Han Yu saw the grass man appear and directly ordered an attack. Ellie shot an arrow, and the grass man was almost penetrated. At the same time, the HP of Siren of Power in the lake dropped a bit. This damage is much higher than that of directly attacking Siren of Power. Moreover, any gain provided by Siren of Spirit is invalid, completely ignoring the bonus provided by the twin Siren. This grass man is simply a great weapon against this kind of high defense and low speed boss. This skill is too strong. How come I haven't seen you use it before? Han Yu was very satisfied with Jiang Ziki's skills. This skill is simply a magical skill to deal with this super level boss. One skill made Han Yu look at the profession of the sorcerer with a new perspective. Jiang Ziki rolled his eyes. How little do you know about the sorcerer profession? This is just a level 30 professional skill, but when the link starts, the status can be cleared, and it usually needs to be used in conjunction with other control skills. Attack as soon as possible. The straw man will disappear when his health is exhausted or the time reaches 3 minutes. Okay. Han Yu's confidence increased greatly. He was almost ready to enter the 3rd floor directly before, but then he would not get the reward of the black stone pillar, and he always felt a little bit of a loss. Now Jiang Ziki has given him hope again. If he can kill these 2 monsters, the reward of the abyss will be at least 1/3 more. All summoned attacks continued to pour in, and the blood volume of the straw man continued to decrease, and the blood volume of the sea monster on the other side also continued to decrease. Under the silver light on its body, various wounds appeared, and even bright red blood flowed out through the protection of the silver membrane. The pain of the wounds made the Siren of Power finally turn its target to Han Yu and others. The control effect of the mind deceiving was about to end, and its eyes became clear. It immediately wanted to get rid of the lava rock lizard and rushed towards Han Yu and others. Chapter 241. This attribute is quite amazing. This damage increase, even if the straw man still inherits some of the defensive attributes of the Siren of Power, plus the original damage increase effect and resistance reduction of the straw man, each attack is basically equal to real damage. Han Yu immediately ordered an attack, and Ellie shot an arrow, almost piercing the straw man, and triggered a critical hit at the same time. And the Siren of Power in the lake, the blood volume decreased at the same time, the damage is much higher than direct attack. This skill is simply the natural nemesis of high defense and high blood lords. Why haven't I seen you use this skill before? It's too strong. Jiang Ziki's hidden skill surprised Han Yu. Just this one skill made Han Yu look at the profession of the sorcerer with a new perspective. Cooperating with the output profession, the sorcerer can ignore the level and cause fatal damage to the lord. Jiang Ziki rolled his eyes. How little do you know about the spell profession? This is just a level 30 professional skill. Han Yu almost forgot that Jiang Ziki also got a level upgrade and learned the corresponding professional skills, but hers is much stronger than the Gigantamax enhancement. It can only be said that it was called the 10,000-year sewer before the summoning for a reason. Jiang Ziki continued to explain. However, when the connection starts, the state can be cleared, and it is generally used in conjunction with other control skills. So before releasing the straw man, Jiang Ziki tried to use the Heart of Confusion. Attack as soon as possible. The straw man only lasts for 3 minutes, and only has 50% of the health. Okay. The straw man appeared, and Han Yu's confidence increased greatly. He was ready to go directly to the 3rd floor, and give up the stone pillar reward here. Now that the substitute straw man has appeared, Han Yu finally sees hope of killing him. As the summoned creature's skills are unleashed, the straw man's health drops rapidly. On the other side, the Siren of Power has all kinds of deep wounds that can be seen to the bone in the silver membrane on its body surface, and even bright red blood gushes out through the protective membrane. The Siren of Spirit on the surface of the Siren of Power is swimming faster and faster. However, no matter how much defense bonus is added, it cannot resist the damage caused by the spell Strawman. Its only role is to help the Siren of Power recover its health. As a level 50 Abyss creature, the amount of recovery it provides is not bad, and it can provide recovery continuously. But the target it faces is Han Yu's 4 pure output summons, with an attack attribute of more than 300 points, and Jiang Ziki is constantly adding damage-increasing characteristics. Moreover, the Strawman that cannot move is much easier to attack than the monster that can dodge. Ellie's attack speed increased significantly, and she shot arrows one after another, hitting the vital points every time. Even if it was a Strawman, it would still trigger critical damage. Shadow Blade Mantis gave up moving and attacked again and again. The Elemental Dragon did not rush to use the spell Torrent, but the dragon's breath could still cause huge damage while hardening the swamp. On the other side, even if she did not see the attack fall on herself, the Siren of Power also noticed the connection between herself and the strange grass snake. Just after getting out of the state of confusion, the body curled up, the tail rolled up, and the huge power burst out, and it actually threw the molten rock lizard into the lake. After all, under the influence of the twin Siren Spirit, its main attributes have been greatly improved. The only advantage of the lava rock lizard is now its physical attributes. Even though it directly endured most of the attacks from the twin Siren force, the lava rock lizard's rock armor had just been broken, but it quickly used the molten core to repair it again. However, the difference in strength attributes made the lava rock lizard, which was confronted head-on, quickly fall into a disadvantage. After shaking off the lava rock lizard, the Siren of Force swung its body quickly, and its speed suddenly increased, knocking away the wide lake water, and quickly moving towards Hanyu. The lava rock lizard behind it stood up suddenly from the lake with a Godzilla-like stand. This silver lake is deep and vast, but it still cannot completely submerge the huge lava rock lizard. It is the only one in the lake that can fight freely. The lava rock lizard, which has adjusted its state, did not rush to stand up, but directly lay down, with its limbs on the ground, its muscles tensed, and the charged skill, and the rock rushed forward. The huge body directly divided the entire lake surface in 2 halves, revealing the real lake bottom. At the bottom of the lake, there were corpses of creatures, covered with small or rough bite marks. As for the molten lizard, in addition to the attribute influence, fighting in the water did not affect its normal fighting, or it might be that it really has Godzilla's bloodline. The charge started, and the molten lizard was like a derailed train, catching up with the rushing Siren of Power from behind and suddenly knocking it away. After stopping the attack of the Siren of Power, the 2 beasts entangled again. The molten lizard's taunting skill was still ready at all times to prevent it from continuing to run to the shore. This is the molten lizard's usual fighting method. No matter what, as long as it entangles the monster in front of it, let others output at full strength. However, Hanyu soon realized the problem, even if all the attacks of the summoned creatures were thrown at him. If he did not use the Crown of Thorns, even if it was difficult to completely kill the Siren of Power within 3 minutes, it was still possible to seriously injure it, and the subsequent battles would be much simpler. However, the cursed Scarecrow only inherited 50% of the Siren of Power. Even if the Scarecrow's health bar was emptied, it could only knock down half of the Siren of Power. Even if the Siren of Power did not stop their attacks, as long as the Siren of Spirit did not leave the body, it might still be invincible. But even after enduring so many attacks, the Siren of Spirit still had no intention of leaving the free state. Ziki, how long does it take for this skill to cool down? Seeing that the attack could not make the Siren of Spirit leave the body, Hanyu could only place his hope on Jiang Ziki again. 15 minutes. Jiang Ziki didn't expect that the spiritual siren would be so calm, and the cooling down will only start after the strawman disappears. 15 minutes, the spiritual siren can continue to restore the health of the Siren of Strength, and gradually return the Siren of Strength to the healthy bloodline. In that case, it can only grind the blood again. Even if there is no interference, it is unknown how long it will take to complete the kill. It's okay, I can do it, Jiang Ziki said, and the magic book in his hand turned into a staff, and a healing spell was released on the head of the straw man. Healing. After the blood and health of the straw man, which had been beaten almost half, recovered a part, the status bar full of negative status had a healing effect. Looking at the Siren of Strength, the health value continued to decrease. Oh my! Hanyu couldn't help but marvel again. He didn't expect that the substitute straw man could be used in this way. It only provides treatment to the straw man to restore blood volume, but it will not be fed back to the Siren of Power. If the blood can be continuously restored, maybe the Siren of Power can be worn to death through the substitute straw man. The straw man can only last for 3 minutes, and my treatment is estimated to be difficult to catch up with your output level, Jiang Ziki said. It can't be blamed on her. It's really that Han Yu's output is too high, and the duration of the straw man is limited. If it doesn't work, lure him to the shore, and I will grind him to death in close combat, Han Yu replied. If the blood volume can be lowered, Han Yu and Shadow Blade Mantis can also harvest, but the speed will be much slower. But after finally entering the abyss once, Han Yu is not in a hurry to get out. Okay. Seeing that the molten rock lizard is still entangled with the Siren of Power, Han Yu and others continue to attack the straw man with all their strength. Han Yu also took out a longbow and continued to attack the straw man, but the poison of the poison-hunting longbow, like the healing effect, would not be transmitted to the Siren of Strength. But Han Yu was not originally for much damage, but to let the Siren of Strength know that he was going to wear him down through the straw man. Then he waited for the Siren of Strength to rush to the shore and fought him 5-1. Under the continuous attack, the health of the straw man quickly reached the bottom. On the other side, seeing that the health of the substitute straw man could be restored, the Siren of Strength became more anxious. With a suppression and strangulation, the molten rock lizard was pressed down tightly. With a bite, he finally broke through the defense of the molten rock lizard, biting its flesh and blood vigorously, trying to kill it, and then came to attack Han Yu directly. However, the molten core in the lava rock lizard was constantly repairing the rock armor on its body surface. Even though it was suppressed and attacked, the lava rock lizard only lost 1/10 of its health. In order to ensure recovery, the lava rock lizard did not even use the fatal molten flame. Although the Siren of Power in the entanglement had the advantage, it had lost more than 1/3 of its health due to the damage transmitted by the straw man, and its body was covered with wounds of various unknown sources. Compared with the lava rock lizard, his situation was much more dangerous. On the other side, Jiang Ziki once again added a recovery effect to the straw man. He raised the straw man's health a little bit, and continued to attack with the summons. The elemental dragon even took the time to harden the swamp to prevent their attacks from being affected by the terrain, and Han Yu had already made plans for the Siren of Power to rush ashore. At this time, the straw man's duration was only 1 minute, and Han Yu slowed down the attack rhythm to give the straw man some time to recover his health. But with this operation, they were destined to not be able to complete the kill within 3 minutes. It would be better to attract the Siren of Power to the shore. At that time, other summons will continue to attack the substitute straw man, and Han Yu can cooperate with the Shadow Blade Mantis to directly attack the main body. Under the double damage, it will be much easier to kill. Han Yu secretly gave instructions to the molten rock lizard to let it release some water, and let the siren rush over to attack. But the molten rock lizard was about to let go, and give up the entanglement. A white light flew out from the forehead of the Siren of Power, and shot towards Han Yu and others rapidly. When the silver light flew out, the silver membrane on the surface of the Siren of Power that had been protecting it finally disappeared. Finally out, the spiritual siren saw that the substitute straw man was constantly recovering blood, and finally couldn't help but attack. But Han Yu didn't have time to be happy for long. The flying speed of the silver light was too fast, making it very difficult for Han Yu to capture or control it. Han Yu pulled Jiang Ziki behind him, and almost at the same time, the silver light arrived in front of Han Yu. But Han Yu knew that the opponent's target should not be himself, so he only took Jiang Ziki back a little. After the spiritual siren appeared in front of Han Yu, his body fell rapidly. Starting from the feet of the straw man, a silver light flashed. The swamp dried by the elemental dragon turned into a diluted muddy swamp again. Only the upper layer of mud shell could provide a little support, and Han Yu and others began to sink uncontrollably. However, the elemental dragon also responded immediately and flew to Han Yu's side. Han Yu exerted force with one hand, turned over and landed on the back of the elemental dragon with Jiang Ziki. Ellie, Finn and Finghua only sank a little, and their bodies began to rise instead of falling. Under their feet, vines had grown up and lifted the two people in the mud. Han Yu originally thought that the Siren of Power would rush to the shore to fight directly. So Han Yu had already prepared Finn in advance, and the vine seeds had been planted long ago, ready to control the siren who came ashore. Unexpectedly, the Siren of Spirit came up first, and could directly change the environment on the ground. At this time, the vines growing from the ground had an additional effect. Then, Ellie and Finghua were lifted up, but the attacking movements in his hands did not slow down. While the Dream of Desire vines grew rapidly, Finn threw all the corpse-exploding poisonous spores according to Han Yu's instructions. When Han Yu landed on the back of the elemental dragon, he shared Finn's talent. All the vine seeds in his hand flew out, and the corpse-exploding poisonous spores were released at the same time, flying towards the substitute strawman. As Hanyu guessed, the spiritual siren rushed towards the substitute strawman as soon as it affected the terrain. That was its attack target. The mud under the feet of the substitute strawman began to roll rapidly, burying the substitute strawman directly under the mud. But if Hanyu wanted to, he could still lift the strawman. But the duration of the strawman was almost up, and he stayed in place just to attract the attack of the spiritual siren. When the strawman was completely buried, the spiritual siren found that there were more than a dozen spores on his body, and his speed became slow. But its speed was still not slow. After completing the task, it turned around and rushed towards the direction of the power siren. As long as it was allowed to possess the power siren again and re-enter the free state, it could still be invincible. But how could Hanyu and others let go of this opportunity that they had finally gotten? The pages in Jiang Ziqi's hand had burned out, and a lock flew out, pointing directly at the silver snake that had revealed its body. The spiritual siren, which had already been slowed down, almost couldn't even maintain its flight under the multiple effects of the superposition of the marks, and its body became shaky. At this time, the dream vine that had just grown around it quickly wrapped around it like a Venus flytrap that had been waiting for a long time. The spiritual siren could have passed through the gap between the vines, but under multiple controls, it was finally touched by the first vine and then quickly wrapped around it. Then came the second and third vines. The power siren in the lake also found that the spiritual siren was in trouble, and tried its best to get rid of the molten rock lizard. The molten rock lizard was originally ready to let it go, but Hanyu gave the order to entangle it with all his strength again. He embraced the body of the siren of strength with both hands, leaned back, and then used the weight of his body to drag the siren of strength back into the water. Chapter 242. The siren of power was blocked again, and only a weak, pitiful and helpless little silver snake was left in front of Hanyu. It was dizzy and entangled by vines layer by layer. Although the monster identified was also a level 50 Lord monster, if only the attributes were considered, it was much worse than the siren of power. In order to ensure control, Hanyu and Finn each chose a dream vine, and used wild growth at the same time. The vines expanded rapidly and became thicker. The little snake, which was no more than 1 meter long, was directly wrapped by the vines, leaving no extra space for movement. Ellie's power accumulation was completed, and a concentrated shot was fired directly at the siren of spirit. The vines that were originally flying around quickly made room for the flying arrows. The scales on the surface of the siren of spirit were broken by an arrow, and silver was scattered everywhere. Seeing that the long-range attack was useful, Hanyu also breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this spiritual siren is a completely auxiliary creature, and the silver light on its body has almost no defensive effect on itself. However, the appearance of the vines made the flame-tail fox, which had already entered the state, somewhat restrained. It could only temporarily aim at the power siren that was entangled with the molten lizard. A spark ignited, followed by a fireball every 6 seconds, preventing the power siren from coming to rescue. Without the help of the spiritual siren, the power siren could only bear the damage alone and vent all its anger to the molten lizard in front of it, hoping to solve it quickly and save the spiritual siren. But since the spiritual siren left the free state, the initiative of the battle returned to Hanyu. The arrows in Ellie's hand kept shooting, and Hanyu used up all of Finn's skills, sharing Ellie's talent. Continuous arrows and concentrated shots were released one after another, and another set of skills was released. The longbow was replaced with double swords. Talent sharing, Shadow Blade Mantis, the body was slightly bent, a shadow leap, and the dream vine quickly moved away from the attack position. The Dark Water Fire Knife attacked as much as he could. Even though he had already known Hanyu's talent, Jiang Ziqi couldn't help but sigh at Hanyu's fighting style. No matter who saw it, he would not think that he was a summoner. At the same time, the movement in his hand did not stop, and a page flew out. Polarization spell. 2 rays of light, one black and one white, fell on the spiritual siren and Hanyu respectively. The spiritual siren, who had just awakened and was struggling violently, only felt that his mind had become a chaos again. And Hanyu felt that his damage was directly increased by 50%. This arc increase can only be easily achieved by Jiang Ziqi's mark superposition. After the gain, Hanyu accelerated his attack again, but did not use melee skills such as Soul Devouring Slash to avoid cutting off the vines, but instead helped the spiritual siren escape. Under the coordinated attack of Ellie and Shadow Blade Mantis, the health of the siren quickly dropped. After growing wildly, the Dream Vine not only strengthened its control, but even its tentacles went beyond the level and drilled deep into the siren, began to extract blood, and released paralysis toxins. This made it extremely difficult for the siren, who was already energetic, to struggle. As Hanyu guessed, its strongest self-preservation skill was the free state, and it must have a dependent to enter. When all the control states slowly dissipated, the siren finally regained its clarity, and its health was less than half. Hiss, hiss. The body of the spiritual sea monster began to swell rapidly, and the vines wrapped around it were constantly lifted up, but they were quickly tied up. Between the contraction and expansion, there was no way to escape the control of the dreaming vine. Finally, after another expansion, the scales on the surface of the spiritual sea monster suddenly stood up. Layers of ice blades appeared on the surface of the scales out of thin air. At the same time, the originally expanded body suddenly shrank, and then quickly rotated, cutting the dreaming vine at a very fast speed. After only 2 rotations, the dreaming vine had been cut in half, and the spiritual sea monster was about to escape. The Hohenfinn's hand danced, taking over the control of all the dreaming vine. The top of the hoe flashed red light, and nutrients burst out. The skin of the dreaming vine fell off, and the tiny tentacles, like a baby's hand, directly grabbed the ice blade. Most of the tentacles were cut off instantly, but the spiritual sea monster, who felt that he was about to escape, was once again tightly controlled. It could only make screams like a baby crying, asking the siren of power to come to its rescue. It didn't even need to do anything, as long as it could get close enough to let the siren of spirit possess it again. But the molten rock lizard on the other side entangled it tightly despite its injuries, coupled with the infinite fireballs of the flame-tailed fox. The siren of power, who wanted to get close to the shore, was constantly repelled. After struggling hard, although it pushed the molten rock lizard into the lake again and again, it was entangled again before it took 2 steps forward. There was no way, and it had no way to kill the molten rock lizard in a short time, so it could only be entangled again and again. However, after the nutrient burst was used, the dream vine would wither in a few seconds. The control power was also weakening with the loss of vitality. The siren suddenly felt that the vines that bound her were weakening, and she once again rekindled her hope of escaping. Before she could be happy, Hanyu in front of her came close again. Maple fire. Nehorjan! Hanyu shouted, and his hands were not slow. The magic torrent was released, and 7 skills hit the siren head-on. The elemental dragon, that had been flying in the air, received Hanyu's command and released the magic torrent almost at the same time. Various skills emerged one after another, and smashed fiercely in the air. The siren felt the fatal danger, and exhausted the last bit of strength. She just wanted to escape from the attack range of the magic torrent as soon as possible. Finally, the dream vines began to wither and die in patches, and the siren finally gained freedom at the last moment. But at the same time, in addition to the magic torrent bombardment that had already arrived in front of her, the ground fire also began to erupt at the same time when the vines lost their effect. After all the magic torrent skills flew out, above the siren, the dark magic thunder also began to materialize, and a thunderbolt struck down. Paralysis, burning, freezing, hurricane attack, fireball bombing, thunder and fire. The spiritual siren had never seen such colorful skills appear at the same time in his life. Under the powerful might, any struggle became meaningless. After the violent magic fluctuations, both the dream vine and the spiritual siren were reduced to a pool of ashes. Twin siren spirit dead. One of the twin sirens was missing, and the remaining one would be much easier. Looking up, because all the firepower was transferred to the spiritual siren, the molten rock lizard was already a little stretched and could only retreat step by step, with deep wounds on its body. If it weren't for the molten core constantly restoring the rock armor, its health might have reached the bottom. Even though it had been struggling to hold on, the siren of power was now close to the lake, only a few meters away from Hanyu. With one more charge, it would appear in front of Hanyu. But now, the siren of spirit was dead, and the siren of power would not just come to serve food. With the death of the siren of spirit, the swamp that had just been affected by the siren of spirit also began to recover rapidly. Hanyu released a dragon breath and hardened the ground again like land. The siren of power saw the vines disappear, but could no longer find the figure of his companions. He could only wail, staring at Hanyu with his vertical pupils, and water vapor kept spraying out of his nasal cavity. But the next second, he twisted his body, turned around and jumped into the lake. He didn't want to take revenge, and ran quickly towards the center of the lake. The vortex in the center of the lake is the entrance to the next area. It is estimated that it is taking the risk to enter the 3rd level. But how could Hanyu let him go so easily? The molten rock lizard, which had recovered a little from its injuries, rushed forward again, grabbed the snake's tail, and ollie pulled the bow. The Shadow Blade Mantis used Mist Shadow and Shadow Leap to quickly rush forward and attack. The other summons all used their remaining skills, and Hanyu also used Dark Destruction Thunder. The electric shock special effect triggered in the water paralyzed the body of the Siren of Power again. Without the protection of the Siren of Spirit, the Siren of Power became a target with no threat in front of Hanyu and the summons. After the Siren of Spirit died, its level even became level 55. Hanyu did not hold back at all. In a few minutes, the huge corpse of the Siren of Power floated on the lake, and the blood almost dyed the entire lake red. In the middle of the two sea monsters, right on the shore of the Silver Lake, a stone pillar appeared out of thin air, with golden light shining in the gap. Here it comes again. Hanyu showed a happy expression. He tried his best to kill the twin sea monsters for the reward of this stone pillar. Just now, a special purple equipment was given on the first floor, and it should be even better now. Hanyu walked forward and touched the black stone pillar with one hand. Jiang Ziki also walked forward and touched it with one hand. A book appeared in the hands of both of them at the same time. Two skill books appeared at the same time in one copy. This explosion rate is far higher than that of ordinary copies. The explosion rate of skill books is much lower than that of equipment. The skill book in Hanyu's hand is silver, with a lifelike silver snake embossed on it. Just looking at the cover, Hanyu had more guesses in his mind, and couldn't help but get a little excited. Summon, Magic Silver Snake. Summon a Magic Silver Snake to help you fight. Silver Snake provides continuous buffs to teammates. When attached to a friendly creature, it enters a free state and cannot be targeted by attacks or affected by negative effects. With the update of the version, even the description of the summoning skill book has become more detailed. Sure enough, Hanyu looked at the silver skill book in his hand, and couldn't help showing joy on his face. He never thought that the reward would be to summon the silver snake just now. That skill is too buggy. It has first-class protection ability, and can also provide recovery. It is exactly the summon creature he needs now. The key is that this kind of skill book is not available on the market. If a summoner with recovery ability can be summoned stably, he can share some of the role of the god messenger in battle, and it is also a hot commodity even in a team. Not bad, not bad. Hanyu absolutely loves the Abyss Dungeon. The rewards are so generous. I wonder if I can come in next time. I just don't know if I can repeat the dungeon. If I can, Hanyu even wants to live in the Night Elf tribe. I just don't know if the Abyss Pass is always available. That is the essential item to enter the Abyss. Without the protection of the pass, even Tyron can hardly enter the Abyss. Jiang Ziki, who was next to him, also showed joy after checking the skill book. After all, her contribution to this level is not inferior to Hanyu, and the rewards are probably very good. The most important feature of this black stone pillar is that it can give rewards according to the player's profession. It is simply the dungeon that players dream of. Ziki, take a break, let's go to the next dungeon. Hanyu reminded him. He put away the skill book. He had just tried it. He couldn't learn skills in the Abyss dungeon. He could only learn it after leaving the Abyss. Okay. Jiang Ziki was also a little excited. I hope there won't be too many changes in the next level. Jiang Ziki added after putting away the things. Such a difficult twin sea monster appeared on this level. If Jiang Ziki didn't have a substitute strawman to restrain it, I'm afraid it would really not be so easy to deal with. Here they still have a chance to escape or go directly to the next level. When they reach the area where the magic circle needs to be repaired, they can either clear all the Abyss creatures and repair the magic circle safely. Or Hanyu repairs it, and Jiang Ziki and the summons defend, and they are very likely to become the target of all the Abyss creatures. But now they have no chance to retreat, and even the black stone pillars make Hanyu a little excited. The quality of the skill book of the demonic silver snake has far exceeded the general inheritance level equipment. The stone pillar on the third floor is afraid that a divine weapon will appear directly. Of course, the premise is that they can pass it smoothly. When all the skills are cooled down, Hanyu summons all the creatures again, drinks a bottle of elf spring water, adjusts the state to the best, and the two walk towards the vortex in the center of the lake together. There looks to be a huge crack there, and the lake water is flowing down like a waterfall, but the lake water here seems to be unable to flow dry. They have rested here for such a long time, and the water level has only dropped slightly. The two looked at each other, jumped into the vortex, and their bodies fell rapidly in the air. Under them, Nehorjan appeared in time and lifted them up. Ordinary falls will not cause much damage to them. But Hanyu has raised his vigilance to the highest level to prevent the Abyss creatures in the third area from suddenly killing him with a plot. Fortunately, they did not suffer any attacks in the air and landed safely. There is not even any trace of monsters within the range of the lighting orb. But Hanyu had gotten used to it. This abyss seemed to be different from what he had imagined. The low-level abyss creatures seemed to be afraid of something, and they ran away when they saw the two of them. Jiang Ziki cast a lighting spell as soon as he landed, completely illuminating the surroundings. Less than 10 meters in front of them, an altar stood, covered with cut lines, which should have been a magic circle. Outside the altar, the transparent protective cover was covered with cracks. This should be the magic circle that the mission required to repair. But Hanyu did not make any move. Instead, he looked towards the other side of the magic circle. On the other side of the magic circle, the abyss creatures in battle formation were looking at Hanyu. Except for a slight wheeze, these abyss creatures did not make any extra movements. So much so that before Jiang Ziki used the illumination technique, Hanyu did not realize that there were so many monsters here. At the forefront of the battle formation was an abyss creature similar to a gorilla, over 8 meters in size. But what attracted Hanyu's attention more was that in the gorilla's raised palm, there was a woman sitting, looking down at them. The woman had a charming figure and dark skin. On the surface of her exposed skin, there was a layer of fine scales, which were shaking slightly with her breathing. Be careful, the abyss creatures on this layer seem to be a little different, and may not be so easy to deal with. Even if the abyss creatures on the opposite side did nothing, the neat formation showed that their intelligence was far superior to other monsters. Level 70. Jiang Ziki did not respond to Hanyu's words, but stared at the abyss creature opposite, his voice trembling. What level 70? Hanyu felt a little confused and looked at the woman sitting in the gorilla's palm. He used the identification spell in disbelief. LV-70 Night Elf Queen Azhara Tyran tricked me. The game tricked me. This was Hanyu's first thought. Run! After a brief panic, Hanyu only had one thought left, to run quickly. Chapter 243. But even if he used the strongest form of the Crown of Thorns, he could only fight against a level 60 Lord creature, and he couldn't guarantee victory. But this was only the 3rd floor. How could a level 70 monster appear? And it was a humanoid creature, which was probably even more difficult to deal with. Hanyu had no intention of fighting, and directly took out the return scroll he had made before. If he could use it, he would take Jiang Ziki and run away. But just when he took out the scroll, he found that his arm was stagnant, and he didn't even have the strength to crush the scroll. Hanyu exerted force with both hands, and the attribute points that had just ended the summoning were transferred to the scroll. A little light appeared, but as soon as it seemed to be activated, the scroll began to burn. Too many barriers need to be crossed. It cannot be used. Hanyu felt the changes in the scroll, and had to give up using it. This scroll, which shuttles between the two worlds, relies entirely on the purified mutant energy. Now in the branch copy within the copy, it can no longer withstand the energy. Helplessly, he could only look up at the woman opposite him. There was nothing else covering her body except for the fine scales. She was smiling at Hanyu, Jiang Ziki, and the summons around them. I didn't expect that humans would come in. Welcome you. The woman spoke slowly, her voice was cold, but with a bit of intimacy, and she seemed to have no ill will towards humans. Welcome. Us? Hanyu was puzzled. Was this welcoming him to come down to deliver food? The first thing Hanyu thought of was that the other party was doing some trick. But if the other party wanted to kill him, it should be just a wave of the hand. There is no need to use these fancy tricks. Hello. Hanyu saw that Azhara didn't seem to be joking, so he could only bite the bullet and reply, We accidentally strayed here, we go back now. Hanyu retreated carefully, testing the other party's attitude. Accidentally? But you killed a lot of my people. I don't think you killed them like you strayed at all. Azhara's expression suddenly turned cold, questioning Hanyu. This was an accident. We were a little scared when we saw the monster. Hanyu scratched his head. Your people all looked like that. Who could resist attacking? Monsters? Azhara snorted coldly. Do you think we look like monsters? You just ran down from the City of Abyss. You don't fear them, and you think we are monsters? The City of Abyss? What is that place? Hanyu tried to understand Azhara's words. Above the Abyss is the City of Elves. How come in Azhara's mouth, the City of Elves became the City of Abyss? Heh, another poor creature who has been bewitched. Azhara looked at Hanyu with contempt, and the scales on both sides of her face trembled. As the staff in her hand danced, a silver-white light flew towards Hanyu and Jiang Ziki. The molten lizard roared, and broke free from control in an instant, blocking Hanyu. But the light passed through the molten lizard's body as if nothing, and landed accurately on Hanyu and Jiang Ziki's heads. It's something. Azhara's eyes flashed, and she didn't expect Hanyu's summons to have such strength. The white light entered his body, and Hanyu only felt a stinging pain in front of his eyes. He subconsciously closed his eyes, and then a warm current flowed through his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the scene in front of him was completely different. Take a good look at who is the monster. Hanyu looked around. The darkness that had covered the entire abyss disappeared. There was even a bright sun in the sky, which made Hanyu feel a little hot. The scent of soul and grass penetrated Hanyu's nose. He looked up and saw a night elf riding on a 5-meter-tall unicorn opposite him. The skin was gray and black, and she was wearing a silver feather scale armor, which was shaking slightly in the wind. And behind her, there was no abyss creature, but a neatly arranged night elf battle formation. Holding various weapons in her hands, she looked a little tired, as if she had just experienced a war. Now, do you see it clearly? Azhara leaned forward with anger in her eyes. This is the truth. You have entered the illusion from the beginning. Wait. Hanyu didn't understand what happened. Azhara on the opposite side meant that this was not the abyss, but the abyss above? Hanyu shifted his gaze and looked at the magic circle that needed to be repaired by himself. The altar he just saw was shrouded in black fog. At the ruins of the formation, human or elf skulls were placed, covered with maggots. The lighting orb that had been floating above their heads also emitted black light. Below the orb, black lines had just been cut off and were floating in the wind. This so-called orb can continuously change your cognition and make you think that everything you see is a monster. This is the city of the Night Elves. We were attacked by abyssal creatures and had to hide underground. Azhara looked at Hanyu with burning eyes. Due to the existence of this elven ancestor heart, the abyss creatures are difficult to enter, and we can continue to accumulate strength. But this magic circle also makes it difficult for us to leave the underground to complete the counterattack. As she said, Azhara looked at the altar next to her resentfully. As long as we destroy it, we can take back the city of elves. Azhara's voice continued to ring. Hanyu listened to the explanation, and his heart was like thunder. A sentence kept circling in his heart. So that's it. So that's it. No wonder I feel something is wrong. So, we need you to help us destroy this magic circle. As soon as we enter the altar, we will be infected by the black fog and become monsters. But you must have a way to not be affected, right? Yeah. Hanyu and Jiang Ziki nodded at the same time, shocked by the truth Azhara said, and now they have to help Azhara destroy the magic circle. At this time, a reminder sounded in Hanyu's ears. Trigger side quest, counterattack of the elves, help the elf queen Azhara completely destroy the magic circle. This quest is incompatible with the side quest, Curse of the Night Elves. After completing it, the original quest will be considered a failure. The game prompt gave Hanyu a jolt, and his confused mind suddenly began to work. Something is not right. Something is not right. Hanyu bit his tongue lightly and forced himself to wake up. Both he and Jiang Ziki were in a state of something wrong. How could they believe Azhara's words so easily? What she said was too bizarre. Everything he saw from the beginning when he entered the Night Elves tribe was an illusion? Had he chosen the wrong camp? Those who were forced underground were the real Night Elves, and those above were the Dark Elves and various monsters? Hanyu frowned slightly, but Jiang Ziki covered her mouth with disbelief in her eyes. I also felt that something was wrong with Tyron before, so it turned out to be like this. And we met the real queen. Not quite right. For example? Hanyu asked. When he heard what Azhara said, he also felt that something was wrong with his experience in the Elven City, but he couldn't remember where it was. The key is that the two of them came in with the Abyss Pass, the game certification. This is the Abyss. How could Jiang Ziki believe the other party so easily? For example, Jiang Ziki tried to recall in his mind, but couldn't speak for a while. You can recall what you saw on it. Azhara spoke again. Hanyu looked at Azhara, who was sitting on the unicorn and looking down at the two of them. His mind was filled with the scenes he saw when he entered the Elven City. When he wanted to observe carefully, the picture in front of him began to break, and then gradually reassembled. On the walls of the Elf City, there are not vines, but tentacles and tendons. The Night Elves, who look like humans, are actually covered with various cysts and tentacles. In the memory, Tyron turned into a mass of flesh, took out 2 pieces of equipment covered with mucus from her body, and handed them to herself and Jiang Ziki. She opened and closed her mouth, telling them to repair the magic circle. In the memory, everything about the Night Elves began to become abnormal and terrifying. It was an illusion from the beginning. Everything above is fake. Hanyu finally believed it, and couldn't help muttering, his heart full of fear. It was really the greatest blessing for him to come down from the Abyss City. Looking at Azhara again with awe, the one in front of him was the real queen of the Night Elves, and it was the right choice to help her with all his strength. Ugh! Jiang Ziki recalled the scene in his mind, not knowing what he saw, and vomited directly. Han Yu, let's quickly destroy the magic circle. Let Her Majesty the Queen take back the Elf City with her people. Jiang Ziki pinched Han Yu's palm, and under extreme force, the tiny blue veins on his hand bulged. Well, as soon as possible, there can't be a moment of delay. Han Yu held Jiang Ziki's hand tightly, and was about to walk towards the altar. As soon as he took a step, a voice appeared in Han Yu's mind. You have been affected by the mouth, and have been converted into free attribute points, dissipated. Han Yu suddenly felt a basin of cold water rushing through his mind, and he instantly became clear. No, it's charm. Han Yu almost couldn't help shouting. There were too many doubts about what Azhara said, and he didn't find anything wrong when he talked to the Night Elves. Moreover, under Azhara's guidance, Han Yu and the others completely gave up thinking, and even planted the idea that they must destroy the magic circle in their hearts. All this was obviously due to Azhara's deliberate guidance, which should be one of her abilities. After figuring everything out, Han Yu turned his head and looked at Azhara with suspicion in his eyes. Azhara met Han Yu's eyes, and the unicorn carried her forward and spoke again in a kind tone. Human friend, believe me, as long as you can destroy this evil magic circle, we will give you the most generous reward. Yes, this is the Night Elf King City. Han Yu murmured in a low voice. Yes, help us, I will give you everything you want. Your Majesty, we will definitely destroy the magic circle. Help you take back the royal city. Han Yu's face flushed, and he clenched his fists and waved them in front of him. He found something wrong, but the opponent was a level 70 lord. He couldn't beat him even if he knew it, so he could only take it one step at a time. Well, that's right. Azhara smiled. When the time comes to retake the royal city, you will be the greatest contributor to the elves. Before Han Yu spoke, Jiang Ziki immediately responded, Your Majesty, we will get rid of this evil magic circle. Han Yu could only nod his head, and Jiang Ziki and his status bar did not show any negative status. But she was obviously affected by the charm effect, and began to believe Azhara's words unconditionally. Then, Your Majesty, we will go in. Han Yu bowed deeply to show his obedience, and walked towards the altar with Jiang Ziki. Okay, we will protect you. Just destroy the magic circle and get out. The elven battle formation behind Azhara dispersed and surrounded the battle formation, leaving only a passage to the altar. Han Yu pulled Jiang Ziki closer to the altar, thinking about countermeasures in his mind. He was sure that Azhara was lying just to make him destroy the magic circle. And they seemed to be unable to enter the altar and destroy the magic circle directly due to some restrictions. If this altar did not have any defensive measures, it would have been destroyed long ago. How could it still play a role in preventing abyssal creatures from entering after more than 10 years? Looking at the cracks on the altar's protective cover, the way for abyssal creatures to destroy the magic circle should be violent attack, but for the magic circle with its own defense, the efficiency is too low. That's why Azhara let Han Yu and his team enter the interior and destroy the magic circle. And no matter what, Han Yu must enter the altar first. With the protection of the magic circle, there may be a glimmer of hope. As for the blackstone pillars of reward and the person who repaired the magic circle by Tyrant, Han Yu has completely forgotten them. The request of Tyrant and Azhara is related to the survival of the entire Night Elf race. If possible, Han Yu is naturally willing to help, but now, for Han Yu, these are just 2 side quests. The mission is a big deal, and you can give up. Now your life is more important. If you complete Azhara's mission, you and Jiang Ziki can survive. Han Yu may not agree. But looking at Azhara's situation, even if you really destroy the magic circle, you may be surrounded and killed, and the risk of destroying the magic circle is much greater than repairing the magic circle. Han Yu has a lot of thoughts in his mind, but his face does not show any abnormality, still looking confused. When he was about to step onto the altar, Azhara suddenly said, Are these all your summons? You don't need to take them with you. The self-protection function of the magic circle is very powerful, and it may cause some unnecessary trouble. Ah? Han Yu was stunned for a moment. This was what he had just summoned. If he sent it back, even with the cooldown reduction, he would need 20 minutes to summon it again. During this time without summons, he really can only rely on himself. Chapter 244. Your Majesty, these are my companions, maybe they can provide me with some help. Han Yu tried to explain. I think it's better to send them back. Azhara suggested gently, seemingly negotiating but not giving Han Yu any room for rebuttal. Han Yu looked at Azhara's crystal blue eyes. She didn't know she had escaped the control of the charm. If he attacked with the help of the Crown of Thorns, he might be able to catch them off guard. But then what? Han Yu hadn't seen a level 70 player yet, But the situation in the last Sacrifice Day dungeon was still vivid in his mind. A dozen level 60 players could barely kill a level 70 lord. How could he fight a level 70 lord level creature head-on? Even if he had more bonuses, there was no hope of victory. Han Yu sighed in his heart, feeling that he was really deceived by Tyrant. This was clearly an early stage area. Why did a level 70 monster appear? However, this elven queen didn't seem to belong here. She only came here after hearing the sound of her own battle. The passages between the various areas have been completely opened. Your Majesty, I think what you said makes sense. Han Yu could only cancel all summons. Jiang Ziki was the only one left by his side. She was looking at the altar with firm eyes, and was excited about the next task. Well, go in. The Night Elves will thank you. Azhara saw the summoned creatures around Han Yu disappear, and showed a warm smile, allowing Han Yu and Jiang Ziki to walk into the altar. Stepping into the altar step by step, even though he was surrounded by black fog, he did not feel the coldness of entering the abyss. Walking up to the altar, with the magic circle at his feet, Han Yu began to think about countermeasures in his mind. Entering the altar, he seemed to be safer, but he was still trapped. There were various abyss creatures standing around the altar, and there was also a highly intelligent level 70 lord. He could not think of any chance to escape. Han Yu was thinking, but Jiang Ziki was extremely excited. Han Yu, hurry up and destroy it. Then we can follow the queen to take back the Elf King city. As he said that, a Yuanqi bomb flew out of his hand, and hit a rune of the magic circle directly. Han Yu just came back to his senses, and saw Jiang Ziki's dangerous action. He was quick and hugged Jiang Ziki away. The Yuanqi bomb did not fly fast. Han Yu and Jiang Ziki had already dodged it before it officially came into contact with the rune of the magic circle. The rune, which was already gray, suddenly shone brightly, the lines flashed suddenly, and then there was a violent explosion. However, Han Yu's reaction was fast, and the explosion did not affect the two. Be careful, the magic circle is not so easy to destroy. Han Yu hurriedly reminded. As expected, this magic circle has the function of automatic protection, and it seems to be able to absorb the energy of the attack to strengthen its own attack. No wonder the abyss creatures outside stopped violent destruction, after only destroying half of it. Be careful, you have to pay attention to safety, Azhara reminded outside. Han Yu looked at the magic circle under his feet, and sneered in his heart. For ordinary magic circles, if you want to destroy them, you need to understand their magic circle runes, find the real array center, and then start from the array center and reversely remove them. And observing this magic circle, it seems that every place is the array center. Even if one or two are destroyed, the others can still operate normally. That is why, even when the array has been destroyed by nearly half, it can still operate normally, and still play the role of preventing abyssal creatures from entering. The most exquisite and vicious part of this array is the triangular rune in the center. Function, storage, self-destruction. The moment the array disappears, this rune will be activated. At that time, all the energy will pour out, causing a violent explosion. If the array is really destroyed, they will have no hope of survival in the middle of the altar. No wonder all the abyssal creatures are surrounded outside the protective cover, which is to prevent them from reacting and escaping directly. But now the situation is stronger than people, knowing that it cannot be destroyed, but Han Yu still responded, Your Majesty, I may need some time to analyze it before I can completely solve this array. Han Yu said, and began to look at the array carefully. Each rune is connected to each other, and each has a corresponding defensive function. Even the runes that have been destroyed are covered with traces of explosions, which obviously triggered a violent counterattack. This is... Han Yu's eyes wandered along the path of the magic circle, and suddenly his eyes lit up. At a damaged rune, he seemed to see a simple teleportation magic circle. Teleportation magic circle. Han Yu couldn't help but get excited. In addition to explosion and energy absorption, this magic circle also has a teleportation function. Needless to say, the goal of this magic circle is to get out of the abyss, so that those who complete the magic circle can leave here. Fortunately, the person who designed the magic circle has a conscience, and is not prepared to let people stay in the abyss forever. However, this part with the teleportation function has been completely destroyed. I am afraid that most of the functions must be repaired before the teleportation function can be restarted. Han Yu walked around and said, Your Majesty, this magic circle has been destroyed too badly. I need to restore and analyze it before I can completely destroy it. Azhara said calmly, Don't worry, we have plenty of time, we will ensure your safety. She was riding on the tall unicorn, and could see everything Han Yu was doing without any worries. Looking at Azhara's meticulous appearance, Han Yu's heart was beating. To repair the magic circle under her nose was no different from seeking death. But now, Hanyu could only take a risk, and there was a protective shield outside. Even if he was discovered, he could help himself delay some time. Approaching Jiang Ziki, Hanyu said, "Take out the materials. We need to analyze the magic circle first, and then destroy it at once." He did not try to wake Jiang Ziki up. Jiang Ziki's reaction was the most natural now. If he knew the truth, he might be exposed. Jiang Ziki responded immediately, and began to follow Hanyu's instructions. Hanyu began to redraw the destroyed runes, with special materials according to the original veins. At the same time, he kept paying attention to Azhara's pronunciation. If she was really the queen of the night elves, she would definitely know whether she was repairing or destroying. Sure enough, Hanyu had just finished drawing the first magic circle, and Azhara asked sharply, "Are you repairing the magic circle?" Hanyu stood up and looked at Azhara with a dazed look. "Your Majesty. As I said, this magic circle is too complicated. I need to analyze the complete veins before I can destroy it at once. I just make the runes look more conspicuous, but I won't put any magic crystals on them. These runes can't be activated." As he said, Hanyu just drew a pattern. As long as the magic crystals are not put in, the runes will have no effect even if they are repaired. Azhara looked at Hanyu with doubts on her face. In order to keep the two of them sensible, she only used the slightest guidance and charm. But even if she could suppress the ability, Azhara didn't think Hanyu could get rid of her control. As long as she set the goal, Hanyu would definitely do his best to complete it. And in her remaining memory, she only knew how to repair it, and she didn't really know how to completely destroy the magic circle. "Of course not," Hanyu replied in fear. "All my operations are to completely destroy this magic circle. For the queen, even if I die, I will not hesitate." Azhara looked at Hanyu with his eyes scattered, but his tone was fanatical, and finally chose to believe in his ability. "Then continue." Seeing Azhara's expression gradually become peaceful, Hanyu was relieved and continued to repair. According to Tyrant, Hanyu used a special chisel to repair the runes, and then added basic materials. The veins of the magic circle began to emerge little by little, and Hanyu gradually saw the full picture of the magic circle. Hanyu looked at the magic circle, and couldn't help but sigh at what kind of genius designed this magic circle. In addition to magic crystals, this magic circle can also absorb the surrounding abyss aura as energy supplement to ensure that the magic circle can operate for a long time. And continuous operation can also make the abyss aura here become thinner, making it difficult for powerful abyss creatures to be born. Each rune forms a formation on its own. If one or two runes fail, it will not affect the whole formation, and all runes have their own defense function. If Tyrant had not already told him the secret of the formation, he might not be able to repair it in 10 days or half a month. Seeing that all the runes had been repaired, Hanyu stood up. "Ziki, stand aside." Hanyu stood in the center of the formation, anxious to fill the position of the magic stone. "Okay, are we going to start destroying it?" Jiang Ziki asked. "Well, Your Majesty, I want to see how these formations work." Before Azhara could react, Hanyu had already started running. One magic stone after another appeared in his hand, and he began to really repair the formation. One magic stone after another was inserted tightly, energy flowed out, and the destroyed runes started to work again. The formation was beginning to revive. The protective cover full of cracks also began to extract the surrounding abyss breath and the energy of the magic stone, repairing the original cracks. As the magic circle was repaired, the fake night elf battle formations felt uncomfortable and took another step back. Hanyu was still shouting, "Your Majesty, it's almost done. I just need to see how it works." And Azhara, who had been watching, looked more and more gloomy. "You? Stab yourself," Azhara suddenly said. Hanyu's movements paused, knowing that Azhara had become very suspicious. But he still reacted at the first time. The ghost water knife appeared in his hand, and he responded at the same time, "Yes, Your Majesty." On the other side, Jiang Ziki was still a little slow to react. "Why, Your Majesty? We are helping you again." Seeing Jiang Ziki's reaction, Hanyu cried out in his heart that it was not good. He had performed too much. This order was given too suddenly, so Hanyu forgot to observe Jiang Ziki's reaction first. "You dare to lie to me." Azhara's originally beautiful expression became ferocious, and scales began to appear on both sides of her face, returning to her original appearance. In order for the two to be able to destroy the magic circle, Azhara only slightly charmed and guided them, and did not force them to control them. If they completely lost their minds, Hanyu would not have any ability to destroy the magic circle, but Hanyu did not know that his reaction was too intense, which exposed his feet. Now, he could only repair the magic circle as soon as possible before they attacked. Quick! Speed up. Put the corresponding magic stones in all positions. Only in this way can the magic circle be destroyed. Hanyu didn't care about anything else. The magic circle was about to be repaired halfway, and was about to reach the area of the teleportation magic circle. As long as the repair was completed, he and Jiang Ziki could leave. Jiang Ziki was still confused, but he followed immediately after hearing Hanyu's words. Before entering the abyss, Jiang Ziki had also trained how to repair the magic circle. Although it was impossible to repair it alone, it was still possible to put in stones. Hanyu looked outside the altar. The bright sun outside had completely disappeared and turned into a pterosaur hovering in the air. The so-called Legion of Night Elves also completely turned into various monsters in the abyss. The scales on Azhara's body began to open and close continuously, and she opened her mouth to reveal a mouthful of fangs. You all deserve to die. An ice ball with a diameter of nearly 2 meters hit the altar, and Hanyu subconsciously dodged. But all the attacks were blocked by the protective shield outside. As the protective shield kept shaking, the huge ice ball turned into sharp ice chips before entering the altar and shot towards the abyss creatures outside. Hanyu and Jiang Ziki and it were not hurt at all. At the same time, all the abyss creatures also attacked Hanyu in the protective shield. The magic circle immediately emitted a dazzling light. After being attacked, the original defense function had been stimulated. But even if Hanyu had repaired part of the magic circle, the protective shield was still full of cracks. Many attacks shot in through the holes in the protective shield. Hanyu took off a magic stone and wore a crown of thorns on his head. Now all the summoned creatures are cooling down, and he can only rely on himself. He immediately displayed his strongest form and forcibly completed the magic circle. While his hands were moving non-stop, Azhara also noticed the cracks in the protective shield. Ice cones with dark tails shot straight towards Hanyu. A level 70 monster, even the most common attack, is enough to make Hanyu suffer. But Hanyu did not dodge. The Heart of Balance plus the damage reduction of the Elemental Dragon, combined with the characteristics of the Elf Crown's Day of Suffering, turned the damage into bleeding, and directly used his body to resist Azhara's ice cone attack. We were deceived. We were deceived. Jiang Ziki woke up from the charm state. It's not her fault. The level 70 charm skill is not something she can bear. If this skill is not related to the energy of the new master and part of it is eliminated by the system, he will find it difficult to get rid of control. Don't worry. Concentrate on the operation. Hanyu was hit by more than a dozen ice cones on his back. Knowing that there is not much time left, he quickly reminded. Chapter 245. The magic circle is almost reaching the area of the teleportation magic circle. In just 1 minute, they can activate the teleportation magic circle and leave here. As the magic stones are placed one by one, the function of the protective shield becomes stronger and stronger, and even the broken holes begin to disappear one by one, replaced by a thin film. Only Azhara's attack can attack through the protective shield, and Hanyu directly gave up dodging and relied on damage reduction to withstand the level 70 attack. There were deep wounds on his back, and even if the attack was too good, the blood volume was still decreasing rapidly. This is the passive skill of the Crown of Thorns, Good Friday. Good Friday does not reduce damage, but only turns damage into bleeding effects. But it also gave Hanyu time to recover. After drinking 2 bottles of Elf Spring in 1 gulp, plus Jiang Ziki's healing spell, Hanyu still maintained 80% of his blood volume after enduring 2 attacks from Azhara. But he was still bleeding and his blood volume was still decreasing. But Hanyu could no longer care about so much, and kept repairing the magic circle in his hands. Azhara outside the altar saw Hanyu repairing the magic circle desperately, but her own attack could not quickly kill the weak human in the altar. The scales on both sides of her face grew more and more, and gradually the whole person turned into a fish-like creature, with gray skin completely covered with fine silver scales. Ah! Azhara roared and jumped directly from the gorilla's palm. She actually wanted to enter the altar directly, and forcibly kill Hanyu. Hanyu also noticed Azhara's actions, but he had no better way except to use the skills of the Crown of Thorns to improve his physique and avoid injuries. He could only hope that the protective shield would last a little longer, so that he could activate the teleportation array. According to his prediction, the protective shield should be able to block Azhara, otherwise she would not have gone to such great lengths to allow him and Jiang Ziki to come in and destroy the magic array. And Hanyu also guessed Azhara's identity. It should be the former elven queen mentioned by Tyrant, who never returned after entering the abyss. She actually became a big boss in this abyss. He put down another magic stone, but felt a violent vibration from behind. Hanyu's hair flew up and his skin was scratched. Hanyu. Be careful. Jiang Ziki finally got out of the charmed state at this time, and reminded with a hoarse voice. Hanyu turned his head, and found that half of Hara's body had actually broken through the protective shield, but he could no longer go deeper, and was stuck in the middle of the protective shield. But the hand she stretched out had black ice condensed on it, and a black hole appeared in front of her hand. Only the gust of wind pierced Hanyu's skin, causing fine blood beads to ooze out. I can't hide. I can't hide. Hanyu knew from the might that he couldn't hide from this attack, so he pulled Jiang Ziki behind him. Then he took a step forward and chose to block the attack with his body. He must not let him destroy the teleportation array that he had just repaired. Otherwise, his efforts would fail. At the moment Hanyu moved away, the dimensional black hole in Hara's hand roared like a strange beast. This-sized, sharp hailstones ran out of it, covering the entire array. Hanyu didn't expect that even though he was standing in the front, the attack would spread throughout the array. Hanyu simply held Jiang Ziki in his arms, and lay directly on the teleportation array rune that was being repaired. Countless hailstones rolled down with wind blades, causing the rune that Hanyu had just repaired without any defense measures to be destroyed again, triggering a violent explosion. The damage from the explosion and the attack of hailstones caused Hanyu's body to be cut off a whole layer of flesh and blood. His health dropped rapidly. This time, the passive effect of the Good Friday had passed. Even with a damage reduction effect of nearly 90%, Hanyu still endured the damage this time. When the health dropped below 30%, the Resurrection Suit's rebirth effect was finally triggered, and the body fell into stagnation for a short time, and a shield immune to all attacks appeared on the body. Hanyu struggled to hold up his body, and the remaining array was only slightly affected. The flashing light from time to time showed that it could still be used. As long as the last 2 magic stones were put down, the array could be officially activated, and he still had 2 seconds. Don't worry, it will be fine soon. Hanyu comforted Jiang Ziki, who was pressed under him softly, and operated the magic circle with one hand. Jiang Ziki's face flushed. If there is another attack, let me be on top. I also have life-saving equipment. It's okay. Hanyu kept moving his hands and explained, I still have 2 seconds of immunity time. But at this moment, Jiang Ziki's pupils dilated and looked behind Hanyu. There was another gust of wind, and a terrifying skill gathered behind Hanyu, and it was charging. Cough cough. Hanyu couldn't help coughing without looking back. If this skill was charged for 2 seconds, he could basically be sure that he would die. No skills can save him now, but if the magic circle is repaired, at least Jiang Ziki can leave. Hanyu put down another magic stone. Remember the position I pointed, place these raw materials in order. Then inject energy, and the teleportation magic circle can be activated. This magic circle was built by the predecessor specifically for leaving this abyss. As long as it is completed, you can teleport. Remember, once the magic circle can be activated, leave immediately. Hanyu piled all the materials in front of Jiang Ziki, and there was a teleportation scroll he made himself. Then, after leaving the abyss, use this teleportation scroll, you should be able to return to the original world. Hanyu. Jiang Ziki was pressed down by Hanyu, and wanted to leave, but couldn't make any moves. Don't move around, disturb my work. After Hara broke through the protective shield, Hanyu was completely disappointed that he hadn't been stuck out of the protective shield for so long. The Lord-level monster with a defense level of 70 was still too reluctant for the protective shield here. Remember, this teleportation scroll can be used after it is crushed. Hanyu reminded again, let me go up. I can protect you. I can block this attack. Jiang Ziki listened to Hanyu's mumbling. How could he not understand that Hanyu was telling him about his last wishes? You have to go back. This attack, your equipment can't block it. The pressure from behind was getting stronger and stronger. Even though Hanyu was now immune to attacks, he still felt his arms trembling slightly. But the immune state was about to be lifted, and the attack from above was still accumulating. The shield on his body was too bright, and Asura would definitely not launch an attack now. Hanyu really couldn't help but despair. But at this moment, behind her, there was a sudden scream from the soul, followed by the attack that was almost ready, which completely disappeared. Hanyu was surprised, and turned his stiff neck to look back. Hara behind was still stuck in the crack of the protective shield, but her left hand also reached in, grabbed her right hand tightly, and forcibly released the spell that was charging. And the protective shield was constantly emitting golden light, washing her body. The fine scales on Hara's body disappeared and grew back little by little, and her skin was pierced by the fine scales that went in and out, leaving blood all over her body. Ah! Damn it, damn it! Azhara kept screaming. But before she finished speaking, the scales on her body disappeared, and Azhara became the same as she was in the enchanted state just now. She looked like a normal night elf queen. Repair it quickly. I can't hold on for too long. Ah? Good, good. Hanyu responded hurriedly. Seeing that it was because of the attack of this magic circle, or with some kind of purification ability, Azhara remembered her original memory and temporarily regained her sanity. But just as Hanyu turned his head, a violent magic fluctuation appeared on his body again, and the attack was about to come. This time Hanyu did not dare to waste time looking back. Azhara could lose control at any time, and he had to save every second to repair the magic circle. Hanyu put down another crystal stone, and he was one step closer to leaving the abyss. At the same time, the magic fluctuation behind him disappeared again, and the rational Azhara took the upper hand again. Go out, remember to tell the current elf queen. Die! You all have to die, I will kill you. Fallen Azhara took control of the body again. Remember, return to the tribe and the original forest as soon as possible. Destroy. Destroy the magic circle, the Lord of the Abyss is coming. Remember, return to the original forest and seek shelter, the world's disaster is coming. Behind Hanyu, Azhara's voice kept coming, but some were rational and some were crazy. Hanyu didn't have time to think carefully, and deducted the last magic crystal, and the teleportation magic circle finally emitted a bright light. Hanyu input energy, although the entire magic circle was only restored to less than 2/3, but this teleportation magic circle can be used. You? Die! The fluctuation of the spell came from behind Hanyu again. Although it was not as terrifying as the original charging, it was possible to kill Hanyu just by relying on the elemental dragon's natural injury-free talent. Start. Hanyu pressed his hand on the magic circle, and the magic circle finally started to run slowly. Like those protective magic circles, this teleportation magic circle is also triggered. Hanyu grabbed Jiangziki and stood above the magic circle. A vortex appeared, and when Azhara's attack was about to reach his face, the two finally disappeared from the spot. Huh? Hanyu kept panting, and had not yet escaped from the thrilling state. But the next second, he felt his body falling rapidly, and then hit the ground hard, leaving a big hole. The location of the teleportation array? In the air? The fall from the air did not cause Hanyu any harm, but who is so heartless that he can design the destination of the teleportation array in the air? Are you okay? Hanyu struggled to stand up, and heard Tyron's voice. After finally standing up, Hanyu's equipment was already in tatters, and his body was covered with all kinds of horrible wounds. My queen, do you think we are okay? How is the magic circle repaired? Repaired? Hanyu replied with a guilty conscience. That's good. Thank you. Tyron couldn't help but be excited. With a wave of her hand, the injuries of the two were almost healed. This elf queen only helped the two heal their injuries after hearing that the magic circle was repaired. She really didn't see the rabbit but didn't release the eagle. Repaired, but not completely repaired? Hanyu thought about it, and had to explain. He didn't know how much effect the magic circle he repaired could have. If the elf tribe relaxed its defense and let the abyss creatures take advantage of it, it would be a sin. Just as he was about to speak, a night elf cavalryman ran over from a distance and knelt on one knee in front of him. Your Majesty, I just received news that the black fog outside the city has completely dissipated. It is estimated that the abyss creatures will not make a comeback in the near future. Good. Tyron looked excited. He didn't expect that the two children in front of him actually did it. Excitedly, she interrupted Hanyu and said, You have done a great service to the night elves. Take a rest first. We will hold a celebration banquet for you tonight. You arrange it. All the soldiers will take a rest today. We will hold a banquet tonight to celebrate the temporary closure of the abyss. Yes, Your Majesty. But, what's wrong? Hanyu, do you have anything else to say? If you have any requests, I might agree to them now. Looking at Tyron's excited expression, Hanyu swallowed his words and said, Well, let's wait until the banquet is over. Hanyu thought about it. Since the black fog had disappeared, there was no danger for the time being. At least they were 2/3 successful. The black fog had dissipated. Let Tyron be happy for a while. Chapter 246. Okay, have a good rest. Tyron now looks at Hanyu with particular favor, having forgotten Hanyu's previous blackmail on her. Hanyu and Jiangziki left without going into detail about the details of the abyss. Back in his room, Hanyu began to check the gains from this trip into the abyss. An equipment from the resurrection nest, which can be given to Finn. Maybe he can research some black technology. A skill book, summoning the silver snake of the demon spirit. But Hanyu no longer has any extra skill slots, and after a little consideration, Hanyu replaced the skill of the flame totem with the silver snake summoning. The bonus of this primary skill is already negligible, and it should have been replaced long ago, but Hanyu has never thought of a replacement skill. Choose to learn. Hanyu has another summon. Choose to summon, and a small silver-white snake appears in the palm of Hanyu's hand, swimming constantly in Hanyu's palm. The silver snakes seen in the abyss were more than 1 meter long, but Hanyu's was only a dozen centimeters long, which looked a bit too short. Silver snake, LV34. The level was too low, so Hanyu directly cancelled the summon. After many attempts, Hanyu finally summoned a level 39 silver snake. Silver snake, LV39. Energy, 48. Constitution, 21. Strength, 24. Agility, 38. Talent, twin. Silver snake attaches to friendly creatures, providing 20% all attribute bonus, and at the same time silver snake enters free state and cannot be selected. Skills, Aura Guardian. Silver snake provides defense for friendly creatures, disperses all range damage, and absorbs 50% of the remaining damage. Casting range, 0.1 meters, cooldown, none. Damage conversion. The silver snake restores energy x 100% plus 2% health of friendly creatures. Casting range, 0.1 meters, cooldown, 5 seconds. 1 talent plus 2 skills. Or now that the level is high, the summoned creature has 3 skills directly. This casting range can only be used when attached. This provides defense, treatment, and powerful life-saving ability, which is good in every way, but the casting range is too small. And there is no charge skill seen in the silver snake in the abyss, just agility is more prominent. However, after all, this one is too low in level. If it can be upgraded to level 50, it will probably have a qualitative change. If it evolves, it will definitely become more powerful. Hanyu couldn't help but want to add points to the silver snake. But he promised to add points to Huyun before. After thinking about it, Hanyu still added all the 60 free attribute points obtained in the abyss, this time to the silver snake's energy, and raised the silver snake's main attribute to more than 100. Well, let's pull it to a usable level first. No evolution, no evolution. Hanyu finally convinced himself. After all, Finn was not here. Hanyu looked at the silver snake in his hand, which was only a dozen centimeters long, and kept swimming in his palm. As he added points, it seemed to have more wisdom. He wanted to take it in front of him to have a look, but the magic spirit silver snake suddenly wrapped around his index finger, coiled into a circle, and became a silver ring connected from head to tail. Huh? Looking at the motionless magic spirit silver snake ring, it seemed that the magic spirit silver snake had entered a dormant state, and Hanyu found that his energy had stopped decreasing. Does this mean that as long as it is dormant, it will not consume energy? Hanyu rubbed the extra ring. The scales of the demonic silver snake were slightly raised, but it was completely metallic. If the function is not enabled, it will always exist. The demonic silver snake can be summoned almost forever in dormant state, but it can't provide any bonus, and can only be used as a decoration. However, if it really fights, it can save a little summoning time, and this ring is much more stylish than ordinary equipment. In addition to skill books and attribute points, Hanyu's experience slot has also increased by half. Although it is only considered to have passed 2 levels, the experience of skipping levels and adding abyss copies is still very rich. In addition, the side quests that Hanyu and his companions accepted were also settled when they left the abyss. Side quest, Curse of the Night Elves. Quest completion, 70%. Rewards, Abyss Pass X2. Original War Invitation X70. Experience X 10,000 Invitation? Hanyu already knew the function of the Abyss Pass, but what was the original War Invitation? Hanyu took out the quest reward item, which was not the envelope invitation as Hanyu imagined. It was a golden coin, on which was engraved an elf standing on the mountain peak, and at the foot of the mountain, there were endless monsters. The coin was bounded by the mountain, 1 black and 1 white, 1 attack and 1 defense. Hanyu opened the item introduction. Original War Pass, consumable. Recommended use level, LV 50 to LV 70. After use, it can be teleported to the original war battlefield, but it cannot be used for the time being. Original War. Story quest. Participating players will receive generous rewards, and will produce many epic quality items. The First War? Is it the battle that took place in the First Forest? Hanyu remembered what Azhara said, asking the Night Elves to return to the First Forest to seek refuge. Judging from the meaning of the game, the battle in the Primordial Forest is inevitable. But when the Primordial War really starts, Hanyu could enter the Primordial Forest with this invitation letter no matter where he is. So the function of this invitation letter is actually similar to the teleportation scroll. It's just that it's useless now, so Hanyu threw it into his backpack. As for the 2 abyss passes, Hanyu didn't dare to use them here. The Mad Queen inside is still down there, maybe waiting for him on the first floor, and going down is basically like seeking death. But since there is a pass, there must be more than one abyss in the game, and it will definitely be useful later. The sky gradually darkened, and there was no movement in the abyss since Hanyu came out. The Elf King city was brightly lit, and the celebration banquet was held as scheduled. Except for the sentinels in a few cities, most of the elves returned to the King city to participate in the grand celebration ceremony. Hanyu and Jiang Ziki deservedly became the protagonists of the banquet. Apart from other things, the wine glasses never stopped. Even though most of the drinks at the banquet were elven spring brews that were rarely seen, they were smooth and had a strong aftertaste. Before the banquet was over, Hanyu already felt dizzy. After Hanyu explained again and again that he would not stay in the Night Elf tribe, nor would he leave a half-elf child behind, the banquet finally ended. At this time, Hanyu shared the physique of the lava lizard, eliminated the effect of drunkenness, and followed Tyrant into the palace. Tyrant sat on her throne, still smiling, and looked at Hanyu and the others. Don't you want to take a good rest? What else do you want? Tell me. Artifacts. Hanyu said immediately after hearing Tyrant's generosity. A fake artifact is fine too. Jiang Ziki added. Tyrant, who was drunk, glared and suddenly sobered up. What are you thinking about? I paid you in advance. No artifacts, I bring you some good wine. Here, 100 bottles of Elven Spring Brew and 100 bottles of Elven Potion Recovery Potion. Just treat them as special products for you, and don't mention artifacts. However, if you are willing to stay here, there are also fake artifacts suitable for you. Tyrant naturally hopes that the 2 can stay in this world forever. After all, the magic circle is only temporarily repaired, and it may come back one day. It will be difficult to find people like Hanyu and Jiang Ziki who are not affected by the breath of the abyss at that time. Hanyu shook his head directly. There will always be equipment, but going home is the most important thing. Seeing that Tyrant was not fooled, Hanyu stopped beating around the bush, his face became serious, and he started to talk business. Your Majesty, now that the celebration is over, I have a bad news. Bad news? What? Tyrant saw Hanyu suddenly become serious and sat up. I'm sorry, the magic circle has not been repaired yet. Are you kidding me? The black fog has disappeared. The magic circle must have been repaired. Repaired, but only 2/3. In the area of the magic circle, we met a person, Azhara. You should be familiar with this name, Queen. Azhara. Tyrant couldn't sit still anymore after hearing these 3 words, and stood up. What did you say? Queen? Is the Queen still alive? Yes, not only alive, but also alive and well. We almost died in her hands. Hanyu spread his hands. So it's not our fault that the magic circle was not repaired. She is too strong. What do you mean? She has fallen? Tyrant walked towards Hanyu. She urgently needed Hanyu to prove her guess. Yes. And she became the leader of all the abyss creatures present. I suspect that this counterattack was also organized by her. Impossible. Tyrant had already walked in front of Hanyu, muttering in a low voice, unable to believe it. The Queen cannot be fallen. Before being completely infected by the breath of the abyss, she can completely commit suicide. It is impossible for her to become a helper of the abyss. Or she didn't dare. Hanyu said weakly. Tyrant suddenly raised his head and stared at Hanyu. The momentum that turned into substance made Hanyu's clothes swing violently. She is much weaker than Azhara. If she is really allowed to come out, I am afraid this place will become a dark elf tribe. Hanyu not only did not apologize for Tyrant's oppression, but also added fuel to the fire. Hanyu. Jiang Ziki gently pulled Hanyu's sleeve beside him. Although Tyrant is not as good as Azhara, she is not someone they can deal with. But Hanyu just wanted Tyrant to accept this fact as soon as possible, and not to have illusions about the previous Elven Queen. Hanyu's words almost made Tyrant unable to control herself. Hanyu's words were directly mocking the pride of the elves. I'm sorry, I lost my temper. Tyrant finally calmed down. She was just a priest next to Azhara at the beginning, and became the queen after Azhara disappeared. Azhara and her were both teachers and friends, so she was so excited when she heard the news of her degeneration. If it was her, you were already very good to have achieved this. Thank you for your efforts. Tyrant was not surprised to see Hanyu rushing out of the abyss during the day. After all, the abyss was full of monsters. But being able to survive in the hands of Azhara, Han Yu's strength has far exceeded her expectations. Tell me in detail. Tyron took a step back, all the alcohol evaporated in her body, and sat back on the throne. Han Yu and Jiang Ziki also found a place to sit down, and began to talk in detail about what they experienced in the abyss. Degeneration. Illusion. Want to destroy the magic circle? Tyron kept muttering, still a little unwilling to believe it. You have worked hard. It is already very good to be able to repair it to this extent. After calming down for a while, Tyron said, You are indeed strong to be able to escape from her hands. At least you are brave enough. The teleportation array is a reward for your bravery. In the story, Han Yu naturally did not say that he was only concerned with escaping, but he accidentally discovered the teleportation array during the process of repairing the array. He met Azhara in the area of the array. Tyron could not ask more from Han Yu. Being able to repair it to this extent was already a great kindness. At the end, she seemed to regain consciousness for a short time and said a few words. Han Yu paused for a moment and continued. What did she say? Tyron cheered up and listened carefully. Hearing Azhara's current situation, she felt a little tired. She said that you should quickly return to the original forest. The natural disaster has arrived. All elves must return to the original forest to survive this disaster. Go back? Are you sure she regained her sanity at that time? Did you bring these monsters from the abyss back to the original forest? The night elves also want to return to the original forest, which is their hometown. But they are cursed, and once they go back, they are likely to bring disaster to the original forest. Han Yu shook his head. Not sure, that's why I asked you to give up your fantasy about the former queen. Her previous tricks made it difficult for me to determine in the end whether she really regained consciousness or was just pretending to be for us. But there will be a war in the original forest in the near future, which is inevitable. How do you know? A prophecy. As for whether to go back or not, it depends on Her Majesty the Queen. How credible is it? It is very likely to happen. The invitation letter for the game has been sent out, which means that the battle is already in the preparation stage, but Han Yu and others don't know it. Or you can ask other elven tribes. Azhara mentioned that all elven tribes must return to the original forest. According to the game's prompts and the conversation with Tyron, the night elves were not simply exiled or separated from the original forest. They should still have connections with other tribes. Han Yu still hoped that the night elves would go back. If a real battle happened, the players who entered the dungeon would most likely be in the elven camp. At that time, more help would mean more chances of completing the task. I consider it. That's it for now. Thank you again for your help. Tyron frowned. Han Yu's prophecy and Azhara's prompts made her have to consider whether to take the tribe back to the original forest. But she had to consider whether this battle was caused by the curse of the night elves, and whether going back would cause a greater disaster. After all, the remaining abyss had not disappeared. Okay, since the matter has been resolved, we will leave tomorrow. Han Yu could only remind that the final decision still had to be made by Tyron. Now all he had to do was go home and wait until the invitation letter could be used. Okay, I will open the door for you tomorrow. Thank you, Your Majesty. Nothing happened overnight. Early the next morning, Han Yu and Jiang Ziki stood at the entrance of the dungeon. The Elf Queen and Salamander stood behind them, and many night elves saw them off. After the greetings, Tyron gave each of them a token as a symbol of friendship with the night elf tribe. As Tyron opened the entrance to the dungeon, Han Yu and Jiang Ziki appeared in the dark forest, and officially set out on the road home. It has been almost 2 weeks since I came to this strange world. It has not been a long time, but I have experienced a lot of things. However, I did not find the answer that Sulan said, but I was more confused. For example, how did this world come about? What exactly is the new master? And how did Sulan become the Pope? But there will be opportunities to make teleportation scrolls later, and he can even bring Zhang Yi and others to study together, so Han Yu is not in a hurry. If he has the spare energy, he can also help the mountains and seas of this world, and he will probably get a lot of useful information. But these will wait until later, and now Han Yu just wants to go home. He carefully took out the scroll in his hand, input energy, crushed it, and a teleportation array appeared, followed by a vortex. Han Yu took Jiang Ziki's hand. We're going home. Han Yu took a step forward and walked into the teleportation array, but Jiang Ziki on his body did not move. I seem to be a little dizzy. Jiang Ziki was a little excited, but suddenly felt something strange in her body. Han Yu was about to speak when he suddenly received a prompt from the system. You are affected by cuckoo. It has dissipated. Han Yu was a little confused. I didn't say anything bad about the new master, So why did he still affect me? While still thinking about why, Han Yu suddenly felt extremely dangerous, as if he was being stared at by something. Without time to think, Han Yu picked up Jiang Ziki with one hand and jumped directly into the teleportation vortex. You were affected. Han Yu jumped into the vortex, but Jiang Ziki, who was held by him, was directly bounced away, as if she was repelled by the teleportation array. At this moment, a space entrance appeared behind the two of them, and a vine quickly pulled the two in. It was Tyrant. Before she could leave after sending Han Yu and the others away, she noticed something strange outside. Let's go! Space transfer. It's the Lord of the Abyss's gaze. Tyrant shouted immediately after pulling Han Yu and the others in. The priests standing behind her took out their staffs at the same time, and the dazzling light of the magic circle shone on the tree behind the Elf King's city, and the whole space began to shake slightly. Han Yu was holding Jiang Ziki in his arms, and he didn't understand what was going on. Ziki? Han Yu looked at Jiang Ziki in his arms. Her body was shaking constantly, and her consciousness was a little blurred. Tyrant waved her hand, and Jiang Ziki lost consciousness and fell asleep. It's okay. She was a little scared. She'd be fine after a good sleep. What happened? Han Yu asked after confirming that Jiang Ziki was fine. I should ask you, what did you do to attract the Lord of the Abyss? Lord of the Abyss? Han Yu felt the pressure from before, and the prompt of the system. The Lord of the Abyss she was talking about should be the new Lord. Maybe because we want to return to the original world. The teleportation scroll in Han Yu's hand had turned into fragments. The teleportation array had been activated, but it bounced Jiang Ziki out. The scroll can be remade, but if it is interrupted by the new Lord every time, there is really no way to return to the original world. It was fine when I came, but I can't go back. Han Yu thought she could leave easily, but she never expected that when she was about to leave, she would be stared at by the Lord of the Abyss. Even if she was stared at, Han Yu could teleport directly without being affected, but Jiang Ziki couldn't. The mark left by the new Lord on her body made it impossible for her to pass through the space entrance created by the array. It's difficult. Han Yu couldn't think of a solution. Space and the like are really mysterious. Even the principal of Nanzhong, who specializes in space, doesn't dare to say how well he knows about space. Han Yu also knows the teleportation array, but he doesn't know why. Return to the original space? Tyrant was stunned for a moment, then nodded. When you broke through the space barrier, you were targeted by the Lord of the Abyss. It's not that easy to go back. Don't go out for the time being. The Lord of the Abyss has left a mark on you. Once you go out, you will be discovered. Han Yu didn't care. He estimated that the Lord of the Abyss couldn't locate him, but Jiang Ziki might really have to stay in the tribe for a while. How long will the mark last? Han Yu could only ask. It's just remote positioning. It won't be too long, at least 1 month, at most 3 months. You'd better not go out during this period. Han Yu had no other way now. No matter what, let's wait until Jiang Ziki wakes up. At least it's safe in the Dark Elf tribe, but it will be a bit troublesome to return to the original world. And from what Tyrant said, they seem to be avoiding the Lord of the Abyss. The sky gradually darkened, and the space of the elf tribe finally calmed down after shaking for a day. And Jiang Ziki also woke up from his coma. Han Yu, what happened? Jiang Ziki just woke up, and felt a chaos in his mind. Something unexpected happened. We may not be able to go back. Han Yu didn't know how to explain to Jiang Ziki. He was full of confidence to take Jiang Ziki home, but now, Jiang Ziki couldn't even get out of the night elf space. Jiang Ziki began to recall what he saw, and then shook his head. I remember, it seems to be because of me. Am I unable to go back? Don't worry, there will be a way. Han Yu comforted. No. Jiang Ziki sat up. If you can, you go back first. Han Yu was about to speak, but was interrupted by Jiang Ziki. We both disappeared at the same time. At least one of us should go back to report safety. If there is no news, my parents and teachers will definitely be worried to death. If you go back, at least you can tell them that we are fine. Chapter 247. But, no buts, and if we return to our world, we can seek help from teachers in Shanghai, especially the principal, who is a space-related profession, and may have a way. If you rely on yourself alone, your teleportation array level is a bit average. Jiang Ziki poked Han Yu jokingly, making the atmosphere less serious. But it is indeed as Jiang Ziki said, his secondary profession is only a half-baked one after all, and his research on magic arrays is only superficial, and he knows nothing about space barriers. If I can return to the original world, with the help of the whole school or Shanghai, I can take Jiang Ziki back earlier. Okay then. After hesitating for a while, Han Yu agreed, Then you stay in the Night Elf dungeon during this time, and you won't be noticed by the new master if you don't go out. The magic array in the abyss has also been repaired a little, and there will be no danger in the near future. Don't worry, I be in this small world, waiting for you to take me back. Jiang Ziki saw Hanyu agreed and smiled with relief. But after leaving, how Hanyu would get back here again was also a problem. The small world of the Night Elves was outside the world, and Sulan's scroll of crossing could not directly pass through the two barriers. Moreover, the Night Elves moved quickly during the day, and the coordinates were no longer in the dark forest, making it extremely difficult to locate. The next time Hanyu teleported to this world, it would be difficult to find the world of the Night Elves. After listening to Hanyu's explanation, Jiang Ziki shook his head. Don't worry, there is still the original war. Jiang Ziki also received the reward for the side quest, and had 70 invitation coins for the original war. If Jiang Ziki had been in the elf tribe, he would definitely have participated in the original war. As long as Hanyu entered this plot mission, the two would definitely meet, and Jiang Ziki might be able to return to the original world through the plot mission. But no one knows when the plot mission will start. After all, the game has been running for nearly 100 years before it was updated for the first time. The span is even longer than the life of an ordinary person. Then we can go back together. Jiang Ziki took out all the invitations in his backpack, then took out one and put it back in his backpack. I will only keep one, and you can take the rest back to the original world. Bring more people when the time comes. In the introduction of the game, the rewards for the original war are generous, but you need to invite gold coins to enter. Different rewards also mean abnormal danger. In the copy that can produce epic equipment, there are probably many monsters of level 60 or 70. But the recommended level of the game is only above level 50, which means that this is really a war, and there may be many low-level monsters at that time. If you could bring in more high-level players from Shanghai, there would be a greater chance of completing the mission. Okay, I will definitely bring people here. Hanyu took all the gold coins. He didn't know if the gold coins were produced in other places. If the people from Shanghai could get a few high-level epic equipment, it would be a big profit. Unlike Hanyu's reluctance to leave, the Night Elves were extremely excited to learn that Jiang Ziki was going to stay in the tribe, and held a grand celebration ceremony again. After all, Jiang Ziki was someone who could enter the abyss. If there was any change in the abyss in the future, Jiang Ziki could go there for them. 3 days later, Jiang Ziki's body had fully recovered. In front of the entrance to the Night Elf space, everyone saw Hanyu off. Jiang Ziki pulled away Hanyu's hand. Let's go, the teachers are waiting for you. Remember to tell my parents that I'm fine. There is also a video, remember to show it to them. Fortunately, the recording function of their mobile phones can still be used. Jiang Ziki recorded a long video and asked Hanyu to bring it to Jiangwan. Hanyu looked at Jiang Ziki again, and finally turned around and walked out of the dark elf world. Outside the entrance to the copy, it has become a high mountain, and under the mountain is a ruined human city. No longer hesitating, Hanyu crushed the remade teleportation array, and a space vortex appeared again. Then, there was a system prompt that the new master noticed him again, and the feeling of hair all over his body came again, but apart from that, there was no other feeling. Stepping into the array, Hanyu disappeared on the spot. Being watched again also made Hanyu sure that the new master was in control. The barrier of this space, once you break through the space and the destination of the teleportation is the original time, it will attract the attention of the new owner. Hanyu opened his eyes again, and there was still a high mountain under his feet. It seemed that nothing had changed, but looking at the buildings at the foot of the mountain, Hanyu felt relieved. The teleportation was successful, and he finally returned to the original world. And this is? Dahan. Hanyu couldn't help but feel a little surprised. He had already prepared to teleport abroad, or even to the sea. He didn't expect to be so lucky. The landing point was still in China, but the surrounding area was a little desolate. Running down the mountain, Hanyu finally saw the sign. Liangzhou City National Highway 361. After rushing all the way, Hanyu got on the train back to Zisong City. On the train, Hanyu called Zhang Yi's cell phone. After a while, the phone was connected, but the other party said nothing. Teacher, it's me. Hanyu said the first sentence. Hanyu, is it you? Zhang Yi's voice trembled slightly. Really you? You're still alive. Before Hanyu could reply, Zhang Yi asked the second sentence. Alive, I encountered some things during this period, which made the teachers worried. Then where are you now? I pick you up now. Zhang Yi confirmed that the person on the other side was Hanyu, and was a little too excited. No, I'm on my way back to school, and I'd be there around 6 or 7 in the evening. Okay, then I wait for you at the school gate. Jiang Ziki. Is she next to you? Zhang Yi asked again. She didn't come back for some other reasons. Huh? Zhang Yi took a deep breath and calmed down his excitement. Things are not always perfect. Don't you want to be too sad? She was just trapped. The situation is a bit complicated. I tell you in detail when we get back to school. Han Yu hurriedly explained. Although it was very uncomfortable for Jiang Ziki not to come back, she was not dead yet. Really? Then come back quickly, and tell me what you encountered. Zhang Yi heard that Jiang Ziki was still alive, and his tone rose again. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yi in the school pinched his arm hard to make sure that he was not dreaming. Han Yu was really alive. Although they did not find Han Yu's body, the player was missing for 2 weeks, which was basically the same as death. The teachers in the school had basically given up the hope of searching. The only one who still had hope for Han Yu was Zhang Yi. He believed that Han Yu was not dead, but was just teleported to a place they did not know. Same as Su Lan, but if he never appeared again like Su Lan, it would be no different from being dead. After calming down, Zhang Yi walked out of the office. He had to tell Chuzhou the news as soon as possible. Han Yu on the train, holding his mobile phone, wanted to call Jiangwen. After hesitating again and again, he still did not dial. He failed to bring Jiang Ziki back, so he decided to go back to Haicheng in person. Han Yu, who did not call, turned to read the news on the internet. He had been away for nearly 2 weeks, and this period of time happened to be the game version update. I am afraid that a lot of major events have happened in the past 10 days. The biggest hot spot recently is that the Han Dynasty agreed to the request of the Fuyu Kingdom. The Han Dynasty sent players to support and help resist the monsters that continue to appear in the rift. The price is that Bio surrenders the National Alliance token and becomes a vassal state of the Han Dynasty. At that time, the players of the two countries will share the increase and become stronger together, and the National Alliance resource rewards given by the game will also be uniformly distributed by the Han Dynasty. Bio's requirement is that it will officially surrender the National Alliance token and declare itself a vassal state of the Han Dynasty after repelling the attack. In addition, the Anan Kingdom next to the Han Dynasty handed over its National Alliance token to the Han Dynasty at the beginning, without even much negotiation. If the Han Dynasty had not been sending troops all these years, Anan would have been wiped out by the Demon Tide. In contrast, after the Day of Sacrifice, the only 2 remaining large cities of Japan were temporarily lost, and monsters continued to appear in the rifts. The coastal areas were also uninhabitable, and the people suffered heavy casualties. I thought that Japan would ask for international support like Bio. Even if it was not the Han, it might find the White Eagle country with which it had always been in close contact. But a week ago, Japan suddenly shouted the slogan of dying with honor, closed its borders, cut off its connection with the world, and prepared to face the demon tide raging in the country alone. Even those players and ordinary people who wanted to sneak into other countries were all caught and brought back. Even the president of the White Eagle country did not expect this reaction. He had already thought about sending people to accept the National Alliance order, but who knew that Japan, who had always been greedy for life and afraid of death, looked like it was not going to play anymore. While flipping through the pages, Han Yu saw the news that he had disappeared. The official had confirmed that he was missing. Moreover, the mountains and seas of Zitsong City also put all their efforts into catching the 2 new bishop members, who caused Han Yu's disappearance, but they did not find Han Yu. Under the comments of this message, all of them were scolding the new bishop members, but they were all news from a few days ago. It has been 2 weeks since the incident, and the heat has dropped a lot. If Han Yu does not appear again, it is estimated that he will be forgotten soon. The biggest change in the player circle is the emergence of guild tokens. Under the National Alliance order, there are also guild tokens of a lower level. Players can join both and enjoy double amplification. As long as there is a guild token and at least 3 people, you can create your own guild. However, the explosion rate of guild tokens is extremely low. There are not many player guilds established now, and most of them are controlled by the official. Once a guild is established, you can get game rewards regularly, and members can continue to get experience bonuses and attribute amplification. In addition, due to the version update, the summoner profession has risen strongly, from the original T3 sewer to T1, and the Han Dynasty is also preparing for the first summoner battle formation. Those summoners, who were originally more than 20 levels, have become the main force of training, and the Han Dynasty has also begun to provide them with more resources. A version update has excited almost all players, and even the country. Turning off the phone, Han Yu thought about the information just now. The appearance of tokens, experience blessings and rewards can quickly improve the strength of players, and can also improve the cohesion of players, and have a better chance of winning against groups of monsters. Among them, the most important National Alliance Order provides a stronger increase. Although it has just appeared, it has made various countries tense, but after calming down, the strength of players from various countries will enter a period of rapid growth. A trip to the other world made Hanyu understand that this game is actually separate from the invading monsters. Rather than saying that the game is the root cause of the monster invasion, it is better to say that it is a human protection device. And the sudden provision of this level of bonus is very likely to mean that there will be a large round of magic tides next. I hope we won't become like the other world. It may be that the calmness of more than 10 days, and the life in the other world allowed Hanyu to look at all this without the identity of an ordinary player, and he couldn't help but worry in his heart. Hanyu thought about the other world and felt shocked. The new bishop would dominate the world, and all humans would become food for monsters, and even basic life would not be guaranteed. Now all Hanyu could do was to improve his strength as soon as possible, to contribute more to the upcoming demon tide, and to kill 2 more monsters. As the sky darkened, Hanyu also got off the train and finally returned to the gate of Zitsong University. It was just the time for the teleportation array to start, and Hanyu put on the anthropomorphic mask and walked into the school. Just after entering the school gate, Zhang Yi came up as if nothing had happened. "I'm back." Hanyu touched the mask on his face. Even if he wore a mask, he couldn't hide from Zhang Yi's eyes. After all, this mask was designed by him. "I'm back." Hanyu nodded. "Come with me, the principal and others want to see you too." Zhang Yi opened his mouth, but still only said one sentence. Hanyu followed Zhang Yi into the office building behind Zitsong Mountain. In the conference room, the principal Chuzhua, the deans of each college, as well as Yingyu, Ao Gang and others were all sitting in their seats, looking at the door eagerly. They just knew that Hanyu was back. None of them expected that Hanyu, who had been missing for 2 weeks, could come back alive. Excitement was inevitable, but there was also some disbelief, fearing that Zhang Yi had received a fake call. At this time, Hanyu walked in, saw everyone, took off his anthropomorphic mask, and revealed his true face. "Teachers, I'm back. Sorry for making you worried." Hanyu bowed deeply. In the car, he saw the news that the members of the Zitsong City Shanghai and the school teachers were arresting Si Yusheng and the Blood Prison Earl. He felt more belonging to the school and was grateful to the teachers who participated. "It's good to be back. It's good to be back." Chuzhua spoke first. "No matter what, it was a surprise to be able to come back alive." "Didn't Jiang Ziki come back with you?" Zhongrou asked. She was also concerned about this talented girl. She disappeared at the same time as Hanyu, but now she is not seen. She is trapped in a space. "I also want to ask the principal for help. Can you bring her back?" Everyone was a little confused and waited for Hanyu to explain. "The situation is a bit complicated. Let me start from the disappearance." Hanyu found a seat and sat down, and began to talk about his experience in another world. When talking about the mountains and seas in the other world, Hanyu was interrupted by Zhongrou. "Student Hanyu, are you sure you are not talking about illusions, or your brain has been injured? The other world is not too difficult for them to accept. Those monsters are considered to be from the other world. It has been almost 100 years, and they have already accepted it. But the world Hanyu talked about is similar to the current human world, and there are mountains and seas, as well as other national organizations. It's just that there is no game, so humans have succumbed to the rule of monsters. This sounds too bizarre. The key is that the scene of the other world described by Hanyu makes people shudder, and it seems that it may be the end of this world." Chuzhua frowned slightly and interrupted Zhongrou's question, continued to describe that space. "Is there anything similar to our world?" Hanyu shook his head. "I haven't been to many places, and I haven't been to major cities. Apart from the mountains and seas, the Creation Church, which is similar to the new bishop. There is only one name in common." "Name?" "Su Lan." Hanyu was silent for a while before speaking. He was actually considering whether to tell the news about Su Lan. After all, Su Lan is the faith of many secondary professional players, such as Zhang Yi. "Mr. Su Lan. Have you seen Su Lan? Is he alive too?" Hearing Su Lan's name, Zhang Yi was indeed excited. "I haven't seen him, but I have heard his name." Hanyu nodded. "Pope of the Creation Church, His Majesty Saint Su Lan. I don't know if he became the Pope after being transported to that world like me, or if he was just a person with the same name in another world." Hanyu added an explanation, saying that he was just guessing about Su Lan's news. "How is it possible?" Zhang Yi's excited expression froze instantly. Although he had never met Su Lan, he always regarded Su Lan as his teacher. But the Creation Church is a sect like the new bishop in another world. So how could Su Lan become the Pope of the Creation Church? It may also be the same name. I didn't find any news about other Su Lans through the mountains and seas there. The key is that the various branches of the mountains and seas have been disconnected, and I can't find more information. Su Lan. Saint Su Lan, or it's not as simple as the same name. Chu Shuo looked at Han Yu with burning eyes, and then looked at Zhang Yi. But he didn't speak again. Principal, what do you think is going on in this space? Can you go over and bring Jiang Ziki back? Han Yu asked proactively. His profession is a dimensional walker, and his understanding of space should be the deepest. In fact, small spaces are not uncommon. For example, dungeons and rifts can be regarded as small spaces with creatures different from us. Every time we enter a dungeon, it is equivalent to traveling through space. Chuzhua said carefully. But that world also has mountains and seas, and a new bishop. Han Yu hoped that it was a dungeon or something like that. But the high similarity between that world and the world he lived in made Han Yu feel like he saw a prophecy, and he always felt that the world would end in the same way. But the one you went to is different. I think it is more like a companion space of the main space. Companion space? What is that? It seemed that everyone heard this term for the first time, and their reaction was similar to Han Yu's. Companion space is different from those incomplete small worlds. It has all 5 elements and abundant elements, which is not much different from the main world. Is it similar to the difference in timeline? Han Yu asked. He had watched many science fiction movies in his previous life, some of which mentioned that each timeline would derive a new world direction. When he entered the other world and discovered Shanghai, the first thing he thought of was the different experiences that caused the original world to split into 2 worlds on the timeline. No. Chuzhua shook his head. Many people have proposed the timeline conjecture, but the generation of space requires energy, and the more complete the space is, the more powerful energy support it needs. I don't know where the energy comes from, but without energy support, space can't appear at all. The companion space is different. It was born at the same time as the main space and has the same element matrix. The two are like the inside and outside of the mirror. Under the same circumstances, the development path should not be too different. But as Han Yu said, because of the emergence of the game, the companion space fell under the rule of the new bishop and monsters. But why did an almost identical space appear? Han Yu actually wanted to ask how the space came from, but it might involve the question of the origin of the universe. Not sure. Chuzhua also shook his head. No one knows, but I have a guess. Originally. Originally what? Han Yu asked again. It's the original. One world is the original of another world. The 2 worlds can be compared with each other. If one is a problem, the matrix can be taken from the other world to complete it. This, Chuzhua said lightly, but everyone's heart was not at peace. Take it, who will take it? This must involve a creature of a higher dimension, or the god of creation. What is the new master? Zhong Ro asked again, before everyone had digested Chuzhua's words. Although she didn't admit it, the new master should indeed be one of the gods. Since the conversation just now, she has been recording the information obtained from another world. Regardless of its authenticity, it is important information. I haven't seen it, otherwise I might go crazy. Han Yu said. He has a system that can protect him from the influence of the new master, but those are all affected by the mark. If he really saw it, he didn't know how big a problem it would be. But he has another name, the Lord of the Abyss. In the other world, there is also an abyss thing. Han Yu then talked about what happened in the Night Elf copy. New Lord, Lord of the Abyss, Church of Creation, there are so many names. Zhong Ro wrote them all down. Do you know what the new Lord's honorific name is? Han Yu suddenly remembered the 3-part honorific name of the new Lord. Zhong Ro nodded. The new Lord who recasts all things in this world. The God of space who controls creation and destruction. The great master who walks in the cracks of the world. We have heard members chanting it in battle before. Chapter 248. Zhong Ro kept swiping the information on the tablet. Although we didn't really believe in the existence of the new master before, we have also checked all the legendary gods. The 3-part honorific names are all strongly directional. These 3 sentences should point to the new master. The first sentence, this world, should be our world. We thought before that this game was created by the new master, but your experience there proved that our guess was wrong. These monsters were brought by the new master. The second sentence is his authority, creation, destruction and space. The scope of creation and destruction is too broad, and many gods' honorific names have been mentioned. It may be a bluff, and space may be the real authority of the new master. Walking in the space cracks, this should indicate the residence of the new master. This so-called new master is likely to be a god who controls space, or a high-dimensional creature. Han Yu nodded. Zhong Ruo's words were similar to his guess. In that companion world, the space should have been controlled by the new master. I broke through the space, as long as the destination is here. It immediately attracted the attention of the new master. Jiang Ziki was unable to come back for this reason. As long as we are watched, we will be affected. Then how did you come back? Maybe it's because of this. Han Yu rolled up his sleeves, on which was a golden new master mark, and at the end of the straight line, a yellow and a blue curve was forked. They were no longer surprised by the mark on Han Yu's body after the previous incident. Han Yu had no way to explain the existence of the system, and could only attribute it to this mark. Then Principal, do you have a way to travel through space and go to the companion world, or do you have other ways that will not attract the attention of the new master? If Chushua can travel through space, then there may be a chance to return to Jiangziki. No. Chushua shook his head directly. I can't travel through a long space myself. If there is no protection, I am very likely to be sucked into the space rift. Zhang Yi also said, most of the runes in the teleportation array are to protect the safety of people during the transmission process. Only a few runes really guarantee the transmission function. So the longer the distance, the more complicated the teleportation array is, and there are more things to consider. But why is the array to enter the companion world so simple, and it can be used with a scroll? Although Han Yu has used Su Lan's teleportation array more than once, he still hasn't figured out its principle. Because it is a companion space, it looks like two spaces, but they are connected, overlapped, or mirrored. It may not be too difficult to teleport. Moreover, if that space is really controlled by the new owner as you said, even if you can use the magic circle, don't teleport it will. If you regard the companion world as a house, other people may break in through the door, but the mark on your body is a key to enter. If you don't find it once or twice, you may be caught the second time. So you still have to be careful. Yeah. Han Yu nodded. Even if the system removes the mark for him, he still feels creepy every time he teleports. If it is not necessary, Han Yu doesn't want to teleport for no reason now. So there is no way. Han Yu listened to Chushua's explanation. Even he knew only a little about the companion space. It seemed that there was no hope for him to avoid the surveillance of the new master and bring Jiangziki back. If that world is out of the control of the new master, everything will be much simpler. Chushua was silent for a while, and could only say this. But from what you said, the new master still covets our world. Everything that is happening now may be a preparation for his arrival. Then, will our world become like that? Han Yu finally asked this question. This is also everyone's concern. Since the companion space and the main space are in the mirror and outside the mirror, the development path will not be too different. Even if there are players defending here now, the monsters are also becoming more and more powerful. The last version update also strengthened the degenerate profession, and the strength of the new bishop has become stronger again. Will there be a day when the country will be destroyed here, and the monsters and the new bishop will control the life and death of mankind? Han Yu's question made everyone silent for a while. No, we have to prepare for such a long time. A new master is nothing. Chushua looked at the crowd. As the principal, he could only come out to cheer. But if the enemy is a god, even the most powerful human will feel powerless. The demon tide has appeared for nearly 100 years, and humans have been defending, but the living space is still shrinking. But now it is discovered that the real boss has not appeared yet. Han Yu also felt that the question he raised was too heavy, and changed the subject. I got something in the companion world, which seems to be related to the subsequent game plot. Han Yu put the Origin War Pass in his backpack on the table, and showed it to everyone. Invitation letter? Chushua's eyes lit up, and he picked up a gold coin and read the introduction on it. It's the Origin War Pass. How come you have so many? You know? Han Yu didn't expect Chushua to know about the Origin War. Of course I know. Recently, the high-level player circle knows about it. It is said that it is the 5th large-scale plot mission with rich rewards, but you must have a pass to enter. But the drop rate of the pass is extremely low. It is estimated that there are only 100 in the world now, but you have 100 or 200 here alone. Well, 138 gold coins, it should have been 140. Jiangziki kept one and I kept one. Han Yu took it out to hand it in. It would be useless if he took too much. Good stuff. Chushua was more excited than when he heard about the other world. Although the matter of the companion world is big, it is ultimately illusory. Even the new master has not woken up yet. This pass represents more than just a few epic equipment. Now, whether it is Shanghai or the official organizations of other countries, they are now looking for ways to enter this plot. In addition to game rewards, large-scale plot tasks will also reveal the development of subsequent games. If you can know more information, you can take the initiative, make sufficient preparations, and get more resources. That's perfect. I hand it over to the school, and then we enter the plot together. Since Chuzhua knows it, it's easy to handle, and Hanyu doesn't need to explain. You may not know how precious this thing is. So, let's go to Shanghai together tomorrow. Lu Yuanbo doesn't know you're back yet, so it's just right to bring these things over. I guess I can give you a good reward at that time. Besides, there are 2 people waiting for you. Hanyu is back, and Lu Yuanbo should also know about it. Lu Yuanbo also made great efforts to capture Yu Sheng and others. As for the others, the new bishop is probably also looking for news about Hanyu. Chuzhua is not going to publicize the news that Hanyu is back. See Yu Sheng and others? Yes, it's see Yu Sheng and the blood prison count who almost killed you. If you don't come back in a month, we will execute you directly and search your soul. But now that you are back, you can do it yourself. In addition to letting Hanyu vent his anger, Shanghai has other considerations. If see Yu Sheng and others are willing to speak, Hanyu can ask about the news of the new bishop, and the information obtained will definitely be much more than searching the soul. Okay, let's set off early tomorrow morning. We will go to the Shanghai branch in Zisong City. Chuzhua stood up and announced the end of this meeting. Zhong Ro will also record useful information and upload it after sorting it out. Zhang Yi and Hanyu left together and walked on the way back to their respective residences. Zhang Yi couldn't help but ask, Mr. Sulan, has he really become the Pope of the Creation Church? Teacher, it could be the same name. I haven't met him. Zhang Yi let out a long sigh. How can there be so many coincidences? But I never thought that he would be related to the new bishop. In fact, I also said another idea, that is, whether the new bishop here will have some relationship with Su Lan. Hanyu hesitated and said this. You mean he is back? It's just my guess. If Su Lan enters the companion space, he will not be able to come back like Jiang Ziki, but if he becomes the Pope of the new bishop, it will be like having a pass. If Su Lan has become the Pope of the new master, under the barrier of the new master, plus the teleportation array, traveling back and forth is as easy as eating and drinking. Besides, the magic array of the school was broken last time. Hanyu only said half of it, and didn't say anything more. The magic array of the school was directly unlocked last time. Combined with his own experience in the companion space, he had to think of Su Lan. If it is him, it is not surprising that the magic array is broken. Zhang Yi shook his head. Although he has always regarded Su Lan as his target, if Su Lan really becomes the Pope of the new bishop, he will not hesitate to take up arms and fight him. Teacher, you don't have to be too upset. The new master is best at confusing people. Just like my experience in the dungeon, the level 70 Night Elf Queen has become a believer of the new master. Even if Mr. Su Lan really becomes the Pope, he can only be controlled. I know. Zhang Yi nodded, but whether Su Lan is sincere or not, it is also uncomfortable for such a big man pioneer to become the Pope of the new bishop. Just like Tyron found it hard to accept that Azhara had become the Lord of the Abyss. Zhang Yi, who was walking, suddenly stopped. Hanyu, you must not take this step. If you are caught. Zhang Yi turned around and looked at Hanyu. If you are caught, just commit suicide. Don't think I am cruel. Sometimes death is a kind of relief. Zhang Yi looked up at the moon in the sky. If Mr. Su Lan wakes up, he should think so too. Don't worry, teacher. If you meet Si Yusheng and others again, you will have the basic ability to protect yourself. Although Si Yusheng and the others are all degenerate professions, they should only be at level 60. If they can't beat them, Hanyu can run now. I'm afraid it's difficult for them to kill the molten lizard instantly. Well, I hope so. Be careful. The news of your return has not been leaked yet. By the way, teacher, I'm going to go back to Haicheng after I finish my work here. There were too many things to talk about just now, and Hanyu forgot to mention his own arrangements. You should go back and see him as soon as possible. This time, it's a big blow to his family. Well, knowing that Ziki is still alive, they may be much better. Hanyu walked to the door of his dormitory, and the two separated. The next morning, Hanyu got on Chuzhua's car and entered the Shanghai Zisong branch. Before coming, Chuzhua had roughly told Lu Yuanbo what happened, and the two were taken directly to Lu Yuanbo's office. Hanyu took off his mask, and after confirming that it was Hanyu, Lu Yuanbo couldn't help but get excited. Hanyu, you're finally back. Lu Yuanbo held Hanyu's hand. I'm sorry, it was our negligence that almost killed you. If Hanyu hadn't come back, he would have to feel guilty for the rest of his life. He had just helped Shanghai, and was caught by the new bishop. Lu Yuanbo felt bad just thinking about it. It's okay, Director Lu. I didn't expect that the new bishop wanted to catch me so much. But this time it wasn't nothing. I brought back a lot of good things. Han Yu poured all the passes in his backpack on the table. 138 passes for the plot mission, the original war. I don't know if Shanghai wants them. This is what Chuzhua taught him. Things of such high value can't be given away for nothing. Original war? Lu Yuanbo was stunned for a moment, and glanced at Chuzhua. Chuzhua did not tell Lu Yuanbo about the pass, in order to give Lu Yuanbo a surprise. More importantly, he wanted to help Han Yu get a good price. Lu Yuanbo did not rush to reply, but picked up a gold coin and confirmed its function. How did you get so many passes? This time you really helped us a lot. After confirming, Lu Yuanbo looked at Han Yu with shining eyes. Lu Yuanbo could not hide his excitement. Since the game appeared, including this time, there have been a total of 5 large-scale plot missions. Compared with rewards, the strategic significance of them is the most important to official organizations of various countries. And the number of passes that can be obtained indicates how many people can be brought into the mission, and the harvest at that time is naturally proportional. Don't be surprised, Han Yu risked his life to get it back. You have to show some sincerity. Chuzhua looked at Lu Yuanbo's reaction with a smile on his face, and he had to ask for a price. He immediately said, "Of course, how about changing your equipment? What level are you now?" Han Yu's own equipment is indeed a bit outdated, his upgrade speed is too fast, but the skills of the resuscitation suit are so useful that Han Yu is reluctant to change it. Now it's level 33, the equipment should be changed, and it would be better if it is a life-saving suit. Han Yu thought that his life-saving equipment was enough before, but after meeting Azhara, he realized that life-saving equipment is never too much. If it weren't for his skill of dying, he would really be dead now. Okay, I arrange it for you. Lu Yuanbo patted his chest directly. Artifact set, 2 sets with life-saving characteristics, arranged for you within a week. Wait, artifact set? Han Yu didn't expect Lu Yuanbo to be so generous. He originally thought it would be a high-level 4-piece inheritance equipment, but Lu Yuanbo directly arranged 2 artifact sets for him. Will this be? Han Yu was a little embarrassed. He didn't know how valuable these gold coins were. If he gives less, I will have to curse. Chuzhua pulled Han Yu before Han Yu opened his mouth. This is what you deserve. You just came back, and don't know how precious this thing is. Oh, by the way, half of these gold coins were obtained by Jiang Ziki, and the equipment still needs 2 copies. Chuzhua added, snatching Han Yu's words. In fact, he had some understanding of these values, so the original plan was to have 8 sets of inheritance equipment with life-saving skills. 2 sets of artifacts? Lu Yuanbo looked embarrassed. He had not expected this, and now he regretted it. He had really opened his mouth too much. Don't find excuses to refuse. Anyway, you are not going to use the pass. Just let the headquarters bleed. Chuzhua saw Lu Yuanbo in a dilemma and spoke immediately. Okay. Don't worry, but I have to report this, which may take 2 weeks. Lu Yuanbo looked at the gold coins on the table. They took so much effort to find dozens of gold coins. Han Yu brought back so many by himself, and he must have risked his life. Shanghai never treats meritorious people unfairly. It's also life-saving equipment. Han Yu didn't expect that Lu Yuanbo would agree to Chuzhua's big request, so he quickly added this sentence. Okay, I arrange it after the matter is over. Lu Yuanbo put away all the gold coins, and he didn't feel that he was at a disadvantage. With these things, when the time comes to enter the plot, Shanghai will have the upper hand, at least in terms of numbers. It will overwhelm the official organizations of other countries. By the way, Director Lu, Han Yu added, I will also enter the plot when the time comes. I've kept a piece of this pass. Don't forget me when you set off. You? Lu Yuanbo was a little stunned. I remember you were only in your 20s. This is a recommended level 50 plot mission. I had another adventure there. Now I can fight against monsters of level 50 head-on, and I can also fight against monsters of level 60. This? Chuzhua didn't dare to help Han Yu. It was a bit too bizarre to kill monsters at a level 20 higher than the previous level. Han Yu, this is not a joke. There are indeed many rewards in the plot mission, but you have to be alive to get them. It's normal for young people to be a little more enthusiastic, but what Han Yu said now is a bit arrogant. How about we go to a bigger place and I show you? Han Yu knew that they wouldn't believe him no matter what he said, so it would be better to show him in person. Are you sure? Of course I'm sure. No matter what, I must participate in this plot mission. Lu Yuanbo and Chuzhua looked at each other, and Chuzhua also shook his head. Han Yu had only been back for less than a day, and he didn't know how strong Han Yu was now. Well, let's go to the training ground. I want to see what strength you have to say such a thing. Lu Yuanbo waved his hand and took Han Yu out of the office. Arriving at the training ground of the Shanghai branch, Lu Yuanbo cleared out other irrelevant personnel before entering, and the entire training ground was given to Han Yu alone. This training ground was not much different from the one in front of Han Yu's villa, but it was much larger, with an open space and a whole row of targets. There was a professional damage value calculation instrument on the target, which could display combat damage. Since you said you can face a level 50 monster, use this shooting range. Lu Yuanbo pointed to a huge target in the shape of a bull-headed monster. Level, LV50, with a health bar like ordinary monsters. Han Yu summoned the flame-tailed demon fox, and after pointing out the target, the flame-tailed demon fox looked at the monster standing on the opposite side, and nodded to Han Yu. Let's start, Han Yu ordered softly. The flame-tailed demon fox pointed with the staff in his hand, and a layer of flames ignited on the target on the opposite side. The health of the standing target on the opposite side began to decrease, but the speed was not fast. After all, it was just a continuous damage skill. Han Yu, you may not be able to do this well enough. Chuzhua spoke first. Lu Yuanbo also thought so, but he didn't speak out, fearing that it would hurt Han Yu's confidence. Principal, this is just the beginning. Han Yu also knew that relying on only one spark was far from enough to deal with a level 50 monster. While they were talking, the flame-tailed fox had already released its second skill, Blazing Fireball, and a fireball slammed into the target. The target's health dropped by 1/20th in an instant, and it also added burning damage. If you add other summons, you may be able to reach the level 50 standard, but even so, it is still very dangerous for you to enter the dungeon. I suggest you don't go. Lu Yuanbo also spoke. According to Han Yu's current level, this damage is indeed not low, and this is only one of Han Yu's summons. But since it was shown, it must be Han Yu's most confident summon, so Lu Yuanbo felt that he overestimated Han Yu's strength. But before he finished speaking, the second fireball of the flame-tailed demon fox flew out, and the interval between the two fireballs was only 6 seconds. Huh? Lu Yuanbo was stunned when he saw the fireball flying out. This cooldown was too fast. If it was a low-level skill, this cooldown would be fine, but the damage of this fireball was not low. Before he could ask, another fireball flew out, which really shocked Lu Yuanbo. 3 consecutive fireballs were released, and the interval was 6 seconds. The key is that the fireballs are getting bigger and bigger, and the damage is getting higher and higher. Lu Yuanbo, who wanted to speak, closed his mouth. He wanted to see if this fireball was a charging skill. If it was charged, it would be normal without cooling, but it certainly could not be released continuously. During this time, the flame-tailed demon fox's hand never stopped, and it released 10 fireballs in a row. The standing target on the opposite side had already been completely unrecognizable, with only a trace of blood skin left. Seeing the flame-tailed demon fox raise its hand again, Lu Yuanbo finally couldn't help it. Okay. Doesn't your skill have a cooldown? Of course it does. Han Yu hurriedly shook his head. The cooldown is 6 seconds. Chuzhua next to him couldn't help but cover his face. He is also a magic profession. This fireball doesn't look very powerful. There are no extra special effects attached. The single damage seems to have reached the level of an ordinary level 50 skill. But the problem is that its damage is still increasing. For this kind of skill, a cooldown of 6 seconds is equivalent to no cooldown. Compared to the cooldown, I want to ask you if this skill has no consumption. Chuzhua looked at the flame-tailed demon fox curiously. This summoned creature of Han Yu stood in front of everyone and kept casting spells. It seems that if Han Yu doesn't stop, he will continue to release spells. Of course, but not much. Han Yu explained, this is her talent. As long as she attacks the burning target, she can recover 90% of the cooling and 90% of the consumption, so it is so easy. Both of them are credible people, and Han Yu did not hide Fenghua's talent. Besides, he originally wanted to convince Lu Yuanbo to agree to let him enter the plot mission, so naturally the stronger the better. Chapter 249. His. Chuzhua and Lu Yuanbo took a breath at the same time. This kind of talent should not be possessed by ordinary summons. This kind of talent is rare even among players. If it enters the battlefield, it will be a real spell machine gun. Is it only this fireball that can trigger it? Chuzhua asked anxiously. Now looking at the flame-tailed demon fox, he almost wanted to recruit her to be a student at South China University. With a summon of this level, it is understandable that Han Yu is so powerful. No, there are other skills. Under Han Yu's command, the flame-tailed demon fox cast a spell again, and the ground fire accumulated power under the feet of the target. After a while, the fire column gushed out and wrapped the target completely. After 3 eruptions, the health of the level 50 target has been emptied, and the surface has long been burned to pieces. This damage. Lu Yuanbo was even more surprised to see that the damage of the ground fire was greater than that of the blazing fireball. This was group damage, higher than the damage of the fireball just now, and it was a multi-stage eruption. If the standing target had not lost much blood, it would have dealt a higher damage. How about Lu Chu, Principal? I still have 3 or 4 summons of the same strength, and my talent is stable summoning, which should be enough to enter the original battle plot. Han Yu chose the flame-tailed fox because her skills looked more gorgeous, and could be released continuously, just to make the 2 people recognize his strength. Of course, if your summoned creatures are all of this level, then we welcome them very much. If Han Yu's summons were all of this level, consuming a pass could match 3 or 4 ordinary level 50 players, and Lu Yuanbo couldn't welcome it enough. Not bad, not bad. Chu Zhuo also looked at Han Yu with satisfaction. He never thought that Han Yu could get such an improvement after going to the companion space. Level seemed to have become completely meaningless to Han Yu. Okay, the original battle has not yet been determined when it will start. Let me take you to meet 2 people first. Lu Yuanbo was very satisfied with Han Yu's performance. He was worthy of the name of a genius. Han Yu knew that Lu Yuanbo was talking about the 2 people, Si Yusheng, and did not ask more. He followed Lu Yuanbo to a small black building next to the Shanghai building. It was the office of the Black Ice branch of Zizong City. Although it looks much shorter than the building next to it, its real building is underground. Follow Lu Yuanbo to take the elevator and enter the 6th underground floor. Various vicious criminals caught by Black Ice are imprisoned here. Han Yu just walked out of the elevator and felt a breath similar to the abyss. We left these 2 people behind because we wanted to find out your whereabouts or the new bishop's replacement. Now that you're back, if you can get useful information, it will be a great help to us. Now Han Yu is not only a genius, but also a special weapon for the new bishop. Only he can get information from the new bishop members. I try. Han Yu didn't have confidence either. After all, Si Yusheng and the others were senior members, and their minds were not comparable to those of ordinary members. Lu Yuanbo took Han Yu to the deepest part of the 6th underground floor. In a room, 2 creatures that could barely be called human beings were curled up in it. The blood prison Earl Yushu could barely see the human form. After being suppressed by the control bracelet, Si Yusheng's body was covered with cracks and tentacles, and various alien skeletons drilled out. After opening the prison door, the 2 looked over at the same time. Han Yu. Si Yusheng ignored the one standing in front, and looked at Han Yu behind him. It seems that Si Yusheng really remembers him very well. He can still recognize him even with the mask on. Han Yu didn't pretend anymore. He took off the mask and looked at Si Yusheng and the others. What's wrong, Master Simu? Are you dissatisfied with me being alive? No, I'm satisfied. Si Yusheng chuckled. I've been waiting for you to come back. Wait for me to come back and kill you with my own hands. Han Yu couldn't understand it. Chu Zhuo and Lu Yuanbo were behind him. And they were wearing control bracelets. Could they still do something to him like this? Yes, seeing that the Son of God is still alive, I have no regrets in my death. The new bishop will always welcome the Son of God back. Si Yusheng didn't have any dissatisfaction on his face. He couldn't hide his excitement when he looked at Han Yu. Han Yu was no longer surprised by Si Yusheng's attitude. Si Yusheng had determined his identity as the Son of God no matter what, and he looked like a fanatic. Since you think I am the Son of God, can you tell me who your current pope is? Han Yu approached Si Yusheng and asked. If you can tell me about the new bishop, I might be able to spare your life. Ha. When the Son of God returns to the church, he will know everything, and I will definitely give you a big surprise. Looking at Si Yusheng's crazy look, Han Yu knew that he couldn't get anything out of him. If he was tortured, Si Yusheng had so many wounds on his body, and ordinary pain probably wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Director Lu, knock him out. I'm upset. Han Yu turned around and said to Lu Yuanbo. Okay, I make sure he's completely unconscious. Lu Yuanbo stepped forward, his fist swelled, and punched Si Yusheng on the back of his neck. Si Yusheng, who had been affected by the control bracelet, had no ability to resist. He looked at Han Yu and fainted. Han Yu turned around and walked out of the prison. Si Yusheng was strangled by Lu Yuanbo's neck with one hand and brought to He Bing's interrogation room. According to the original plan, Lu Yuanbo and Chu Zhuo left the interrogation room, leaving Han Yu alone in the interrogation room. Han Yu opened his palm and threw out the seeds of the dream vine. The dream vine grew rapidly and tied up Si Yusheng like a zongzi. The tiny tentacles drilled into Si Yusheng's body. After the tentacles continued to go deeper, Si Yusheng slowly woke up, his eyes blurred and his head turned. Master Simu, who is your pope? Han Yu approached and asked. This is what he wants to know most now, whether the new bishop's pope is Su Lan. At this time, Si Yusheng was already confused. After wearing the control bracelet, his attributes were no different from those of ordinary players, and he would naturally be affected by the Desire Dream Toxin. Pope, Pope! Si Yusheng's mouth kept opening and closing. Your Excellency, the Pope will lead us to a new life. On the day of my Lord's advent, the world will be recast. The Desire Dream Vine can only make people confused, let people relax their vigilance, and then take the opportunity to ask questions. The principle is similar to the Truth Serum, but this Si Yusheng has been brainwashed so seriously that he directly ignored Han Yu's questions and began to recite the slogan. Han Yu could only control the dream of desire vines to increase the invasion of poison. Master Simu, what is our most important task next? Bring back the Son of God. My master will grant the Son of God great power. The followers will be resurrected under the leadership of the Son of God. How does this involve me again? Han Yu didn't expect that the new bishop took the task of bringing him back so seriously. He was afraid that the real high-level officials in the church had already noticed him. It seemed that his hiding was still necessary. Apart from bringing back the Son of God, are there other tasks? Han Yu could only ask again. Who Si Yusheng suddenly kept panting, his eyeballs seemed to fall out of his sockets, staring at Han Yu. Master Son of God, don't waste your energy. Who? You can't ask anything. Si Yusheng actually woke up with his own willpower. Even if all his attributes were suppressed by the control bracelet, his willpower was tempered in battles, and the pain of degeneration, and the dream of desire poison could not affect him for too long. Han Yu turned his head to look at Liu Yunhua and Chuzhua outside the glass window, and picked up the microphone. Director Liu, he was brainwashed too severely. He could only recite a few religious propaganda when he fainted. Seeing that the questioning was over, Liu Yunhua pushed the door and walked in. I guessed it a long time ago. If such a high-level member wants to brainwash the members, his brain must have been cleaned up long ago. Do you still want to ask about the one called Yushu? Liu Yunhua didn't intend to find out anything. He was just trying his luck. Ask, this Si Yusheng is a little too crazy. There's nothing to be afraid of. At least from the appearance, Yushu is much more normal than Si Yusheng. As for him, just search his soul. Han Yu was too lazy to do it himself. Seeing him like this, killing him would make his hands dirty. Liu Yunhua waved his hand, and two members of Black Ice came out to take Si Yusheng away. Si Yusheng just got up, but he laughed creepily. Lord Son of God, you have been discovered. Be careful next time, don't die. Don't worry, I will kill every scum of the new bishop. Han Yu not only wanted to kill the new bishop members, but also wanted to find the new master, and kill him directly before he fully woke up, so that there might be world peace. Son of God, you will eventually return to the arms of my master. This is fate. When you are chosen by my master, it has been doomed. Han Yu was too lazy to pay attention to this madman, and watched him being taken out of the interrogation room. After a while, Yushi was brought over. His body looked at least human, but his body was also alienating into a bat-shaped monster. Son of God! You're back! Yushi was almost as excited as Si Yusheng when he saw Han Yu, but in addition to surprise, he was also afraid. Han Yu's return meant that they were worthless, and were not far from death. Yes, I'm back. Thank you so much for sending me to a good place. Han Yu looked at Yushu. His reaction was much more normal than Si Yusheng's. Maybe he could get something out of him. It's good that the Son of God is alive. Yushu immediately showed a flattering smile on his face. Then can the Son of God spare my life? Of course, as long as you are willing to ask. Han Yu also smiled. This Yushu seemed to cherish his life much more. Maybe he could really get something out of him. Speak up, of course. Son of God, just ask directly. Yushu looked very cooperative, and was stunned when he saw Liu Yunhua. Is Han Yu's identity so useful? Then we will go out first. Liu Yunhua and Chuzhua still walked out of the interrogation room, leaving Han Yu alone inside. Tell me, is the new bishop preparing any big moves recently? Han Yu asked, and at the same time revealed the mark on his hand. Don't worry, you told me that you will not be affected by the new master. Of course, I have to take the Son of God back. Yushu looked at the golden mark on Han Yu's arm, and replied immediately. Accept this. That's all, Son of God, don't be fooled by these low-class people in the mountains and seas. The new bishop is the place that welcomes you the most. Just answer my questions, don't say anything else. Don't worry, Son of God, you will be back to the main church soon, And you can take me with you when you leave. Okay, but first tell me, what branches does your new bishop have in Song City, or the information of the members? Go back, son of God, go back to the new bishop, become the pope, and you will become the strongest in one step. Han Yu looked at Yusu's flattering face, and punched him directly. This man just looked cooperative, and had no intention of speaking at all. Ha ha, son of God, return to my lord's command, you will gain the most powerful power. Seeing Han Yu take action, Lu Yuanhua and Chuzhua, who had been watching outside, rushed in immediately. Son of God! I've said it before, you must save my life. There are only a few members of the Song City branch, and the headquarters is where I said. Seeing Lu Yuanhua coming in, Yushu hugged Han Yu's thighs directly, looking like he was begging for life. Did he say anything? Lu Yuanhua looked at Yushu's appearance, and he didn't look like a new bishop member of more than 50 levels. No, he was just trying to persuade me to join the new bishop, a counter-espionage plan. Han Yu kicked Yushu out with one foot. He was suppressed by the attributes, and blood kept gushing out of his mouth. Son of God, I've said it. Save me, save me. The wounds on Yushu's body kept cracking, blood flowed all over the ground, and he tried his best to crawl towards Han Yu. Take him away. Lu Yuanhua looked at his appearance, and waved his hand to let him take him away. Yushu's move was really disgusting. Even if Lu Yuanhua didn't believe it, Si Yusheng and the two of them kept calling him son of God, which inevitably left a knot in Lu Yuanhua's heart. I can still see this level of counter-espionage. It's normal that you can't ask this kind of madman. Let's search all of them. Lu Yuanhua patted Han Yu's shoulder, signaling him not to think too much. Han Yu didn't even bother to look back. He walked out of the interrogation room, and waited for the results of the soul search with Lu Yuanhua. Although they were destined not to get much information, they had to watch the two people die to feel at ease. But only a dozen minutes later, a staff member in protective clothing walked in front of Lu Yuanhua. Through the mask of the protective clothing, Han Yu could see that the face of this black ice member had also begun to change. It was obviously a fallen professional. Lu, something went wrong. There is only half of Si Yusheng's body. The man said hesitantly. What do you mean? Lu Yuanhua and Han Yu were both unable to understand what this person meant. Could it be that he just died, and the other half of the body disappeared? After we searched the soul, Si Yusheng was executed, and his mutated body began to fall apart, but we only pieced together half of a human torso in the end. Chapter 250. What do you mean, there is only half of the human torso, where is the other half? Han Yu asked. After the soul search, Si Yusheng was almost torn apart. When he was completely dead, his organs had been scattered everywhere. Then some of the body organs began to turn into a pool of black water, and finally disappeared completely, and only half of the torso was left. Because the soul search process seemed a bit cruel, Lu Yuanhua did not let Han Yu and Chuzhua check it together, but unexpectedly something strange happened. While listening to the explanation, the three walked towards the execution room. As soon as he walked in, Han Yu saw half of the human body spliced together on the ground. It was indeed only half. It's strange. It was clearly a person before death, but it became half a person after death. A staff member looked at the body on the ground and muttered in a low voice. Seeing Lu Yuanhua coming in, he immediately raised his head. Director Lu, we didn't do anything, but it turned out like this. Lu Yuanhua observed for a long time, but he didn't find out how this was done. Could it be that the new bishop member he had detained for half a month was not one person, but half a person? Is it because he is single? Han Yu muttered weakly. What do you mean? Lu Yuanhua and Chuzhua were both guessing why this happened, but how could it be related to being single or not? It doesn't matter, I just slipped up. Han Yu hurriedly explained. In this serious situation, Han Yu thought of Valentine's Day in his previous life for no reason. If a single dog was asked why he was alone, someone would always answer that he was afraid that half a person would scare you. Now Si Yusheng is really only half a person left. If he goes out like this, he will probably give a heavy blow to those couples who are celebrating the festival. Chuzhua was originally frowning, thinking about why this happened, but his eyes suddenly lit up when he heard Han Yu's words. Han Yu is right. Ah, I really just said it unintentionally. How could Han Yu not have thought that Principal Chuzhua could still be so hard to praise? Chuzhua shook his head, but it's not single, but double. The fallen profession of the necromancer is too sinister, so basically there are no high-level players in various countries, and the records are very rare. But on the battlefield of the Indian country, there was a record that the necromancer appeared in other places after being killed. The participants at that time found it difficult to understand, and finally attributed it to the fact that the necromancer's vitality was too tenacious, and he was resurrected after the battle. Now it seems that the necromancer is not resurrected, but forcibly divided into two halves, and the incomplete parts are supplemented by the controlled meat puppets. Two halves of the body, two lives, controlling his body like a puppet. If I'm not mistaken, he has another body living in another place. Is there such an operation? Hanyu never thought that the necromancer could play like this. He was treating himself as an earthworm, and the number of cuts would become the number of pieces. This is just my guess, but it is very likely. Chujua rubbed his chin, and was very confident in his guess. But what about the brain? Hanyu asked. It's impossible that the brain is also divided in half, because the functions of the left and right brains are different. The Black Ice member next to him immediately said, there is no brain, it's empty inside. Hanyu slowly typed a question mark. Could it be that the dead Yusheng who had fought with him before was actually a brainless person? He had brains, but after death, his brains, like other limbs, turned into a pool of black water. Hanyu, you may have to be careful next time. Lu Yuanbo narrowed his eyes slightly, remembering what dead Yusheng said when he saw Hanyu just now, that Hanyu had been exposed, and it seemed that it was not just a threat. Maybe when dead Yusheng recognized Hanyu, the new bishop already knew that Hanyu was back. I'm ready, just let them come. Hanyu was not afraid at all. The high-level members of the new bishop are not as easy to hide as the low-level members, and the other party does not know their current strength. Even if two members of the level of dead Yusheng were sent, he was confident that he could hold on until the support arrived, or just escape. Not bad. I want to see what kind of big fish I can catch. Lu Yuanbo nodded. If it was before, he might think Hanyu was a little arrogant, but he had just seen Hanyu's strength. It is indeed difficult for ordinary new bishop members to cause harm to Hanyu. He now even hopes that the new bishop will send 2 more big fish. Even among the new bishops distributed around the world, there are not many members above level 50. They are all high-level members of the first level of the regional priest. Even if it is impossible to obtain intelligence, just killing is enough. Has there been any change in the body of the Blood Prison Earl? Since it is speculated that the dead and alive are still alive, Lu Yuanbo asked about another body. No, but the Blood Prison Earl's survivability is also very strong. I wonder if there is a similar way to survive. Well, just clean up all the traces strictly, and send the results of the soul search to me after the end. After confirming that there were no other changes, Lu Yuanbo took Hanyu out of the Black Ice underground. Si Yusheng and Yushi were solved, and the matter came to a temporary end. It was just unknown whether Hanyu would meet Si Yusheng, a fanatical believer of the Son of God, again in the future. After that, Hanyu and Lu Yuanbo exchanged game IDs to facilitate equipment trading in the future, and Chujua took Hanyu away from the Shanghai branch. The next morning, Hanyu got on the train to Haicheng. As soon as he got on the train and took out his mobile phone, Hanyu saw that he had received a hot search push. Hanyu is back? Where is he now? Hanyu looked puzzled. Shanghai should not have spread the news that he had returned, and the new bishop did not need to do so. How could he be on the top of the hot search the next day after returning? Clicking in, it turned out that the speculation basis of this hot search was the gold list launched by the game before. Someone discovered that Hanyu's ID Weidio became a challengeable state yesterday, instead of the previous gray. All players used this to judge that Hanyu was still alive, so various speculations about Hanyu were once again on the hot search. This game really doesn't let people have peace. Hanyu almost forgot about the gold list. Unexpectedly, a name now made all the Han people know that he was alive and back. Just when he was speechless, a message popped up on Hanyu's phone. Yu Xin. Are you back? The person who sent the message was Sherdong, the group leader of the Summoner Mutual Aid Group. Hanyu wanted to pretend not to see it, but Sherdong popped up 3 or 4 messages immediately afterwards. Yu Xin. If you have time, can you come back to Haicheng? We have something to discuss with you. Yu Xin, we got a guild token, but it's hard to keep it. Yu Xin, do you want to build a guild? All summoners want you to be the guild leader. Hanyu, who wanted to ignore it, suddenly saw the guild token. Sherdong got it even with such a low drop rate. It seems that Sherdong is lucky. But maybe it's not him who got it, but other summoners who are going to organize a summoning guild. But what does it mean to be unable to keep it? After thinking for a while, Hanyu replied, I will be in Haicheng tomorrow and contact you later. Chapter 251. Sherdong, Yu Xin. It's really you. You're really back. Now we can form our Summoners Alliance. Ha 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 ha. Hanyu, why are you laughing so loudly? Are you so excited? Hanyu and Sherdong didn't have much interaction, so I didn't expect such a big reaction. Sherdong, of course I'm excited. Yushin, you're back, and someone will lead us summoners to rise. Although Han Yu's level is not high, Tiger God is the highest among summoners. After all, there has only been such a genius summoner in many years. But Han Yu thinks Sherdong values his role too much. After the version update, the summoner profession will definitely catch up with other players soon. It just takes a little time. Han Yu, let's talk about it when we meet tomorrow. That afternoon, the train arrived in Haicheng. Han Yu bought some gifts and knocked on Jiang Wen's door. The door opened, and it was Su Xueqing who opened it, with a tired face. Auntie, I'm back. Han Yu smiled and said. After being away for less than half a year, Su Xueqing, who was standing opposite, seemed to have aged by a dozen years. Han Yu. Su Xueqing, who recognized Han Yu, was surprised, and then looked behind Han Yu, constantly looking around, but saw nothing. Ziqi, didn't she come back with you? Su Xueqing asked cautiously, her voice getting lower and lower, and she was even a little afraid to know the answer. Auntie, don't worry, Ziqi is fine. Han Yu looked into Su Xueqing's eyes, and couldn't bear to make her sad, so he tried to make his tone lighter. While talking, Jiang Wen in the room heard the voice and rushed out. Han Yu. You're back, where's Ziqi? Principal, let me in first. I have good news this time. Okay, come in quickly. Jiang Wen has completely lost the dignity of the principal at home. In just these 10 days, a lot of white hair has grown on his temples. Entering the house, looking at the two people's hopeful eyes, Han Yu did not say anything else, but took out his mobile phone, clicked on Jiang Ziqi's video, and handed it to the two. Principal, Aunt Su, please watch this video first. Su Xueqing and Jiang Wen took the mobile phone in confusion, and then saw the picture on the mobile phone. Jiang Ziqi was facing the camera. Dad, Mom. You don't have to worry about me, I'm safe now. I just can't go home yet, and the food here is better than at home, there is everything. Don't worry about me. Just think of me as going to school in another city, I will go back to see you soon. Ziqi. Su Xueqing's originally sad face bloomed with a smile, and he opened his mouth to ask Han Yu what was going on. But he was interrupted by Jiang Wen next to him. Jiang Ziqi recorded a video that was 5 or 6 minutes long, and talked about many trivial matters, just to make the two not worry too much. After the video was played, Jiang Wen said, Han Yu, is Ziqi really okay? The video really made Jiang Wen feel relieved, and he also looked at the date of the video shooting. It was indeed shot the day before yesterday, but he still couldn't help worrying. Principal, it's really okay, but because of the special effects, she can't come back for the time being. As long as a while, I will definitely pick her up. It's okay, it's okay. Su Xueqing wiped the corners of her eyes, and watched the video. She couldn't help crying again. Can you tell me what happened? If it's confidential, forget it. Jiang Wen looked at Han Yu. Jiang Ziqi said a lot in the video, but most of it was to tell parents not to worry, and there was not much description of the details of the incident. In fact, after we were hunted down, we were teleported to a strange world. After roughly describing the experience, Han Yu breathed a sigh of relief. So Principal, Auntie, you don't have to worry too much. It won't be long before I can bring Jiang Ziqi back, and maybe Brother Ziyuan is just missing. You just need to protect your body. It would be great if that's the case. Su Xueqing wiped away tears again. No matter what, confirming that Jiang Ziqi is still alive makes them happier than any news. By the way, Han Yu, you haven't eaten yet, I go prepare it. Su Xueqing, who felt a little out of control, stood up and walked towards the kitchen. Okay, Auntie, thank you for your trouble. Come over and have a meal. Han Yu smiled, and did not refuse. The two were in a bad mood, so he was not in a hurry to leave. He planned to chat with them more, and talk about the various things Jiang Ziqi encountered there. It was not until the sky darkened that Han Yu refused Jiang Wen's request to stay overnight, and left Jiang Ziqi's house, and walked to the street. As soon as he walked out, Han Yu called Sherdong. Yushin. Sherdong on the other side of the phone just confirmed Han Yu's identity. I came back early. Do you have time to come out now? Of course, you tell me a place, and I come out right away. Han Yu heard the sound of footsteps over the phone. Han Yu mentioned a nearby coffee shop. Half an hour later, the two met in the coffee shop, and Sherdong began to talk about the alliance token. In fact, the matter is not complicated. A summoner is the group leader of a mutual aid group like Sherdong. A guild token exploded in a level 30 dungeon. Because the summoning profession was too weak before, it made these summoning players more cohesive. The summoning of this token is like forming a guild dominated by the summoning profession. Although it is only a primary token, After completing the guild mission, the number of people who can join will continue to increase. It is the first summoning guild in the country, and even the world. But the guild is about to be established, and an organization called Donglan League knows about it, and they want to forcibly buy the guild token, so the so-called summoning guild has not been established. But haven't they already established the guild? Why do they still need to buy your token? After listening to Sherdong's explanation, Han Yu asked. Although there are many ways to increase the level of the alliance, the fastest way is to absorb tokens of the same level. Therefore, even though alliance tokens have been appearing, they are almost not circulated in the market. What if they are not sold? Should Shanghai prohibit players from large-scale battles? Han Yu was a little confused. Could it be that under the management of Shanghai, there is still the saying of robbing tokens? He just came back, and didn't know much about the mechanism of the alliance. They definitely dare not rob them directly, but once the alliance is established, there will be alliance wars. If you lose 3 alliance wars with the same alliance within a month, the alliance token will be taken away. So they have already spread the word that if our alliance is established, they will directly challenge other alliances, and ask them not to interfere. At that time, they can take away the alliance token without spending any money. Although this version update has strengthened the summoner profession to a certain extent, in fact, most people have not grown up yet, and cannot compete with those players who are already very strong. So we are ready to give up. If we hand over the token directly, we can get some resources. Although it is not much, it is better than nothing. Sherdong shook his head. There is nothing he can do about it. The summoner profession has been weak for too long. Even a round of strengthening cannot completely make others get rid of the inherent impression. Most people still treat summoners as a soft persimmon. But if you join, Yushin, I guess the other party will not dare to attack casually. Sherdong looked at Han Yu. In fact, he was not interested in Han Yu's strength, but his potential and the status of the top student of Nanjing University. If Han Yu became the leader of the alliance, the other party might not dare to take away the alliance token. Oh, is it easy to have an alliance war? Then it is established. I will take care of the alliance war. Han Yu nodded. He was worried that he could not do it directly before. Now the game allows the battle form of alliance war, which is easier. Ah? Sherdong was stunned. He just wanted Han Yu to join it first. With Han Yu's reputation, the other party probably wouldn't dare to challenge casually. After a period of time, the Summoners Alliance will be established, and then it can be officially independent. Why did Han Yu start the alliance war right away? But the other side has a level 40 player in charge. Sherdong thought for a while, and said, the leader of the Donglan Alliance is considered to be at the top level among the individual players. And before that, they have already absorbed 2 leader orders. If they absorb 1 more, they can be upgraded to the second level alliance, and the combat bonus is also higher than our new alliance. Level 40. Are there any other rewards for defeating the alliance? Han Yu ignored the warning and asked again. Sherdong felt that Han Yu didn't understand what he said at all. Every time you win, you can get 1/3 of the other alliance's public supplies. After 3 wins, you can directly get the other alliance token. And you must accept at least 3 challenges every month. But the guild war takes place in the arena and generally does not cause real casualties. Well, that's it. After the alliance is established, pull me in and I will lead you to fight an alliance war. Han Yu was still in contact with the alliance war for the first time, but he was very interested. Yesterday at school, he joined the Han National Alliance. As soon as he joined, he became a 3rd-level member of the National Alliance under Liu Yuan's operation, and received a continuous 20% experience bonus. There are also monthly guild resource rewards, including recovery medicines and low-level equipment, as well as a small amount of strengthening materials. The most important of these is naturally the 20% experience bonus. Whoever uses it knows it. If he could have his own alliance, the experience bonus would be superimposed, and with the blessing of Han Yu's own elf ancestor, the upgrade speed would probably double. Are you sure? The other side has a level 40 leader, and several of our group leaders are just level 30, and the summoner profession is still weak now. Sherdong finally couldn't help but remind Han Yu. He knew Han Yu's strength, but after all, his level was too low. Even if he could deal with him, he might not be able to deal with a level 40 leader. Half an hour later, Sherdong came out of the cafe in a daze, with a dull and sluggish expression on his face. He had just challenged Han Yu through the game. In the game, Han Yu showed his strength a little, which made Sherdong finally understand why Han Yu was so confident to establish an alliance and directly accept the alliance war. Yushin. Awesome. Sherdong said this silently, and then his expression finally recovered. Since Yushin you have such strength, I am relieved. I will convince others today, and the summoning alliance will be established tomorrow. Han Yu and Shi Dong separated and returned to his home, which he had not returned to for a long time. Just after arriving home, Han Yu received a group chat invitation message. Click to join, and Han Yu became the administrator of the group. Long live summoning. Just after entering, various welcome expressions were sent out. Everyone in the group knew that this was Han Yu himself. Shi Dong not only greeted him, but also played the video of Han Yu's daytime battle. The summoning players in the group who were about to give up are now full of confidence and will set off towards the beautiful vision of the rise of summoning under the leadership of Yushin. Han Yu looked at the group members. Including himself, there were only 100 people in total. This was also the upper limit of the first level alliance token, and only 100 members could be recruited. Sun Qishui, great. With Yushin here, they may not dare to challenge at all. After all, Han Yu is a student of Nanjing University. Even if they don't know his strength, the other party has to consider whether to offend such a genius. Han Yu, wait, don't let the news of my joining out first. This Sun Qishui is the one who got the alliance token. Han Yu has a good impression of him, and is willing to take out the alliance token. Sun Qishui, why? Han Yu, they want to steal our alliance token, so we can just steal theirs. Let them challenge us actively, and we can save another challenge opportunity. Shi Dong, I forgot to tell you, Yushin and I have already discussed that we will not only establish an alliance, but also face the Donglin Alliance head-on. And the Donglin Alliance's alliance token has already absorbed 2 tokens of the same level. As long as we get it, we can upgrade directly. These people only thought about defense before, and even forgot that they can get tokens from other alliances. Summoners have been weak for too long, and even their attitude towards other professions has become to hide if they can't afford to offend. Sun Qishui, old sure. You actually hid it from me. But it just so happens that the damn Donglin Alliance has threatened me several times. Tomorrow I will smash the heads of all their members. Shi Dong, okay, everyone get ready. Tomorrow is the battle for the rise of our summoners. Since the version update, although summoners have attracted the attention of many people, except Han Yu, there have been no amazing players. Although it has been enhanced, the real effect has not yet come out, and the attitudes of other players have not really begun to change. And tomorrow is also the battle for Han Yu to officially announce his return. Just today, after a brief fermentation, Han Yu, who was almost forgotten by the public, has once again caused online discussions because of his reappearance. Everyone is asking if Han Yu is back, and where he is now. Now that the news can't be concealed, why not have a gorgeous comeback battle? Chapter 252. After confirming the establishment of the alliance, Shi Dong began to discuss the details of the establishment of the alliance in the group. In fact, before Han Yu came in, the main thing was that the matter had been discussed. It was just because of the Donglin Alliance that the alliance was not officially established. The most important thing today was that Shi Dong chose to give the leader to Han Yu. After seeing Han Yu's strength, everyone put forward their opinions, but one of the 4 deputy leaders was going to be replaced. Originally, it was inevitable that he was dissatisfied, but he just learned that he could swallow the Donglin Alliance tomorrow, and then he would become a second-level alliance in one fell swoop. At that time, the number of deputy leaders will increase accordingly, and the experience bonus will also increase. Originally, Shi Dong and his team proposed to name the alliance as the Summoning God Alliance, but Han Yu, who had not spoken, objected. Originally, this name was good, but Han Yu knew in the companion space that the Creation Church had a Summoning God department, and the mere fact that the name was the same made Han Yu a little uncomfortable. After the final discussion, the name of the alliance was directly changed to the Summoning Alliance. This may make players of other professions less willing to join, but it can attract more summoning players. This is also the original intention of the establishment of the alliance, and Han Yu is very optimistic about the future development of the summoning profession. The minimum standard for recruiting alliance members is players above level 20, and it is guaranteed that half of the members are summoning professions. Things are planned, and the alliance token is also traded to Han Yu by Shi Dong. Han Yu took out the alliance token from the game, which was engraved with a complex magic array like a star map, and in the center were brilliant star models. When he touched the alliance token, Han Yu understood how to use it. Press the star model in the middle to establish the alliance, and then invite members to join. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Han Yu met with Shi Dong, and several other deputy leaders also gathered together. Han Yu held the alliance token in his hand and started the alliance. A game prompt appeared in Han Yu's mind. Congratulations on establishing the alliance. Summoning alliance. Alliance level, level 1. Alliance leader gains experience bonus 20%. Deputy leader gains, experience bonus 15%. Ordinary members gain, experience bonus 10%. All members gain bonus 4-dimensional attributes plus 3 after receiving the game prompt. Han Yu also understood why the alliance token was so tight. If he did not join the alliance, his upgrade speed would soon be left behind by players of the same level. At the same time, a message was released in the dedicated guild channel. Congratulations to the new alliance. Summoning alliance is established. New alliance is established. Get rewards. Advanced Energy Recovery Potion X 300, Advanced Physical Recovery Potion X 300, Amplification Scroll, 50, Enchantment Card, 50. These rewards are the public property of the guild, members can withdraw and use them, or they can be issued by the management. There are not many alliance tokens now, and as soon as the news is released, there are constant congratulations from the following. In addition to joining in the fun, the first 500 players who send blessings will also receive random rewards given by the game. This is to provide some visibility for the new alliance, so that it can quickly recruit members. After the blessing, the onlookers discussed in the guild channel. Summoning alliance? Is it an alliance established by summoner players? At the same time, Shi Dong also took the opportunity to issue an alliance announcement. Sword in the Stone. Summoning alliance established. Recruiting members are players above level 20. Priority is given to summoning players, and those with excellent talents can lower the level standard. Summoning rises today. Originally, the alliance membership was full, and this announcement was also said by Han Yu. It is about to be upgraded, so naturally we have to prepare to recruit people. As soon as the guild announcement was issued, all summoners were excited. Now many individual summoners are still not welcome, and many of them are not wanted by the alliance. But when he tried to apply, he found that the quota was full, so he could only urge the summoning alliance to collect materials and upgrade as soon as possible in the guild channel to recruit more members. At the same time, in a high-rise building in Zisong City, a man with long hair and shawl stood in front of the French window, his eyes empty, but he was looking at the notification in the game. It was the leader of the Donglin Alliance, Dongfeng. Looking at the announcement issued by the Summoning Alliance, Dongfeng sneered, "Sword in the Stone? It's that Shi Dong, you really dare to establish it." He gave the other party time to consider, but he didn't expect that the other party would establish it without even saying hello. Calling up the guild interface, Dongfeng challenged the Summoning Alliance as the leader of the Donglin Alliance. The guild had just been established, and there was a 3-day protection period, during which challenges could be rejected. But after 3 days, he must accept at least 3 challenges. He has already informed other alliances of the same level, and no one will come to grab this piece of fat meat. Dongfeng only needs to wait for 3 days, and the alliance token of the Summoning Alliance will be his. But just after the challenge was issued, Dongfeng received the message that the other party accepted the challenge, and was stunned. "Really brave. You don't really think that a group of summoned soldiers can beat me?" Dongfeng didn't expect that Shi Dong would agree to the challenge so quickly. He thought it would be at least 3 days later. Dongfeng opened the Donglin Alliance's guild channel at all members. "Today is the day when our Donglin Alliance is promoted to the 2nd level alliance. All members who can participate in the battle, get ready," reply received. When the Summoning Alliance accepted the challenge, all members also received a notification. They had already made preparations before that. "Got it. We are ready. We will beat those summoners to death." "Got it. Let's start the battle. The blessing of the alliance is really great. My brothers are waiting to join. The upper limit of the number of people in the 1st level alliance is too small. The Donglin Alliance is now in a hurry to expand." Thinking that the alliance is about to upgrade, they are full of fighting spirit. In the guild channel, the players who had just finished reading and sending blessings were about to leave, but they saw another prompt. The Summoning Alliance accepted the challenge of the Donglin Alliance. The players who were about to exit the guild channel were boiling again. "What's going on?" "Just accept the challenge. Don't new alliances have a 3-day protection period?" New alliances are always inevitably challenged. Generally speaking, before they are established, the leader will say hello to other alliances of the same level, which can be regarded as paying homage. After all, the strength of the new alliances will not differ too much. After all, launching a challenge also requires a valuable challenge fee. If you lose, not only will the challenge materials become the other party's spoils of war, but you will also lose 30% of the guild's resources. But this still cannot avoid challenges from other alliances of the same level. At this time, the role of the protection period comes out. In 3 days, you can pay a big boss to take charge and temporarily join the alliance to stabilize the situation, or directly bargain with the other alliance to make the other party give up the challenge. But the Summoning Alliance has just been established and directly accepted the challenge request from the Donglin Alliance. Are you crazy? I know this Donglin Alliance. The leader is a level 40 mage player, and his strength is one of the best among individual players. And the Summoning Alliance only needs one Alliance token to upgrade to the second level, and the Summoning Alliance just accepted the challenge? Does it have any trump cards? But there are not many strong individual players in Summoning Alliance now. Resources were not allocated before, and there are very few players above level 30. Is it that the Summoning Alliance is not a summoner? That would be a bit funny. I don't know. Let's wait and see the results, but I estimate that the Donglin Alliance will launch 3 consecutive challenges today and directly take the Alliance token. Maybe this Summoning Alliance will set a record for the fastest disbanding. While the battle between the two alliances was constantly discussed outside, Dongfeng turned around and sat on the sofa, and tagged Sherdong in the guild channel. Sword in the stone, how about live broadcasting this challenge? It's just right for others to see the style of your summoners? Before Sherdong replied, the players who were watching the excitement in the guild channel got excited first. Okay. Live broadcast to show us the style of summoners. I couldn't agree more, Escher Zhongjian, if you are a man live broadcast. They are all a group of players who like to watch the fun and wait to see the result of the battle. How can it be more exciting to watch the battle directly? If Sherdong refuses, I am afraid that these players who like to watch the fun will start to criticize him immediately. By then, the momentum of the Summoning Alliance will be weakened before the battle begins, and victory will be much easier. Sherdong turned his head to look at Han Yu, who was sitting next to him. Yushin, how is it? He has seen Han Yu's strength. As long as he takes action, this alliance battle is basically foolproof. But the live broadcast would inevitably expose Han Yu's strength. If Han Yu minded, Sherdong would directly refuse. It's okay, live broadcast is good. Everyone is guessing where I am. Let's tell everyone that I'm back. Okay, then I agree. Sherdong was excited. If he refused, he would not be happy even if he won. And the live broadcast was exactly what Sherdong wanted. Today's battle was the real rise of the summoner. Stone sword at Dongfenki, I'm happy to do it. I also want others to see you running away in a hurry. Dongfenki, haha, you dare to say that. I want to see if your weak summons can block my attack once. Oh! Stone sword is awesome. Go! Fight! A group of onlookers did not distinguish between camps. Seeing Sherdong accepted the live broadcast request, they all cheered together. In just half an hour, the news that Donglin League and the newly established Summoning League wanted to broadcast the Alliance battle spread on the internet. Although the Summoning Alliance has little influence, the Donglin Alliance is a famous guild among the first-level alliances. Players interested in the Alliance flocked in, waiting for the battle to officially begin. Half an hour later, all the members of the Donglin Alliance and the Summoning Alliance had gathered. After the leaders of both sides clicked the button of agreement, the Alliance battle officially began. Han Yu and Sherdong disappeared at the same time, and 100 players appeared on a desert. On the opposite side, there were nearly 100 members of the Donglin Alliance. The members of both sides were separated by a transparent light wall, rubbing their hands, and waiting for the Alliance battle to officially begin. The members of the Donglin Alliance were not even all present, with less than 90 people. Dongfeng looked at Sherdong on the opposite side, and the players holding various scepters behind him, and sneered. These summoners have never really been on the battlefield. Don't they know that the battle formation is the most important thing in the Alliance war? Unlike the summoners standing in a row on Sherdong's side. The front row on Dongfeng's side is all shield warriors, dragon riders and berserkers stand in the front in turn, with huge shields and spears in their hands to meet the enemy. Behind the shield warrior players are the magic professional players represented by Dongfeng. The staffs in their hands are shining with dim light, ready to release skills at any time. And on the mages, there are players of the priest system, holding crystal balls or spell books in their hands, ready to provide buffs at any time. Han Yu looked a little envious. This way of arranging arrays is the real way of Alliance war. But now the Summoning Alliance has just been established, and there are really not many other players joining except summoners, so they can only line up in a row. No matter what summoner, just go up. The audience watching the live broadcast also noticed the difference between the two battle formations. The Summoning Alliance's fighting style is too unprofessional, isn't it? It's just a gift of death? After all, it's a newly established alliance, and it has no training at all. Moreover, it's all summoners, and there is no other battle formation to form. This is just a lonely sight. I thought I would see some exciting battles, but this looks like a crushing defeat. The originally enthusiastic audience was a little disappointed when they saw the difference between the battle formations of the two sides. If it's one-sided, there will be nothing exciting to watch. Don't worry, didn't they say that summoning is comprehensively strengthened? If half of the people summon 4th level creatures that are higher than their own level, especially those alliance leaders, as long as they entangle Dongfeng, they will have a chance to win by using the human wave tactics. The person who was speaking was the leader of a 2nd level alliance. In addition to ordinary players, most of the people who watched the live broadcast were members of an alliance. The Donglin alliance was so aggressive that even these 2nd level alliances were considering whether to strike first, when the Donglin alliance was promoted to a 2nd level alliance. Of course, they hoped that the summoning alliance would win. Sure, Dong still had some reputation among individual players. He was kind, and did not have too many ambitions. This was also a habit developed by the summoner profession. After all, no one could afford to offend him before. While these people began to discuss, the countdown to the alliance war officially began. 3, 2, 1. The alliance war officially begins. Defeat your opponent. Win the alliance war and get rich rewards. The prompt sound of the game rang in everyone's ears, and the battle officially began. Kill! Don't give them a chance to fight back. Dongfeng raised the staff in his hand. His battle strategy was simple, just one wave of A. The shield warrior professional player standing at the front had various colored buffs on his body at the beginning of the battle. Almost at the same time, the front row used the charge skill, rolled up the sand, and rushed towards the battle formation of the summoning alliance. But in the process of charging, he suddenly felt a black shadow appear in front of him. Looking up, in front of him, a giant beast with a length of nearly 20 meters appeared, standing in front of him. What is this thing? The warrior who was charging saw the giant beast in front of him, and didn't react for a while. Which summoner summoned this ghost thing? It doesn't seem to belong to this level. Dongfeng was also shocked. No matter how strong it is, the size alone is too amazing. Don't worry. Its level is not high. Charged summoner, the summoner is gone. No matter how powerful the summon is, it's useless. But Dongfeng immediately saw the level of the molten lizard, LV34, which is not high. It may just look scary. But before he could finish his words, the shape of the lava rock lizard changed again. As its body expanded rapidly, the spikes on its body surface became longer and longer, and its rock armor became extremely thick, reaching a height of more than 40 meters. A pair of fiery red eyes looked at the people in front of it. Now it didn't look like a level 30 summon creature at all. It looked more like a level 50 or 60. Chapter 253. The molten rock lizard just stood there without any extra movements, but it made the Donglin players feel an inexplicable pressure and swallowed unconsciously. What the hell is that thing? Why is it so big? It's only level 30, but it has such a terrifying power. The audience watching the live broadcast outside the field did not expect that someone had summoned such a thing when the other people's summoning array was still forming. Neither the live broadcast room nor the Donglin Alliance on the opposite side could understand how a level 30 summoned creature could be so terrifying. Is this summoned by Shi Dong? But there is a magic array forming in front of him. The players who were shocked by the molten rock lizard began to look for the player who summoned this giant beast. It seems that only the player with a black hood has no summoning array in front of him. Is it him? But he is standing too far to the side. It seems that he is not a core player of the Summoning Alliance. Could it be that the magic array has not come out yet? While the audience was still guessing who summoned this terrifying giant beast, the shield warrior player of Donglin League forced himself to forget the terrifying beast in front of him, changed direction, and continued to charge. The molten rock lizard stood in the center of the battlefield, but it could only block the middle position. And the players are more resourceful than monsters after all, and can constantly adjust to avoid the molten rock lizard. The molten rock lizard looked at the ant-like players on the ground, and just took a step forward. The ground began to tremble, and a giant sand pit appeared. The two players who didn't have time to hide away were grabbed by the molten rock lizard, held tightly in their hands, and swallowed one by one. There is not only flesh and blood in the body of the molten rock lizard, but more importantly, the molten core constantly produces magma, which is its energy source. In just a moment, the Donglin League was the first to lose members. The health of two players in the molten rock lizard dropped below the danger line, and was instantly teleported out of the battlefield. But the speed of the charging shield warrior was too fast after all. When the molten rock lizard bent down, the other dozen shield warriors had already crossed the attack range of the molten rock lizard. The terrifying molten rock lizard only stopped two charging shield warrior professional players. Behind the molten rock lizard, in front of the members of the Summoning Alliance, one by one, the summoning arrays were still forming, and the summoned creatures were just beginning to show their traces. In the sky, ice cones, fireballs, wind blades, and other attacks were flying towards the summoners' battle array, trying to wipe out the summoned creatures and summoners together. But the formation of the summoning alliance worked. It seemed to be irregular and extremely scattered. However, it was this seemingly messy formation that prevented the mage's skills from covering multiple members at the same time, allowing most members to complete the summoning with peace of mind. And those shield warriors, who were charging, finally breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the terrifying monster named Titan Molten Beast was finally thrown behind them. As long as they took 2 more steps forward, they could rush into the enemy's camp before the opponent's summoned creatures appeared. At that time, the summoners without the protection of summoned creatures would be like lambs to be slaughtered in front of them, and it would not be a problem to kill them with one knife. The weapons in the hands of each shield warrior player began to flash, and the attack was ready to go, just waiting to enter the attack range. Die! Poor summoners. A berserker who rushed to the front put the shield into his backpack with his left hand. The long spear in his right hand stabbed forward like a dragon, and the tip of the spear produced a cyclone due to the violent shaking. As long as he took another step forward, he would pierce the throat of the hooded summoner in front of him. The summoner who was about to be attacked did not move at all, and even put down the scepter. Give up just like that? How boring. Seeing that the summoner on the opposite side had no intention of resisting at all, Quang Zhan sneered unconsciously. But when the tip of the spear was less than half a meter away from the summoner, a black shadow suddenly appeared and violently whipped the berserker's face with a sound of breaking through the air. Snake. Quang Zhan saw clearly that it was a black spirit snake that attacked him, and there was already a blood mark on his face. After a whip hit, the black snake did not fade away, but just attached to Quang Zhan's body and stretched out fine tentacles on the body, instantly piercing the berserker's exposed skin. With multiple layers of amplification and full of spirits, Quang Zhan suddenly felt his legs go weak, and there were unbearable scenes popping up in front of his eyes, just like the erotic dream he had yesterday. What? Quang Zhan felt his consciousness was slipping away, and the spear that was thrusting forward became soft and powerless. The last real scene he saw was that he was entangled by black spirit snakes, and then he completely lost consciousness. At the same time, a huge net of vines suddenly rose in front of other shield warriors, who were about to attack the summoners. All the charging warriors hit the huge vine net, and did not cause any effective damage. All of them were stopped, and before they were ready to release their skills and break the vines, they only felt their legs go weak and had no strength to launch an attack. Desire Dream Vine. An audience member immediately sent out these 4 words on the screen. The charging warrior didn't have time to see what kind of monster was attacking him, but the audience in the live broadcast room saw it clearly. Isn't this the Desire Dream Vine, one of Han Yu's signature skills? Han Yu. Is Han Yu back? Someone sent out more than a dozen exclamation marks in a row on the barrage. Is this the trump card of the Summoning Alliance? Yu Shin. Too strong, directly blocking all attacks. Where is Yu Shin? Everyone began to look for Han Yu in the Summoning Alliance camp. At this time, the berserker who was first affected by the Desire Dream Vine almost lost his spear, and was no longer able to attack, but the cyclone caused by the spear tip still flew out. A non-aggressive cyclone blew the hood of the summoner in front of him back. The hood was blown off, revealing a familiar face that had appeared countless times in Haicheng newspapers. The audience in the live broadcast room recognized Han Yu at a glance. There. The summoner with the black hood. Han Yu is indeed the trump card of the Summoning Alliance. That molten giant beast, it seems to be the lizard that Han Yu often summoned before. Although the body of the molten lizard has expanded more than twice, the original traces can still be seen after careful observation. Combined with Han Yu's identity, some viewers finally recognized it. Molten lizard. It is the most common tank-type summoned beast, but why is Yushin's molten lizard so big? Yushin, not only is he not dead, but he seems to have become stronger. I was very happy that Yushin could come back, but why can't I help but feel sad? No one expected that Han Yu, who had been discussed today, would appear in an alliance battle, and summon such a powerful summoned creature right away. When he was discovered, Han Yu had put down his scepter, and he was not ready to use his full strength. If he used his full strength, the entire battlefield would be overturned. So he only summoned 3 summons: Flame-tail Fox, Finn, and Molten Lizard for the time being. The real battle was left to Dong and his team. As long as they won the first battle, it would be fine. The main purpose was to let these summoners, who had never experienced the battle array, get familiar with the fighting style. Dong Feng, on the opposite side, was also stunned when he saw that only a vine blocked all the charging shield warriors. But he also recognized Hanyu on the opposite side through the vines in an instant, and then saw the level mark on Hanyu's head, LV35, Yushin? It's a pity that he is only level 35. You use this as a trump card? You underestimate me a bit. Dong Feng's staff flew up, and a fireball formed in the air, calling the star. Chapter 254. It is no longer a secret that Hanyu's dream vine's weakness is fire attacks. As long as the star summoner falls, all the vines will be destroyed, and a group of low-level summoners will be killed. In the Summoning Alliance camp, there is no shield warrior or other defensive profession that can block the attack of the star summoner. Hanyu also looked back at the summoners around him. The battle has started for 4 or 5 seconds, and half of them have not completed the summoning. This speed is really not flattering. And Hanyu's 3 summoned creatures are all in place, and their skills have been released for a round. The casting speed of these alliance members is a bit too slow. Hanyu spoke, and Dong's face turned red. Watching Hanyu summon, he realized how big the difference between ordinary summoners and Hanyu was. Although the two are of the same level, Hanyu's summoning speed is almost twice as fast as his. If Hanyu hadn't summoned creatures to hold on, the Summoning Alliance camp would have been smashed by the opponent. The main reason is that no one has studied the fast casting skills of summoners, so the skill speed of summoners is much slower than other professions. Dong explained embarrassedly. Summoners have not had well-known high-level players for a long time, so they have not studied the fast casting skills. Is that so? After listening to Dong's statement, Hanyu suddenly had an idea. Because of Su Lan's notes, Hanyu still has some experience in fast casting of summoners, which can be used as a benefit for the alliance or to win over other summoners. Hanyu had just said 2 sentences when the huge fireball caused by the star summoning skill in the sky had become nearly 10 meters in size, and was still expanding. If this falls, 1/3 of the summoners will be affected, and the creatures just summoned may be destroyed in an instant. I take care of this. Just focus on attacking the other party members. This is the power of the players, who surpass their level in the alliance war. Ordinary defense can't stop this blazing star at all. But Hanyu can, or the Molten Lizard can. The 40-level summoner, even if the mana is exhausted, can't cause much damage to the Molten Lizard. Just as he was about to order the Molten Lizard to retreat, he saw a fireball flying towards the summoner. He turned around and saw the flame-tailed fox that had just appeared, waving his staff, and did not attack the opponent's players, but shot the fireball at the flame star. Dongfeng, who controlled the summoner, also noticed a fireball flying towards the summoner. But compared to the summoner, which was constantly expanding during the fall, the volume of the blazing fireball was less than 1/10 of it. Dongfeng looked at the flame-tailed fox beside Hanyu and sneered. Want to put out fire with fire? Dream on, right? Yushin? Let the Summoning Alliance be destroyed today. At this time, the blazing fireball flew into the air and collided with the stars. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and the flames bursting in the sky were like fireworks in the first month of the year. The explosion dissipated. The summoning star was still there, but the blazing fireball had completely dissipated. However, after one attack, the summoning star also shrank a circle, and the falling trajectory was slightly offset due to the impact, but Dongfeng quickly adjusted it. Dongfeng looked at Hanyu. That was the location of the summoning star's landing point. Since Hanyu was the trump card, as long as Hanyu was killed, the opponent's morale would inevitably plummet, and the subsequent battle would inevitably be much simpler. But when he looked down, he found another fireball taking off, and the target was still the flaming star in the sky. This is the flame of the star call also considered a burning effect? Hanyu didn't expect that the skill could be used in this way, but if the flame-tailed fox could block the star call, the molten rock lizard could charge directly. Seeing that the flame-tailed fox released the skill with almost no cooldown, Hanyu gave the molten rock lizard an attack order. The blazing fireball collided with the star call again, and the star call was weakened, and the orbit began to shift. But it was not over yet. Dongfeng saw another fireball flying up from the corner of his eye. No cooldown? Dongfeng was a little stunned. Although the fireball of the flame-tailed fox is not as good as the star call, its diameter is also close to 1 meter. The damage to the player as a target must be not low. But the flame-tailed fox released it as if there was no cooldown at all. On the other hand, even if the star call is only a level 15 skill of Dongfeng, the power is determined by the consumption and charging time. Releasing a skill caused Dongfeng's energy to drain rapidly. Moreover, the star calling only needed to set a target and consume energy to expand its power, but now Dongfeng had to constantly modify the orbit to determine the hit. As the size of the star continued to grow, it became more and more difficult for Dongfeng to control it. Dongfeng's arms trembled, his temples bulged, and he tried his best to control the star calling and smash it in the direction of Hanyu. The originally simple attack turned into a wrestling match between Dongfeng and the flame-tailed demon fox. But Dongfeng looked down and saw another fireball flying out of the flame-tailed demon fox's hand and flying towards the star calling. The fireball rose into the air, and the target was the star calling in the sky. Seeing the flame-tailed demon fox casting spells almost without pause, Dongfeng almost vomited blood. As a level 40 magic player, he had never seen a player who could release skills at this frequency. The key point is that even if there is no cooldown, is there no consumption? Seeing the flame-tailed fox releasing skills without changing his expression, Dongfeng felt even more depressed. This is just one of Hanyu's summons, and he forced himself into this state. The audience outside the venue did not expect that this skill could be played like this. It is a complete spell machine gun. This is the flame-tailed fox. The audience in the live broadcast room finally recognized the flame-tailed fox with an extra tail. Was the flame-tailed fox so strong before? This is simply a humanoid anti-missile system. The skill is almost non-consuming, and the cooldown is only 5 or 6 seconds. What anti-missile system? This is obviously a humanoid turret. Dongfeng's reaction was much greater than that of the audience. Seeing the flame-tailed fox releasing fireballs without any pause, no matter how it was done, he knew that it would be difficult to hit the target this time. He simply withdrew his energy, reduced consumption, and gave up control of the star summoning. But when he looked up, he found that the huge fireball, like a star, slowly changed direction under the attack of the blazing fireball and flew towards his camp. Gone! Dongfeng didn't expect that he could still operate like this, and hurriedly controlled the call star again. He no longer wanted to attack Hanyu, as long as the call star fell on the open ground and did not affect his side, otherwise it would really be shooting himself in the foot. But at this moment, Dongfeng's eyes were covered with a layer of sand, and he looked down and saw a titan beast rushing towards him. The huge body of the molten rock lizard was rushing towards him, raising a sky of yellow sand in front of him. And the shield warrior professional player on his side, who had rushed into the summoner camp with all his might before, now had no front row at all. League leader. Run, we can't stop it. While the members issued a reminder, they were ready to flee in all directions. Looking at the giant beast whose backstab was still nearly 10 meters long even when it laid down, the members of the Donglin League felt their hearts trembling. If this thing hits me, I'm afraid my ribs will be broken, and I'd be half crippled if not dead. But Dongfeng couldn't let go now. If he let Huanqing get out of control, 1/3 of his team would be smashed half to death by Huanqing. He shouted, "What are you afraid of? It's just an empty shell, a level 30 monster, just kill it in seconds. No matter how big this lava beast is, it may be just a level 30 summon after all." Dozens of players on his side attacked at the same time, and I didn't believe that they couldn't kill it in seconds. Chapter 255. Yeah. I was almost fooled by it. As soon as Dongfeng reminded them, some people immediately realized that the summoned creature in front of them was not only large in size, but also of low level and not terrible in damage. It could not even stop the shield warrior player who rushed to the summoning camp. After figuring out the trick, the members of the Donglin League stopped escaping. Turning back and raising the staff, preparing skills, looking at the flame armor on the body of the molten lizard, the magic player also deliberately chose the ice skill. Ice cones, ice tornadoes, various skills flew out, violently collided with the body of the molten lizard, and then turned into fragments. Then the damage number floated above the molten lizard's head, -1, -2. These attacks could not even break the molten lizard's defense. Only a few overlapping skills caused a little force damage. Is this called a level 30 summon creature? The player who had just released a skill was stunned and looked at the leader Dongfeng in disbelief. In order to kill this giant beast instantly, they all used their most damaging skills. Dozens of people used their skills, but they didn't even see their health drop. Kill instantly. Even if the molten lizard stood there for 5 minutes without moving, they might not be able to kill it. Not to mention causing damage, the attacks of the Donglin League players didn't even affect the molten lizard that was using Rock Rush. Run! These players no longer had the desire to fight back, and they could only use various acceleration charges to get out of the molten lizard's attack range. Although you won't die in the alliance battle, the pain is real, and no one wants to be hit like this. The molten lizard had already fallen, its limbs sank into the sand, but its speed was not affected at all. Like a blue whale in the water, it stirred up dust all over the sky and crashed into the most densely populated area of Donglin League players. If they rushed forward at the first moment when the lava lizard charged, perhaps most members could have avoided it. But when they wanted to run, the lava lizard had already rushed in front of them, instantly knocking away 1/3 of the Donglin League members. The first one to be hit was Dongfeng, who was standing in front, and still wrestling with the flame-tailed fox. When the head of the lava lizard hit him, Dongfeng felt that the noisy sounds around him seemed to disappear. Then his body became lighter, and the whole person flew backwards like a kite without a line. Crack! The sound of bone fracture came from his body, allowing Dongfeng to finally regain his hearing. Then, there was severe pain, and Dongfeng finally couldn't help it, and blood spurted out of his mouth and nose. Even though he was a level 40 player, he was just a mage after all, wearing cloth armor and robes. Being hit by such a giant beast, his internal organs were dislocated, and I don't know how many ribs were left. However, when he was in the air, several healing spells had already landed on Dongfeng, which finally helped him stabilize his injuries. But when he was hit, he completely lost the qualification to wrestle with the flame-tailed fox. The star calling completely fell into the control of the flame-tailed fox. The flame-tailed fox kept changing the attack position of the blazing fireball, forcibly changing the falling trajectory of the star calling, and flew towards the Donglin Alliance camp. And as the speed of the star calling fell faster and faster, it became more and more difficult to control. Dongfeng had to give up the control, and shouted to the members to get out of the way as soon as he landed. Dongfeng never thought that his fatal blow would become the strongest attack on his own camp. The members who had just dodged the impact of the lava rock lizard saw a fire comet with a diameter of more than 10 meters in the sky, flying towards them. Oh my god! The members of the Donglin League had never expected that Dongfeng's attack would eventually fly towards their camp, so they could only speed up again to dodge. After running a few steps, Wanqing finally fell, and the 7 or 8 players who were close to him were blown into the air, and at the same time, a layer of burning marks appeared on their bodies. Seeing Wanqing finally land, the face of the flame-tailed demon fox flushed, and the excitement was almost uncontrollable. Pause the attack and speed up to run towards the center of the battlefield. After the lava lizard charged, a taunt skill was released. The player who was knocked away had just landed, and he attacked this impossible-to-kill behemoth uncontrollably. But he did not attack, but turned back, stretched out his hand, and caught the flame-tailed demon fox that was running towards the battlefield, straightened his body, and let it fall on his shoulders. The flame-tailed demon fox looked down at the fleeing players on the ground, completely gave up his burden, and his pupils instantly turned fiery red. Enjoy the flames! The staff was raised high, the spell machine gun was activated again, and blazing fireballs flew out one after another, flying towards the players with burning marks on the ground. Fenghua, standing on the shoulder of the molten lizard, was rising in momentum, and his body seemed to be wrapped in a layer of transparent flames. Holding the staff in hand, the flaming hair and the flame tail of the demon fox fluttered, and the hell-called blazing flames was constantly spreading to the ground. Even though it seemed so small next to the molten lizard, its unparalleled power made the short-statured flame-tailed demon fox the focus of the entire Alliance battlefield, attracting everyone's attention. I'm sorry, Ellie. I may like the flame-tailed demon fox more. I always like Fenghua. First of all, I'm not a fan of Furue, but this demon fox is too beautiful and cool. Please buy similar skill books at a high price, please. Wake up, upstairs. Is this what the molten rock lizard you summoned looked like? Stop dreaming. The audience in the live broadcast room was extremely excited, and was completely shocked by Han Yu's summons, but Dongfeng only felt deeply powerless on the battlefield. Han Yu's 2 summons alone completely shattered the Donglin League's camp, and now the members can only keep running away. In addition, the summons of other summoners have been completed, and various summoned creatures are attacking them. Facing the Summoning Alliance, most of whom are star summoners, the number of summons far exceeds that of Donglin League players. If it is a normal positional battle, Donglin League has a variety of skills to cooperate to clear the field. Whether it is blazing flames or ice and snow, it can cause considerable damage to groups of summoned creatures. But now they are divided by groups of summons, and can only flee in all directions. Area skills can only attack a few summons, and can no longer exert the power of any battle formation, and can only be surrounded and beaten by a group of summoned creatures. It seems the battle situation is clear. How come it is completely different from what I imagined? The audience in the live broadcast room just came back to their senses from the Maple Fire attack, and saw that the members of the Donglin League were being chased and beaten by groups of summoners. After finally finding an opportunity to counterattack and clearing out a few summoned creatures, they hadn't breathed a sigh of relief when more summoned creatures surrounded them. On the battlefield, various elemental creatures continued to attack with spells. Spiders and flame snakes scurried around. Iron giant bears and Asian tigers directly confronted the players and bit them. Blood bats, falcons, and corpse vultures in the air looked for opportunities to attack continuously. And on the battlefield, half of the summoned creatures were higher than the players. Although summoners after the version update still have a chance to summon creatures lower than their own level, the probability can be compensated by the number. It is impossible that the entire league is full of non-Africans, and the probability of summoning high-level creatures has been greatly improved, and the biggest shortcoming of summoners has been made up. In this version, as long as you don't encounter a player with powerful clearing skills, the battle formation dominated by summoners is not inferior to any other profession. Looking at the fleeing members of the Alliance, Dongfeng looked at Han Yu, who was expressionless and holding his hands, and his eyes could not hide his anger and fear. He knew that Han Yu's own combat power was not inferior to the summoned creatures, but so far, Han Yu had only summoned 3 creatures, and Han Yu had not yet made a move, and the Donglin Alliance had already been defeated. How could Dongfeng not be afraid of such talent and strength? Chapter 256. Alliance Leader, admit defeat, you can't win. A deputy ally chopped down several wolf spiders in front of him and rushed to Dongfeng. There were too many summons, and they were also equipped with various buffs. They had no way to organize a systematic counterattack. Even if Dongfeng relied on level suppression to release ranged skills to clear the field, he could not cover the entire battlefield alone. What's more, now all the members have been separated, and he can't take care of both ends. And that Titan beast, and that demon fox kept attacking him. He, a level 40 player, was suppressed by Han Yu's 2 summons. Until now, he was still dodging the flames and earth fires released by Finghua under his feet. Admit defeat. Dongfeng gritted his teeth and said these 2 words. When the earth fire of the flame-tailed demon fox was about to erupt, a layer of transparent film appeared on the bodies of all Donglin Alliance members at the same time, isolating the next attack. Both parties participating in the Alliance battle also received prompts from the game. This round of Alliance battle ends, winner, Summoning Alliance. In less than 5 minutes, this Alliance battle ended so hastily, but the members of the Donglin Alliance did not look regretful, but relaxed. Looking at the huge lava rock lizard in the center of the battlefield, they had no desire to fight at all. From the moment they were completely separated and could not quickly clear the field, they lost this Alliance battle. Facing the opponent's organized summoned creatures, they had no chance to fight back. Is it over? The audience in the live broadcast room saw the battle come to an abrupt end, and some of them were still unresponsive. Donglin League is trash. They were so awesome before the battle, how come they gave up so quickly? Can't they hold on a little longer? I want to watch such a wonderful battle for a while. Are you upstairs here to watch the battle? I'm embarrassed to tell you. The audience was still not satisfied, and Dongfeng put away his weapon and looked at the Summoning Alliance on the opposite side. Unlike them who were covered in wounds, most of the summoners on the opposite side just held the scepter and drove the summoned creatures to fight, and no one was injured. Dongfeng's eyes passed from Sherdong to Han Yu, who was standing next to him. He knew that Han Yu's words were still effective in the Summoning Alliance now. We were wrong about what happened before, I'm sorry. Dongfeng didn't say anything harsh, but apologized. With Han Yu around, he couldn't think of a way to win the battle. He had just tried to attack the molten flame beast in front of him, but couldn't beat it at all. As long as this monster was here, the Summoning Alliance was basically invincible. Sherdong showed disdain and wanted to mock Dongfeng. Han Yu spoke first. No need to apologize. Since the game has this alliance war, it's normal to challenge it. Dongfeng looked at Han Yu. He was not talking about this, but the threat to Sherdong and the Summoning Alliance before. He wanted to say a few more words, but the alliance war was officially over, and the personnel of both sides were teleported out of the battlefield. The battle was officially over, but the live audience was still discussing what Han Yu's summons ate to grow up. This battle was a torture for the members of the Donglin Alliance, but in the eyes of the audience, although it was a little faster, it was intense enough, but it ended too quickly. Why are you in such a hurry? There is still a second game. Didn't the Donglin Alliance say that they must grab the Alliance token today? I guess the second game will start soon. Seeing that everyone was talking too fast, someone said in the barrage. Before the Summoning Alliance was established, Donglin Alliance had already announced that the Alliance token was his. He dared to say so, on the one hand because Donglin Alliance was strong enough, and on the other hand Dongfeng believed that this group of summoners could not invite any big guys to take charge. If Han Yu did not come back, the Summoning Alliance might really only last for 3 days. What are you thinking, just like that? They were beaten to shit by the Summoning Alliance before 5 minutes had passed. Do they still dare to challenge? I think it's suspenseful. When it just ended, Dongfeng's words clearly showed that he had given in. I guess there will be no second game. It's a pity. I still want to see the other summons of Yushin. Ailey has not appeared yet. Han Yu, who had just left the battlefield, challenged Donglin Alliance without any pause. After waiting for 2 minutes, he still hadn't received any information about the challenge, so he sent a message in the guild channel. Wei Yidu at Dongfeng Qi, why don't you accept the challenge? The token is in my hand, come and get it if you want it. Dongfeng, who had just quit, was stunned when he saw the message of the challenge. He thought Han Yu had a good attitude, but he didn't expect that he would challenge him so quickly. He wanted to refuse, but he hadn't completed any of the 3 challenges that Donglin League had to complete this month, and the Summoning Alliance that had just won had the priority to challenge, so he had no way to refuse. If he refused or ignored it, he would automatically lose the battle. While he was thinking about countermeasures, Han Yu directly clicked on him in the guild channel, which made his veins pop. After Han Yu spoke, the besieged players, who hadn't left yet, became excited again. Where are the people from Donglin League? Are they scared? Accept it quickly. No way, you just said something harsh, but you are scared so soon? Accept it quickly, I have already bought the melon seeds. Just arrived, this is the famous Turtle League. I heard that the leader is a level 40 flame exploder, is he so scared? Leader, what should we do? A deputy ally of Donglin League looked at the news in the guild channel and wanted to scold back, but if he didn't accept the challenge, everything he said would be pale, so he could only turn around and ask Dongfeng. The psychological tactics that Dongfeng used before the first battle now fell completely on Donglin League. Dongfeng accepted the challenge 1 minute later, and his morale dropped by 1 point. But he could not think of any chance of winning. Looking at the players watching the fun in the channel, Dongfeng felt even more irritated. Before the battle, he never thought that Donglin League would be beaten like this. Even when he saw Han Yu, he didn't think he would lose so badly. If this goes on, today is not the day to be promoted to the second level alliance, but the day when the Donglin Alliance is disbanded. Wait, I talked to Dong. Dongfeng really couldn't think of a solution, so he could only ask for reconciliation. The only way now is to summon the alliance to give up the challenge. Dongfeng is ready to bleed heavily. Closing his eyes, Dongfeng sent a message to Dong in the game. Dong was excitedly bragging to the members of the alliance about how powerful his summons were. After receiving Dongfeng's message, his smile became even brighter. Yushin, Dongfeng hopes to reconcile, and is willing to pay a sufficient price. Dong looked at Han Yu, waiting for his answer. According to his meaning, it would be a pity to curse back directly, but now the leader is Han Yu, so naturally he has to ask Han Yu first. What do you think? Han Yu did not answer directly, but asked Dong and his opinions. Several deputy leaders were here. Seeing Han Yu asking for their opinions, their faces flushed. Reconciliation? Reconciliation? Dongfeng said that if we dared to form, we would disband in 3 days. Now we have to reconcile because we can't beat them. Ugh! Sun Chishui, that's right. It ended too quickly just now. I haven't had enough fun yet. Damn it! Before Han Yu came, they had been swallowing their anger for too long. Or all the summoners have been suppressed for too long. There are so many newly established alliances, but Donglin Alliance chose Sun Chishui. Isn't it because they think summoners are all soft persimmons? No matter how Dongfeng coerced or induced, Dong and Sun Chishui were unwilling to hand over the alliance token. It was for someone to stand up with the summoners one day. Now that this opportunity has come, how could they easily reconcile? Okay. Han Yu was very satisfied with the response. He was worried that the summoners would be weak for too long and the players would lose their courage. If they didn't dare to face the enemy head-on at this time, even if the summoners were strengthened, this group of summoners would not be strong. Do you want to ask the members for their opinions? Han Yu spoke again. Dong smiled and said, I don't think it's necessary. You can check the news in the guild channel. In the guild channel, players with the Summoners Alliance sign kept tagging the members of the Donglin Alliance, saying all kinds of foul language and urging them to accept the challenge. During the preparation of the Summoners Alliance, these people were in the group, but because of Dongfeng's threats, the alliance failed to be established several times. Now they finally let out a grudge. Okay. Han Yu was very satisfied with the members' reactions, then restored Dongfeng. We will reconcile if you hand over the alliance token. No other conditions, no discussion. Okay. Dong responded immediately. After receiving Dong's reply, Dongfeng on the other side exited the chat interface with a sullen face and said nothing. Leader, what do you say? Seeing Dongfeng wake up, the members of the Donglin Alliance asked immediately. They are determined to fight to the end this time. If it weren't for this Hanyu. Dongfeng could only recite Hanyu's name, but there was nothing he could do. That's right. If it weren't for Hanyu, there wouldn't be so many things. Come back at this time. Why don't you die outside? In my opinion, the new bishop is also a waste, and can't even kill a student. Leader, just now, 7 or 8 members have already withdrawn. A voice pulled them back from the abuse. The battle cannot be resolved by a few curses. Now whether to accept the challenge is the most important thing. If they don't accept the challenge within 30 minutes, the system will determine that the Summoning Alliance has won. Moreover, Donglin League will probably be called a coward. Even if Dongfeng settles the account, he will be criticized. It is better to fight directly. At this time, Dongfeng can only keep flipping through his friend list, hoping to find a high-level player to take charge. However, he has to save the Alliance token first. However, the video of the battle just now has been sent. He asked 3 or 4 friends with higher levels than him, and the other party's reply was that they could not withstand that level of attack, or they could not break the defense of Hanyu's summons at all. When Dongfeng was about to give up, he received a friend request. Si Yusheng requested to add you as a friend. Dongfeng frowned, looking at this strange ID, the LV56 logo behind it, and the hidden profession. Although it was strange, it rekindled Dongfeng's hope. Maybe it was a high-level player who was short of money and wanted to make a profit. But if he could win, Dongfeng would be willing to make a profit even if he was made a profit. Sure enough, just after adding the friend, Si Yusheng sent a message. I can temporarily join your alliance and help you fight this battle. Dongfeng's brows relaxed, and it was exactly what he thought. What price does it cost? Si Yusheng, no price. I just want to teach the kid named Hanyu on the opposite side a lesson. Dongfeng, are you sure? This helper who came to the door didn't ask for anything. Dongfeng was a little suspicious whether there was really such a person. Si Yusheng, you can refuse, but you only have one chance. Dongfeng looked at the messages that kept refreshing the guild channel, and everyone was urging him to fight quickly. All kinds of abuses were flying in the channel, and if he didn't accept it anymore, his name of a coward would be confirmed. During the time when he didn't reply, 7 or 8 members of Donglin League chose to withdraw, and even took away some of the guild's resources. Of course I accept it. I have no reason to refuse. Okay, then let's fight. In a dark mountain somewhere, Si Yusheng saw the news, and a smile appeared on his lips. He had just watched Hanyu's battle process. After disappearing for half a month, Hanyu had become much stronger. Now he wanted to know how strong Hanyu was, so that he could bring the Son of God back and avoid sending a bunch of cannon fodder. After confirming that there was no price, Dongfeng invited Si Yusheng to join the guild, but he still couldn't see Si Yusheng's information. He didn't see anything except his level and ID. He felt strange, but Dongfeng didn't ask any more questions. Now no matter who it was, as long as he could help him win, it would be fine. As soon as Si Yusheng joined, Dongfeng immediately clicked to accept the challenge. At the same time, the guild channel issued an official message again. Alliance. Donglin Alliance accepts the challenge of the Summoning Alliance. The battle will take place in 30 minutes. Please prepare for both sides. In this battle, both sides choose to make the screen public, and players can watch it by themselves. Finally agreed? There is another good show to watch. I hope Donglin Alliance can hold on for a while this time. Hurry up, hurry up. Can Yushin summon a few more summons? I want Titan to step on me again. The one upstairs is even more heavyweight. Seeing that the other party finally agreed, Hanyu also sent a message within the guild. All members are ready. Use all your strength. Received. This time, I will let them know what a summoner is. Hee, I want to show them what a man-made beast tide is. Chapter 257. All summoners were extremely excited, especially when they thought that this alliance battle was still being broadcast live, a battle to truly summon players. At this time, Hanyu's phone rang. He picked up the phone and found that the person on the other end was the manager of the Mingyao live broadcast platform, who he had not contacted for a long time. Just after the call was connected, a middle-aged man's voice came from the other end. Hanyu, classmate? Hello. Hello, what's the matter? I just want to ask, can your next 2 battles be broadcast live on the Mingyao platform? How about increasing the income by 10% compared to the previous contract? Since Hanyu challenged just after the first round of battle, he must be planning to challenge 3 times today and directly snatch the other party's alliance token. Hanyu hesitated for a moment and said, okay. If it weren't for this call, Han Yu almost forgot that he had signed a live broadcast contract with the Mingyao platform. At the beginning, the Mingyao platform also gave him the first startup fund, which was considered a kind of incense. And since he had to broadcast live anyway, he might as well earn some gifts. Since Han Yu participated in the alliance battle, he had never planned to hide. Even if he did not agree to the live broadcast request of the Donglin Alliance, the process would be leaked by nearly 100 members of the other side after the battle. Maybe it was a bit exaggerated, so it was better to put everything out in the open. Hearing Han Yu's agreement, the voice of the Mingyao employee on the other side rose an octave. Okay, I will arrange the recommendation right away. Welcome back, Yushin. Han Yu scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Thank you. It is our honor to cooperate with you. The other party hung up the phone very politely. What the Sprout platform really wants is not just this live broadcast, but it sees the potential of the Summoning Alliance and wants the entire alliance to join. But all this will have to wait until the Summoning Alliance wins. Han Yu had just finished the battle, and the news of his return was once again on the hot search, but many people still didn't know that Han Yu was broadcasting the Alliance battle live. This live broadcast is expected to attract a wave of traffic to the Sprout platform. A few minutes later, Han Yu saw his avatar on the Sprout platform. The God of Feathers is back. The Alliance battle is against the level 40 Flame Blast Mage. Who will win? Han Yu looked at the exaggerated cursive characters written under his avatar, which were eye-catching enough, but a little too rustic. But making money is not shabby. After becoming the leader, he realized how poor ordinary summoners are. Now most people only have 1 or 2 purple clothes. It just so happens that the income from the live broadcast can be used to enrich the guild fund, so that these summoners can grow quickly. Han Yu sat quietly in his position. All his skills were ready, just waiting for the battle to begin. Han Yu has told all the members that he is only a backup this time, and they need to fight on their own to win. The members promised to let Han Yu see their true strength. After the first round of battle, their confidence has been established, and they are determined to prove that summoning is not the useless sewer profession before. As soon as the 30 minutes are up, the players of the two alliances receive the game prompt at the same time and entered the battle scene selected by the game. The battle scene changed from the desert to the jungle. The two sides were still separated by an air wall, and the two sides lined up and were ready to go. However, it can be seen from the sky that the number of players in Donglin League is obviously less than a dozen, not even 80. But the spirit is good, and there is no sign of losing all fighting spirit. The cohesion of Donglin League is not bad. Sure, Dong originally thought that the opponent's morale had been crushed, but seeing Dongfeng still looked confident. Han Yu put his eyes on the man with a black hood beside Dongfeng. Is this imitating his outfit in the last game? Be careful, the opponent seems to have invited a master to sit in. Han Yu reminded. Master? Can he be as good as you? Sure, Dong now has blind confidence in Han Yu. In his impression, no one here is Han Yu's opponent. The barrage also noticed the changes on the Donglin League side. It can be clearly seen on the screen that the number of people has decreased. The last failure has deducted 1/3 of their public resources. If they lose again this time, they will lose another 1/3. The key is that there is no hope of victory at all, so many people directly choose to withdraw early and take away their own resources in advance. But the remaining members did not show any frustration. Instead, they all looked like they were about to win and wanted to avenge their previous shame. Does the Donglin League have any more cards? They don't look like they are going to lose at all. That weirdo with a black hood, I didn't see him in the last game. Is he a master invited by the Donglin League? The audience outside the venue saw it more clearly through the big screen, and they even noticed the man in black before Han Yu. This outfit, is it intentional to slap Yushin in the face? TSK, slap in the face? Once Yushin's terrifying summon comes out, he will probably be knocked out with a slap. He is just a clown. But Dongfeng does look very confident, even calmer than in the last round. There's suspense, the battle is about to begin. No matter what, this hooded man has attracted everyone's attention before he even showed his face, and this round of battle has become suspenseful again. The players on both sides stood still, the Summoning Alliance still had a loose formation, and the Donglin Alliance's formation did not change much, but there was a man in black next to Dongfeng. The moment the countdown ended, the air wall disappeared instantly, and the Alliance battle officially began. Only 2 seconds later, in the center of the battlefield, the Molten Rock Lizard stood up from the magic circle, the Flame-Tail Fox appeared again, and Finn also stood next to Han Yu. But at the moment, when the Molten Rock Lizard appeared, the man in the black hood on the opposite side flew up out of thin air, floating in the air, just looking down at Han Yu. Flying in the air. It's a level 50 player. The live audience reacted when they saw Si Yusheng standing in the air. How did Dongfeng find such a high-level player? It's going to be hard for the Summoning Alliance to handle this now. I'm afraid Han Yu may not be able to stop it. Compared to the audience's surprise, Han Yu saw the ugly face under the black hood, Si Yusheng. Sure Dong saw the player that Han Yu had pointed out before directly rise into the air, and it was not any skill, and his face also turned pale. A player over level 50, Dongfeng can actually invite such a person. Yushin, what should we do? How about reconciliation? Sure Dong was indeed full of confidence before, but the appearance of a player over level 50 was simply a devastating blow to them. Before, level 60 was the full-level version, and level 50 players could sit in small cities. Even Shanghai had to be polite. Reconciliation? Do you think the other side will reconcile with us? Han Yu sneered. Han Yu's voice became louder. If you are scared now, the Summoning Alliance will disband right here. Cheer up, I will deal with the monster in the sky. Whether you can win depends on you. Even Sure Dong was scared when he saw Si Yusheng, not to mention the others. Han Yu's previous view of the members was too optimistic. The Summoning Alliance can only fight with the wind now, so it's a good opportunity to train. It's not difficult for him to go all out to deal with Si Yusheng, but that would completely expose his strength, and the members of the Alliance would probably rely on him completely. If he stayed there, his morale would naturally increase. If he left and encountered a slightly stronger monster, these players might be defeated. The members of the Alliance, who were originally afraid, were shocked when they heard that Han Yu was going to face a player over level 50 alone. They knew that Han Yu was very strong, but they couldn't imagine how Han Yu would deal with a player at level 56. Yushin. Sure Dong wanted to say something. Han Yu interrupted, don't worry, I will stop him, but if you lose to this lineup, just disband. Looking at Han Yu looking at the black-robed man in the sky, a magic circle appeared next to him again, and he obviously didn't want to say more. Sure Dong gritted his teeth, raised his scepter, and formed a summoning magic circle in front of him. Disband? I beat the shit out of him. Sun Chishue's summon appeared before Sure Dong, and he roared, Level 50, Yushin will hold us. If you are still cowardly, just cancel your account. Thunder Bear, kill it. Roar. The giant bear landed on all fours and charged forward to meet the shield warriors charging from the opposite side. The restless hearts of the other summoners also settled down with the shouts of the two. Their faces flushed, and they were ready to fight to the death with the members of the Donglin League. Dongfeng on the opposite side looked at the members of the Summoning League with a sneer on his face. He didn't expect that the opponent would still have such fighting spirit when seeing players over level 50. But so what? Han Yu, the biggest support of the opponent, might not be able to withstand even a blow from Si Yusheng. Once Han Yu died, the remaining summoners were nothing more than chickens and pottery dogs. Kill them all. Avenge the previous shame. Dongfeng roared, and all the players' hands emitted colorful skills. Just like the molten lizard standing in the center of the battlefield in the last game, only Si Yusheng was still in the air, and they were invincible. Son of God, you didn't expect to see me here? Si Yusheng didn't rush to attack, but took off his hood and looked down at Han Yu. If you have the guts, come find me in person. What's the point of having a real body in the game? I'm in Haicheng, why don't you come? Han Yu didn't expect to see Si Yusheng so soon. His previous guess was confirmed. Si Yusheng was indeed not dead. If the other party came to Haicheng, Han Yu could vent his anger by killing the real body directly. However, it is difficult for high-level degenerate professionals to hide completely. If Si Yusheng is not absolutely sure, he will not easily enter the city. Haha, don't worry, son of God, you will return to the Pope soon. At the same time, a layer of black mist appeared on the surface of Si Yusheng's body, and several black magic circles appeared in the center of the battlefield. Is this a summoner? The audience in the live broadcast room never expected that the helper Dongfeng invited was not from another profession, but a summoner. This summoner actually helped Donglin League instead of the Summoning Alliance. Ugh! A summoner player cursed directly in the live broadcast room. As the spell was cast, the player nameplate above Si Yusheng's head was also displayed, LV56 Si Yusheng, but the profession was hidden. Level 56. This time, Yushin is really a bit difficult to beat, and in the air, I'm afraid that Siege can't be reached. This time, the Summoning Alliance may lose. Before, a level 40 Dongfeng could make others think that the Summoning Alliance had no hope of winning, and now a level 56 player joined. These viewers felt that the Summoning Alliance had no hope of winning. However, while everyone was discussing, a summoned creature came out of the magic circle next to Han Yu again. Elf Sniper, Ellie. As soon as he appeared, He pulled up the longbow and looked for his target. Ailey! Ailey is out. As soon as Ailey appeared, the barrage became excited again. They knew that this was Han Yu's main output summoned creature. Even the not-so-bright demon fox before became so strong, Ailey must be even stronger. But it's still only level 34, and it's probably difficult to cause any damage to that dead Yusheng. Although Ailey's appearance was exciting enough, the oppression of dead Yusheng was too strong. Ailey couldn't see the audience's discussion, and drew her bow to the sky, aiming at the dead Yusheng in the air. Han Yu gave Ailey an overload enhancement. A level 30 elf archer? Do you think she can cause any damage to me? Dead Yusheng looked disdainful. With the scepter raised high in his hand, summoned creatures with black mist on their bodies finally appeared and rushed towards Han Yu. Ailey's longbow was fully drawn like a moon, and the energy was fully charged. Swoosh! Ailey let go, and the arrow rolled up the air, with a sound of breaking through the air, and flew rapidly towards Si Yusheng. It's really fast enough. Even Si Yusheng had to say that this arrow was very fast. Even without advanced preparation, Si Yusheng would find it difficult to dodge it just by moving. But he didn't think of dodging it, just stretched out his hand and blocked it in front of his chest, and a layer of blue light covered his palm. The arrow touched his palm and made a crisp breaking sound, as if the arrow broke. Si Yusheng, who wanted to slap the arrow away, suddenly had his pupils dilated. Huh? He realized that it was not the arrow that broke, but the shield on his palm. The arrow just now accelerated suddenly before contact, shattered the shield and penetrated the palm directly, and continued to shoot towards his chest. This time, Si Yusheng didn't even have time to use his substitute straw man, and only felt a sharp pain in his chest. The slender arrow hit him as heavy as an iron ball, smashing him back in the air. Explosion! Ellie pulled the bow again, and said 2 words softly. When Ellie just opened her mouth, the arrow suddenly exploded in Si Yusheng's body, and in an instant, blood and flesh splashed, leaving a horrifying wound on Si Yusheng's chest. What kind of strength is this? This arrow did a lot of damage to him, and what surprised him even more was that Han Yu had grown to this point. It was only 2 weeks since he and the Blood Prison Earl chased Han Yu last time, and now Han Yu could hurt him to this extent with just 1 arrow. Chapter 258. This sudden charge attack made it difficult for Si Yusheng to maintain his human appearance. Various tentacles and bone spurs protruded from his body, and even half of his body became somewhat unlike a human. From an ordinary player just now, he completely turned into a severely backlash degenerate professional. Come in person if you have the guts. I'm waiting for you. What's the point of the timid challenge in the game? Han Yu didn't care at all. He raised the scepter in his hand again, and a magic circle appeared out of thin air above Si Yusheng's head. Although Si Yusheng's body was degenerate, it did not affect his summons at all. 5 summons roared out of the magic circle. Although the forms of these summoned creatures could not be seen clearly, each of them was filled with black mist, and various blood tumors and tentacles drilled out from all parts of the body. Of the 5 summons he summoned, 3 of them could barely see their original human forms. Corpse puppet. This is a degenerate professional. At this time, the audience outside the venue finally saw something wrong. No one expected that the helper Dongfeng invited was actually a fallen professional. He is a member of the new bishop. Such a high-level fallen professional, and he blatantly uses corpses, he must be a fallen professional of the new bishop. This Dongfeng is actually colluding with the new bishop. I was wondering how he could ask such a high-level player to help. It turns out that he is the running dog of the new bishop. Bah! Now the audience, who were originally standing on the neutral side, or supporting the Donglin League, began to spit on the Donglin League. If it weren't for Han Yu, the Summoning Alliance would not have many supporters. But since Si Yusheng revealed his form, the barrage was overwhelmingly in support of the Summoning Alliance. The corpse puppets summoned by Si Yusheng are not made by ordinary people, but players who have been made into zombie-like monsters. In order to ensure strength, they have to transform their bodies little by little after being killed, and they cannot rest in peace even after death. Puppet controllers and subsequent job transfers are definitely the most hated professions by ordinary players. Dongfeng didn't know that Si Yusheng was a member of the new bishop before. Seeing Si Yusheng in the air, his face turned pale. He is related to the new bishop, and he is also the most notorious undead controller. Even if Donglin League wins this battle, it is afraid that it will be difficult to attract more players to join, and even many members will quit after it ends. Leader. The members around Dongfeng looked at their leader suspiciously. They didn't want to be associated with the new bishop. Dongfeng didn't know what to do now, so he could only grit his teeth and say, "Who said he is a member of the new bishop? He is a member of Black Ice." I invited him here with great difficulty. But Black Ice rarely has such professions. A member who knows a little bit said uncertainly. If they are really members of the new bishop, they really don't want to fight anymore. It's better to attack the dead Yusheng in the air with the summoning alliance. I explained after the battle. If anything happens, I take the responsibility. Now kill them all. Dongfeng is now holding back a rage in his heart. Things have already happened, and it's hard to avoid. It's better to win this battle first. Sure, Dong on the opposite side, seeing the dead Yusheng in the sky, his eyes turned red. Colluding with the new bishop? Asking this kind of helper, Dongfeng, you are really crazy enough. Bullshit. That's a member of Black Ice. Dongfeng raised his voice, so that everyone could hear. On this kind of battlefield, who would think seriously? Whatever they heard was what they believed. However, Sure Dong didn't want to listen to his explanation. Si Yusheng revealed his true face. Not only were the members of the Summoning Alliance not afraid, but they were even more eager to fight. They wanted to jump up and kill Yusheng with a knife. There were not many opportunities to attack the new bishop members like this. Just a knife would allow them to vent their anger. And even if they were attacked here, they would be immediately protected when their blood volume dropped below the danger line. They would not be killed by the terrifying means of the undead controller, nor would they be turned into a corpse. But their real opponents were still the members of the Donglin League, and Si Yusheng's real opponent was Han Yu. Now everyone was paying attention to whether Han Yu could block the 56th level undead controller in the air, or how long he could withstand the hands of the new bishop members. As for killing, it seemed a bit too difficult. Although the arrow just now injured Si Yusheng, the opponent was obviously careless. When Ellie drew her bow and shot again, Si Yusheng was already prepared. He quickly pulled his body up, and the distance from the position was more than 30 to 40 meters, which was equivalent to the height of a 10-story building. Although he despised Han Yu, his body movement still showed that he was afraid of Ellie's attack. Shooting from the back, and with such a high height difference, the accuracy and damage of ordinary archers would be greatly reduced. Would simply increasing the height greatly reduce the impact of Ellie on himself? At least that's what Si Yusheng thought. But when Si Yusheng was lifted into the air, an arrow followed him. Still so fast? Si Yusheng, who had already risen to a distance of nearly 40 meters from the ground, frowned. Why was this arrow different from what he thought? Not only did Ellie's hand not shake at all, but even the arrow's flying speed did not slow down at all. Even like the first attack, the arrow's flying speed increased with the distance. This is the ability of Ellie's elf sniper, which is even a little counterintuitive. As long as the target distance does not exceed her attack limit, the power of the arrow will increase instead of decrease. Just as the elf sniper's annotation said, at a distance, I can exert my greatest strength. Watching the arrow shooting at him with a stream of light, Si Yusheng, who failed to dodge in time again, waved his hand, shrank his body, and turned into a substitute straw man, but his real body appeared in another place. Even if this arrow hits, it will not cause fatal damage to Si Yusheng, but this is the arena in the game. As long as the blood volume is reduced to 30%, he will be forced to leave the field. Seeing Si Yusheng using a substitute straw man, Han Yu communicated with Aili in his mind. Scatter! Before Han Yu gave the order, Aili was ready, her bow was like a full moon, and 9 arrows flew out at the same time, forcing Si Yusheng's position again. Facing the dense and fast arrow attack, Si Yusheng had to take off again to avoid it. Just as he took off, he heard the sound of wings flapping in his ears, and Si Yusheng moved sideways to avoid the dragon's breath of the elemental dragon. After dodging the attack, Si Yusheng looked back at the elemental dragon flying behind him. Seeing that the elemental dragon was about to launch a second attack, Si Yusheng pushed his palm forward, and dozens of golden-winged gray iron beetles flew towards the elemental dragon. Just the buzzing sound caused by the vibrating wings was enough to make people's scalps numb, and they flew towards Nahorjin one after another. The elemental dragon was about to breathe a dragon's breath to burn all the armored flying insects in front of it to ashes, but it received Han Yu's order in its heart and stopped attacking. Although it didn't know the reason, it had no way to refuse Han Yu's mandatory order, and let the flying insects fall on it. Dozens of steel beetles fell on the body of the elemental dragon, and the originally tough magic skin was bitten through almost instantly. After the flesh and blood were touched by the iron beetles, the magic skin was useless, and the toxins quickly entered the body of the elemental dragon. Nahorjin only felt that his body became stiff in his brain, and he couldn't even wave his wings, and his body fell sharply to the ground. The iron beetles attached to his body even began to split up, relying on the flesh and blood of the elemental dragon. If it is not solved in time, I am afraid that in less than half a minute, the iron beetles will be revived twice. However, Han Yu was well prepared. On the ground where the elemental dragon fell, a ground fire was ready to erupt. When the elemental dragon fell to the ground, a huge pillar of ground fire erupted directly, wrapping its entire body, and the three-stage ground fire attack continued to spray. 80% of the damage caused by the flames to the elemental dragon was immune to the magic skin. The iron beetle on his body did not have such a high magic resistance. Although it did not die, it also lost the ability to reproduce rapidly, and could only try to devour the flesh and blood of the dragon to recover its injuries. The elemental dragon did not expect that the iron beetle was so terrifying. Its breath of dragon should have no effect. It would not think that its dragon breath was higher than the three-stage eruption of the ground fire. However, the elemental dragon reacted in time, and except for feeling a little stiff, it did not suffer any serious injuries. But just as it was about to stand up and continue to attack, Han Yu's order came again. According to Han Yu's order, the elemental dragon staggered towards the location of the dream vine. After being wrapped by the dream vine, the already very weak iron beetle became extremely slow, and was soon caught by the dream vine one by one. This is not over yet. The elemental dragon completely gave up the rise, and dealt with the corpse puppet of Si Yusheng on the ground. Although he did not understand Han Yu's order, Nihorjin still carried it out seriously. However, the elemental dragon fell down after one strike, and the pressure on Ellie's attack was much greater. It was not difficult to hit an arrow, but she was not sure to release the string until now. As soon as the overload enhancement time passed, she would enter the silent period. While Si Yusheng was dodging Ellie's attack, he still had the energy to control the corpse puppet to bypass the molten rock lizard and continuously attack Han Yu. His corpse puppet is not as good as Han Yu's summons. He needs to control himself to fight, and his intelligence is even lower than that of ordinary summons. However, he is not afraid of being injured, and the corpse puppets made by players can copy skills, which is much stronger than other summoned creatures. Before attacking Han Yu, he had controlled the corpse puppet to try to attack the molten rock lizard that blocked the road. Although the skills of the corpse puppet can break the defense at once, it is difficult to cause effective damage, let alone kill it. However, Han Yu is also well protected. In addition to the molten rock lizard, there are also flametail fox and Finn's vines. If you want to win the alliance battle, it is best to attack other summoners first. The corpse puppets of Si Yusheng can cause devastating damage. However, Si Yusheng came here just to test Han Yu's strength. As for whether Donglin League wins, it has nothing to do with him. Han Yu seems to trust his summons very much, and doesn't care about the corpse puppets attacking here. Sharing Ellie's talent, he took out the poison hunting longbow and attacked Si Yusheng in the sky, constantly forcing him to use his substitute straw man. The two attacked at the same time for less than 10 seconds, and Si Yusheng was forced to use two straw man substitutes, and his evasion speed was also much slower. However, Si Yusheng did not panic, but just dodged the attack by moving left and right, looking at the ground, and suddenly sneered. Son of God, do you trust your summons so much? They are just low-level creatures. Si Yusheng suddenly spoke. Master, be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, Finn immediately shouted, and through the dream vines, it felt the unusual fluctuations under Han Yu's feet. But it was too late. Just as Finn opened his mouth, two poisonous scorpion corpse puppets suddenly emerged from Han Yu's feet. The tail stings of two poisonous scorpions attacked at the same time, attacking from both sides. Han Yu had no room to dodge. Before Han Yu could react, two poisonous scorpions as thick as an adult's arm instantly pierced through Han Yu's chest. Blood flowed out of Han Yu's body, and fine black marks appeared at the wound, spreading to all parts of Han Yu's body. It was not known whether it was poison or blood loss, which made Han Yu's mind confused. However, at the same time as the attack fell, Han Yu's Pioneer title effect was triggered, and a shield was generated, allowing Han Yu's blood volume to remain above 60%. But blood continued to flow out of Han Yu's mouth. Seeing the two scorpion corpses trying to attack again, Han Yu used the skill of the Boots of Recovery, and suddenly accelerated his retreat, pulling out the two tail stingers that were as big as an adult's arm. The tail stingers left his body, leaving two terrifying blood holes on Han Yu's chest, and the blood kept flowing. He now shared Ellie's talent, and his body was extremely fragile. Even with the title of Pioneer, his health was only half left, and he might be forced to leave the field if he was attacked again. The key is that these two corpses have not appeared on the battlefield since the beginning of the battle, and Si Yusheng seemed to have set up the magic circle directly underground. Han Yu covered his chest, and blood was still flowing out. It seemed that he was seriously injured, and had no strength to fight again. It's almost done. Han Yu coughed out a mouthful of blood, drank a bottle of elf spring water, and forced himself to stay awake. From the beginning of the battle, He and the elemental dragon were injured half-truthfully. But he really didn't expect this scorpion to be ambushed. However, in the situation just now, he could also share the talent of the molten rock lizard, and he would not be forced to this point. But this is what Han Yu wanted Si Yusheng to see. Now that he was seriously injured, there was no need to show weakness. If Si Yusheng really underestimated his own strength and sent some minions over, it would be bad. He could catch big fish, and it would be a loss if Si Yusheng only sent a few ordinary members. Just when Han Yu stabilized his body suddenly disappeared. Talent sharing, Shadow Blade Mantis, skill, Miss Shadow. Han Yu was completely invisible, and even the blood was controlled by him, and no longer left. Want to run? Si Yusheng snorted coldly, and a corpse puppet appeared out of thin air in the sky and quickly landed at the place where Han Yu disappeared. Like Han Yu, he also did not use his full strength before. Chapter 259. Want to run? Si Yusheng snorted coldly, and a black magic circle appeared above Han Yu's head. The corpse puppet appeared out of thin air and smashed into the place where Han Yu disappeared. But before the corpse puppet found Han Yu, Si Yusheng felt a chill on his back. His instinct of danger made him dodge in a hurry, but the straw man substitute could not be used for the time being, and his dodge range was really limited. Without time to turn around, Si Yusheng saw a 3-meter-long black gold mantis appear behind him, and the nearly half-meter-long mantis double blade slashed over. His attention was completely on Han Yu below, and with the natural concealment skills of the Shadow Blade Mantis, he never expected that the surprise attack would come from behind him. The cross mantis blade slashed out, leaving an X-shaped blade light, cutting off nearly half of Si Yusheng's neck, and black blood spurted out. At the same time, because of this attack, his body began to fall rapidly. Now the substitute strawman has temporarily entered a cooling state, and Si Yusheng can only try his best to control his body's fall, stop the decline, and want to fly again. However, he also noticed that even if the Shadow Blade Mantis vibrated its elytra, it could not fly for a long time. If it attacked suddenly, the threat to him would be much smaller. But when he was adjusting his posture, a piercing roar came from below, and Si Yusheng's mind was in chaos. Hiding summons is just the most basic combat skill of summoners. In order to prevent the opponent from clearing the field with one skill, many summoners will not summon summons at once. What affected Si Yusheng was the Huyun mixed in with many ordinary summoned creatures. The use of the soul capture made Si Yusheng lose consciousness for a short time, and his body fell uncontrollably. Although the soul capture control effect is 5 seconds, but with the toughness blessing and the level difference, it took less than a second, and Si Yusheng woke up from the control state with a muffled groan, and was still 2 or 3 meters away from the ground. But just after he broke free from the control, and had no time to adjust his position, he saw Han Yu standing in front of him. He faced him in a strange hunched posture, holding 2 swords in his hands, glowing with a blue and a red glow. It was obvious that the skill was in a charging state. It was too late for Si Yusheng to get up. When he woke up, Han Yu had already moved. Sealing dust absolute thought slash. Han Yu's body turned into a sword, and he slashed at Si Yusheng in front of him with the 2 swords of Yushui Lihua. Han Yu, completely hidden in the sword light, dragged a 2-color tail flame, and forced Si Yusheng into the attack range of the double sword Huazhan. Si Yusheng, who had just woken up, fell into a forced knockoff state again, and his body was forced to fall on Han Yu. Just as the absolute thought slash ended, the moment when Si Yusheng's body stopped, 7 arrows triggered a sonic boom and shot towards him with streams of light. Ellie's continuous shooting. At the last second, after the overload enhancement ended, Ellie finally used her skills. Si Yusheng, who fell behind Han Yu, had no difficulty landing, let alone flying in the air. He was repelled again in the air. After a set of attacks, Si Yusheng's health dropped again, and a set of skills reduced his health to less than 50%. As long as he endured 2 more sets of attacks, he would be forced to leave the battlefield by the game. And a blazing fireball was flying towards the location where Si Yusheng landed. Han Yu succeeded in 1 strike, and without any pause, he quickly followed up, ready to connect with the broken cloud flash. The body of the Shadow Blade Mantis disappeared again, and the Shadow Leap flew towards Si Yusheng. But in the meantime, there was no force control, which gave Si Yusheng time to react, and there was an extra mirror in his hand. But looking at the 2 big holes on Han Yu's body, blood was still spurting out due to the fierce attack, and his face turned extremely pale, and the fear on his face turned into a smile. As expected of the Son of God, he is really strong. Si Yusheng said only 1 sentence, waved his hand, and put the mirror away again, allowing his body to be knocked away. He was hit by a blazing fireball just after landing. Ellie and Shadow Blade Mantis's attacks followed closely, and Han Yu, who rushed forward quickly, followed with a broken cloud slash, and Si Yoshing's blood volume was reduced again, and 4 swords flashed in succession. After falling down 4 limbs, a circular protective shield appeared on Si Yoshing's body's surface, forcibly isolating the damage. After dealing with Si Yoshing, Han Yu seemed to be too exhausted and injured, kneeling on one knee on the ground, and could only support his body with 2 swords. After several advances, Han Yu had already rushed from the back row of the battlefield to the center of the battlefield. Now there were several members of the Donglin League standing next to him, and he was close to the center of the battlefield. But seeing Han Yu was seriously injured after killing Si Yoshing, the members of the Donglin League showed horror on their faces, holding their weapons, and slowly retreating, and no one dared to step forward. A set of skills cooperated to kill the undead master of more than 50 levels. Now they only had fear in their hearts, and no longer had the courage to attack. Yu Xin. Sherdong, who was driving the summoned creatures to fight, saw Han Yu fall and rushed over immediately. He helped Han Yu up to prevent the members of the Donglin League from taking advantage of the situation to attack. "Are you okay, Yu Xin?" Sherdong glared at the members of the Donglin League, quickly took Han Yu away from the center of the battlefield, and asked hurriedly. "It's okay." Han Yu replied with a pale face. "The next battle is up to you. I'm a little seriously injured." Han Yu took the potion and drank it in one gulp. "Don't worry, leave the rest to us. We will definitely make the scum on the opposite side suffer." Sherdong didn't expect Han Yu to really kill the level 50 fallen professional. Now, besides admiration, he was also angry because Han Yu was injured, and he wanted to eat Dongfeng and the members of Donglin League on the opposite side alive. Just killed? The audience watching the live broadcast was still sighing because Han Yu was seriously injured. Before he could finish sighing, Si Yoshing, who appeared extremely scary, was killed by Han Yu in one move. Didn't all this happen a little too fast? This is different from what I imagined. Isn't this undead controller a little too weak? Weak? If you are not afraid of death, you can try it. Don't you find out how high the damage of Yu Xin is? Sister AI's single target output is far higher than my brother Fox. How can a magic profession withstand such output? And Finn and Titan Giant Lizard are standing in front. Except for the 2 poisonous scorpions, the corpse puppets of the controller can't pose any effective threat. It can only be said that Han Yu's front row is also strong except for the output. I haven't seen Yu Xin for 2 weeks. He seems to be a freshman. I just feel like a waste now, woo woo. Han Yu's battle alone overshadowed the discussion of the entire Alliance war, and everyone's attention fell on Han Yu. After a lot of analysis, only one conclusion can be drawn. Han Yu is not afraid of level 50 players at all, and he is not at a disadvantage in a head-on confrontation. If it weren't for the sneak attack, it might be solved without injury. All the members of the Alliance paid attention to this newly established summoning alliance. The leader of the second-level alliance has already started to think about how to build a good relationship with Han Yu. Compared to the shock of the spectators, the members of the Donglin Alliance on the opposite side only have fear in their hearts. The fallen professional, who was originally their biggest trump card, was gone. Although Han Yu looked seriously injured, his summons were still there. And the summons were more than the last game. With so many summons standing there, the Donglin League members had no desire to attack. Dongfeng's face was full of defeat. This time he lost both his wife and his army. He was involved with the new bishop. Maybe Shanghai was waiting at the door to ask about his past. He didn't know how to explain it after he went out. And this battle seemed hopeless. As the core of the team, he also wanted to give up. We admit. Dongfeng was too lazy to continue to endure the torture. He put away his staff and prepared to admit defeat. But before he opened his mouth, a giant steel bear rushed to Dongfeng and knocked him down. You want to admit defeat so easily? Coward. At some point, the front row of the Donglin League had been forced back, and Dongfeng was completely exposed to the attack of the Summoning Alliance. The other members did not remind him. After all, Dongfeng was the highest level player. Sherdong saw the opportunity, and immediately drove his summons to attack Dongfeng. When the other members saw Dongfeng being knocked down, they immediately attacked him. Various monsters held Dongfeng down and tore his body apart, making him unable to even utter a word of surrender. Other members of the Donglin League did not even try their best to rescue him. The death of the living and the dead was too much of a shock to them, not to mention that it was most likely a member of the new bishop. Now they did not want to have anything to do with Dongfeng, so Dongfeng could not even utter the word of surrender. His health was attacked to less than 30%, and the light shield on his body forcibly took him away from the battlefield. After leaving the battle, Dongfeng kept panting and looked at Sherdong with resentment. They had no power to fight back. But as long as Han Yu was there, he had no chance of winning. The alliance token could not be defended. Dongfeng glanced at the battlefield. The members of the Donglin alliance had no fighting spirit. They just kept running away under the pursuit of the summoned creatures. On the contrary, the people of the summoned alliance were very eager to fight. Some of them had already rushed over with scepters. Give up. Dongfeng said these two words bitterly. All the players were forcibly separated, and the second alliance battle ended. Sherdong spit on the ground and pointed at Dongfeng. This kid is lucky. I will beat you every time I see you. You may not be able to beat you. Han Yu said faintly from behind. Sherdong looked back and saw that Han Yu had almost recovered. A lot of flesh and blood had grown out of the wound. Mainly because there was a place in his chest that was pierced by wind, Han Yu felt really uncomfortable, so he asked the spirit snake to help him recover a little. Yu Shin. Don't worry, I beat him when he comes out. If nothing goes wrong, anyone who has contact with the new bishop members, even if it's unintentional, will be taken for questioning. This time will take at least half a month. With the support of the alliance and the official support for the summoning profession, Sherdong also has a chance to hit level 40. It's over. So cool. A large number of players gloated in the barrage. Since Si Yusheng appeared, the audience has all stood on the side of the summoning alliance, and now the barrage is full of ridicule for the Donglin alliance. This is how it should be fought. Yushin is very fierce, and the people of the summoning alliance are not bad. I wonder if this alliance will still recruit people. Don't worry, after the next battle, the summoning alliance will be upgraded. Whether you can join it depends on your own strength. Now the alliance token is still very scarce. Ordinary players need to compete for positions. It is still a bit difficult to join a good alliance. As the battle officially ended, members of both sides left the battlefield. Sherdong looked at Han Yu's face, which was still a little pale, and asked, Master Yu, do you want to wait a while before starting the next challenge? Han Yu shook his head. It's okay, their spirit has been defeated, you can win without me. As Han Yu said, the alliance battle has ended, and 20 members of the Donglin alliance have withdrawn from the alliance. Even if they are not afraid, they don't want to have anything to do with Dongfeng now. Dongfeng lowered his head. He never thought that he would lose so badly this time. At this time, there was a knock on the door outside the house. The third team of the Shanghai branch opened the door. The tone of the other party's accusation made Dongfeng tremble in his heart, but he still nodded and asked one of the deputy alliances to open the door. Shanghai sent a complete team to guard against whether Dong was really colluding with the new bishop. After scanning the area and making sure there was no danger, the Shanghai team walked up to Dongfeng and said, Dongfeng, we now suspect that you have contact with the new bishop members, and we want to take you back for questioning. He may not be. Dongfeng wanted to argue. He still had a last glimmer of hope in his heart. Maybe the other party was just a fallen professional who was not under official control. He is the new bishop's pastor, dead but alive, and he is officially registered with us. I am very curious about how you got in touch with him. Come with us. Of course, if you continue to fight the summoning alliance, we can wait for you. While Captain Shanghai was speaking, Dongfeng also received another challenge request from the summoning alliance. Dongfeng felt that all the strength in his body was drained, and he slumped on the sofa. No, let's go. Closing his eyes helplessly, Dongfeng rejected the challenge, which meant that the summoning alliance won by default. The alliance token of Donglin Alliance would be traded to Han Yu, and Donglin Alliance would also be disbanded. When Dongfeng refused, the guild channel also issued a notice. Alliance. Summoning Alliance defeated Donglin Alliance 3 times in a row and obtained the other party's alliance token. Donglin Alliance is disbanded, and all bonuses of alliance members are cancelled. Give up? I've been waiting for so long. There are still many people waiting on the live broadcast channel, but now they are not watching the alliance battle, but want to see the powerful summon summoned by Han Yu. I think it's time to admit defeat. With Yushin here, Donglin League has no hope of winning. It's a pity that I didn't watch the live broadcast. I don't know when I will see Yushin take action next time. Han Yu's performance in the last battle was too short. Although the killing of Si Yusheng was wonderful, he didn't make much moves in the subsequent battles, which made people feel unsatisfied. At Sherdong's home, Sherdong received the news of the other party's surrender and laughed. Haha, you admit defeat. We could upgrade the alliance. Han Yu also smiled. As Dongfeng admitted defeat, he also had an extra token in his hand, but 2 more secondary stars were lit on it. But Han Yu didn't rush to upgrade, but called the manager of the Sprout platform. Since it is being broadcast live, it is better to advertise the summoning alliance. The technique of summoning fast casting should be able to attract a large number of higher-level summoning players to join. Chapter 260. Hanyu got through the phone and apologized first. He was supposed to broadcast 2 live shows, but the next one ended before it even started. Unexpectedly, the manager on the other side said excitedly, "Yushin, it doesn't matter at all. The effect of one show has exceeded our expectations, and the gifts are close to 5 million. The specific settlement will be available today, and I will transfer it to you directly at that time. These managers also have performance requirements." Now Hanyu's one show is equivalent to the monthly live broadcast income of ordinary players, and his bonus for this quarter is stable. After the other party finished speaking, Hanyu said, "There is one more small matter. Can I use your live broadcast room to promote the Summoning Alliance? We need to recruit some new members next." Mingyao manager agreed without thinking, "Of course. Will I transfer the live broadcast room to you? Well, I will tell you the details myself." A few seconds later, the live broadcast source was changed to Sherdong's camera, and Hanyu appeared on the screen. How did Yushin re-enter the live broadcast room? Is he going to challenge other alliances? The audience who were about to exit the live broadcast room stopped again. Hanyu glanced at the gifts that kept appearing on the screen next to the live broadcast room. It seemed that the battle just ended too quickly, and now was the peak period for gifts. After clearing his throat, Hanyu said, "Dear players, I am Hanyu, the leader of the Summoning Alliance. Next, our alliance will be upgraded to a second-level alliance. Next, we will recruit 200 new members. All professions can apply, and we will give priority to recruiting powerful summoning professional players." It was just a simple invitation, and the screen was full of support, but there was no surprise. People thought that Hanyu was just doing a simple promotion. Let me talk about one of the benefits of the alliance members. 3 days later, I will teach you the skills of fast summoning. After practice, you can shorten the summoning speed to half or even 1/3. Hanyu kept trying to practice from Su Lan's remaining notes. Now the summoning speed can be steadily shortened to 1/3. However, it will take a long time for ordinary people to reach this speed. So welcome everyone to join. The Summoning Alliance will always be the most suitable alliance for you summoners. After hearing Hanyu's words, the first few vice allies of the Summoning Alliance sitting next to him had their eyes shining. They looked at Hanyu as if he were looking at epic equipment, their faces flushed, and they wanted to speak but did not dare to interrupt Hanyu's live broadcast. Of course, if you are a summoner who cannot join the Summoning Alliance, I will upload a paid tutorial on the Mingyao platform in a month. If you want to learn, you can also learn by yourself, but I still hope that everyone will actively apply. Hanyu looked at the live broadcast room screen, and it was already flooded with rolling bullet comments. The reaction was similar to what Hanyu imagined. He said goodbye and exited the live broadcast room. The live broadcast was closed, but none of the summoners who were watching the live broadcast left. Hanyu's simple 2 words sounded like thunder in their minds. Summoning skills rely on magic arrays, and the casting speed is the slowest among all professions, not even like the sorcerer who can draw the magic array in advance. The more powerful the summoning skills, the more complicated the magic array. Not to mention fast casting, the casting may fail if disturbed. But now Hanyu actually said that there is a systematic tutorial for fast casting. How can they not be excited? What? Yushin's fast casting is not a talent? And it can be learned. That kind of summoning speed, is it really possible for ordinary summons to achieve it? They all saw Hanyu's summoning speed in the battle. The other people's magic arrays were still forming, and his summons had already joined the battle. If everyone could do this, summoners would not suffer in encounters. I have already submitted the application, and now I feel like there are ants crawling on my body. Do I have to wait for 3 days before I can learn? You don't think you can join just by applying, right? It must be based on merit. I'm less than level 20. I guess I can't get in. I hope the tutorials in a month won't be too expensive. Woohoo, God you, please have pity on me, a little waste. Players have no objection to Hanyu's plan to launch paid tutorials. Such paid tutorials are very common, even rare high-level dungeon strategies will be charged. And this kind of skill that can comprehensively enhance the strength of players takes a lot of energy to research. If it is not charged, no one may be willing to research it. As long as the fee is not too high, it will be fine. In order to protect the rights of researchers, Shanghai has also specially issued an anti-piracy law. If Hanyu chooses not to make it public, the Summoning Alliance is afraid that it will always surpass other summoning players. Being willing to share it is enough for all summoners to thank Hanyu. The moment Hanyu finished speaking, Sherdong rubbed his temples, and Hanyu gave him the task of accepting applications. Just now, he had received hundreds of application information, and the number was still increasing. He would be busy in the next few days. After speaking, Han Yu took out the alliance token he had taken from Dong Feng, covered it on the token of the Summoning Alliance, and chose to absorb. Congratulations on the Summoning Alliance's level upgrade, becoming a second level alliance. Alliance level, second level. Alliance leader gets a bonus. Experience bonus 40%. Deputy Alliance leader gets a bonus. Experience bonus 30%. Second level ordinary members get a bonus. Experience bonus 20%, limited to 89 people. First level ordinary members get a bonus. Experience bonus 10%. All members get a bonus. 4-dimensional attributes plus 6. Alliance member limit increased to 300 people. Deputy Alliance leader quota increased to 10 people. All bonuses double directly. Han Yu's eyes were almost dazzled. This improvement was really too big. The game planner really spent a lot of money to improve the strength of the players. But think about the fact that a second-level alliance order consumes 3 first-level alliance tokens, so this level of bonus is understandable. Relying on the status of the leader, the bonus given to Han Yu by a newly established alliance has exceeded that of the National Alliance. But the National Alliance has no limit on the number of first-level members, and can be superimposed with the effects of ordinary alliances. Driving the growth of players across the country, this is the real horror of the National Alliance order. When Han Yu opened his eyes, the smiles on the faces of the deputy alliances around him could not be concealed. The alliance level was upgraded, and all members got real benefits. And the skills Han Yu said in the live broadcast room were the big bargain they picked up. If the current popularity of the Summoning Alliance is followed, I am afraid that half of the members will be screened out now. Yushin, is that summoning fast casting skill true? Sun Chishui asked with a trembling voice. Of course it's true. Would I lie in front of so many people? Seeing Sun Chishui want to continue speaking, but with an embarrassed expression, Han Yu instantly understood. You want to learn first, right? Han Yu said that the first class would be in 3 days, but they couldn't wait any longer, and this thing needs practice. One step faster, every step faster. Who doesn't want to be better than others? But Sun Chishui was embarrassed to speak directly, so he said it tentatively. Yeah. Sun Chishui nodded immediately, and Sherdong and other deputy leaders also looked at Han Yu expectantly. Okay, I'm going to record a video these days. You can just watch while I explain. The eyes of a group of big men made Han Yu a little scared, and he immediately agreed. Han Yu doesn't have time to teach them one by one, so it's more convenient to record a video. Let them watch from the side, and it's up to them to learn as much as they can. Long live the leader. The leader is awesome. Hearing Han Yu's agreement, several deputy alliances completely let go and roared excitedly, and Sun Chishui almost tore his clothes. Okay, call all the members of Haicheng today and hold a celebration banquet. Han Yu interrupted hurriedly, and Sherdong, who was the calmest, almost crushed his phone. The alliance had just won a big victory after its establishment, so it was natural to celebrate it well, and it could also bring the members closer together. Okay. Celebrate. The group left happily. At the celebration dinner, Han Yu also received a reward from Mingya, and the share became 8 million. The more was the reward he received after he finished talking about the quick summoning skills. Players are still rich. Han Yu could only sigh. Han Yu did not keep the money, but distributed half to all the members who participated in the battle today, which won a lot of applause in the group, and the rest was put into the guild as public funds. 3 days later, Han Yu's teaching videos were all recorded, and several deputy alliances who watched had basically learned it, and had begun to practice again and again to improve the success rate of summoning. Sherdong became the slowest among these people, because he was mainly responsible for recruiting new members. But Han Yu had already agreed, and he would give him a special class and teach him, so Sherdong went to work happily. There were too many people who applied in these 3 days, and finally Sherdong could only raise the level limit to level 30, which quickly screened out most people, but there were also 700 to 800 people with similar conditions. Looking at the applications one by one, Sherdong silently said, Our alliance does not need non-Africans. Half of the players were randomly deleted. After that, it was a comparison of character and ability, and the best of the best were selected. Finally, 300 people were recruited. On the first day of entering, all members of the alliance received Han Yu's teaching videos. Each video has a unique anti-theft code, and the source can be traced as soon as it is leaked. The new members were a little disappointed that Han Yu did not teach in person, but the video introduction was also very detailed, and the new members soon immersed themselves in it. Han Yu also tactfully suspended the activities of the guild to allow them to quickly improve their practical ability. These videos will be semi-public in a month, and they must study as soon as possible to ensure that they are one step ahead. The day after the recruitment was completed, Hanyu received a message from Chuzhua, asking him to return to school as soon as possible. Hanyu thought something had happened, and Chuzhua said that this year's national competition was about to begin, and asked Hanyu to go back quickly. Before entering the companion space, Hanyu's name was reported by Chuzhua. He disappeared for 2 weeks, and now he is back just in time to participate in the national competition. Before leaving, Hanyu ensured Dong explained some trivial matters, and left after saying goodbye to Jiangwen and Su Xueqing. On the train to Zizong City, Hanyu was cautious along the way, but unfortunately, the new bishop still did not choose to take action on the train. It seems that after Si Yusheng confirmed his strength, he has become more cautious, and will not forcefully take action in the city. As soon as he returned to school, Hanyu was called to the office by Chuzhua, who handed him 2 pieces of equipment without saying a word. This is the equipment that Liu Yuanbo prepared for you. See if it is suitable. Hanyu took it over. 2 pieces of equipment glowed red, 1 cloth armor and 1 cloak. The cloth armor was plain, but there were thin seams on it, dividing the cloth armor into small grids. The cloak was dark red and black. Wanjia cloth armor. Armor, cloth armor. Quality, artifact. Physical defense, 621 to 821. Magic defense, 852 to 1022. Energy plus 8. Qualities 1. Material conversion. After use, the equipment material can be converted to plate armor. The equipment provides double defense attributes, and agility is reduced by 4. Duration, 1 minute. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Qualities 2. Disintegration and reorganization. Wanjia cloth armor can be broken by itself and reorganized into a round shield form, with defense attributes x3. It will automatically revert to cloth armor form after 3 minutes of reorganization, and the cooldown is 5 minutes. Wearing requirements, energy greater than 80 reorganization? This equipment trait is a bit strange. It was the first time that Hanyu saw such a strange equipment introduction. After wearing it, the cloth armor surface shattered into pieces, revealing fish scale-like fine iron pieces under the cloth, doubling the defense attribute. This trait is good. Hanyu sighed sincerely. The magic profession itself is very fragile, and because of his low strength and physique, he cannot wear heavy armor or plate armor, which makes his body even more fragile. Hanyu tried the second trait again, and the iron armor fragments on his body suddenly shattered, surrounding Hanyu like an asteroid belt, and then the scales combined without any external force, making a harsh buzzing sound of steel friction in the air. The whole process took less than a second, and the cloth armor had become a shield composed of layers of scale armor fragments, wide at the top and narrow at the bottom, layered, but just a little smaller. Less than half a meter long. The defense attribute is enhanced, but the cloth armor on the body is gone, and it still occupies the grid of the cloth armor. Although the defense is enhanced, Hanyu has no protection at all. It can only be said that the greater the benefit, the greater the risk. But if the cloth armor cannot defend against the attack, it is also good to use a shield. Hanyu was very satisfied with this equipment. After accepting the cloth armor, Hanyu picked up the cloak. Wanjia cloak. Armor, cloak. Quality, artifact. Physical defense, 410 to 610. Magic defense, 650 to 820. Agility plus 8. Qualities 1. Float. After use, you can float in the air. Duration, 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, you can glide to the ground if you have not landed. Cool down, 5 minutes. Qualities 2. Shadow solution. Wanjia cloak can leave a shadow in the original place. The shadow cannot be moved, can copy the user's normal attack. With attack special effects, the shadow lasts for 30 seconds, cannot be moved. Within 30 seconds the user can use shadow solution again to return to the shadow position. Cool down, 5 minutes. Wearing requirements. Energy greater than 80. No need to try this. This second trait is enough for Hanyu to like. If he shared Ellie's talent and used shadow solution, then the team would have 3 more C positions. With 3 Ellies firing at the same time, he didn't believe any lord could stop them. Chapter 261. The attributes of the 2 artifacts are very much to Hanyu's liking, but Hanyu's most important thing is the set effect. Set effect. Wearing 2 Wanjia sets can trigger the effect. Before receiving fatal damage, the wearer disappears and creates 4 shadow clones. After 3 seconds, they can move to any clone to revive and restore 30% of the user's health. During the duration, the clone cannot move and can copy the original body's skills. The attributes are 1/4 of the user's attributes. The duration, 30 seconds, The cooldown time, 60 minutes. This set skill is not only for saving lives, but also comes with attack capabilities, but it can only enjoy 1/4 of the original body's attributes, and it cannot be released actively. However, such an important skill, even if it can be released actively, Hanyu will not use it easily. The set effect also made Hanyu very satisfied. These two pieces are considered top grade even in the artifact set. It seems that Liu Yuanbo really put in a lot of effort. This set was originally supposed to be a 4-piece set? Hanyu looked at Chuzhua. It should be. Chuzhua nodded, but there is no news about the remaining 2 pieces. Maybe they have not been produced yet, or are in the hands of other players. Okay. The effect of just 2 pieces is so powerful that he can't wait to get a full set of 4 pieces. If Shanghai has any news, I can pay money or other resources to buy it. Hanyu replied. Equipment that can both attack and save lives, and the characteristic of Black Shadow that can ignore damage may be useful in some special battles. Don't worry, I will keep an eye on it for you. Chuzhua replied. Hanyu put away the equipment. Didn't you say it would take 2 weeks to be ready? It's only been 4 days. I'm the one who urged you to do this. Chuzhua smiled proudly. The competition is coming soon, so of course I have to find the equipment for you in advance, but Jiang Ziki hasn't gotten hers yet, so I guess I have to wait 2 weeks. Jiang Ziki is still in the other world, so she's not in a hurry. When will the competition start? Next week, but our school will leave the day after tomorrow. The location of this competition is Qingyun City in the border area, which is far away. When the competition is over, we may start to allocate the battlefield. You have to consider whether you want to return to school or go to the front line in advance. In addition, several of our teachers have already formed a team. You and Fu Zisher will form a 5-person team to participate in the team battle, and I've also signed you up for the single-player battle. Remember to prepare well. Chuzhua saw through Hanyu's strength and wanted to maximize Hanyu's role. Okay. Hanyu agreed. Compared to the competition, he was more worried about when the new bishop would take action. Then go back and rest. We will set off the day after tomorrow morning. Dean Jusun will lead the team. Hanyu asked some more questions about the competition and returned to his dormitory. Calculating the time, Hanyu took out 60 mutant crystals, absorbed them, free attribute points plus 100, reserve attribute points plus 500. Last time, the attribute of the spirit snake was increased to 100 points, which was barely enough. Because the level itself was relatively high, 60 points only strengthened one skill. Damage conversion. The magic spirit silver snake restores energy for friendly creatures x 100% plus 2% health value recovery for friendly creatures plus 10% damage absorbed by the twin skills. After strengthening, the health value recovery percentage of the treatment effect is increased to 3%, which does not seem much, but it is a percentage bonus, and the cooldown is only 5 seconds. After absorbing the crystal, Hanyu summoned Hu Yun and purified 500 attribute points into 10 energy attribute points for himself. Looking at the excited Hu Yun in front of him, Hanyu added 100 energy attribute points to Hu Yun's agility. Hu Yun, who was originally excited, suddenly became ferocious, his limbs grasped the ground, and his body trembled. This? Is the reaction so big? There was no such a big reaction when adding more than 300 points to other summons before. As Hu Yun exerted force, he dug out nearly 10 centimeter deep pits on the dormitory floor. Behind him, the 2 bulges that appeared because of the last point addition swelled again. Hu Yun couldn't help but roar, and it took 10 seconds for the bulges to stop expanding. But the original bulge had expanded to a height of nearly half a meter, but it still didn't penetrate the epidermis. What is this? There is an extra handle? Hanyu looked at the 2 bulges on Hu Yun's back and couldn't figure out what it was. Is it going to grow a pair of wings? Hanyu observed and felt more and more that this was the prototype of a wing, but it was not fully formed because of insufficient points. Hu Yun, is it going to take off? Hanyu muttered. If it evolves into a special flying mount, it would be a good choice. After adding points, Hanyu also received a reminder from the game. Summon Hu Yun, please choose skill enhancement, number of enhancements, 2. Haste, movement speed bonus increased to 30%, and a path will be left on the body, providing 10% movement speed bonus for friendly creatures, and the acceleration path lasts for 10 seconds. Spirit Capture, control effect enhancement. Spirit Capture will add a 3-second toughness reduction effect to the enemy. With 2 enhancement opportunities, Hanyu simply enhanced both skills. Hu Yun's skills are still a bit monotonous. Maybe he can awaken a skill next time, but now he has no extra attribute points. What makes Hanyu even more curious is that after reaching the evolution standard, Will Huyun really grow a pair of wings, a flying leopard? It feels good. As the level of the enemies faced is getting higher and higher, most high-level players have the ability to fly in the air. It is still good to have an aerial mount. After adding points, Huyun's attribute panel is LV 34 Huyun Leopard. Physique, 52. Strength, 35. Energy, 37. Agility, 45. Skills, Mind Capture, Haste. After sending Huyun back, Hanyu began to consider the plan after the competition, whether to stay in school or go to the battlefield. Half an hour later, Hanyu walked out of the dormitory and went to find Yuju and Ao Gang respectively. After returning, except in Chuju's meeting room, he has not met several instructors alone. And this meeting should be a farewell. Just now, he had decided that he would not return to school after participating in the national competition. According to his school record, he is still a freshman, but the dungeons in the school are not enough for him to play, and it is more suitable for him to go to the front line. Now, the new bishop is always watching him. Behind the new bishop, there is a mysterious new master, and there is also the original ward leader. He must hurry up to become stronger, so that he can bring Jiang Ziki back. After saying goodbye to Yuju, the next day, Hanyu and Ao Rong, Chi Ming and Mo Yin had another drink. Several people couldn't help sighing. Hanyu obviously entered the school in the same year as him, but he was already going to participate in the national competition. Unknowingly, their gap has become bigger and bigger. But before the party ended, Chi Ming still patted his sword. Hanyu, I will challenge you one day. I hope you are still alive by then. Don't worry. Hanyu slapped the wine glass on the table. No one in this world can kill me yet. Okay. Ao Rong took a sip of the elf spring brew. I will go to the battlefield to find you in a year. I hope we can still form a team then. Okay, I will protect you then. But you have to hurry up and catch up with me as soon as possible. Hanyu patted Ao Rong's shoulder. As one of the top students in the school, it is only a matter of time before he goes to the battlefield. This is also the purpose of the school spending resources to train them. Ah, I forgot that you are a pervert. This is a bit too difficult. Mo Yin was relatively silent, but at the end, he still said, Live well, there are many dangers on the battlefield. Over the past 100 years, how many geniuses have died on the battlefield, and a genius like Hanyu, who is so dazzling, has been noticed by the new bishop once. If he goes to the battlefield again, the degree of danger will definitely increase again. Don't worry, I won't die until all these monsters are killed. Hanyu drank the last cup of spring wine generously, announcing the end of the party. In the end, Hanyu went to see Zhang Yi, the mentor who helped him the most. Zhang Yi didn't say anything about parting, but just gave Hanyu a talisman, saying that it could save his life at a critical moment, and he must not take it off. But Hanyu couldn't find any properties. It was similar to ordinary items sold in shopping malls. But Hanyu took it as a blessing from the teacher, and wore the talisman close to his body. The next morning, Hanyu walked to the original gathering place. Most of the sophomores were standing next to the modified off-road RVs. As soon as he saw Hanyu, Kong Yuin ran over and grabbed Hanyu's hand. Finally, I see Hanyu alive. You made us so worried. Don't make it sound like I'm dead. Hanyu shook Kong Yuin off with disdain. Who knows? I was attacked by the new bishop and disappeared for 2 weeks. Everyone thought you were dead. I'm different. I'm lucky, and I won't die so easily. Fu Zisher also came over from behind. Hanyu, let's gather. We won't take the train this time. We drive to Qingyan City. Driving by yourself? Why? Hanyu was a little confused. For such a long distance, of course the train would be faster. He was just curious about why there was a row of cars next to him. Maybe they are afraid of attacks. Kong Yuin interjected, if the train is attacked, it will be difficult for us to escape, and it may also affect ordinary people. You may not know that since the last version update, the new bishop has become more rampant, and various attacks have continued. After all, the new bishop has benefited the most from the strengthening of the fallen profession. The content of the last version update was not only to strengthen the summoner, but also to strengthen the fallen profession. It is said to compensate for the risks, but it is outrageous no matter how you think about it. In various countries, there are not many fallen profession players except the new bishop. This update can even be said to be a strengthening of the new bishop. Don't worry, the leader this time is Mr. Zhu Sun, a level 58 elemental destroyer, and there shouldn't be any special situations. Kong Yuin added. Hanyu nodded. Then do you know how the previous national competitions were held? Train. Kong Yuin replied, it should be because the new bishops are too rampant this year, so they changed it. Hanyu touched his chin, feeling that things should not be that simple. The train line has always been strictly protected. High-level new bishop members have no way to get close. Even if they forcibly destroy it, the price must be very high, otherwise the train would have been unable to operate normally. Then the route was changed this time, maybe because he was also on the list of participants in this competition. No way, although Shenhai and Han Yu didn't know what the Son of God meant, Han Yu was too attractive to the new bishop. If the new bishop really attacked the train regardless of the cost, maybe everyone on the train would be buried with him. So for the safety of ordinary people, he chose to drive there himself. In that case, there should be more than one high-level player in the convoy soon. Han Yu thought to himself. But it's good this way, it's not bad to fish on the way there, and there are people to help. If the new bishop really attacks, it is naturally the most convenient section before they leave Zitsong City and enter the next city. If the students of Nanjing University can be directly destroyed, it will be an unexpected surprise. It is really difficult for the new bishop to resist this temptation. As he was talking, Zhu Sun came out from the side. Kong Yuan, is everyone here? Kong Yuan, who was explaining with a smile, suddenly stood up. Report to the teacher. We are all here and ready to go at any time. Okay, then get ready to get in the car. Zhu Sun waved his hand, and the students waiting by the car got on the cars next to them. After taking a look to see if anyone was left out, Zhu Sun also got on Han Yu's car and sat with them in the back seat. Hey teacher. Kong Yuan was a little stunned. The team leader usually sits in the first and last cars, observing the entire team. How come Zhu Sun got on their car? What's wrong? Are you not welcome? Zhu Sun looked at Kong Yuan with a serious face. No. Kong Yuan waved his hand quickly. Zhu Sun was a mentor before. Although he had gone out for training before, he was still a little scared. Zhu Sun rolled his eyes at Kong Yuan and turned to look at Han Yu. Han Yu, what is your current level? Already level 35, Dean. Level 35, the upgrade speed is not slow. Zhu Sun nodded. Generally, freshmen should be less than level 20 at this time. This speed is not only not slow, but it is a bit too fast. Kong Yuan took a deep breath. Master Yu. Are you sure you are not taking drugs for your upgrade speed? He had watched the video of Han Yu participating in the Alliance battle a few days ago, and was not too surprised by Han Yu's level. What made them even more incredible was that Han Yu could face off against a level 56 necromancer. I used some experience potions, which was a trick, Han Yu explained. If it weren't for the Night Elf's Spring Marrow, he wouldn't have been able to level up so quickly. This time, the first place in the competition should be a sure thing. Pan Yuan, who had been silent, added, it may not be a good thing. The better the results, the more dangerous the place you may be assigned to. It's okay, I don't want to go to ordinary places. Han Yu didn't care at all. If it was a battlefield only suitable for ordinary students, he wouldn't benefit much if he went there. Chapter 262. It's okay. Dangerous places are more suitable for me. Han Yu didn't care at all. If it was a battlefield only suitable for newcomers, he wouldn't benefit much from going there. With the mutant crystals to supplement attribute points, he looked down on low-level dungeons more and more. If he was assigned to the reserve combat force, like an ordinary student, or a place without strong monsters, Han Yu would probably be bored, so he was ready to crush them in this competition. Only in this way can he have enough say, and go to the position he should go. Zhu Sun glared at Pan Yuan. It's good to have this mentality. When you walk out, you will be the signboard of our Zitsong University. Pan Yuan almost forgot that Zhu Sun was still in his car. He shrank his neck and dared not speak again. But it's normal to be a little afraid when you first go to the battlefield. Just go and experience it. Zhu Sun didn't mean to blame Pan Yuan. In his eyes, they were still children, but there were more and more cracks. The army couldn't afford 4 years of training, so the university system could only be changed to 2 years. But in the first 2 years of entering the battlefield, they are generally not assigned too dangerous tasks, which is considered as a care for newly graduated students. When I heard from you that you are going to go to the front line directly after the big competition? Zhu Sun turned to ask Han Yu again. Well, the school's dungeons are not enough for me to become stronger. Han Yu has not told others about his decision. You haven't participated in the practical training yet. Do you want me to apply for a period of time to adapt to the battlefield? The real battlefield is still a little different from the dungeon. Although the monsters in the battlefield also have cracks, they are less restricted by the game. Maybe he just killed a level 20 monster, and then he ran into a level 60 lord when he continued to move forward. No, I will learn as soon as possible. Han Yu rejected Zhu Sun's proposal. He no longer had time to participate in any practical training. Okay, then you be careful. Zhu Sun nodded and stopped talking. But as soon as Yu-sun stopped talking, the whole carriage fell silent. Kong Yuin wanted to speak several times, but he mustered up the courage. He still had a lot of questions to ask Hanyu. It was really the instructor who was here that limited his performance. After Yun Mengmeng poked Kong Yuin a few times, Kong Yuin finally spoke. "Teacher, we haven't discussed the tactical arrangement yet. Hanyu and them are a team. They always need to discuss the tactical arrangement before the battle. Cooperation is the most important thing in team battles." "Oh!" Yu-sun suddenly remembered something and opened his eyes. "Then you discuss it, don't worry about me." Kong Yuin's face froze. The hint was so obvious. Yu-sun didn't mean to leave yet. It seemed that he really didn't plan to leave. "But you don't have anything to discuss. Hanyu will be able to handle it alone. You just need to help out from the side. Especially your skills. Just don't hit your own people. Your elemental control, TSK. Teacher, I'm not that weak at Kong Yuin knew that there was a big difference between him and Hanyu, but he didn't expect Yu-sun to not give him face at all. Not weak. How can you be suppressed by Fu Zisher all the time? Yu-sun did not hide his dislike for Kong Yuin at all. Fu Zisher's mentor is Chiu Huaqing, the dean of the War College. The two have always been in a competitive relationship, and this relationship naturally extends to his disciples. Therefore, Kong Yuin has always been suppressed by Fu Zisher, which makes Yu-sun very dissatisfied. The key is that this student has no ambition at all, and he is at ease to assist Fu Zisher in the team. Thank you for the compliment, Dean. In fact, he is just a little weaker than me. Fu Zisher smiled and replied, which can be regarded as modesty. Old Fu. You. Kong Yuin didn't expect Fu Zisher not to speak for him, but also followed Yu-sun to insult him. I obviously beat you too. Okay, you guys chat. I go out to see the situation. Yu-sun interrupted Kong Yuin and turned over and left the car. Okay, teacher, take care. Kong Yuin smiled immediately when he heard that Yu-sun was leaving. Come on, Hanyu, tell me what happened to you in the past 2 weeks. How did you upgrade so quickly in just 2 weeks? And what is the companion space? I also brought snacks. Let's eat and talk. Yun Mengmeng took out a large bag of snacks from her backpack, ready to listen to Hanyu's adventure story. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Hanyu was about to speak when Yu-sun's voice came from above his head. Then above Hanyu and the others, there was a sound of sitting cross-legged. Yu-sun just left the car, but didn't leave. Instead, he sat on the roof of the moving car for a ride. Ah! Teacher, why haven't you left yet? Kong Yuin wailed. We are not planning to do anything bad. Are you going to keep an eye on us? I am doing this for your safety. You guys can chat. I can't hear you on the roof. Yu-sun's words were clearly heard by everyone. 3 black lines floated down from Kong Yuin's head. At such a close distance, a magician of Yu-sun's level, with his 5 senses being sensitive, could not hide anything from him. Maybe he's afraid that I'd be attacked by the new bishop. Hanyu explained. Yu-sun clearly made it clear that he wanted to keep an eye on his car. That's possible. If you can kill a genius like you can probably get a lot of resources in the church. You are now a hot commodity in the eyes of the new bishops. Kong Yuin nodded. But don't worry, we will protect you. Kong Yuin patted his chest and took out the scepter directly. TSK, Hanyu is good enough to protect us, and with Dean Zhu here, ordinary attacks don't dare to come, and those who come may not need us. The chat was interrupted, and Yun Mengmeng still distributed snacks to everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, the car suddenly bumped violently, and the snacks were scattered all over the floor. You're here so soon? Hanyu was stunned. It should have been not long since he left the city. Hanyu didn't even use the scepter. A simple magic circle appeared on the roof of the car, and a falcon flew out of it. Yu-sun shouted overhead, hold on tight, there's an attack. He only added a little to the falcon to ensure that he summoned the same one each time, and there was no other enhancement. It just grew with his level, and he could hardly help in ordinary battles, but he could still do reconnaissance. Through the eagle vision, Hanyu saw that under his car, a half-meter diameter black earth spike drilled out from the ground. Unfortunately, before it touched the chassis of the vehicle, 3 streams of water flew out from Yu-sun's hands and quickly wrapped around the earth pillar. The spikes that looked like steel turned into a pool of mud in an instant after being touched by the water, and did not affect the normal driving of the vehicle at all. However, the opponent's mage continued to attack, and after the water fell to the ground, it instantly condensed and turned into a glacier path. Originally, there were only 3 small streams of water, which turned into a glacier path with a range of 5 meters. The 4 wheels of the off-road vehicle were affected and could only spin in place. Ju-sun snorted coldly, and a spark popped out from his finger, fell to the bottom of the car, and turned into a dark blue flame. All the glacier paths melted the moment they came into contact with the flames, and when the glacier paths disappeared, the flames went out. Except for Hanyu, and the others feeling a little hot under their feet, the vehicle was not damaged at all. So amazing? This elemental control made Hanyu a little stunned. If he released a ground fire, I'm afraid the whole car would explode together. After noticing the change in driving, Kang Yuin and the others also used their own methods to check the fight between Ju-sun and the attacker outside the car. It seems that they are really coming for you. Kang Yuin said, I feel it's dangerous to sit with you now. Don't worry, Teacher Ju-sun is still outside. With him, no attack can come. Pan Yuan said he was not worried, but he also took out his shield. Since Ju-sun has been staying in this car, the school is obviously well prepared. It is estimated that they don't need to take action, and the attackers will be solved. As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen skills, fireballs, ice cones, wind blades, and various skills hit them, and there was a huge fireball in the sky hitting here. How many people are coming? Pan Yuan, who was full of confidence just now, did not expect the other party to come here so big. There is also a call star, which landed right in front of us. This is to force our convoy to stop. Kang Yuin did not expect there to be so many people. These skills do not look advanced, and it is estimated that it is difficult to cause damage to the few people who are already prepared. But as long as the vehicle is blown up, they will fall into a passive position. Hanyu and his friends are ready to jump out of the car. But Ju-sun on the top just patted the car. Sit tight and don't move. Teacher, the car is going to blow up. Kang Yuin shouted hurriedly. Ju-sun, what are you blowing up? You can't blow it up with me here. Ju-sun stood up on the top of the car. At the top of the staff, an ice dragon phantom flew towards the sky. The entity of the ice dragon was just a pure white ice ball that kept spinning. During the flight, it slowly spread out like a flash in the pan, and the petals separated and turned into pieces of ice dragon scales, making the ice dragon phantom turn into an entity little by little. The image of the ice dragon became more and more detailed as it moved forward, and its speed kept getting faster and faster, and finally collided with a huge fireball in the air. Brilliant fireworks exploded above the roof of the car, but the call star was blocked, and the various skills shot at the car were still unblocked and continued to fly towards Hanyu and his friends. Other cars also had skills flying away continuously, and no one got off the car, just like Hanyu's car. Kang Yuin had already grasped the staff, and Pan Yuan also took out the shield, ready to defend at any time. Although they believed Ju-sun's words, they also needed to be prepared if they really failed to defend. Hold on tight. A middle-aged man's voice came from the driver's seat. The moment he finished speaking, more than a dozen skills were constantly half a meter away from the car body. Before being bombarded, a magic array suddenly lit up on the car body, and the center of the array was right under Hanyu and his feet. The array was activated, and the entire off-road vehicle was covered by a transparent light shield, and all skills were blocked outside. Except for some bumps in the vehicle, there was no damage. Magic circle? Kang Yuin was stunned for a moment. All these cars were actually modified. Seeing that all the skills disappeared, Pan Yuan was relieved and put down the shield in his hand. The school really invested a lot this time. It actually built a protective magic circle on each car. It seems that the school guessed that the other party was going to attack and had already made full preparations. Almost all the attacks were resolved, and everyone was relieved. Ju-sun also said with a little pride, Hanyu, don't worry, we are here, you have no chance to attack. Before going to the battlefield, we will protect you. Even on the roof, Ju-sun saw the falcon summoned by Hanyu, and his reaction was much faster than Kang Yuin and others. Hearing Ju-sun's words, Hanyu replied, Thank you, teacher. The last time Hanyu was taken away so close to the school, they, the teachers, felt that they had not fulfilled their responsibilities. Let Hanyu be taken away like this. If Hanyu really died, they might feel guilty for the rest of their lives. Now that he was present, no matter how many people came, Hanyu would not be harmed in the slightest. Hanyu really had no intention of attacking, and he sat at ease in his seat, but the falcon in the sky was still looking at the situation in the entire sky. The first wave of skills had been blocked, and all the vehicles were still driving normally. Although the vehicles had just left Zisong City, the place chosen by the opponent for the sneak attack was indeed good. There was a low mountain beside the road, and until now, skills kept flying out, and Hanyu did not see the attacker. But in the next second, 10 players dragging giant swords rushed out with a roar, and their flesh and blood continued to swell during the running process. They were all players above level 30. Judging from the skill frequency just now, there are at least more than 20 magic players behind. This new bishop has really invested a lot of money. This is almost half of the hidden members in Zsong City. Kong Yuan and his men confirmed that it was safe, so they watched the battle outside with peace of mind, watching the new bishop members rush out one by one, and were amazed. Only now did they really realize how much Han Yu was favored by the new bishop. Yushin, you should be more low-key in the future. Look at the members of this new bishop. I guess they have put you on the must-kill list. Han Yu was choked. I am obviously very low-key. Since his strength has risen, Han Yu has rarely broadcast his battle scenes. The other party did not want to catch him because of his strength, but because of his identity as the son of God. Yes, very low-key. Pan Yuan added, but as soon as you show your head, all the players will know that you are back. I guess in this competition, the other party will admit defeat when they see you. Hey, that's perfect. We can get the school reward directly. Kong Yuan continued. Han Yu had no way to explain to them. If the other party admitted defeat directly, Han Yu could save a lot of trouble. I just don't know if he can directly apply to go to a more dangerous place. As the new bishop member finally rushed out, Zhu Sun also responded. The staff in his hand flew out, and the 6-color magic ball surrounded him. 6 different elements quickly entangled together under Zhu Sun's control. Even Han Yu, who was sitting below, felt his body hot and cold, and it seemed that he would explode at any time. Can you play it like this? Han Yu really hadn't heard of this skill. Different elements mixed together, it would explode if you were not careful. Teacher's trick is rarely seen. The damage can almost triple. As Zhu Sun's student, Kong Yuan played the role of commentator at the right time. The thing the teacher is most proud of is his ability to control the elements, but unfortunately I have only learned the basics. Chapter 263. And the dozens of new bishop members outside the car had a clear goal and rushed towards Han Yu's vehicle. But after Zhu Sun cast a skill, they suddenly dispersed, cut across with a giant sword in his hand, and attacked other vehicles far away from Han Yu. And the players standing behind casting spells also changed their targets at the same time, and attacked the vehicles behind or in front with a skill. The defensive array built on the vehicle is naturally not as tough as the school array, and it is only a matter of time to break it with brute force. Nearly a dozen vehicles were attacked almost at the same time, and the skills that appeared became more and more powerful. An ice tornado appeared out of thin air in front of the convoy, rolling up the smoke and dust on the ground, and swept towards the convoy. Behind the convoy, the road suddenly arched up, like a soiled dragon that had been lying on the ground for many years, finally breaking out of the ground. Various attacks followed one after another. Even if they could not destroy the array, they would overturn the convoy and let Han Yu and others stay here. In the current situation, Zhu Sun could not resist with 8 arms at the same time. Maybe Zhu Sun did not expect that the opponent would have so many people. Han Yu asked in the car, Teacher, do we really not need to take action? Zhu Sun snorted coldly. Come out. How long will I be alone? As soon as Zhu Sun finished speaking, a woman in a blue robe flew out in front of the convoy, with water flowing on the staff in her hand. Shoo! The woman spoke softly, and a dark water flow rushed towards the ice tornado. The ice tornado swept the black water and then dissipated instantly, turning into pieces of broken ice falling to the ground, and then quickly dissipated and turned into water vapor in the air again. Behind the convoy, a long spear stretched out. The spear was only 2 meters long, but the shadow on the spear was more than 10 meters long, like a pillar of heaven falling, and a fierce earth dragon smashed down on the ground. Suppress! The rolling land was smashed immediately, and the earth dragon that was rolling just now stabilized instantly. One shot was successful, and the person in the car also got out, with a terrible scar on his face, which was still twitching as he exerted force, looking terrifying and horrible. Teacher Ing. Teacher Ao Gang. Han Yu didn't expect Ing Yuju and Ao Gang to be in the convoy. Hee, Han Yu boy, we will take you on this journey again. Sit in the car safely. After solving the surprise attack, Ao Gang jumped off the car, holding the ground with his long spear. The spear body was like a strong bamboo facing the wind, and then it suddenly straightened, bounced Ao Gang out, and met the new bishop member who rushed over. Just one shot, swept down 2 Go swordsmen, who rushed over, and the Go swordsmen, who were hit vomited blood, and the swollen flesh on their bodies began to shrink. You dare to sneak attack with this level. The new bishop underestimates us too much. After Ing Yuju solved the ice tornado, an ice crystal lotus rose from his feet and dragged it in the air. He raised the staff in his hand, and the arrows made of ice crystals fell, and the destination was the new bishop members behind the low hill. As the skills fell, screams came from behind the low hill. Except for a man in black clothes who flew up from behind the low hill, the others had no power to resist Ingyuju's tentative attack. This seems a bit weak. Ingyuju and Ju Sun looked at each other. Seeing Ingyuju and Ju Sun, the other party turned around and ran away, without any desire to continue attacking. The 6-color fireballs in Ju Sun's hand that had not yet been released quickly merged and turned into a fire dragon, quickly catching up with the fleeing black-clothed man. The fire dragon hit the man in black on the back. The violent explosion made the man in black bloody. Tentacles quickly appeared at the wound to help heal his injuries, but the man in black didn't even look back and ran away as fast as he could. Just reached level 50? Now you're here to attack our convoy? Ju Sun didn't expect that the new bishop member, who had just attacked so enthusiastically, was actually so weak. As the black-clothed man began to flee, the ghost swordsman, who had rushed towards the vehicle, also began to retreat in a hurry, without any intention of continuing to attack. What does this mean? Hanyu, like Ju Sun, didn't expect this to be the result. It took only a minute for the other party to go from being aggressive at the beginning to fleeing in panic now. Did they give up so easily after seeing Ingyuju and Ao Gang come out? At this time, Ao Gang had already killed 5 ghost swordsmen and was about to chase them, but was stopped by Ju Sun. Teacher Ao, don't chase them. This may be just a test. Be careful not to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Test? Ao Gang also stopped, but the spear in his hand suddenly swelled, and he killed another fleeing ghost swordsman. It seems they have thought of this, and we are well prepared. They are calling some cannon fodder to test our strength and prepare for the real battle later. I just don't know if you still have the confidence to come after seeing our strength. Ju Sun actually felt a little regretful. He shouldn't have let Ingyuju and Ao Gang out so easily. He might be able to resist those 2 skills. Compared with Ao Gang, Ingyuju is one of the biggest trump cards in their team. After the version update, Ingyuju has also reached level 50. Combined with his talent, he is quite strong. I didn't expect that he would be tricked out by the new bishop. Watching them go away, Ju Sun knew that it was useless to regret. He put away his staff and ordered, "Slow down. Go to the next city." Their journey had already been planned. There weren't many wastelands to pass by, but there was no safe city within a radius of 300 miles when they were close to Qingyun City. The other party simply chose to be so close to Zisong City in order to leave time for the deployment of members. And these attackers were most likely hidden members in Zisong City. They were just cannon fodder. Even if they were not killed by Ju Sun and his men, they could not return to Zisong City. Watching these people leave, the convoy did not stop, but moved forward quickly. Ju Sun also returned to the carriage. It seems that we still underestimated Han Yu's appeal. They are willing to give up so many hidden pieces just to test the strength of our team. These people are just abandoned pieces. Now that Teacher Ing and Teacher Ao have come out, the other party may have targeted countermeasures. Ju Sun nodded. That's true, but it's so close to Zisong City. They can call people, so can't we? In less than 5 minutes, Ju Sun smiled. The city is our home court after all. I want to see how brave the new bishop is to withstand our defense and attack. As soon as the voice fell, a man in white flew from the sky and floated directly into the carriage. Another player above level 50, this is crazy. Kong Yuan glanced at the man who came in and then at Han Yu. What he was thinking was how much charm Han Yu had that the new bishop had to fight so hard to win. Ju Sun looked at the person coming in and introduced him to Han Yu. Wei Yuan from the Shanghai Zisong City branch, occupation, Curse Master. This is Han Yu whom I mentioned. The new bishop is mainly targeting him this time. Wei Yuan looked at Han Yu and nodded. I have met him before. Although Han Yu is young, I have seen his style. But Han Yu may not remember me. Of course I remember. I also met Mr. Wei in the Blood Butterfly Dance dungeon. Han Yu replied. He did have an impression of this Wei Yuan, but it was not very deep. It seemed that he had not reached level 50 in the Blood Butterfly Dance dungeon. It seems that his level has also started to increase after the version update. It's good to know him. Ju Sun laughed. This time, the new bishop seems to want to take Han Yu away at all costs. Brother Wei will have to help at that time. Don't worry. Han Yu also saved our lives at that time. No matter what, we will protect Han Yu. After saying that, he sat down next to Ju Sun. He was determined to protect Han Yu. Originally, Ju Sun was enough to deal with, and now there was another big guy, making Kong Yuan and the others feel uneasy. Now they dared not say anything. On the other side, Si Yusheng also received the news that the first test was over. Half of the members were killed, and the other half had left Zisong City and were on the way to escape. And the strength tested was already in Si Yusheng's hands. However, at the end of the message, it was added that the test site was too close to Zisong City, and the other party might temporarily increase manpower. Si Yusheng didn't care at all. If he wanted to forcibly take Han Yu back, it would probably cost a lot. But the adults of the head sect couldn't wait any longer, and it was time to take action. No matter what the cost, Han Yu must be brought back. Si Yusheng closed the call and began to contact members. This time, no matter what preparations the other party made, Han Yu must be brought back. At this time, Han Yu's convoy had gradually moved away from Zisong City. The route set by Zhu Sun had tried to avoid the wilderness and reduce the risk as much as possible. At this time, Han Yu asked, "Teacher, how long will it take us to get there?" "Don't worry, we will arrive at noon tomorrow, but we will camp in the wilderness tonight." The speed of the convoy moving at full speed was not slow, and the drivers were not ordinary people, but employees of the school, and their reaction speed was much better than that of ordinary people. Han Yu nodded. Then it was very likely that the new bishop would attack at night, and Zhu Sun could also think of it, so he should not need to remind himself. The vehicle rushed nearly 1,000 kilometers in a day, and the sun was setting, and Zhu Sun also left the car. "Let's camp here." Zhu Sun looked at the surrounding terrain. The surrounding area was flat, and there was no place suitable for ambush. This place is far away from the safe city. Even if they take the train, they have to get off and drive to Qingyun City by themselves. In the wild grass around, the roar of wild beasts can be heard from time to time. Under the command of Zhu Sun, the convoy quickly stopped and formed a circle, and the middle was protected. Han Yu and his friends set up their tents in the middle. Before it was completely dark, the tents were already set up, and the bonfire was lit. Everyone began to rest and eat by the bonfire, and Han Yu walked to Yingyu and Ao Gang and thanked them. "Teacher, thank you for this time." Ao Gang pulled Han Yu to sit down. "You are my student. Before you leave school, it is our duty to protect you." "Why are you thanking me?" "Well, since I have nothing to teach you, I will naturally protect you." Yingyu also responded. Ao Gang taught Han Yu some fighting skills, but Yingyu was really just a nominal tutor. Han Yu majored in summoning, and spent most of his time in dungeons, so she had nothing to teach him. Han Yu lowered his head and asked, "Isn't Teacher Zhang Yi here?" Ao Gang laughed. "I knew that the person you wanted to see most was that old man." What a pity, he didn't want to see you off." Not really." Han Yu smiled awkwardly. "I just thought that Teacher Zhang Yi might come to see me off." Yingyu chuckled. "Your teacher Zhang Yi doesn't have much fighting power. Why ask him to come?" "Okay." Han Yu was a little disappointed. Zhang Yi was the one who taught him the most in the school. Unexpectedly, Yingyu and Ao Gang came, but Zhang Yi didn't come. "Come on, drink." "You kid, go drink with Ao Rong and the others, but you don't even call me." Han Yu looked at Ao Gang's fierce face. If he really called him, Ao Rong would probably tremble with his wine glass. While the few people were chatting, Ao Gang kept his spear by his side, ready to fight at any time. But until the sky was completely dark, there was no movement, and the students also dispersed to rest. However, according to Zhu Sun's arrangement, several people took turns to keep watch. Han Yu wanted to join in, but was immediately driven to sleep by Yingyu. At night, the combat effectiveness of the new bishop members was increased. If they really decide to take down Han Yu here, then tonight is the best time. Han Yu entered the tent, and the moon gradually rose, but was inexplicably covered by a layer of haze. Ao Renjing was fiddling with the campfire outside the tent. "What do you think the Son of God is, and why is it so attractive to the new bishops?" "Maybe. In the eyes of the new bishops, he is the one." Yingyu replied. "The one? What do you mean?" Yingyu's words made Ao Gang, an old man, a little confused. For the new bishops, they may think that Han Yu is their savior, who can help them rebuild the world. Ao Rong suddenly lowered his voice. "Do you mean that Han Yu could really be the child of the bird god?" "It is the new bishop who thinks so, but I don't think so," Yingyu hurriedly explained. At this time, a shadow appeared behind the two of them. "If you keep talking nonsense, be careful that I will build a ghost wall array at your door." Hearing the voice, Ao Rong turned around quickly. "Hey, isn't this Teacher Zhang? Are you done? Hurry up and sit down. Your student really wants to see you." The person who came was none other than Zhang Yi, whom Han Yu had just mentioned. Zhang Yi turned around and sat down. Yingyu hurriedly handed him a cup of hot water. "We are just wondering why the new bishops group wanted to snatch Han Yu like crazy. We are just guessing. Anyway, we should destroy the new bishop's plan anyway." Zhang Yi took a sip of hot water and felt warmed up. He moved closer to the campfire. The closer to the front battlefield, the stronger this bone-eroding cold feeling became. "Hey, What Lao Zhang said is right. As long as it is their plan, we should destroy it. I don't know if there will be an attack today. I haven't really taken action for a long time. I didn't have enough fun during the day. Chapter 264. Humph, you should take a break with your old arms and legs. Zhang Yi didn't care about Ao Gang's face at all. If we fight, you are much worse than a little girl. Ing Yuzhu can only be regarded as a little girl in front of the two middle-aged men. As he was talking, the bonfire in front of them suddenly shook violently, and the shadows of the three people on the ground swayed with the bonfire. The mist suddenly rose, making the three people feel a chill, and a drop of rain fell on Zhang Yi's robe. Zhang Yi raised his head, and the sky became darker. This rain is really not at the right time. The raindrops fell on Ing Yuzhu's hand, shattering on her wrist like crystal, but leaving a thin black line that kept moving on the surface of her skin. Ing Yuzhu narrowed her eyes. Dean Zhang. You can activate the magic circle. They are coming. Although Ing Yuzhu is the youngest of the three, she is the strongest on paper, and was the first to notice something wrong. As the first drop of rain fell, the sky seemed to have a hole opened, and the gray-black rain poured down. The bonfire was extinguished in an instant, leaving only a few wisps of black smoke. The moon had long been blocked, and the camp fell into darkness. Amid the noisy rain, they heard a low roar from above. The sound was like that of an animal or a horse, low but soul-stirring, like a war drum in the deep sea, breaking the silk thread of the rainstorm. Almost at the same time as Ing Yuzhu opened his mouth, Zhang Yi formed a seal with his hands, and a translucent light curtain suddenly lit up around the camp. The warning was issued at the same time as the magic circle was activated, and Zhu Sun and Wei Yiren, who were still playing tomorrow's route, came out at the first time. Finally here. Wei Yiren was not surprised at all. If the new bishop hadn't come to attack, his trip would have been in vain. I hope it won't be just a few shrimps this time. Zhu Sun looked up at the sky, and didn't seem surprised at the attack of the new bishop. With the faint light brought by the activation of the magic circle, they finally saw the roaring beast. A warhorse, only the skeleton of the warhorse, was more than 5 stories high, and its limbs stood like pillars in the protective circle formed by the off-road vehicle. Although it looked like an undead horse, it seemed to have retained its habits in life, constantly stomping its hooves and roaring. Around it, lightning continued to emerge, forming a lightning area with the help of rain, and the continuous lightning strikes had already blown up more than one car. On the back of the warhorse sat a rider wearing dark gold heavy armor, with 2 ghost fires swaying in his head. Black mist continued to escape from the dark gold armor, rising into the air and turning into a pool of dark clouds. This rain was probably his contribution. The dark gold knight held a golden hoop spear in his hand, surrounded by thunderclouds, crackling. Ing Yuzhu looked at the monster in front of him with a serious face. The Dark Lord Nazgrim is a level 65 Lord-level monster. Behind the Dark Lord, 4 black-clothed men with scepters in their hands, wearing black robes and hoods, stood in the air. The flesh and blood in the black robes rolled, and they were obviously high-level fallen professional players. On their wrists, a black silk thread extended to the scepter, wrapped around and connected to the back of the Dark Lord's body. They are all undead masters above level 55, and this Dark Lord is the creature they summoned. Summoning a level 65 monster. How is this possible? Ao Gang wiped the rain off his face, and looked at the terrifying monster in front of him in disbelief. If this thing charges, I'm afraid the entire camp will be crushed. Although the summoner has been strengthened, it is not so powerful. A level 65 high-level lord cannot be summoned by a level 55 undead controller. It should be a joint summoning. Zhang Yi looked at the magic circle under the feet of the Dark King, which was a little inconsistent at the connection, and said, each of the 4 people is responsible for a part of the magic circle. It seems that they don't have time to summon higher-level players, so they can only use this method to enhance their strength. But this also weakens the strength of the Dark King. If it is fully summoned, it may be a level 70 monster. The new bishop has the most summoned fallen players, so finding 4 undead controllers is the fastest, and it is also the strongest combat force that Si Yusheng can summon within a day. Joint summoning? Can't we do it? Ing Yuzhu had never heard of this before. If it was possible, then the summoner should be a killer on the battlefield. Even if the individual strength is weak, summoning a powerful summoned creature is enough to wreak havoc on the battlefield. No, the space for joint summoning is extremely unstable. This skill only exists in theory. They can probably do it because of the black silk thread on their wrist. Zhang Yi shook his head. He was also surprised that the new bishop had such a deep study of the summoning array, but thinking about the last time he broke the school array of Nanzhong University, Zhang Yi was relieved. Perhaps behind the new bishop, there is a magic array master like Su Lan. So what if he is level 65? Can't we just kill the summoner? The appearance of the Dark King just now really shocked Yuju. But no matter how powerful the summoned creature is, it still depends on the summoner. As long as Si Yusheng and the others are killed, the summoning will naturally be lifted. An ice crystal lotus rose under Yuju's feet, floating in the air, just in front of the Dark King's warhorse. After leaving the tent, Zhu Sun and Wei Yiren also stood in the air, blocking the Dark King. Si Yusheng glanced at the three people opposite, his eyes fell on Wei Yiren, and he sneered coldly. Is this the help you are looking for? What a pity, it's a bit too weak. Si Yusheng and the other three undead controllers raised their scepters again, and a summoning magic array appeared in the air and on the ground. 8 horrible-looking corpse puppets crawled out of the magic array. Each of them was originally in human form, but their bodies were forcibly pressed with various monster organs. It can release multiple skills, while also possessing the melee ability of monsters. 8 monsters, half of which floated in the air, flew towards Zhu Sun and his group, while the other 4 targeted the camp on the ground. There is still strength left. Ao Gang spat fiercely. He thought that summoning 65 monsters was the limit, but he didn't expect that more corpses would appear. Leave the ground to me and Lao Zhang. The sky is up to you. Ao Gang held a spear in his hand, smashing the falling rain into pieces, like a dragon entering the sea, and stabbed at a standing red-skinned lizard man. Zhang Yi stood still and established a connection with the magic circle he had just established, and the shadows of various skills appeared on the magic circle. The magic circle was officially in operation, and each of Zhu Sun and the others had a layer of glimmer on their bodies. 4-dimensional attributes plus 10%. Shield strength plus 10%. Healing effect plus 10%, and Si Yusheng and the others who were in the magic circle were also affected, and they were added with multiple negative effects such as slowdown, reduced healing, and slowness. However, these effects were completely ineffective against the Dark King. No matter how Zhang Yi tried, the Dark King's status bar was still blank. Zhang Yi simply gave up, pointed with one hand, and the offensive skills from the magic circle turned from virtual to real. This temporary magic circle he built was not for protection, but to keep the attacking new bishop members here forever. The main functions are buff, debuff, and attack. The purpose is to make the attackers come and go. The magic circle is Zhang Yi's home court. Relying on the blessing of the magic circle, his strength is not inferior to that of ordinary level 50 players. He and Ao Gang can completely withstand the summons of 4 undead masters. In the air, Si Yusheng was not in a hurry to attack, and the magic circle under the feet of the Dark Lord had not completely disappeared. Joint summoning, a method that only appeared in theory, was rarely used by them, and summoning also required caution. Zhu Sun, our target is only Han Yu. Hand over Han Yu, and we will leave. Otherwise, you can escape, but your students will die with you. Can you bear it? Just with these few of you. Zhu Sun stood in the air, without any fear, with several fire dragons wrapped around his body, ready to attack at any time. Haha, then try it first. When your students die one by one, you will regret what you said now. Si Yusheng snorted coldly, and the Dark King raised his spear high in his hand, with lightning entwined on the tip of the spear. The running movement of the sturdy limbs of the bone horse under him left deep pits on the ground, and the whistling sound of the wind blowing through the bones was like thousands of ghosts crying. Although his body was large, the Dark King's speed was not slow at all, and even continued to increase as he ran. In less than a second, he had already arrived in front of Yuju. So fast. Is this the speed that a monster of this size should have? With such a big commotion, Kong Yuan had already woken up and watched the battle outside the tent in fear. The only time they had seen such a level of battle before was in the copy of Blood Butterfly Dance, but that was a group copy of 500 people. Now here, including these miscellaneous soldiers who could not play, there were only 100 or 200 people. But today, the new bishop dispatched 4 undead masters just for Han Yu alone, which made Kong Yuan feel cold and subconsciously stayed away from Han Yu, fearing that he would be implicated when Han Yu was struck by lightning. Yushin, look how much you are hated. I feel that if we don't kill you, the people of the new bishop will not be able to sleep peacefully. Han Yu looked at Kong Yuan huddled in the corner of the tent and replied, Don't worry, they are just after something on me and won't kill me. But you might be trampled to death by that big horse if you are not careful. Hiss. Kong Yuan looked at Han and became more afraid. He might not have the strength of Han Yu. Maybe the other party was originally coming for Han Yu, but he was killed by the aftermath of the battle. If there were not too many monsters outside, he would have to move to another tent. Han Yu did not continue to talk nonsense with Kong Yuan. He looked at the Dark King with a serious face. Si Yusheng was bound to win this time. At least from the paper strength, the new bishop's members won. Even if he exerted his full strength, he could only draw at most and repel Si Yusheng and his men. But in such a fierce battle, it was unknown whether the other students in the camp could survive. While Han Yu was thinking, the speed of the Dark Lord was getting faster and faster, and he was only 10 meters away from Ing Yuju in the air. Ice barrier. Ing Yuju made a wrist-swinging motion, and an ice wall appeared in front of her. Then the second, the third. A few seconds before the Dark King rushed in front of him, 10 ice walls appeared in front of Ing Yuju, and then instantly merged into one. An ice wall with a thickness of more than 1 meter blocked Ing Yuju, with a metallic luster on it. But the next second, the thick ice wall was shattered by a spear that fell from the sky. Ing Yuju, who was behind, felt paralyzed and slowed down. He used up his last bit of strength to dodge, but the splashing ice crystals still left a thin wound on his face, and blood seeped out. Ing Yuju's heart almost jumped out of his throat. If the spear had hit him, he would have lost half his life. Ing Yuju's body paralysis had not yet completely recovered, so he could only give up flying and let his body fall. But the Dark King did not continue to chase, but suddenly turned and ran towards the student's tent. With such a fast speed and such a sudden turn, ordinary students in the school would have no chance to dodge even if they saw it. Dinju Sun, don't you save your students? Si Yusheng said sinisterly. Even if such a powerful summon was summoned, Si Yusheng knew in his heart that it was not so easy to kill Zhu Sun and his men. And their summoning was also time-limited, not to mention that this level was far higher than theirs, and needed to be jointly summoned by the Terror Lord. So he chose to attack the enemy and save them. If he killed one student or Zhu Sun was still unwilling to hand over Han Yu, he would kill 10 or 100. Until Zhu Sun handed over Han Yu and left with the corpses all over the camp. As for whether he would accidentally step on Han Yu and leave him without a trace, Si Yusheng was not worried at all. He had already tested Han Yu's strength. Even facing a monster of this level, Han Yu would not be killed instantly. On the contrary, if Han Yu could jump out on his own initiative, it would save them a lot of trouble. Zhu Sun only glanced at the Dark King who rushed to the back, and then decided to attack Si Yusheng with Ing Yuju and the others. Do you really not care about the lives of ordinary students? Are you willing to sacrifice so many people for Han Yu? Si Yusheng did not expect the other party to be so decisive, and had no intention of caring about the Dark King. So, what other killer moves do you have? Try it out as soon as possible, otherwise you may not have a chance. Zhu Sun was not shaken at all. The four-color light on his arm entangled together, and turned into a fire dragon flying towards Si Yusheng. It turns out that you said for the students, but you were just joking. Si Yusheng did not expect Zhu Sun to give up so decisively, and could only dodge the skill, but the fire dragon also changed direction and chased Si Yusheng. Substitute Straw Man. Si Yusheng's body became ethereal, and appeared 10 meters away. Only a straw man was left on the spot. There was still a trace of his breath on the straw man. The fire dragon collided with the straw man, and turned into a ball of fireworks. Extreme Eyes. The Dark King ran away, allowing Ing Yuju to catch his breath. When Si Yusheng used the straw man, he instantly determined his landing point, and covered him with an extremely icy cage. Wei Yuran and Ing Yuju attacked at the same time, and the black pages in their hands flew out in a spiral, cutting off the falling rain. The pages shattered in the air, and stabbed towards Si Yusheng, who was trapped in the extremely icy cage. Chapter 265. The pages of the book were like snowflake fragments, cutting off the falling rain. Appear. Si Yusheng looked at the ice cage around him, and directly stabbed the scepter into his body. Half of his body was peeled off, and it expanded rapidly after leaving his body, and finally formed a corpse doll with slender limbs and a black body, blocking his body. At the same time as the corpse doll appeared, the fragments of the pages of the cursed book also stabbed out like sharp blades, but they were all blocked by the corpse dolls he separated. When the pages disappeared, a straw man appeared out of thin air in front of Wei Yuran. This was his spell Straw Man. It was a pity that it was blocked by Si Yusheng's corpse doll, and was not connected to the main body. Wei Yuran was not too surprised. Si Yusheng was afraid that he also knew the skills of the spellcaster, and would not be connected so easily. As soon as the three of them released a skill, the flying corpse doll also rushed toward Zhu Sun and the other two. Zhu Sun and Ing Yuju immediately dodged, not wanting to spend too much time entangled with the corpse doll. Only Wei Yuran stood still. The lines on the page in his hand were glowing, as if he was casting a spell, and didn't want to be interrupted. But the speed of the corpse puppet was not slow at all. The corpse puppets that could stay in the air to fight were all carefully modified by the 4 undead controllers. The corpse puppet had already stretched out its claws towards Wei Yuran, and black light appeared above Wei Yuran's head. Wei Yuran stabbed out with one hand, and the page was wrinkled by the wind, completely wrapping the palm knife with a layer of silver-white brilliance. After all, Wei Yuran was well prepared, and the palm knife hit the body of the corpse puppet, passing through the chest without any hindrance. When the palm knife entered the body of the corpse puppet with the page of the book, a silver light flashed, and the page disappeared, but the corpse puppet did not seem to be hurt. The connection is complete. The spell is fatal. Wei Yuran pulled back with one hand, and a faint thread appeared on his 5 fingers. After Wei Yuran finished chanting the spell, the corpse puppet's attack did not stop. The black claws over half a meter long slapped Wei Yuran's head. At this time, Wei Yuran had no time to dodge. A claw attack left a deep wound from Wei Yuran's face to his neck. Puff! Wei Yuran's body fell rapidly, and a mouthful of blood spurted out in the air. But Si Yusheng, who had just dodged Wei Yuran's attack, also felt the pain of his head being torn apart. The attack of his corpse puppet just now also synchronized with his body. What a coincidence, it turned out to be your corpse puppet. Wei Yuran stabilized his body in the air and laughed miserably. Stand-in straw man. Si Yusheng was shocked. He didn't expect that a sorcerer above level 50 could connect to his body through a corpse puppet. He hurriedly used the straw man substitute again to get rid of the connection. You underestimate me too much. Wei Yuran simply landed on the ground and stopped floating in the air. He was connected to Si Yusheng's body, and no matter how many times Si Yusheng used a substitute straw man, it would not escape. When he landed, a monkey statue appeared in Wei Yuran's hand, and at the same time, Wei Yuran's body was covered with fine wounds like spider webs. The wooden eyes of the monkey statue in his hand became lively, and they turned in the eye sockets. Turning the monkey statue to himself, the statue and Wei Yuran looked at each other, and a vague dotted line connected Wei Yuran's palm, and the fine wounds on his body were also healing. Wei Yuran glanced at Si Yusheng in the air, and a black dagger appeared in his hand. He stabbed his chest with the knife, and then stirred it quickly. Hit right in the heart, it looked like a suicide move. You? Si Yusheng looked at Wei Yuran, but before he could finish his words, his throat was choked and the meat spurted out of his mouth. Wei Yuran just laughed, and the wound on his chest healed instantly, and a crack appeared on the chest of the monkey statue in his hand. How do you feel? Except for the broken clothes, all the wounds on Wei Yuran's body have recovered. Zhu Sun, do you really not care about your students? Si Yusheng was really scared. The opponent seemed to know that his strength was declining, and all kinds of skills were released against him from the beginning. This is the last half of his life. If he died like this, he would be completely gone. No matter, it's okay. Zhu Sun's face did not fluctuate at all, and the lightning on the staff in his hand gathered, and it seemed that he was preparing a big move. The corpse doll rushing towards him was directly ignored by Zhu Sun. Yingyu, who had just recovered, appeared in front of Zhu Sun with an ice shield, blocking the corpse doll's path. Kong Yuan was watching the battle carefully through the tent. When he heard Zhu Sun's words, he was horrified. Stop it, teacher. Help. I don't know if Han Yu's position has been discovered long ago, or it's just a coincidence. The terrifying Dark King was charging towards Han Yu and the others. In a few seconds, they would be crushed by 1 foot. The Dark King was still more than 10 meters away from them, and Kong Yuan felt numb all over, and his movements became slow. The Dark King dragged the spear on the ground, leaving a deep groove on the ground. The ground was wet by rain, and black smoke kept coming out abnormally. It's okay, don't I still have mine? The Dark Lord rushed towards him, which made Han Yu feel relieved. This made it easier for him to temporarily block the Dark Lord. If he rushed towards others, he might not be able to rescue them in time. If he let these students die because of him, he would really feel guilty. He raised the scepter in his hand, and summoned the molten rock lizard. As long as he delayed for a few seconds, Han Yu and the students in the tent could escape. The magic circle appeared, and the molten rock lizard just walked out of the magic circle, and saw the Dark Lord in front of it. In front of the Dark Lord, the molten rock lizard was as big as a child. Han Yu's giant enhancement made the molten rock lizard bigger, but it barely reached the height of the Dark Lord's mount. You retreat first, I don't know how long I can hold it back. Han Yu took a step forward and said, Let's go together, it can't hold it back. At this time, Kong Yuan also knew that it was useless for him to stay here, and glanced at Fu Zisher next to him. The three of them were assigned to the same tent. Even though they had seen the lava lizard's might, they didn't believe Han Yu could stop it. Don't worry, I have a lot of life-saving equipment, nothing will happen. Han Yu didn't care at all. Even if he couldn't fight it head-on, It would be enough to hold on for a few seconds with the lava lizard's high physique. Kong Yuan also knew that it was useless for him to stay here. He gritted his teeth and prepared to leave with Fu Zisher first to help Ao Gang deal with the corpses on the ground. The lava lizard also turned into an upright form and rushed towards the Dark King under Han Yu's command. At this time, a shoulder was placed on Han Yu's back. Han Yu's hair stood on end. Someone was so close to him, and he didn't notice it at all before the other party made a move. "I told you not to do anything. Why are you so anxious?" A middle-aged man's voice came from behind Han Yu. Han Yu listened to the familiar voice and then reacted, "Principal, why are you here too?" Han Yu really didn't expect that Chuzhua had been hiding in the team. No wonder Zhu Sun was not worried at all. When the Dark King rushed over, the real killer was still behind the tent. Kong Yuan, who was just about to leave, stopped and looked at Chuzhua. His jaw couldn't close. "Principal, why are you here too? Is this moving the entire Zitsong city here? Where is Director Liu? Is he here too? Let him come out quickly." Kong Yuan kept looking around the tent, trying to find Liu Yuanhua. He now felt that Han Yu was even more important than the artifact. The new bishop sent out 4 undead controllers just to take Han Yu away. Zitsong City was not weak either. The level 50 curse absolute player from Shanghai, the dean and principal of the school's elemental academy, and Ing Yuzhu, who was very likely to be the next dean of the elemental academy, all came to a place thousands of miles away from Zitsong City for Han Yu. "Don't worry, I'm the last one." Chuzhua shook his head and said no more, looking at the Dark King who rushed over. "For this kind of lord, it seems that our guess is right. You are really important to the new bishop. If I don't come this time, it will be really dangerous." Han Yu nodded. If only Zhu Sun came, Han Yu could understand that he was protecting himself. But Chuzhua also came. It was obvious that Zitsong City and the school used him as bait to catch a big fish of the new bishop. The key is that they really caught it. The school had already made plans, so Han Yu felt relieved. It seemed that Zhu Sun's words at the beginning were not just casual words, but he had confidence in his heart. Chuzhua looked at the Dark King who rushed towards the tent, and walked out of the tent without taking out his staff. Seeing a target coming out, the soul fire in the Dark King's head shook violently, and the spear in his hand rolled with lightning and stabbed at Chuzhua. The spear stabbed out, and the violent wind and rain caused it to blow away the solid tent in an instant, and even Han Yu and Kong Yuan could hardly stand. Chuzhua just stood there, his robe was blown back motionless. The Dark King was about to rush in front of him, but there was no extra movement. When the spear was about to stab down, Chuzhua's eyes turned sea blue, and a light enveloped the Dark King. Space Magic Eye. Chuzhua's most powerful talent. As Chuzhua stretched out his hand, a light gate appeared in front of him. The light gate was long and narrow, more than 10 meters high. The Dark King, who was charging, had no time to break, and could only swing his spear to break the strange light gate. But a golden light flashed, and the Dark King's attack, and the spear disappeared into the light gate. As the first attack was pulled in, a terrifying suction force came from the light gate, and the size of the light gate also increased instantly. Coupled with the Dark King's own charge, his entire body disappeared into the light gate. Where did this go? Kong Yuan was stunned. Such a terrifying monster was just turned into nothing by the principal. Han Yu didn't expect that Chuzhua had such a method. It seems that after breaking through level 60, Chuzhua's strength has also been greatly improved. Before he could be shocked, Han Yu saw the figure of the Dark King again. He appeared outside the camp, still wielding his spear and charging. And on his armor, there were terrifying cracks. That was not caused by Chuzhua, but by the turbulence from the space crack. If a creature was thrown into the turbulence, it would be half dead. And the Dark King was not affected by anything else except the scars on his body, and even his sprint was not hindered. But now, it was not Zhu Sun and the others who stood in front of him, but Si Yusheng who was frowning. Before the space gate appeared, Si Yusheng had no idea. When the Dark King appeared, he felt the danger and hurriedly tried to avoid it. But the spear had already stabbed down, and the several-meter-long spear with lightning directly shot Si Yusheng to the ground. Thunder and lightning covered Si Yusheng's whole body. Si Yusheng, who was paralyzed, fell from the air, and blood spurted out of his mouth. This was not over yet. The Dark King continued to charge, stepping on Si Yusheng who had landed on the ground, breaking his ribs. Under this impact, Si Yusheng's injuries worsened again. He tried to stand up, but felt that his bones were all broken, and his movements became shaky. With Si Yusheng as a defender, Zhu Sun and his friends quickly dodged, and let Chuzhua deal with this large monster. Si Yusheng struggled to stand up on the ground. When Zhu Sun and his friends dodged, He also saw Chuzhua standing behind the tent. Trap! It's a trap! Si Yusheng finally realized that Han Yu was used as bait to lure him and others into the trap. King! Come back! Si Yusheng stood up and was about to give the order, but the Dark King was still rushing forward, and the summoned creature did not listen to his command. Si Yusheng, no matter what, we must bring the Son of God back today. In Si Yusheng's horrified eyes, he heard the words of his teammates above him. From the beginning, he was facing the greatest pressure, and all the skills of the opponent were tilted towards him. But now when he was about to retreat, the teammates he called over were unwilling. This Dark King was summoned by 4 people together, and because of his weakened strength, he could not even dominate among the people of the same level. Besides, do you think this magic circle has only this function? Without the help of the Dark King, it would be difficult for us to get out alive. Si Yusheng's face was very ugly, but he knew in his heart that since he fell into the trap, he had to fight. Okay, but as soon as possible, I can't hold on for too long. He had never expected that even Chuzhua was here, and they had no idea when Chuzhua entered the convoy. In his impression, only Wei Yiren entered the convoy. The key is that he only has half of his life left. If he is caught, he will really die, while the other 3 companions can fight for their lives. Besides, if I die, the strength of the Dark King will also be weakened. Think about it carefully. I know. The cold response of Ling Kong's companions made Si Yusheng feel even more disappointed. If they could take Han Yu away, these so-called companions would not care about his life or death at all. With the Dark King's charge again, the target has become clear, which is Han Yu's tent. The summoning of the Molten Lizard just now has exposed Han Yu's position. Now they only have one goal left, to take Han Yu away from Chuzhua. As long as they can take Han Yu away, any price can be accepted. Chapter 266. The Dark Lord charged at Han Yu again. Han Yu did not make any move, but took 2 steps back and hid behind Chuzhua. On the other hand, he drove the Molten Rock Lizard to join the front battlefield to help Ao Gang and Zhang Yi fight against the 4 corpse puppets on the ground. After all, the level of the 2 was not high. Even if they relied on the advantage of the magic circle, they were still a bit stretched to the limit against 4 level 50 corpse puppets. However, every time Ao Gang was fatally injured, Zhang Yi could always let the magic circle launch an attack in time to interrupt the progress of the corpse puppets. Although the attack from the magic circle was monotonous, it was very effective, helping Ao Gang to avoid the fatal attacks from the corpse puppets again and again. But this was a temporary magic circle after all, and the attack frequency was not too high. After only less than a minute of direct battle, Ao Gang had 7 or 8 obvious wounds on his body. However, the Molten Rock Lizard stepped in and acted as a troublemaker on the battlefield, and the battle was much simpler. The corpse puppet stood in front of the huge Molten Rock Lizard like an ant. Although one skill can break the rock armor, it can't cause real damage to the Molten Lizard. The Molten Lizard didn't choose to attack, but just used the Molten Core in its body to continuously restore its defense and withstand the damage. Ao Gang and Zhang Yi completely let go and attacked wantonly. My student's summon is so powerful. Ao Gang swept his spear and shot away a 3-headed and 6-armed humanoid corpse. He couldn't help but sigh. Humph, my student is much stronger than you now. Then why don't you let Han Yu take action? If Han Yu takes action, the battle will be much easier. Ao Gang took the opportunity to shoot again and asked curiously. It's best not to do anything about the principal's arrangement. Why do you still want students to protect you? Ao Gang concentrated on studying martial arts in the school and didn't care about the practical affairs in the academy. He really didn't know what the principal arranged. Then I have to show my true strength. Ao Gang was shocked when he heard it. He came here to protect Han Yu. How could he let Han Yu protect him? The veins on his body bulged, and the spear was wrapped in silver light. He had entered a frenzy state. After the lava lizard blocked most of the attacks, he began to chase the corpse doll. Si Yusheng also noticed the lava lizard summoned by Han Yu, and his body flew into the air again, avoiding Ying Yuju's attack. But new wounds continued to appear on his body. Wei Yiren had established a connection between him and the monkey statue, and would not let him go so easily. Si Yusheng, who once again used a straw man to dodge dozens of ice crystal spears, said, Bypass Chuzhua, you can pierce Han Yu with one shot, as long as you have a breath left to break out from the other side. Got it. Another undead controller returned. The 4 of them worked together, and the Dark King's speed increased again. Looking at Chuzhua in the front, he suddenly turned his direction, and shot Han Yu behind the tip of the spear. Chuzhua did not move at all, raised one hand forward, and a crystal blue circle appeared under the feet of the Dark King, Dimensional Ion Purgatory. As the spell was completed, 3 crystal blue spherical lightning appeared out of thin air beside the Dark King. As soon as they appeared, the 3 spheres connected with the Dark King's body. Just as he was about to continue charging, the Dark King's body was forcibly pulled by the 3 lightning balls, and the charge was forced to stop. When the Dark King tried to break free with brute force, a light gate appeared behind Chuzhua again, and countless light balls shot out from it. The Dark King could only give up struggling temporarily. The light ball collided with the spear, and the light ball was instantly shattered, and an obvious gap appeared on the spear. The dimensional light ball that was not blocked fell on the Dark King's dark gold armor. Corrosive holes instantly appeared on the armor, and it can be said that the skeleton inside can be seen directly. If it happens a few more times, I am afraid that even the skeleton will be instantly melted. Strength enhancement. Toughness enhancement. Gigantamax. Instant recovery. On the other side, Si Yusheng and the other 3 undead masters would naturally not let the Dark King be beaten like this. They had given up attacking Zhu Sun, and recalled all the corpses to protect themselves, and added buffs to the Dark King one by one to help him recover quickly and strengthen his offensive ability. As long as they break through Chuzhua's attack, they can take Han Yu away. As long as the Dark King successfully breaks through the magic circle, they can also leave together. Under multiple reinforcements, the control effect of Ion Purgatory is about to be broken, and the Dark King is preparing for the next charge. The recall of the corpse puppets has reduced the pressure on Zhang Yi and Ao Gang a lot, but Si Yusheng and his team are focused on defense and use the corpse puppets to block the knife, so Zhu Sun and his team can't kill them for a while. If the undead master cannot be killed quickly, the Dark King's strength will continue to recover and become stronger with the buffs of several people. Han Yu also saw Chuzhua's level in the back, level 64 Dimension Walker, which is lower than the Dark King. But players have all kinds of equipment and bonuses, so it is normal to suppress the level 65 monster, but behind the Dark King are 4 undead controllers. When they give up defending themselves, if Si Yusheng and the others are given enough time, their skills will be superimposed on the Dark King. At that time, even Chuzhua may find it difficult to resist. It may be difficult to take Han Yu away at that time, but under the protection of the Dark King, it should not be a problem to escape with Si Yusheng and the others. At this time, Han Yu walked behind Chuzhua. Principal, why don't you go and deal with those 4 people? I can hold on for half a minute here. I said you don't have to do it. Chuzhua shook his head. Although it would be a bit difficult, relying on Zhu Sun, Ying Yuzhu and the others, combined with the curse effect of Wei Yiren, it is only a matter of time to kill Si Yusheng. Chuzhua naturally thought of them escaping with the help of the enhanced Dark King, but if they ran away, they ran away. He was not willing to risk Han Yu's safety. Principal, even if I can't stop it, the life-saving skills of my equipment are enough for you to come back to rescue. Han Yu explained. Besides, we finally caught these 4 big fish. If we let them run away, we will lose a lot. Lu Yuanhua and Chuzhua of Zisong City are both important figures. They need to apply for permission to leave. Now that we have taken such a big risk, it would be a big loss if we leave without gaining anything. Chuzhua looked back at Han Yu. He and Lu Yuanhua had seen Han Yu's strength. Although this Dark King is powerful enough, Han Yu should have no problem blocking him for half a minute with the help of the summons. And half a minute is enough for him to kill Yusheng 7 or 8 times. No matter what, my lava lizard is strong enough to block 1 or 2 shots from the Dark King. Seeing that Chuzhua was still hesitating, Han Yu continued. Si Yusheng had troubled him again and again. Even if Chuzhua was willing to let him go, Han Yu was unwilling. Since they met today, he would let him stay here forever. Chuzhua finally nodded. Okay, I will get rid of those 4 people in 10 seconds. After saying that, he flew into the air and flew towards Si Yusheng Zhu Sun, and the lava lizard returned to Han Yu to help him stop the next attack. Han Yu took a step back. These undead controllers might have a second life. He was not ready to expose his strength. He just had to resist. And the effect of the Ion Purgatory was still there. Maybe when Chuzhua came back, the Dark King had not been able to break through the control. At this time, Zhu Sun's hand was shining with white light. He threw it forward and turned into a sea of thunder, covering the 4 undead controllers and all the corpses. As soon as the skill was released, Zhu Sun turned around and saw Chuzhua beside him. Zhu Sun was shocked. Principal, why are you here? What about Han Yu? Don't worry, I killed him in 3 seconds. Chuzhua put his hands together, then slowly opened them, and several space cracks appeared out of thin air around the 4 undead masters. Dimensional cut. After breaking through level 60, Chuzhua felt that his understanding of space had been strengthened a lot, and the power of all skills was greatly enhanced. This dimensional cut is more than twice as powerful as the copy in the Blood Butterfly dance. But Si Yusheng on the opposite side saw that Chuzhua had also arrived at the front battlefield, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. This is the last chance. Si Yusheng shouted loudly, his body suddenly becoming ethereal, avoiding the thunder and the dimensional cutting from Chuzhua. The other three undead masters were similar, their bodies becoming ethereal while avoiding all the attacks. In the end, only 3 corpses were turned into scattered pieces of meat under the attack of dimensional cutting. Although they were immune to all damage, their faces still looked depressed. Yingyu turned back suddenly, and a black shadow was entangled on the Dark King's spear, making bursts of roars. The falling rain stopped instantly, forming a black vortex at the tip of the spear. The Dark King's body was also growing bigger, and the dark golden spear was raised above his head. The ion purgatory that originally trapped the Dark King shattered like glass, and the Dark King instantly broke free from control. The spear was suddenly lowered, pointing directly at Han Yu through the body of the molten rock lizard. Han Yu felt his body stiffen and wanted to retreat, but before he could move, the rain around him seemed to have heard the order, and in an instant, it formed a cage of rain and black fog around Han Yu. Han Yu was shocked and hurriedly used the skill of the Boots of Resurgence, Flash, but crashed into the wall. The warhorse under the feet of the Dark King roared like thunder, running with 4 hooves, and the spear in his hand, which was wrapped in lightning and black fog, charged towards Han Yu with the characteristics of penetrating everything. During the charge, the Dark King's body size had doubled, and the nameplate on his head also changed to LV-70 Dark King. Principal. How could Han Yu block this attack? Jusen shouted hurriedly. He didn't expect that the steady principal would put Han Yu in such a dangerous situation. In his opinion, Han Yu had no chance of blocking this attack. This was the result of Si Yusheng and several others sacrificing their lives to strengthen the Dark King, directly raising the Dark King to the complete form. Even Chuzhua didn't dare to confront the 70th level Lord head-on, let alone Han Yu. Chuzhua didn't expect that the other party would react so quickly and strengthen the monster to this extent. After all, this was a creature summoned by 4 summoners at the same time, which was Chuzhua's blind spot in knowledge, which made him a little unexpected. But when Chuzhua came, he had prepared a plan. A space gate appeared in front of him, and the exit was in front of Han Yu. As long as he stepped in, he could help Han Yu block this attack. Although he would be injured, at least his life would not be in danger. But just as he was about to walk in, Chuzhua found a straw man in front of him. Just as he was about to slap him away, he found that this man had become one of the 4 undead controllers. They actually gave up their invincible state just to stop Chuzhua from going back to save Han Yu. A space crack tore his chest directly. When Chuzhua turned his head, he found that the space gate had been closed. Another undead controller entered the space gate before him. Almost at the same time, the undead controller who entered the space gate appeared in front of the Dark King's spear, with scars left by space turbulence all over his body. A spear fell, his body was pierced and blood clots kept spurting out of his mouth. But there was still a miserable smile on his mouth, because the Dark King's attack would not stop because of him, and the next one would be Han Yu. The spear was coming, and the lava lizard had time to prepare. It roared and pounced forward to block the inevitable shot. The spear collided with the rock armor on the lava lizard, like a hot knife hitting butter, and penetrated instantly. Even the molten core in the lava lizard was punctured. The blood volume was emptied instantly, and the body was limp and about to fall. After the spear penetrated the lava lizard, only the black fog on it was reduced by a circle, and the power continued to stab forward. Han Yu did not expect the Dark King to be so fierce suddenly. He was indeed a little arrogant. He never thought that the lava lizard could not withstand even one attack. This was a summoned creature with a physical fitness of more than 300, and it was stabbed to death by a spear. Han Yu tried various methods, but could not leave. Now he could only hope for the Wanjie suit. His mind was still running, and the spear had already stabbed, and a spear with a stream of light instantly penetrated Han Yu's chest. A big hole was pierced through his body, and he was hung on the spear. Even though he had shared the talent of the molten rock lizard, he still couldn't resist the spear. His health dropped rapidly, but at this time, the artifact Wanjie suit on his body finally worked. Han Yu's body dissipated on the spear, turning into 4 black shadows, appearing in 4 places. Seeing that Han Yu was fine, Chuzhua breathed a sigh of relief and rushed towards Han Yu. But before he could take action, a violent explosion suddenly occurred beside him. When he focused his attention on Han Yu, another undead controller had already touched him. He directly detonated half of his side to prevent Chuzhua from rescuing him. Ice chain. Yuju watched the Dark King swing the next attack, and a chain of ice appeared on the Dark King's spear. But the extreme ice chain just touched the spear, and it didn't even last for a second before it was instantly pulled off by the Dark King's spear. For black shadows swept towards Hanyu. Wherever the spear passed, a cage made of black mist immediately appeared. No matter where Hanyu chose to be resurrected, he would be controlled again in an instant. At that time, Hanyu would become a real captive. The Dark King could take Hanyu and rush out of the magic circle directly. Chapter 267. Hanyu raised his staff. It was too slow to summon now. 3 seconds was enough for him to summon other creatures. But if he couldn't interrupt the Dark King's action, everything would be in vain. Die! Wei Yuan also noticed this thrilling scene. He exerted force with both hands, and cracks appeared on the monkey statue in his hand. There were more than a dozen wounds on his body. If he could kill Si Yusheng, he could weaken the Dark King's strength. Hanyu might still have a chance of survival. Hanyu. Fu Zisher was in the tent behind Hanyu. He was about to slash at the Dark King with a long sword in his hand, which was 5 meters long, but was pulled down by Kong Yuan. You are crazy! A level 70 monster. You will die if you go up. This was not the first time that Fu Zisher saw his companions fall into danger, but he still couldn't keep calm, even though he knew he might die. Believe in Hanyu. He will find a way. Kong Yuan pressed Fu Zisher and spoke again. He also wanted to go up and save Hanyu, but he knew his own strength. Yuju's skills could not interrupt the Dark King's attack, let alone him. Even if he rushed up, he would not only die, but also lead the Dark King to the entire tent. Si Yusheng just watched coldly at everyone's reaction, and even Wei Yuan's attack did not cause any harm to him. He was still in an invincible state, and even if he was killed and the Dark King fell back to level 60, he could still take Hanyu away. But at this time, under the feet of the Dark King, a mountain-like creature stood up. The molten lizard, which should have been dead, was resurrected. Not to mention the dead, even Chuzhua didn't expect that Hanyu could call the dead summoned creatures back to the battlefield again. Unless Hanyu has changed his job to puppet master and turned his summoned creatures into corpse puppets. At the last moment, Hanyu did not choose other summons, but used the active trait of the scepter's oath binding. The molten lizard had already fallen at the feet of the Dark King. Everyone thought it was completely dead. It suddenly stood up, and even the Dark King didn't react. Just after getting up, the molten lizard didn't hesitate at all and rushed forward with a rock rush. The unprepared Dark King was knocked back several steps, and the waving spear was raised high, losing the target. Seeing that the molten lizard's sneak attack was successful, Hanyu finally breathed a sigh of relief and chose a black shadow that was not affected by the black fog cage to quickly revive. The first moment he appeared, he immediately shared the talent of the Shadow Blade Mantis, and quickly left the battlefield with invisibility and shadow jump, leaving the molten lizard to fight with it. The molten lizard was indeed dead, but the scepter Hanyu was using was the oath-bound scepter obtained from the Night Elf tribe. When the summoned creature died, it could continue to fight for 1 minute, and its attack power would be doubled, and its damage would be reduced by half. Hanyu originally thought that this trait was a useless effect, and he was not on the star summoning route, and the summoned creature would not die easily after being strengthened many times. But he did not expect to use it here, and it saved his life. However, the molten lizard that stood up again had completely lost its mind, and could not communicate with Hanyu. It was really like the corpse puppet of the undead controller. But no matter what, this gave Hanyu a chance to catch his breath. After landing in invisibility, the raindrops falling around Hanyu slowed down and began to solidify. He was only invisible, but observing the raindrops could easily find his position. Hanyu simply showed up, and with a shadow jump at the extreme distance, he had already reached the back of the Dark King. As Hanyu appeared, the Dark King also turned his head, and the black fog and raindrops entangled around Hanyu to form a cage again. Hanyu did not stop for a moment. The fog shadow was invisible, refreshed the shadow jump skill, jumped towards Chuzhua, and finally hid before the control was formed. He could have left without showing up, but there were students from their school in those tents, and they were very likely to be accidentally injured by the Dark King. And his appearance would definitely attract the attention of the Dark King, which was also considered to protect the students in the tent. Seeing Hanyu dodge the attack again and rush towards him, Chuzhua's heart finally settled down. But his face was still full of anger. If it weren't for Hanyu's many tricks, he would have let these undead controllers succeed right under his nose. Chuzhua looked down. The controller, who had just self-destructed half of his body, had been severely injured by Ju Sen's Thunder Prison, but he was still dodging and providing summoning enhancement to the Dark King. With his 5 fingers clenched in the air, invisible dotted lines appeared on Chushua's fingers. The body of the undead controller was instantly cut into thousands of pieces of meat, completely without breath. Siyu Sheng, who had just escaped from the invincible state, saw that Han Yu actually ran away. With a face full of resentment, this Han Yu was really as slippery as a loach. It was so difficult to kill or capture him. But in the current situation, Siyu Sheng knew that there was no chance to take Han Yu away. In just a moment, Siyu Sheng's body was torn into pieces and flew out of the formation. He had given up and wanted to use his last resort to escape. Did you think it would be so easy to run away? Zhang Yi looked at Siyu Sheng trying to leave, his face cold. The formation was running at full capacity, and various runes appeared on it. Siyu Sheng's split body just touched the formation and was instantly bounced back. The formation set by Zhang Yi was not originally intended to defend against external attacks. From the beginning, he and Chushua hid to lure the members of the new bishop in. Even though time was tight, the formation still added the function of prohibition, just to make the people attacked by the new bishop come and go. But in the end, this function was only used by Siyu Sheng. He was really the original body, and other undead controllers had other means of resurrection. After confirming that the undead controller in front of him was dead, Chushua looked at Siyu Sheng, who was bounced back by the formation. After landing, Siyu Sheng's broken body reassembled. The space magic pupil turned, and 4 transparent glass-like walls appeared around him, trapping him. Zhu Sun and Yingyu took a look and turned back to find the Dark King, whose strength had been weakened, and the undead controller, who was not completely dead under his feet. As the summoners died one by one, the Dark King's level began to fall, and he was gradually rejected by this world, and could no longer pose a threat to Zhu Sun and others. Han Yu made another shadow leap and arrived at Chushua's feet, and Chushua also fell from the air. Without rushing to kill Siyu Sheng, Chushua first looked at Han Yu. Are you okay? He was a little regretful now. He shouldn't have listened to Han Yu so easily, and directly dealt with the 4 undead masters. The risk was too great this time. It's okay. I'm not injured. Han Yu's tone was relaxed, but his palms were sweating. If it weren't for an unpopular skill of his scepter, if it weren't for the double attack and charge skill of the resurrected molten lizard, he could really shake the Dark King. He might be poked on a spear now, being carried by a huge skeleton to run in the wilderness, and then being taken back to the new bishop. Fortunately, it's okay, otherwise I really wouldn't have the face to go back to school. Chushua thought about it, and was still a little scared. As the principal, he didn't arrive in time last time, but this time, if Han Yu was taken away in front of him, he really wouldn't have the face to go back to school. Leave this to you. Chushua pointed to the dead Yu Sheng who had been suppressed. He had recovered his original appearance. Although his body was spliced together, he could only barely look like a human. Han Yu walked over and stood in front of Siyu Sheng. This new bishop's priest had troubled him countless times, but this time he was finally caught. Siyu Sheng? This is your last clone, right? Do you want me to spare you this time? As long as you tell me who your pope is. Ahem. No need, son of God, I died a worthy death. It's enough to see you summon the corpse doll before I die. Your Highness, son of God, no matter how much you resist, you are still one of us. Siyu Sheng knew that he would die today, but he became even more rampant. Han Yu looked at the dead Yu Sheng on the ground, who was almost unable to maintain his human form, with disgust on his face. Who is one of you? Don't be so disgusting. Are you talking about that one? Han Yu looked back at the molten rock lizard, still fighting the Dark King with dull eyes. However, because the molten core was destroyed, the recovery effect of the rock armor could not be sustained, plus the 100% damage reduction. Even the weakened Dark King was enough to leave deep wounds on his body, but the molten rock lizard did not bleed much. Its current state is indeed similar to that of a corpse doll. It just attacks based on Han Yu's instructions, and does not need to worry about the injury at all. Anyway, it can only exist for 1 minute. That's just a skill. It will fall down in a minute. I won't make any corpse dolls. Han Yu's explanation also made Chushua's expression relax. If Han Yu really refined a corpse doll, even if it was not a human, he would still feel resentful. Haha. After listening to Han Yu's explanation, Siyu Sheng laughed wildly and vomited blood in his throat. No matter if it's a corpse or not, this is your destiny. On that day, you will return to the new bishop, and together with the Pope and my lord, you will rebuild this world. Han Yu was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, and the ghost water knife appeared in his hand, pressing against Siyu Sheng's throat. Looking down at Siyu Sheng lying on the ground. Destiny. Only people who have no hope will believe in destiny, such as you now. Destiny? If there really is such a thing as destiny, he should be lying on the bed now, with his left foot on his right foot, watching videos on his mobile phone. Or play another game before going to bed, instead of coming to this world. Si Yusheng ignored the threat and showed a mocking smile. Fate will happen eventually, you can't avoid it. Anyway, you won't see it anyway. Han Yu was too lazy to continue talking nonsense with him. The people of the new bishop were all unrepentant. Now they couldn't bite anyone but disgusted them. The ghost water knife trembled, bringing transparent ripples in the air. Si Yusheng was cut in half and completely lost his breath. And with the death of Si Yusheng, the miniature version of the Dark King, who was still alive behind him, also completely disappeared on the spot. Han Yu ignored the equipment that exploded on the ground, put away the knife, and turned to Chuzhua. Principal, it's solved, thank you for following. Although the school used him as bait this time, if they didn't come, he might really be defeated here. Han Yu didn't feel dissatisfied. Yeah. Chuzhua patted Han Yu's shoulder. Don't worry about what he said. The new bishop members are like this. Even if they are going to die, they still want to disgust you. Han Yu nodded. Don't worry, Principal, I don't take it to heart. I never believe in fate. That's good. Chuzhua nodded. Then you can go back to the tent. We will sort out the next things. Okay, thank you for your hard work, teachers. Han Yu was indeed very tired. He was almost killed by the spear of the Dark King just now, and now he just barely stopped bleeding. He turned around and walked towards the tent, still thinking in his heart that the lava lizard died once, and it would take another 3 or 4 days to use it. It is estimated that it will be difficult to use it in the competition. But in a national competition, it is estimated that it can be cleared without the lava lizard. That's right. Chuzhua suddenly turned around and called Han Yu from behind. Which equipment did you get the skill to summon the molten lizard again? Han Yu was stunned for a moment, but still replied, My scepter, the bond of the oath, the artifact obtained in the companion space. Oh! Chuzhua looked as if he had suddenly realized something. No wonder the skill is so powerful. Chuzhua watched Han Yu leave, thinking. Han Yu did not turn around, and continued to walk towards the tent after replying to Chuzhua. Si Yusheng's words, he did not believe them, but Chuzhua listened to them a little. But it is not surprising that the new bishop took such a posture. Even Han Yu had to believe that he was really the so-called son of God. In other words, now everyone believes it. If the new bishop is not sure, how can he be willing to pay such a price? But no matter what, Han Yu still stood on the side of the human camp. As for the future, Han Yu smiled bitterly. Does fate really exist? Just like Su Lan, Han Yu was too lazy to think about things that he couldn't figure out. After several escapes, he was indeed a little tired. He fell asleep in the tent without saying a few words to Kong Yuan and the others. When he opened his eyes again, Han Yu found that the surrounding environment had changed drastically. It was no longer a tent, but a cramped modern hut. Getting up from the bed in a daze, Han Yu rubbed his sore head and looked around the room. This is my home? Han Yu was stunned for a moment. This was not his home in Zisong City, but the home before he traveled through time. Before he could react, Han Yu had already sat in front of his computer out of habit, pressed the keyboard, and the display screen lit up, showing the game he had not finished. Dream? Or am I really back? Han Yu's memory began to become confused, and everything in his mind became blurred, like a bubble in the lake. While frowning and thinking, ripples like water appeared on the computer screen. While concentrating on looking carefully, an arm suddenly stretched out from the screen. A delicate hand like a child, and the exposed wrist was engraved with complicated runes. Behind the wrist was a long sleeve of a misty blue robe, like the deep sea. As soon as the hand appeared, it pinched Han Yu's neck tightly. Although the hand was small, the strength was enormous. Han Yu's eyes bulged out, and the fear of suffocation made him struggle instinctively. He kicked the chair and fell down. As his body fell, Han Yu finally felt a trace of clarity in his mind. Han Yu. Han Yu. Are you okay? A familiar voice came from his ears, and Han Yu opened his eyes again. He was still in the tent. Ing Yuju held the staff in his hand, and Chuzhua and Zhu Sun were all looking at him nervously. Han Yu sat up, his body soaked with sweat. It's okay, I just had a nightmare. Just a dream? Were you scared by the Dark King yesterday? Han Yu wiped the sweat off his face, and calmed his violently beating heart. This dream was a little too real, and Han Yu still felt a little scared when he recalled it now. It should be because you were too tired yesterday and slept too deeply, and the Qingming spell almost couldn't wake you up. Ing Yuju put away the staff and said, Chapter 268. Clear Mind Technique? Han Yu recalled that when the dream was about to end, he did have a feeling of clarity in his mind, and the sudden feeling of falling made him wake up. Thank you, teacher. Han Yu sat up. It was already bright outside, and several teachers who accompanied him were in the tent. It seemed that his nightmare had a big reaction, attracting so many people. Chuzhua looked at Kong Yuing first and said, "Kong Yuing, you guys go out first. We have something to discuss with Han Yu." Kong Yuing was already on pins and needles when he saw so many school leaders here, and he immediately left the tent. Chuzhua and Zhu Sun also found a place to sit down, with no intention of leaving. Han Yu saw that he really had something to say, so he forced himself to cheer up. Chuzhua organized his words and said, "Han Yu, have you ever considered not going to the front line to participate in the battle after the competition?" Han Yu was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Chuzhua to ask such a strange question right away. Before the national competition, Chuzhua was more inclined to let Han Yu participate in the battlefield combat training. After all, Chuzhua and Lu Yuanbo were clear about Han Yu's strength, and he would not learn much even if he stayed in school. "Why?" Han Yu asked. Chuzhua paused for a moment, then said, "I think, before this, we still underestimated the importance of the new bishop to you. If you just go to the battlefield like this, if we are not around, you may really be caught and taken back to the new bishop." Han Yu looked at the teachers in the tent. These are the people who can be trusted in the school, and the people who care about him the most. Their worries are not unreasonable. "Principal, you know my strength. I can easily deal with enemies at level 50, and I can escape with my life even if I face monsters at level 60. And I have teammates on the battlefield, so I won't be alone. With cooperation, the dangers I encounter are not much higher than those of ordinary players. Besides, if I stay in school, I may stop making progress from now on. I can't wait." Han Yu shook his head after saying this. If he had not returned from the companion space, he might have agreed to stay in school temporarily to improve his strength. But now Jiang Ziki is still in the companion space, and he must have enough strength to participate in the original battle, and he can't wait. Although his current strength is very strong among his peers, the recommended level for the original battle is above level 50 players, and he has just reached the minimum standard. After Han Yu finished speaking, Chuzhua looked calm and fell into deep thought. The other teachers sitting next to him were shocked, wondering if Han Yu had not woken up yet. A level 35 player said that he could easily deal with a level 50 enemy, and could escape from a level 61. Whoever dared to say this would probably be laughed at on the spot. And they had also seen Han Yu and Si Yusheng fight in the guild war before. Han Yu narrowly won, but they could also see that Si Yusheng did not use his full strength at all, and Han Yu won by taking advantage. The few people who were in doubt looked at Chuzhua's reaction and looked indifferent. Is it true? Is Han Yu so strong now? Ing Yuzhu looked at Zhang Yi. She was the most surprised. If it was according to Han Yu's words, she might not be Han Yu's opponent now. Zhang Yi shook his head. He had never seen Han Yu show his true strength. But Chuzhua's expression showed that he had already cleared Han Yu's strength, and that was why he didn't let Han Yu take action before, just to help him hide part of his vision. "If you stay in school, I can leave you a few high-level copies, which can provide you with enough experience." Chuzhua persuaded again. He really didn't want Han Yu to face such a big risk, and if Han Yu was really captured by the new bishop, he would become the pope of the entire new bishop like Su Lan in the companion space, which would definitely be a disaster for all mankind. Han Yu still shook his head. "Principal, if I hide in the school all the time, what's the use of my strong strength? Maybe a sneak attack on the battlefield will take my life." Zhang Yi also sighed. "Principal, with Han Yu's growth rate, maybe after Han Yu has been trained on the battlefield for a period of time, the new bishop members of level 60 will not be his opponent. We don't have to worry too much, and we can't protect him all the time." The most surprising thing about Han Yu is not his current strength, but the terrifying growth rate of his strength. With multiple experience bonuses and the constantly growing summon creatures, Han Yu's growth rate is estimated to double after entering the battlefield. Maybe when I see Han Yu again next time, Zhu Sun will not be Han Yu's opponent. Okay. Chuzhua finally nodded, and he was just trying to persuade him. He also guessed that Han Yu would not be willing to stay in school forever, even though this was the safest way he could think of. Then when you enter the battlefield, be careful and don't expose all your strength at once. Also, after giving the instructions, Chuzhua took out a 1-meter-long scepter from his backpack, with 9 blood crystals inlaid on the top. At the first glance, Han Yu was sure that this was a scepter of artifact quality. This is the equipment left behind by several undead controllers yesterday. It is just right for you. Keep it. Han Yu was a little confused. Yesterday, he accidentally saw those undead controllers, and none of them was holding this scepter. But Han Yu still took it and checked the properties. Blood source. Main weapon, scepter. Quality, artifact. Physical attack, 89 to 109. Magic attack, 887 to 1027. Stamina plus 6. Agility plus 4. Trait 1, Blood Explosion. Select a summoned creature, awaken the ancestral bloodline in its body, and gain a 50% bonus to all attributes, lasting 1 minute, cooldown, 5 minutes. Trait 2, Blood Source Curse. Blood Source Curse up to 3 enemies, causing 10% damage to the remaining health of the enemy after 3 seconds, and restore 50% of the damage to the user. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Trait 3, Bloodization. The user turns into a pool of blood, immune to attacks other than fire for 5 seconds, and enemies within the bloodization range are slowed by 30%. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Equipment requirements, energy greater than 80. Equipment is bound and cannot be dropped. Hanyu had to admit that this equipment is also top grade among artifacts. Although it is a scepter equipment commonly used by summoners, the 2 active traits are suitable for all players, and it also has a life-saving function. Even if there are not many high-level summoning players, it is estimated that it can be sold at a good price in the market. The key is that this note also states that once the equipment is bound, could it be that those undead masters never used such a life-saving divine equipment until they died? Hanyu could only look at Chuzhua with doubts. Chuzhua was stunned for a moment before reacting. This may be the spoils they just obtained, and they haven't had time to use it yet. Hanyu looked at Zhang Yi and the others, and their eyes were dodging. They cleaned up the battlefield together yesterday, but no one had seen this scepter. Hanyu understood and put away the staff. Thank you, Principal. I take it. Take it quickly. You deserve it. Chuzhua stood up. Since you have decided to go directly to the real battlefield, we will not persuade you anymore. Be careful. Chuzhua patted Hanyu's shoulder and walked out of the tent. Chapter 269. Hanyu thought Chuzhua had something else to say, such as asking for his oath-binding staff. Although Chuzhua did not say it clearly, he also understood that Chuzhua's intention of giving him the blood source staff was to hope that he would use the oath-binding less. Perhaps Chuzhua still had some grudges after seeing the resurrected molten lizard fighting, but in order to show his trust in Hanyu, he just chose a main weapon that was more suitable for Hanyu, and said nothing else. However, the characteristics of this blood source staff are a level stronger than the oath binding, and Hanyu has no reason not to choose new equipment. After that, if it is not an emergency, Hanyu will not use that slightly useless characteristic. After Chuzhua left the tent, several other teachers also gave Hanyu a few more words and left the tent one by one. Under Zhu Sun's assembly order, the students participating in the competition walked out of the tent, and most of them still had dark circles under their eyes. The battle last night scared them enough. The monsters were enough to give them nightmares, but fortunately no one was injured. Now they were a little too excited. They were still discussing fiercely after leaving the tent. However, the other students looked at Hanyu coming out of the tent, and they avoided his eyes, and subconsciously moved away. Hanyu didn't expect them to have such a reaction. Did he become ugly after sleeping? Why did he suddenly become scary? Hanyu looked at Kong Yuin inquiringly. Kong Yuin also understood what Hanyu meant and explained. Everyone saw your battle scene yesterday. In fact, everyone is very grateful to you, but your last skill is too much like the method of the undead controller. Although the principal has explained it to someone and promised that it will not be spread, they are still subconsciously a little scared. So that's how it is. Hanyu nodded. He realized that he had thought things too simply. He originally thought that Chuzhua only believed in the illusory fatalism that Si Yusheng said before he died. But perhaps Chuzhua really considered other people's views on Hanyu. After all, the public opinion is strong. If Hanyu frequently uses methods similar to corpse puppets, and the new bishop uses the identity of the Son of God to create public opinion, I'm afraid it won't take long for Hanyu to be isolated. This is because he is afraid that I will be forced into the new bishop's camp. Hanyu smiled bitterly, and now he understood Chuzhua's good intentions. If everyone starts to doubt Hanyu, even if he is not forced into the new bishop's camp, he may become a lonely person. In fact, the classmates have no ill intentions, but they have rarely seen this kind of skill. It will be fine after 2 days of adaptation. Kong Yuin saw Hanyu's bitter smile and said. Kong Yuin was closest to Hanyu yesterday, and he saw his desperate behavior clearly. Anyway, he believed in Hanyu unconditionally. It's okay, I won't use that skill again. Hanyu could understand. Players' fear and disgust for the undead controller is deep-rooted. After all, no one wants to become a corpse puppet in the hands of the undead controller and be transformed as a tool after death. He got on the off-road vehicle without any care. With Zhu Sun's order, the convoy of Nanjing University set off again. Chuzhua did not leave immediately. Since he had already arrived here, he might as well send Han Yu off again. The convoy rushed all the way to Qingyun University, and did not encounter any attacks along the way. The 4 undead masters yesterday might be the strongest fighting force that the new bishop could gather near Qingyun City in a short period of time. If he missed the first attack, he could only wait for the next opportunity. The vehicle drove until the sun rose to the sky. Han Yu saw a huge city in the distance through the car window. The dark gray city wall was 50 meters high. The wall was mottled and covered with scars, but it had a magnificent atmosphere. The starlight of the rune was faintly shining in the cracks of the wall. Is this the border city? Han Yu did not expect the border city to be so magnificent, majestic and imposing. It does not look like a modern city, but more like an ancient fortress to suppress the border. And the wall should be covered with special materials that can absorb some magic attacks. Together with the city's defense formation, this is one of the most powerful barriers of the Han dynasty now. Everyone be patient, Qingyun City is ahead. We will rest after entering the city. Zhu Sun's voice came from the sky. After 2 days of running around, everyone was exhausted. Even the players were a little exhausted. When they saw the city, everyone barely cheered up. Even after seeing the city wall, the vehicle still traveled for about 20 minutes before reaching the foot of Qingyun City. Standing under the city wall, Han Yu really felt the oppression of the city. Looking closer, there were still a lot of bloodstains on the city wall that had not been wiped clean. This city had experienced countless tragic battles. But under the solemn and majestic city wall, it was particularly lively today. Through the wide-open city gate, you can see the noisy streets inside. Although from the outside, Qingyun City is a classical frontier city, but inside it is still the foundation of a modern city. Chuzhua stood at the front of the team and showed his ID. Kong Yuan, who was behind him, raised the school flag of Nanjing University reluctantly under the arrangement of Zhu Sun. After checking the ID, the guard looked at Chuzhua for a few times, and then glanced at the team behind him, but did not let him go in time. What's wrong? Is there any problem? Chuzhua asked. No. The guard hurriedly handed back the ID with both hands. Nanjing University has been so famous recently that I was a little distracted. Really? Chuzhua smiled proudly. I didn't expect that the reputation of our school has spread to Qingyun City. Of course, please come in, the official competition will start in 2 days. After entering the city, please follow our guide to the designated resting place. Welcome to Qingyun City. After the guard finished speaking, he made way and let Chuzhua and his group enter the city. This is Nanjing University, finally here. The players on the roadside saw the school flag of Nanjing University at a glance. As soon as one person spoke, everyone focused their attention on the team that had just entered Qingyun City. Nanjing University hadn't arrived yet, but their name had already spread like wildfire in Qingyun City. Almost everyone predicted that Nanjing University would win the first place in this year's freshman competition. Not for anything else, but because of Han Yu, a freshman who had just entered the university for less than a year. Which one is Han Yu? You can't even recognize Yushin? The one next to the school worker holding the school flag is him. He looks no different from us, and he seems too young. TSK, haven't you seen Yushin's battle video? It's so gorgeous, so powerful, even stronger than your team leader. Is he that strong? That's right. You don't know how terrifying his summons are, the Queen of Fire, the Titan Beast. Although Qingyun City has all the facilities, it still takes some time for the news to be transmitted, and many people have not seen Han Yu's performance in the Guild War. When students from various colleges entered Qingyun City, these border players really heard the legend about Han Yu. Listening to the discussion of passers-by, Kong Yuan looked resentful and muttered in a low voice, I'm ranked second in the school. How come I became a flag-raising school worker? Watch your words. You are now ranked in the top 3 in the school at most. Zhu Sun was in front, smiling and signaling to passers-by, and didn't forget to remind his students. Kong Yuan was originally complaining to Fu Zisher, but he didn't expect Zhu Sun to take over first. I protest. Han Yu is not from our class, and cannot participate in the ranking. Kong Yuan hurriedly defended himself, but Zhu Sun ignored him after saying one sentence. Han Yu stood on both sides of the team. With high energy, he could hear the discussions of the people around him clearly. What Skeleton King, Titan Beast, Flame Queen, his summoned creatures all had other nicknames in their mouths. His face was a little red from boasting, but it was difficult to refute. The key point was that he had seen several students with clenched fists on the side of the road, with expressions on their faces that said don't bully the poor young man. It felt like the protagonist, who had been forbearing all the time, was going to slap himself in the face and make a big splash. At this time, the guide had already led Hanyu and others across the street. Principal Chu, this is the apartment we arranged for Nanjing University. The competition will officially start in 2 days. You can have a good rest during this time. You can also visit the characteristics of Qingyun City in your spare time. There are still many differences between here and the safe city. Okay, thank you. Chu Shua said goodbye to the guide and took Hanyu and the others into the apartment. This apartment was built very large, enough for everyone from Nanjing to live in. The architectural style is very consistent with Qingyun City and is very tough. However, the students of Nanjing University can't care about these now. Other students may come here by train sleeper. They have been bumpy all the way and didn't sleep well yesterday. Now they just want to find a bed to have a good sleep. Without Chu Shua's arrangement, all the students found their own places. Anyway, it was just a temporary residence and there were not many requirements. From noon to the next morning, there was no movement in the whole apartment. It was not until the sun rose that the students of Nanjing recovered and felt a lot more comfortable. The other universities of Nanjing University, who had been paying attention to it, were a little stunned. They originally wanted to find a few students to get close to them and ask about the tactical arrangements of Nanjing University this year. But after a day of waiting, no student came out, which made them think that Nanjing University had some tactics that were strictly forbidden to be leaked this year. In the next 2 days, everyone at Nanjing University relaxed. Some people began to move around the city, and some people continued to try to practice combat skills. If they could get a good ranking in the national competition, not to mention the school's rewards, they would also be assigned to a better position in the future. Although it might be more dangerous, there would be more gains. Chu Shua left the next day after arriving in Qingyun City, leaving Zhu Sun and others behind. In the next 2 days, students from non-top 10 colleges and universities also arrived in Qingyun City to prepare for the competition. Unlike the top 10 universities, the students in their school must first be ranked, and only 50 players from each school will participate in the national competition. However, if they get a place in the competition, they can get double rewards, which can be regarded as a favor to such ordinary schools. On the first day of the national competition, the classic dungeon race was arranged. Students choose the dungeon that suits them according to their own strength, and the pass score will be included in the first round of results. After that, the organizing committee will arrange the order of the single and team competitions in the next few days according to the first round of results. After all the competitions are over, the organizing committee will evaluate the names and then issue rewards. On the third day in Qingyun City, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, before the official start of the competition, the magnificent Qingyun Square was already crowded with people. The gathered students could no longer contain their excitement. They had already put on their equipment and the examination watches issued by Qingyun City, waiting for the organizing committee to release the dungeons. Above Qingyun Square, a space ripple appeared out of thin air, and a purple teleportation array appeared out of thin air. The dungeon entrance has come out. I wonder what dungeon this year is. Purple teleportation entrance? What does this mean? Are there dungeons above level 40? Purple teleportation arrays are generally used in dungeons above level 40, and there shouldn't be any players above level 40 participating in this competition. It seems that purple teleportation arrays have never appeared in the competition before. Has the difficulty increased again this time? Some people began to feel uneasy. If the difficulty of the dungeon increases again, they have to be mentally prepared in advance. At this time, a man in black armor flew up into the air and stood next to the purple magic circle in the air. Classmates, I am Ning Jiang, the person in charge of the mountain and sea in Qingyun City. I will be the host of this competition. The voice was not loud, but it was clearly transmitted to everyone's mind. Ning Jiang's eyes swept over the thousands of students below, and finally stopped for a while on Hanyu, and continued to speak. There are 3 copies to choose from in this copy race, all of which have never appeared in the safe city. I hope you are ready. The clearance process will be broadcast live to the organizing committee and the audience. The organizing committee will score everyone's performance in the copy fairly. After the competition, if you have any questions, you can file an appeal after the battle. 2:30 in the afternoon. The competition officially begins. Those who have not entered the copy within the time limit will be judged as forfeiting. Now, are you ready? The students below roared like a mountain, but in a mess. Ready. Okay, choose your copy first. Ning Jiang waved his hand, and 3 copy options appeared on the watches on everyone's hands. Instance, Bronze Royal City. Recommended instance level, LV40 to LV50. Maximum instance number, 5. Remarks, a royal city composed of dragonborn. It is said that a real bronze dragon is sleeping deep in the city. Instance, Thunder Ruins. Recommended instance level, LV30 to LV35. Maximum instance number, 5. Remarks. A city ruins destroyed by heavenly punishment. After many years, various creatures have reappeared. Instance, Dark Dungeon. Recommended instance level, LV25 to LV30. Maximum instance number, 5. Remarks. Did you see it? Something seems to be moving in the darkness. There are 3 instances in total, with different types and recommended levels. This is to provide students with multiple choices to fully demonstrate their strength, and take care of those students from ordinary colleges, so that they can also have a copy where they can show their strength. There are not many notes for the 3 copies, but they reveal a lot of important information. In the first copy, the main monsters are dragons, and it is estimated that many of them have high magic resistance and magic talent. The second copy, Thunder Ruins, although there is no mention of monsters, it should be thunder-attributed creatures. Players can change their skill configuration to deal with them specifically. The environment of the third copy should be extremely dark, and lighting or detection skills need to be configured. In the next 30 minutes, you can analyze the environment of the copy, adjust your skill configuration, choose the copy you want to enter, or invite others to form a team. After 30 minutes, the competition officially begins. Ning Jiang's voice sounded in the air, interrupting the students who were checking the copy page below. A level 40 copy, this is too outrageous, no one will choose it. A boy murmured. He is a berserker. If there is no level recommendation, he may choose the first copy. And it's a dragonborn monster. Even if it's not a real dragon, most dragonborn have high magic resistance. I'm afraid the difficulty needs to be raised to another level. Someone frowned as they looked at the copy introduction. They had checked the information of previous competitions before coming, and there had never been such a high-level copy test. Even if this copy was incorporated into the teleportation array, there should be no one to choose it. The organizing committee is purely unnecessary. Have you forgotten that great god? A faint voice sounded next to the person who spoke. If I'm not mistaken, this copy is prepared for that person. You mean? Han Yu? Who else could it be besides him? This is intentional by the organizing committee, to see if Han Yu has the courage to choose this dungeon. Isn't this a bit of a deliberate targeting? I remember that Han Yu's main output summons are both magic, so it's hard for him to have any advantage against the Dragonborn. I don't know what the organizing committee thinks. Maybe Han Yu has been too popular recently, so they want to dampen his spirit before he goes to the battlefield. At this time, Ning Jiang also fell from the air and returned to the judge's seat, waiting for the freshman competition to officially begin. Just after returning to his seat, a female mage next to Ning Jiang said, I don't know if Han Yu dares to choose the dungeon we prepared. I have observed his previous strength. He should be able to pass the level 40 dungeon. If we ignore the Dragonborn factor, he will most likely choose it. But in the Bronze King City, half of the monsters have high magic resistance. Magic professions of the same level dare not enter casually. He may not be able to pass it if he enters. The woman added. She is also an elemental destroyer, and only a magician can understand how disgusting Dragonborn is to mages. Teacher Zhu Sun, what do you think Han Yu will choose? Ning Jiang did not reply, but turned to ask Zhu Sun, who was sitting on the other side. The deans of all schools were arranged to sit in the spectator seats. If there is a problem with the judgment of the organizing committee, they can also raise questions immediately. Zhu Sun just saw the information of the 3 dungeons and smiled confidently. Oh, I don't know if Han Yu will choose the nightmare difficulty. Are you talking about the Bronze King City dungeon? Of course, is there any other dungeon suitable for Han Yu? Zhu Sun confidently spread his hands. If it was before, Zhu Sun might not have such confidence, but this morning, Chu Zhua admitted that Han Yu's strength was not inferior to that of an ordinary level 50 player. Moreover, most people only noticed the violent magic output of the flame-tailed fox in the Guild War, but ignored the elf archer, who had been growing up with Han Yu. Coupled with the elusive Shadow Blade Mantis, Zhu Sun did not think it was difficult for Han Yu to pass this dungeon. Teacher Zhu Sun is very confident in his students. Ning Jiang smiled. Even though he was far away in Qingyan City, Ning Jiang had heard of this summoner, whose talent was even better than Su Lan. It's just that his strength is enough, and there is no other choice. Zhu Sun replied with pride, seemingly humble. Those who came here today are all deans of various colleges, many of whom are competitors of Nanjing University, so Zhu Sun naturally cannot lose face. Previously, the ranking of Nanjing University has always been in the middle and lower reaches of the top 10. This year, it may move up a few places. Then other schools will naturally be squeezed out. But the teachers of other colleges all looked at Ju Sun with constipated expressions, but they couldn't say anything to refute. Who doesn't want students in the school to get the first place in the national competition? In addition to getting more resources, the subsequent publicity will be more confident and can attract more talented students. But before coming, they all studied Han Yu's battle videos, especially his performance in the recent guild war. Finally, they concluded that although Han Yu is young, his strength is far beyond his peers. The deans of the lower-ranked schools may not be Han Yu's opponents. This kid is a pure monster. So now the requirements of all colleges have become to maintain the third place and strive for the second place. Not meeting Han Yu is victory. Teacher Ju Sun, this student is about to see the real battlefield. You can't teach him to be so conceited. Originally, everyone tacitly let Ju Sun pretend. After all, Han Yu's strength is there, and there is nothing to refute. But after all, an unpleasant voice appeared. Ju Sun looked up and saw that the person who spoke was Ju Hongkai, the dean of Jiaozhou University. Ju Sun immediately remembered the entanglement between Han Yu and Jiaozhou University. When Han Yu had just finished the college entrance examination, the teacher of Jiaozhou University looked down on a summoner champion and mocked him. As a result, a student's kidney was directly stabbed through. Ju Sun's expression remained unchanged. Dean Ju, this is not arrogance, it's just confidence in one's own strength. Don't the students of Jiaozhou University have the courage to challenge, hiding in the school every day and not daring to go out? I'm just stating a fact, Dean Ju. There's no need to be so aggressive. Ju Hongkai looked indifferent, as if he had no intention of targeting Han Yu. Alas! Ju Sun did not explain, but just sighed softly. Sure enough, strength determines vision. If your students from Jiaozhou University can't do it, do you think my students from Nanzhong can't do it? You mean, Nanzhong University is stronger than Jiaozhou University? Do you want to go down and fight now? Ju Hongkai looked cold and directly challenged Ju Sun. Chapter 270. Ning Jiang, who had wanted to watch the show for a while, saw that they were really going to fight, and hurried out to smooth things over. Don't be so anxious, deans. This is a competition among students. We can just watch their performance. Why are you angry? Ju Sun smiled. That's right, but I just don't know if Jiaozhou University can teach good students. When Ju Sun heard Ning Jiang's words, his expression immediately changed from anger to a full smile. He was not afraid of competing with students. Ju Hongcai's face was livid and he said nothing. He wanted to refute, but Han Yu's strength was there. He thought about his students and estimated that none of them could withstand Han Yu's attacks. After holding it in for a long time, Ju Hongkai finally said, if you want to destroy it, you must first let it swell. With your school's education method, how far can Han Yu go even if he has strength now? Haha, can you survive in a dangerous battlefield just by being humble without strength? Ju Sun did not give in at all. Okay. Ning Jiang spoke again. The competition will start soon, let's see how they perform. Ning Jiang didn't know what the feud between Jiaozhou University and Han Yu was. But Han Yu's strength was there, and in his opinion, everything depended on strength. Although Ju Sun's words were boastful, Ju Hongkai, who insisted on talking, was also looking for trouble. As soon as Ning Jiang finished speaking, the bell rang, and a huge light curtain was projected on the sky, and the teleportation array began to rotate. A mechanical broadcast sounded in Qingyun Square. The national competition will start in 5 seconds, please be ready. On the light curtain, a countdown began to appear. 5, 4, all students looked at the control array, connected to it through the watch, and chose their own copy. 3, 2, 1, after repeated time announcements, the countdown finally returned to 0. Without a second's interval, the square that was originally crowded with students was instantly cleared, and all students entered the copy at the same time. The audience outside the venue could see the copy selected by each student, and the process of passing the level through the light screen in the air. The first copy displayed on the light screen was the copy selected by Han Yu. The nightmare difficulty of Bronze King City is entering. Ju Sun sighed lightly. It's just as I thought, it's nightmare difficulty. Although Ju Sun sighed, his face showed an expression that he had expected it. Ning Jiang and the woman next to him didn't expect that Han Yu would directly choose the nightmare difficulty. Just like the students below discussed before, this copy is more or less aimed at Han Yu. If Han Yu doesn't choose it, it can just dampen Han Yu's spirit. It's not that they have any opinions about Han Yu, but after the competition, these students will be assigned to different battlefields. It's not wrong for the young man to be arrogant, but if he still doesn't have an accurate understanding of his own strength on the battlefield, it will be a disaster for the entire team. Ning Jiang said carefully. Ding Zhu, does Han Yu know nothing about Dragonborn? Dragonborn is one of the most difficult monsters to deal with in the magic profession. The information he knows shows that Han Yu is a freshman who just enrolled this year. It's only because of his outstanding strength that he was able to participate in this year's competition. It's estimated that he doesn't have much theoretical knowledge, and it's normal that he doesn't know much about Dragonborn. Or maybe he has enough understanding of his own strength. Zhu Sun didn't think Han Yu was arrogant at all. After all, he was the one who knew Han Yu best. No wonder Han Yu is so arrogant. It turns out that you taught him that. This will only make your students die faster. Zhu Hongkai added at the right time. Why are you talking so much? The battle will start soon. Just see how Han Yu passes it. Zhu Sun was too lazy to argue with Zhu Hongkai. Since it is a copy, let's talk about strength. At this time, Han Yu opened his eyes, and was in front of a 10-meter-high bronze gate. The huge gate was engraved with scenes of various monsters fighting. Standing in front of the bronze gate, he felt full of oppression. Taking out the staff, Han Yu summoned the summons except the molten rock lizard and the shadow blade mantis. Han Yu sat on Hu Yun's back, and the elemental dragon knocked open the gate in front. The bronze door opened, and Han Yu followed the elemental dragon into the Bronze King's city. The buildings in the city seemed to be made of a whole piece of bronze, and they fit together perfectly. I don't know why the monsters of the Dragon Clan would think of building a city similar to humans. But soon, Han Yu understood. In the square in the middle of the Bronze King's city, Han Yu saw a dozen humans gathered together, and they seemed to be talking. As Han Yu came in, more than a dozen people turned around at the same time. Is this a Dragonborn? Han Yu was a little surprised. Shouldn't a Dragonborn have at least some dragon characteristics? If you look at it from the outside, this is an ordinary person, and he doesn't even have a weapon in his hand. But after seeing Han Yu, the eyes of these Dragonborn suddenly lit up, and their eyeballs burned like flames, with golden light in their eye sockets. The skin of the whole body turned into a strange bronze color, and dense scales grew out of the body, piercing the skin, and began to grow with blood. The limbs began to lengthen, becoming muscular, and the palms turned into sharp and thick claws. Ali attack. Han Yu could see that the opponent was changing into a fighting form. Ali pulled the longbow to its full extent, and the arrow shot out quickly like a meteor, hitting the forehead of a mutating Dragonborn. The huge impact force blasted a blood hole in the forehead of the Dragonborn. Its body flew backwards suddenly. But this attack did not interrupt the transformation of the Dragonborn, and even the Dragonborn after the transformation began to slowly recover from the injuries just suffered. In just a moment, the human just now had turned into a large lizard on all fours. Except for the tattered clothes on his body, he could not see any human appearance. Behind them, there are wings covered with spikes, on their bodies, there are dark black scales, and on their heads, there are two horns with a faint glow. Is this the Dragonborn? It looks a bit ugly. Han Yu didn't expect that the complete form of the Dragonborn would look like this. Rather than a dragon, it is more like a lizard with wings. And their wings seem to be too heavy, so they don't even have the ability to fly. They just crawl on the ground and crawl towards Han Yu quickly. When the transformation was completed, the Dragonborn closest to Han Yu's team opened its mouth wide, without any casting time, and a huge molten fireball spewed out and hit Han Yu's team. Nehorjan. Since the molten rock lizard is not there, the elemental dragon, a creature with high magic resistance, has become Han Yu's temporary meat shield. Without Han Yu's instructions, the elemental dragon had already reached the front and directly met the fireball. The fireball hit the elemental dragon and dissipated with a bang. Ellie took the opportunity to draw her bow and shoot, and the arrow shone with a fiery red luster. Even though her body was covered with scales, the Dragonborn still couldn't stop Ellie's ordinary bow and arrow shooting. Explosion. The arrow with the explosion effect shot into the Dragonborn's body, exploding a large piece of flesh and blood, and also exploding the Dragonborn's biggest reliance, the magic skin. The flame-tailed demon fox immediately followed up, and then continued to attack with fireballs. The Dragonborn did have a high magic resistance, but Han Yu, who had summoned creatures like the elemental dragon, knew that the magic resistance of the dragon race mostly came from the skin on the surface of the body. As long as the skin was exploded, they would be no different from ordinary monsters. Two fireballs fell down, and with Ellie's continuous design, the Dragonborn who started the attack first was left with only dead blood. Such high damage, and the Dragonborn's magic resistance seems to have no effect on him at all. Ning Jiang, who was outside the field, had already adjusted Han Yu's screen to the center, and couldn't help but sigh when he saw the smooth operation of Han Yu's summons. The damage of just two summoned creatures almost killed a level 43 Dragonborn on the spot. It seems that the monsters on the first floor can't stop Hanyu for long. I have said that people without strength are called conceited, and Hanyu can only be called confident. Jusun spread his hands. He didn't expect Hanyu's strength to be so strong, but in front of others, he had to pretend that he had expected it. And this was without using any special skills, relying only on the repeated attacks of the elf archer. He knew that Hanyu had a special epic equipment in his hand. If he wore that equipment, Hanyu would be able to fight against a level 60 player. Humph, this is just the first level of miscellaneous soldiers, and the following is the real entry into the dungeon. Zhu Hongkai was also shocked by Hanyu's damage, but he was still unwilling to accept it, and couldn't help but speak. He recognized Hanyu's strength, and even couldn't help but feel jealous, wondering why he didn't recruit Hanyu to his school, but he didn't want to admit defeat. Even ordinary teachers in their school didn't have it as easy as Hanyu to brush this dungeon. Wait, look at what's going on. The woman who had been sitting next to Ning Jiang spoke. Everyone focused their eyes on the light curtain again. Hanyu was scratching his head in the field, looking confused. And the Dragonborn who was just aggressive and wanted to tear Hanyu to pieces, now all crawled on the ground, their bodies trembling constantly. Just now, the elemental dragon had not officially joined the battle. It just roared at the Dragonborn, and all the Dragonborn on the ground fell to the ground, shaking and no longer able to attack. Is this dragon power? Ning Jiang said in surprise. The higher dragons can indeed suppress the lower dragons with dragon power. When the lower dragons face the higher dragons, they will subconsciously surrender, and even have no way to fight head-on. But dragon power is not only based on blood purity, but also requires suppression of the enemy in terms of strength. Otherwise, the pressure may not be applied, and it may be counterattacked. After all, the Dragonborn can enhance their strength by devouring the higher species, and that Dragonborn does not want to taste the flesh and blood of the higher species. Is the blood of this dragon summon so pure? Ning Jiang asked again, looking at Zhu Sun. Dragon-like summons are rare, but they are not non-existent, but he has never seen one that can exert dragon power. After all, summoning a real dragon is the dream of all summoners. He knew that Hanyu had a dragon summon before, but there was nothing special except a magic symbol on the top of its head. He originally thought it was a dragon-like species, similar to the Dragonborn, but looking at the reaction of the Dragonborn on the ground, it is obviously a pure blood of the dragon. This is an extremely rare elemental dragon, and I really don't know how pure its blood is. Zhu Sun replied, but the boss of that copy is indeed a level 60 dragon. Before entering the copy, Zhu Sun didn't expect that the elemental dragon summoned by Han Yu could have such an effect. Not to mention Zhu Sun, even Han Yu didn't expect it. Looking at the dragons crawling on the ground, Han Yu was puzzled for a moment before he realized that these dragons only had a part of the dragon bloodline. Encountering the pure blood of the magic dragon, he no longer had the courage to provoke. After guessing the reason, Han Yu was not polite at all. He ordered Ai Li to shoot arrows one after another, constantly breaking through the defense of the dragons. Then, with the help of the blazing fireballs and earth fire of the flame-tailed demon fox, the lives of the dragons were quickly harvested like cutting leeks. And the elemental magic dragon only needed to hover in the sky, constantly exerting dragon power, and suppressing these dragons. After the cooperation of the two summoned creatures, these variant dragons had no chance to struggle, or they wanted to struggle, but were completely unable to move, and were killed one by Han Yu. Soon, all the Dragonborns were roasted to a crisp, their flesh and blood dried up, and they died one after another. It took a total of 1 minute and 20 seconds. Ning Jiang said, this clearance speed is so fast. Ning Jiang looked at the progress of other students in the dungeon. Most of them have just finished their first wave of attacks, and started to move to avoid the attacks of monsters in the dungeon. The speed is okay, just like I expected. I wonder what level the students of Jiaozhou University have reached. Zhu Sun looked at Zhu Hongkai with an expression of control, and threw him a difficult question. Zhu Hongkai ignored the second half of Zhu Sun's question. It's just relying on the dragon's might. If it weren't for the dragon's might, how could this team without even a front row pass the level so easily? Just now, everyone saw that Han Yu did not summon his commonly used Titan Beast, but let the elemental dragon go directly up. Zhu Sun knew that in the battle the day before, the molten rock lizard was killed by the Dark King. Although Han Yu's summons can be summoned continuously, after a death, it takes 3 or 4 days to summon again. This is indeed Han Yu's weakness now. If you encounter a high-level monster, it is still difficult to stop them without a qualified front line. At this time, Han Yu walked to the center of the square of the Bronze King's city. As all the dragons died, a crypt appeared, and a staircase rotated downwards towards the ground. The elemental dragon was still walking in the front. Hanyu originally thought that the elemental dragon had no effect in the dragon copy, where most enemies had magic resistance. But after discovering that he could use dragon power, the elemental dragon has become Hanyu's trump card in this copy. As the stairs rotated downwards, the light gradually became dim. Although it was underground, the sound of whistling wind kept coming from my ears. Before reaching the last step, a dragon roar came from the front, and a monster with a body size of more than 5 meters and a snake-like long tail behind it swooped towards Hanyu. Chapter 271. The low-flying elemental dragon rushed over as soon as it saw the monster, and roared loudly. The elemental dragon rarely roared before attacking. He thought that only low-level monsters would roar, and he was a noble dragon. But when he came to the Dragonborn, he found for the first time that dragon power was so useful. After all, when he was summoned by Hanyu, he was just a young dragon. The pale green snake dragon that was swooping over was frightened by Nahorjan's roar, and the suppression from the blood came instantly. Its flapping wings became weak, and the dive stopped instantly, and the heavy body began to fall. But the elemental dragon did not slow down at all, flapping its dragon wings, and crashed into it. The snake dragon that was hit was knocked away in confusion, and fell on the hard ground, smashing a deep pit. It worked again? Hanyu did not expect that the second-level elemental dragon could still exert dragon power. This Dragonborn is obviously stronger than the half-human in the previous copy, and the dragonization is more obvious. It is also much larger than the previous Dragonborn, and the long tail behind it makes it look like a giant python with wings. On its body surface, it is no longer scales, but a layer of dark green membrane. This remaining membrane is also covered with holes, as if it has been corroded by something. Hanyu used the identification technique to look over venomous snake dragon LV-45, and around the poisonous snake dragon suppressed by the elemental dragon, there are twisted bronze giant trees. Just now, the poisonous dragon swooped down from these giant trees to attack Hanyu. Juhong, who was outside the field, saw that the monster on the second floor was suppressed again, and his face twitched. This is different from what he expected. How pure is the blood of this demon dragon? How strong is it? To suppress a level 45 Dragonborn with its dragon power. Forget about the miscellaneous soldiers on the first floor. This poisonous dragon on the second floor is at least an elite monster, and it was just pressed to the ground. It's just relying on the suppression of summons. Ju Honkai noticed the mocking smile on Ju Sun's mouth and his aggressive eyes, and said subconsciously, "Oh, Teacher Ju means that summoners can't rely on summons?" Ju Sun almost laughed out loud and asked sarcastically. When Ju Sun's words came out, everyone present laughed. No one wanted to offend Ju Honkai, but it didn't matter if everyone was laughing. Ning Jiang shook his head. This Ju Honkai was really angry. He even said that he only relied on summons. If summoners don't rely on summons, then players of other professions should not use skills. Ju Hongcai's face turned red when he heard the laughter. Last time, a student from their own school was killed instantly by Hanyu at level 1, which embarrassed Jiaozhou University. So in his impression, Hanyu's own strength was not weak in addition to the summons, which was why he said such nonsense. Suppression is useless. Amid the laughter of the crowd, the embarrassed Ju Honkai could only turn his eyes to the screen. But just in time, he saw that the poisonous dragon broke free from the suppression of the elemental dragon and flew up again, and immediately shouted excitedly. As soon as Ju Honkai reminded them, everyone quickly turned their eyes back to the light screen. Now Hanyu alone attracted the attention of the organizing committee, and all the deans leading the team, and they had no time to pay attention to other students. In the dungeon, the snake dragon shook its confused head, roared at the elemental dragon in the air, and its eyes were red. Finally, it got rid of the suppression of the dragon's might, and finally climbed up from the ground, and its wings began to fly. But even so, it still did not dare to fly high, and only hovered at low altitude, and the dragon head kept staring at Hanyu and his team, who went down to the second-level area. Before Hanyu could react, the poisonous snake dragon opened its mouth and sprayed a mouthful of green, sticky dragon breath forward. This dragon breath was not a breath, but was completely composed of venom, with an extremely dangerous luster on it. But at this distance, there was no chance to attack Hanyu at all. What Hanyu did not expect was that after the dragon breath was sprayed out, it did not fall to the ground, but scattered into hundreds, turning into venom balls, and the speed became faster, like a rain curtain, flying towards Hanyu and his team at a high speed. Each water ball contained boiling venom, and once it was contaminated, it would be added with multiple negative effects. At this time, Hanyu's team's weakness of not having a front row was exposed. There was no huge or shield-holding front row in the team. Facing such a large range and such a high frequency of attacks, it was difficult to dodge. We could only resist it, Ning Jiang muttered. The summoned creatures that Han Yu had now appeared were all main output, and their physical fitness was probably not high. If they resisted this wave of attacks, coupled with the negative effects of the venom, it would probably have a lot of impact on them. Among the summoned creatures, the only one that could resist the venom should be the elemental dragon, whose magic skin could block most of the venom damage. Hundreds of attacks came, and it didn't matter if other summons were injured. As long as the elemental dragon stood in front of Han Yu, the battle could continue safely. But when the venom rain curtain was about to reach him, Nair's wings vibrated and he jumped into the sky. In this way, Han Yu and all the summons were completely exposed to the venom dragon breath. The summons don't obey orders? Zhu Hongkai looked at Zhu Sun. Could it be that the strength of this dragon clan was too strong and had escaped the control of the summoned creatures? Zhu Sun couldn't think of why this happened. Han Yu's summoned creatures were just as powerful before, but this situation had never occurred. In the field, Han Yu sat on Hu Yun's back, but there was no panic. From his fingers, a silver light flew out and quickly wrapped around his wrist. Hu Yun suddenly accelerated before the rain curtain arrived. A black line was drawn on the ground, so fast that people even forgot that it was a cheetah, more like a lightning. As the green venom ball approached, the interval between the venom barrages became larger. Hu Yun led Han Yu to shuttle back and forth between these attacks, without any trace of snake dragon venom on his body. While Han Yu was dodging, Ai Li also pulled a black rosary from her wrist and shot an arrow with the rosary to an ancient bronze tree next to her. When the arrow was shot, Ai Li's body became ethereal and disappeared on the spot. Almost at the same time as the arrow, she appeared on an ancient bronze tree and drew her bow again to shoot at the green poisonous dragon below. In just a moment, only Finn and the flame-tailed demon fox were left standing still. What a fast speed. Is this to reduce the loss? Ning Jiang couldn't help but sigh. Han Yu's reaction speed was indeed very fast. At the beginning, this dragon breath obviously could not attack many people. But in the end, it turned into a venom ball with a long range, and Han Yu also reacted immediately. However, in their opinion, the best way is to let the elemental dragon block the flame-tailed fox and Finn, and Han Yu and the archer dodge. In this way, relying on the magic skin, the loss can be truly minimized. Such a good talent was taught to waste. Zhu Hongkai finally found the point of criticism. In his opinion, Han Yu's handling method was not better. It's better than going to Jiaozhou University and being stabbed in the kidney by a freshman. Zhu Sun also felt that Han Yu's handling was not perfect, but he could achieve such a reaction in a very short time, and Zhu Sun had no reason to blame him. However, when they were discussing, Han Yu's summons had not finished reacting. Finn threw a few seats forward, and then the hoe-shaped staff in his hand left an afterimage in the air. Almost instantly, a large pit as long as a person appeared quickly, and Finn lay straight down, and by the way, he had time to take the soil with him. There was only one flame-tailed demon fox left in the venom attack, but she was not moved by the attack that came like a curtain, and she threw fireballs at the snake dragon one by one. Countless venom balls were bombarded down, but there was no way to clean up all the dense venom balls, like a curtain, with fireballs every 6 seconds. Dozens of pale green venom balls, with bubbles splashed towards the flame-tailed demon fox. However, Finghua still did not make any moves, but continued to cast spells. The speed of his hands became faster and faster, and his face gradually became excited. The poisonous snake dragon, watching the others dodge, his eyes turned into flames, and another huge arrow made of venom was shot at the flame-tailed demon fox. Finally, a ball made of venom hit Finghua. The venom balls that looked extremely terrifying fell on Finghua, just like water splashed on a transparent glass. It flowed down Fenghua's body, causing only a little insignificant damage, not to mention any negative effects. The green poison arrow that followed it also turned into a pool of venom in front of Fenghua's body, without causing any substantial damage. Fenghua did not show any fear or desire to dodge from beginning to end. Everything looked so natural, as if he had guessed this result. Seeing that the attack failed, the flame-tailed demon fox still had an impatient expression on his face. The poisonous dragon could no longer hold back, and let out a hoarse roar, flapping its wings and rushing towards the flame-tailed demon fox. But just as it flew up, a stronger dragon roar came from above him. It was like a pendulum hitting the head of the poisonous snake dragon violently, causing it to stop moving suddenly. After one time, the poisonous snake dragon had become resistant to the dragon's might, and shook its head, trying to regain consciousness. But before it could react, it was hit to the ground by a heavy object. It was the elemental dragon that had just flown into the sky. He had been waiting for an opportunity to attack. As soon as the venom barrage disappeared, it swooped down and pressed the poisonous snake dragon to the ground again. As soon as it landed, the poisonous dragon was immediately entangled by the wildly growing vines, which tied it up. With soft control and hard control, it became extremely difficult for the poisonous dragon to even open its mouth. Ellie, standing on a high place, pulled the long arrow in her hand to the full, and shot out the 7-method continuous arrow. The arrow penetrated the body of the poisonous dragon, and green juice flowed out, nailing the struggling poisonous dragon to the ground. Under the siege of 3 summoned creatures, the poisonous dragon was doomed to fail. He had only one chance to resist, but the powerful venom barrage did not cause any substantial damage to Hanyu's team. Is this a summoner? Completely seamless control connection. I'm afraid Hanyu had thought of the attack strategy from the beginning, which allowed the elemental dragon to dodge. The elemental destroyer next to Ning Jiang muttered that summoners have a unique advantage in team cooperation. After all, no matter how much other people train, they can't be like summoners, where all members share a brain and obey orders. Facing the rain-like attacks, the elemental dragon gave up protection, and the flame-tailed fox could fully trust his teammates and stand there without any reaction. This is not something that ordinary players can do. Everyone thought that Hanyu could pass the second level smoothly, but they didn't expect that he would pass it in such a gorgeous and fast way. The 45th level poisonous dragon, when facing the 35th level Hanyu, did not have the strength to resist. Ha! Did you see that, Teacher Ju? When you were laughing at Hanyu for not considering the best way to dodge, he was already thinking about how to win. Ju-sun clenched his fists, his face excited. How could he miss such a good opportunity to mock Ju Honkai? Ju Honkai didn't expect that Hanyu could grasp the battlefield to this extent, not like a student who had just enrolled for a year and had not received systematic tactical training. But how could he admit defeat in front of so many people? But this is not taught by Nanjong University. Didn't you think of it before? Before Hanyu took action, Ju-sun did not expect that Hanyu could solve the battle in such a wonderful way. He was still thinking about how to defend Hanyu. But no matter what, Hanyu won brilliantly. So what? This is our Nanjong student. Ju Honghai stopped talking. The sentence just now was his last stubbornness. Hanyu has demonstrated his fighting ability and super high battlefield level. If he continued to entangle, he might be regarded as a clown by everyone present, and it would not only lose his face, but also the face of the entire Jiaozhou University. Ju Honghai stopped talking, and Ju-sun had no reason to continue asking questions, so he could only turn his head and look at the light curtain. On the light curtain, the poisonous dragon was already dying, trying its best to struggle against the suppression of vines and elemental dragons. But how could it leave when it was not good at strength? It was just that AI kept consuming its little life value. The battle here was no longer suspenseful, and the members of the organizing committee finally turned their attention to other people. Unlike Hanyu, other players had a very difficult time clearing the first level. Even though they did not choose high-level dungeons, these 3 dungeons were carefully selected by Qingyun City in order to stimulate everyone's potential. And most people also chose the nightmare difficulty to show their strength. So when Hanyu was about to solve the monsters on the second level, the fastest progress of other players was only about to clear all the monsters on the first level, and their equipment had already had several cracks. Hanyu's strength may be just right for that task. The woman sitting next to Ning Jiang approached Ning Jiang and said, "This is a bit too dangerous for him." Ning Jiang thought about it and said, "I guess Nanjong University will not agree." Chapter 272. That is a bit too dangerous for Hanyu. Ning Jiang thought about it and said, "Nanjong University probably won't agree. But he is really suitable. Summoners are a team in themselves, and they have strong strength, which perfectly meets the requirements of the task." The woman was still unwilling to give up and continued to persuade. Ning Jiang was silent for a while, and finally said, "Let's see how he performs in the rest of the time. If he is really suitable, I will go to Ju-sun to discuss it." At this time, Hanyu has already started to move towards the 3rd floor, and the speed of killing the poisonous snake dragon is even faster than the 1st floor. In the 40-level nightmare difficulty dungeon, Hanyu's clearance time for the first 2 floors was less than 4 minutes. At the 3rd floor, the dragon power of the elemental dragon has little effect, and it can only make the dragonborn pause slightly. But even if these dragonborn have magic-resistant skin, under the high-penetration attack of Ellie, there is no way to cause real damage to Hanyu. After the magic defense is broken, there is still only the fate of being harvested. The 3rd floor, the battle ends within 5 minutes. On the 4th floor, there were dozens of dragonborns wearing bronze armor, and dozens of people standing to hatch bronze dragon eggs. The elemental dragon was just flying in the sky, without using any extra skills, but occasionally spitting out dragon breath to destroy the dragon eggs hatching below. And Finn also became the main force in the battle. His control of the Dream Vine was not weak at all. If it was coupled with a wild growth, a level 45 monster would not be able to quickly get rid of the control. And Finn's other skill, Corpse Explosion Poison Spore, liked the scene most when it was this kind of group of enemies. When Finn attacked with all his strength, the flame-tailed fox's attack speed slowed down, and it only bombed some escaping dragonborn from time to time. Ning Jiang and the others who were watching the battle finally felt relieved, thinking that the flame-tailed fox's magic power had finally been consumed. In fact, Han Yu was just afraid that she would affect the entanglement effect of the Dream Vine. Although the Dream Vine's weakness is still fire magic, as Finn's energy increases, the Dream Vine's defense is also getting stronger. Ordinary fire magic cannot directly burn the vine. As long as it is not the three-stage eruption of the earth fire, Finn and the flame-tailed fox can also have some basic attack combinations. This clearance speed is really too fast. Watching Han Yu walk towards the entrance of the 5th floor, even though he had seen Han Yu's strength, Ning Jiang couldn't help but sigh. It seems that we still underestimated Han Yu's strength. Then he turned to look at Zhu Sun. Dean Zhu, today's race is over. I want to treat you to a private meal. Zhu Sun looked at Han Yu's performance. His face flushed. He had never thought that Han Yu could have such strength before, and thought that Ning Jiang just wanted to get closer to him, so he naturally agreed immediately. Up to now, the onlookers were all amazed at Han Yu's strength, and Zhu Hongkai, who had always wanted to argue, had nothing to say. Now he could only focus more on the students of his own college, but the students of Jiaozhou University, the fastest clearance speed is only on the 2nd floor, doing the final finishing work. The 5th floor, so far the clearance time is no more than 15 minutes, maybe Han Yu can break the clearance record of the national competition. A member of the organizing committee said, "It is very likely that the Lord of the 5th level is not that strong. I don't think he can hold out for too long under Han Yu's attack. In this case, I guess Han Yu doesn't need to participate in the team and individual competitions later. He can just take first place," Ning Jiang added. "Ah?" Zhu Sun was stunned for a moment. "We still have to go through the motions, otherwise it will be uncomfortable to take first place." Zhu Sun naturally knew that Han Yu could easily get first place in the national competition, but if he directly designated it, there would definitely be a lot of people criticizing him. Since he has the ability, it is better to prove it directly with his ability. "Well, if you want to participate, you can increase the difficulty a little bit." Ning Jiang nodded. "It's okay to increase the difficulty, just don't go too far." Zhu Sun nodded. "Isn't this copy specially increased for Han Yu?" The difficulty didn't cause any trouble to Han Yu. "Haha, since Dean Zhu is so confident, let's increase the difficulty a little bit." Ning Jiang heard Zhu Sun agree, and immediately became excited, and winked at the girl next to him. The so-called increase in difficulty is just the final test for Han Yu to see if he can perform the task. The task they mentioned several times just now is not completed on the front line, or even in the Han Dynasty, but in the Fuyu Kingdom. Before Han Yu returned from the companion space, Fuyu and the Han Dynasty had reached an alliance. After the Han Dynasty helped Fuyu resist the first wave of demonic attacks, Fuyu handed over its National Alliance order, and all players joined the Han Dynasty's National Alliance, which is equivalent to a vassal state. The gains of ordinary players will not be affected, but the number of senior members in the alliance is limited, so at that time, the members of the Han Dynasty will naturally be the main ones. But now the first wave of Demon Tide is about to end. Black Ice's surveillance found that there were a group of strange forces in Hancheng, the capital of Bio, but the president of Bio was evasive and unwilling to tell. This made Shanghai even more confused, but he didn't want to alert the enemy, so he wanted to send a team into Hancheng to see what Bio was doing. And Han Yu's performance today just met their requirements. While Ning Jiang was thinking, Han Yu had already entered the dungeon of the 5th floor of the Bronze King City. This dungeon of the Bronze King City is different from the General City dungeon. It has been connected by a series of downward stairs, and the environment becomes hotter with each level. When entering the 5th level of the Lord's level, it is already nearly 100 meters underground in the Bronze King City. As soon as he entered the 5th level, Han Yu felt the heat wave coming. In front of them was a dry and cracked ground, and rows of bronze ancient trees grew from the cracks in the ground. At the end of the cracked ground, there is a river of molten fire that keeps flowing, with no end or destination. Han Yu looked at the environment in front of him. If the molten rock lizard was here, he might be able to take a bath in the river. The environment here is simply his home court. Unfortunately, the molten rock lizard cannot be summoned for the time being, so Han Yu and his friends have to be careful. If they fall into the river of magma, it will probably be difficult to get out. Han Yu and his friends just stood firm when a giant fire dragon with a body size of more than 10 meters emerged from the underground molten river. There is an eternal flame on its body, and a fireball is ejected when it opens its mouth, without any drag. LV-47 Fire Dragon, Wading It is a very simple name. Han Yu does not need to check the attributes to know that the attribute of this monster is fire. The staff was raised, and the elemental empowerment skill was released, adding water attributes to all summoned creatures except the flame-tailed fox and Finn, and summoning the Shadow Blade Mantis. This high-level fire-attributed creature still has a great restriction on Han Yu's team. His main fire output is now the flame-tailed fox. The opponent's high fire resistance plus magic resistance. This time the flame-tailed fox is really useless, and Finn's vines are probably difficult to trap this high-level creature covered in fire. However, his main output has never been more than one. In the first 4 layers of the dungeon, he didn't even summon the Shadow Blade Mantis. In order to ensure the duration of his summons, he can complete the dungeon without a second summon. Now the first 4 layers take no more than 15 minutes, and now Han Yu can summon boldly. Is this also your plan? Zhu Sun glanced at Ning Jiang. Ning Jiang of Qingyan City is very bad. This is too targeted. We didn't expect Han Yu to choose the nightmare difficulty. Ning Jiang weakly defended. If it were normal difficulty, the strength of this fire dragon would be only level 45, which would not exceed the upper limit of the dungeon level. Moreover, the flames on its body are not always burning, so even a fire mage has a chance to attack. But looking at the fire dragon opposite Han Yu, the flames on its body are burning fiercely, and there is no sign of extinguishing. But it's okay, Han Yu's main output is not just the flame-tailed demon fox. After watching Han Yu's battles in the first 4 levels, Zhu Sun is now very confident in Han Yu. Even if the flame-tailed demon fox is ineffective, Ailey can also deal with the fire dragon on the opposite side, but the speed is a little slower. He also saw that Han Yu also took it seriously, and summoned the rarely summoned Shadow Blade Mantis. With high close-range critical damage and water restraint, Shadow Blade Mantis's assassination damage is higher than that of Ellie. But it is not as calm as Ellie, and it is very likely to be hit by the fire dragon's skills when it is close. Looking at the fire dragon, Han Yu took a step back, and the silver snake in his hand rotated. The long-range attack did not cause any effective damage to him at all. At the same time, Huyan helped him move, so he could release skills or attack as much as he wanted. Then he cancelled the summons of Flame-tailed Fox and Finn, saving some energy. This lord only needs other summoned creatures. Relying on Huyan's movement and the magic spirit Silver Snake, no matter how the fire dragon attacked, it could not touch the corner of Han Yu's clothes. Instead, the fire dragon was always entangled by the elemental dragon. Nahorjin chose to fight the fire dragon in close combat, spraying dragon breath at it, and the entangled fire dragon could only be constantly drained by Shadow Blade Mantis and Ellie. Even without the output of Flame-tailed Demon Fox, the fire dragon's health dropped even faster. Shadow Blade Mantis's strength was also raised to more than 300. If he was allowed to attack at will, his damage would not be lower than that of Flame-tailed Demon Fox. In less than 3 minutes, the fire dragon's health had reached the bottom. Seeing that the fire dragon was dragged to a low altitude by Nahorjin again, Shadow Blade Mantis made a shadow leap and landed on the fire dragon. At the same time, a layer of water film appeared on his body, protecting him from the invasion of flames. A slash launched from above directly cut off the fire dragon's head. The fire dragon's head fell off, and blood boiling like magma spurted out from its neck. Its body fell from the air and rolled from the ground into the molten flame river. Is this strength really for a freshman? Seeing the fire dragon being easily killed, everyone at the scene couldn't help but question it. Only Zhu Sun had a calm face, as if it was a matter of course. Of course, he couldn't hold back his excitement, but as the dean of Nanjing University, he couldn't embarrass Nanjing University. Ning Jiang's understanding of Han Yu's strength was refreshed again, and he felt that Han Yu was more suitable for completing the task. A level 46 monster with this attribute could only be beaten in Han Yu's hands, which made him feel that Han Yu's true strength was not even inferior to that of an ordinary level 50 player. This was already more than most players fighting on the front line. Now Han Yu was enough to lead a whole team to explore even if he entered the front line. The students of your school really gave us a big surprise. Ning Jiang tried to build a good relationship with Zhu Sun again. Not bad. Zhu Sun was already grinning from ear to ear. Ning Jiang wanted to dampen Han Yu's spirit, but instead let Han Yu really show his face. The deans of other schools present were also thinking that with such a student, The status of Nanjing University would be unshakable for decades to come. They could only envy him now, and secretly cursed the admissions teachers in the school. They didn't recruit such a powerful national champion to their school. Okay, Han Yu's copy has ended. How long will it take to pass it? Ning Jiang turned his head and asked the organizing committee member next to him. The time is? A member of the organizing committee was about to speak, but found something strange. No. The copy has not started to settle yet. The organizing committee member, who was staring at the copy, couldn't help but exclaimed. In the dungeon, as the body of the fire dragon fell into the river, the molten flames continued to boil, and bubbles continued to gush out like cola with effervescent tablets. The dead fire dragon's body did not disappear, nor was it melted, but just slowly floated on the molten flame river. Han Yu just took a step back. The dungeon did not prompt the settlement, which meant that other monsters were about to appear, and he was not in a hurry to cancel the summons. As Han Yu retreated, a giant dragon covered with thick bronze scales rose from the center of the boiling bubbles. LV-48 bronze dragon Willard Ian, and in its mouth, it held the body of the fire dragon that had just died. The bulging dragon eyes stared at Han Yu and other invaders, raised its head, and swallowed the body of the fire dragon in one gulp. As the body of the fire dragon was swallowed, the body of the bronze dragon expanded again, and on the bronze armor on its body, lines similar to runes appeared, and flames were burning along the lines. After completely digesting the corpse of his companion, the bronze dragon lowered his head and glared. With a roar, dozens of fireballs flew out from the molten flame river and smashed towards Han Yu and his summons. At the same time, through Han Yu's identification technique, he saw that the level of the bronze dragon had also changed. LV-50 Mutation Fire Bronze Dragon Willard Ian Goodfellow. So many prefixes, this is to kill me. Han Yu did not expect that there was a more powerful lord in this copy. This copy was indeed not as simple as he thought. In a level 40 copy, a level 50 mutant appeared, which was enough to catch ordinary players off guard. Chapter 273. But Han Yu was not too surprised. It was mentioned in the copy introduction that there is a dragon here in legend. Although the note only says legend, since it is pointed out, there must be a reason. Han Yu has been prepared. Unlike Han Yu's expression of no surprise, Zhu Sun, outside the field, was stunned. The level of this lord has exceeded the upper limit of the copy by 5 levels. It is a 50-level lord-level monster. It is also a fire creature with magic resistance. It also has bronze scales that have good defense. How can a 35-level summoner fight this creature? Ning Jiang, you already knew about this lord. Zhu Sun's tone was a little unfriendly. This danger was too great. It couldn't be their plan. Just like Ning Jiang said at the beginning, what exactly is this copy like? Not to mention the students, even Zhu Sun didn't know much. If he died normally in the copy battle, no one would complain. But if Han Yu really gets into trouble in the dungeon because of Ning Jiang's deliberate suppression, then Nanjing University will not let Ning Jiang and his team off easily. This is really not the case. This should be a hidden lord. We haven't even seen one before. Ning Jiang hurriedly explained. It's dangerous. A level 50 mutant lord, I'm afraid Han Yu is too easy to deal with. A member of the organizing committee looked at the scene in the field and couldn't help but worry. Although the dungeon of the competition was led by Ning Jiang, it was decided by the organizing committee. If Han Yu really got into trouble in the dungeon, they all couldn't escape responsibility. But fortunately, it's just a level 50 lord. Zhu Sun muttered softly. He remembered that Chushua said that Han Yu had the ability to confront a level 50 enemy head-on. What did you say? Zhu Sun's tone was very light, and Ning Jiang couldn't hear it clearly because of the sound of the battle. I request that Han Yu's battle live broadcast be shut down immediately. Zhu Sun raised his head and said, What's the point of shutting down the live broadcast? Ning Jiang was also worried, but he couldn't figure out what the point of shutting down the live broadcast room was. I explain this to you later, but it's best to cut off Han Yu's live broadcast room now. Zhu Sun was not worried that Han Yu would be killed by a level 50 mutant dragon. This dragon was only a dragon descendant after all, and its blood was not pure. Even if it was level 50, it couldn't use its dragon power against the elemental dragon. He was worried that Han Yu would expose his full strength in the battle, and if the new bishop members knew about it, it would be bad to launch the next attack against Han Yu. And if Han Yu used the skill of the Bond of the Oath in a desperate situation and turned his summoned creature into a corpse, it would be even more difficult to explain. This is not good. Without the battle projection, how can the organizing committee score? And what will ordinary viewers think if the live broadcast is suddenly cut off? Zhu Hankai objected. Although the national competition was not broadcast live nationwide, The residents of Qingyan City were watching it, and did not hide it deliberately. Projecting the battle screen in the sky is for everyone to supervise the judgment of the organizing committee. Now that the live broadcast is suddenly turned off, it is inevitable that some people will gossip later. If anyone has any objections, let him challenge Han Yu directly. Just now, Zhu Sun wanted Han Yu to win legitimately, but now, he doesn't care at all. As for the judgment of the organizing committee, Han Yu's projection can be reduced so that only we can see it. After the end, everyone must keep the battle process confidential. Zhu Sun stared at Zhu Hongkai while speaking. If he causes trouble again, he doesn't mind fighting with Zhu Hongkai right now. Looking at Zhu Sun, who was like a fur-fleshed lion, Zhu Hongkai finally didn't speak. But he, like Ning Jiang, couldn't understand why Han Yu could clear this dungeon by closing the live broadcast room. Turning off the live broadcast will not affect the combat effectiveness of the monsters in the dungeon. If you think that Han Yu can complete the dungeon by turning off the projection, we can do it, but you need to give me an explanation afterwards. Ning Jiang finally gave in. He still wanted Han Yu to help him complete the task. Even if Han Yu couldn't participate in the task, he didn't want a genius like Han Yu to die in the dungeon before going to the battlefield. As Ning Jiang said this, he gestured to the people around him, and Han Yu's battle projection instantly disappeared in the sky, leaving only a TV screen-sized picture in front of everyone. Now, except for them, other Qingyan City audiences can't see Han Yu's battle picture at all. Is it okay now? Ning Jiang asked. Keep a picture for them to observe only. If Han Yu uses some powerful scrolls at the end, they will lower Han Yu's score. However, even if Han Yu uses the scrolls, it will not have any particularly big impact. After all, Han Yu has demonstrated his strength in the first 4 levels. Okay, but I hope you will keep it confidential after watching it, and don't expose Han Yu's true strength. Zhu Sun reminded again. What? Closing the live broadcast room is just to avoid exposing Han Yu's true strength? Ning Jiang was stunned. Zhu Sun meant that Han Yu did not show his true strength from the beginning? Others looked at Zhu Sun in disbelief. Wasn't this a bit too bizarre? Han Yu's performance just now had broken their understanding of students. Now Zhu Sun still said that it was only part of Han Yu's strength. In other words, from the beginning, Zhu Sun's worries were different from theirs. They were worried about whether Han Yu could pass the 5th level dungeon smoothly, while Zhu Sun was worried about whether Han Yu would reveal too much strength in the 4th level dungeon. There is no need to be so cautious, Zhu Hongkai said weakly. How can you get more resources without showing your strength? Therefore, ordinary players usually show themselves in the dungeon with all their strength. Only in this way can they get more resource support from Shanghai. Don't you know that we drove here by ourselves? Zhu Sun said coldly. Zhu Hongkai didn't know, but Ning Jiang knew. He was also a little curious why the students of Nanjing University didn't take the train and drove to Qingyan City by themselves. Because the new bishop has already noticed Han Yu, and is willing to pay any price to bring Han Yu back or kill him. On the way to Qingyan City, the new bishop sent 4 undead masters to attack our team, just for Han Yu alone. When Zhu Sun said this, everyone reacted for a while, and was shocked by the combat power of the 4 undead masters. The 4 undead masters are all players above level 50. Even in the wilderness, this is a team that can roam freely. If the ordinary Shanghai team encounters them, they may not even have a chance to escape. Yes, for undead masters, if we hadn't been prepared, we might have been wiped out now. You guys want to ask about the front row of Han Yu's team. His front row summon died a few days ago, and cannot be summoned for the time being. I was wondering why Principal Chu is here too. Ning Jiang finally understood why the teacher leading the team of Nanjing University was so gorgeous this time. It turned out that they were all here for Han Yu. What on earth is Han Yu worth the new bishop's attention? Ning Jiang asked everyone the question. Even if Han Yu was strong, he wouldn't pay such a price. Han Yu's talent is indeed good, but this game has a level cap. Even if Han Yu is level 60 at a young age, it can't change the situation. No one can tell what Han Yu's identity as the Son of God means. In order not to cause trouble, Chu Zhua and Liu Yuanbo did not report the new bishop's address to Han Yu. I don't know, but the new bishop is very attractive to Han Yu, or maybe he is really the only one who can change the entire situation. Zhu Sun could only answer this way. Zhu Hongkai wanted to ask again, but the second round of battle had already begun. Zhu Sun kept silent, and just looked at the picture on the small light screen. Everyone's attention was attracted by Han Yu. They were also very curious about how strong Han Yu, who needed to be kept secret, was to make Zhu Sun so nervous. Han Yu in the field was constantly dodging the falling fireballs from the sky. The magic silver snake flew to Ai Li, helping her have ample opportunities to attack. Seeing that he could not attack Han Yu at all, the bronze dragon was completely angry. A pair of iron wings retracted, and the body dived towards Hanyu like a sharp arrow. But at the same time, the elemental dragon rushed up from the side, charging rapidly and crashing into the bronze dragon. Two giant dragons collided in the air. In terms of size, the elemental dragon was weaker after all. When the two dragons came into contact, the flame pattern on the bronze dragon suddenly lit up, and the blazing flames wrapped Nahorjin completely. After the blessing of high magic resistance, the flames did not cause any effective damage to Nahorjin. But at the same time of the collision, the bronze dragon wings opened like a 10,000-foot umbrella, cutting a terrifying cut in the lower abdomen of the elemental dragon, and drops of light golden dragon blood flowed out of the elemental dragon's body. The elemental dragon was also directly picked up and flew away. The bronze dragon that solved the obstacle accelerated again and rushed towards Hanyu. At this time, the dark destruction dragon just stabilized its body in the air and could not take care of Hanyu. At this time, the problem of no front row in the team was exposed. Once the elemental dragon was knocked away, Hanyu and the other back row would have no power to protect themselves. Under the violent attack of the bronze dragon, Hanyu and Aili, who were fragile, could not withstand the bronze dragon's attacks. "It's dangerous," Ju Honkai muttered outside the court. Although he didn't like Hanyu or Nanjong University, as the dean of a human university, he didn't want a student to die at the hands of a monster. "Don't worry," Ju-sun just replied and looked at the screen again. Hanyu still had a crown of thorns that he hadn't used. If he used epic equipment, he could completely defeat the bronze dragon on the opposite side with just his own attributes and talents. But Hanyu didn't wear the crown of thorns as Ju-sun thought. He exerted force with his legs and jumped away from Hu Yun's back, rushing towards the bronze dragon. While taking off, he shared the talent of the molten rock lizard and used the skill of the artifact Heart of Balance, raising all four-dimensional attributes to over 300. Since there is no front row, he will act as the front row. Hanyu, who jumped into the air, also had flames on his body, and the flames flowed on the black rock armor. But he was a human after all, and his size was completely incomparable to that of the bronze dragon. After colliding fiercely with the bronze dragon, the huge body of the bronze dragon had inertia, leaving two deep marks on the ground with Hanyu's feet. But after stabilizing his body, he did not move at all. The bronze dragon thought he had hit an ant, but after finally hitting it, he found that he had hit a mountain. After using the Heart of Balance, if it was just strength, he had surpassed the bronze dragon in front of him. "Attack as much as you want." Hanyu gave orders to all summons. He could only maintain this state for 30 seconds, and he had to get rid of this bronze dragon within 30 seconds. When the man and the dragon were fighting, the bronze dragon exhaled a breath of dragon, which enveloped Hanyu's body. Unfortunately, Hanyu now shared the talent of the molten rock lizard, and the scorching flames only made Hanyu's body slightly hot. When the bronze dragon exhaled dragon breath, Hanyu simply held the huge body of the bronze dragon with one hand. With the other hand, he drew out the Lihua knife and slashed at the neck of the bronze dragon. The broken edge trait was triggered, directly melting half of the bronze armor on his body. Under the protection of the demonic silver snake, Ellie had already chosen the best attack position, and stood on the top of an ancient bronze tree. After confirming that Aili was safe, the demonic silver snake rushed to the dark destruction dragon again to heal its injuries. After Hanyu slashed with a knife, Aili fired an explosive arrow. The extremely accurate shot completely broke the defense of the bronze dragon. At the same time, thunderclouds rolled up above the bronze dragon. The dark destruction thunder was ready, and a thunder attribute attack fell, paralyzing the bronze dragon that was still struggling with Hanyu. Even with high resilience, the bronze dragon temporarily lost its strength. Hanyu grabbed the dragon head with one hand, and the veins in his hand bulged. With a high swing, he threw the dark destruction dragon directly behind him, leaving a deep pit on the ground. The shadow blade mantis behind was already ready, stealthily stabbing, triggering critical damage within a 1-meter range. The ultra-close range assassination effect caused blood, like copper rust, to flow from the wound on the bronze dragon. But after the attack, the bronze dragon also woke up from paralysis, and the flames on its body ignited again, and one of the elytra of Shadow Blade Mantis was directly burned yellow. But Shadow Blade Mantis dodged again when the flames were about to cause real damage to itself. The magic thunder gathered again in the sky, and the next attack was already brewing. At this time, Hanyu had completely let go of his hands, holding two swords in his hands, and was accumulating power to prepare for the soul-devouring slash. For such a creature with high double resistance, the soul-devouring slash attack is the most effective. Originally, I thought Hanyu was just a fragile bronze dragon, and I didn't expect Hanyu to be so resistant. My close combat is no match for him at all. Now I just want to escape, or it is safer to output from a distance. Chapter 274. But just as he was about to flap his wings to escape from Hanyu and attack other summoned creatures first, roar! Huyun stabilized his body, and invisible sound waves were released from his mouth. The huge buzzing sound was like a heavy hammer, piercing the eardrum of the bronze dragon. It made it fall into a state of unconsciousness again, and the skill of capturing the soul was activated. The soul capturing has no damage, but the control effect is much stronger than the magic thunder. At the same time, after the skill is strengthened, it also has the effect of reducing toughness, which prolongs the control time again. The bronze dragon was stunned in place, and lost all consciousness. Hanyu's soul-devouring slash was charged, and slashed out with one knife. With the armor-melting attribute of the Lihua knife, most of the bronze scales on the head of the bronze dragon were melted, and blue blood dripped. While the bronze dragon was unconscious, the shadow blade mantis that had just left the battlefield rushed over again. The mantis slashed with both blades, leaving 2 deep wounds on the head of the bronze dragon. Another dark destruction demonic thunder fell, and the bronze dragon, which was added with a toughness reduction, fell into paralysis again before waking up. And Ellie, who was standing on the bronze ancient tree, had a residual image of the longbow in her hand, and fired a series of arrows. 7 arrows connected together, blasting a huge gap in the head of the bronze dragon. Hanyu followed up again, with shattering cloud flash and sealing dust absolute thought slash, and the huge body of the bronze dragon was knocked away and fell. When it landed, only half of its health was left. The bronze dragon thought that it could kill Hanyu instantly by approaching him and end the battle. But it didn't expect that after getting close, it had no power to fight back and was half killed by a set of skills. Before it could recover, the dark destruction demonic dragon was covered with a layer of silver light, and its body dived and smashed into the back of the bronze dragon, and a pair of dragon claws grabbed the wings of the bronze dragon. Horrible elemental energy gathered in its mouth, and a torrent of magic was released. Countless skills bombarded out, but only the first 2 skills hit. When the blood volume was less than 40%, the bronze dragon automatically activated a cyan magic shield. It also woke up from the control of Fengchen Junyan Zhan, and the magic shield blocked all the remaining attacks of the torrent of magic. Although the torrent of magic aggravated the injury of the bronze dragon, it did not really kill the bronze dragon. When the attack was over, the cyan shield suddenly exploded, and the explosion damage was centered on the bronze dragon, blowing Hanyu and the dark destruction dragon 3 meters away. It was a pity that Hanyu's physique exceeded 300 points, and he had rock armor on his body. Nahorjin had magic skin and the protection of the magic spirit silver snake, so this violent explosion only achieved a repulsive effect. But no matter what, this sudden attack finally freed the bronze dragon from its restraints, and it vibrated its wings again and flew up. But he still looked extremely embarrassed. The wound on his neck alone made his head bend sideways, and he couldn't recover for the time being. He looked like a deformed dragonborn. He flew high into the sky, looking at Hanyu and the others on the ground, wanting to attack, but he didn't know who he could beat. An ordinary human blasted him, and an archer with explosive output, all his skills were like hitting water, and he was taken away in an instant. A mantis, he couldn't even catch up with its tail, and there was a dragon of the same race, whose speed was not inferior to his, and whose magic resistance was higher than his. In the end, the bronze dragon still locked its target on Ellie on the bronze ancient tree. He also noticed that the silver light on Ellie had been transferred to the dark dragon. Now he might be able to attack normally. The bronze dragon flew towards Ellie in the air. But when he flew into the air, Ellie had already made preparations. She shot the arrow with the rosary in her hand at an ancient bronze tree behind the bronze dragon. After the arrow was shot, Ellie's body disappeared instantly. As soon as she landed, she turned around and shot another arrow at the dark dragon. The bronze dragon that was shot was not angry but happy. Ellie's escape made him sure that he could beat this archer. The bronze dragon suddenly raised its head in the air, with a beautiful backflow, turned around and charged towards Ellie again. But in the air, he felt his body paused, and 12 scattered arrows slightly repelled it. Then, he noticed 2 arrows shooting at his head from the ground. The bronze dragon looked towards the ground. In order to maximize his output, Hanyu had used the trait of the Wanjie cloak, shadow solution, to create a shadow of himself on the ground, which could copy all his normal attacks. With the temporary super attribute blessing, Hanyu's team now suddenly had 2 more shooters. In the air, the attack of the dark destruction thunder had not yet ended, and the next thunderbolt would fall at any time. The bronze dragon had no choice but to take the damage and attack Ellie. But Nahorjin had recovered from the explosion, so how could it be so easy to let it touch Ellie? He shook his dragon wings and charged, using his body to block the bronze dragon's attack. But Nahorjin was not a power dragon after all. After releasing the spell torrent, his attack could only rely on the dark destruction thunder that kept falling. Finally, the bronze dragon approached Ellie little by little. Ellie, standing on the bronze tree, was not panicked at all. She shot another arrow and fell backwards. Roar! Hu Yun, who was running on the ground, had already made preparations and was waiting at the landing point of Ellie. He caught it steadily, and Ellie's work was not affected at all. She started to attack again as soon as she landed. Seeing that Ellie had a mount, he couldn't catch up with her, and there was a dragon around him. The bronze dragon could only roar helplessly, and poured all its attacks on the dark dragon. But the dark dragon was protected by the silver snake of the demon spirit, and with its own high magic resistance, it could not cause any effective damage. Instead, it was itself that was shot by Han Yu and Ellie again, and its blood volume continued to drop. The battle is over, Ning Jiang said faintly outside the field. Although the bronze dragon still had 1/3 of its health left, they could all see that with the cooperation of Han Yu's summons, the bronze dragon had no chance to resist. All the enemies were on the ground, and his long-range attacks were extremely difficult to work. He could not catch up or defeat them with close-range attacks. In a total of 20 seconds, the bronze dragon has been forced into a desperate situation. Is this Han Yu's true strength? The organizing committee members looked at Zhu Sun and asked curiously. Han Yu's performance was too relaxed now, and he was obviously not forced into a desperate situation. After Zhu Sun's reminder, they now suspected that what they saw was not Han Yu's true strength. About the same. Zhu Sun could only answer vaguely. He originally thought that Han Yu would use the crown of thorns, but Han Yu relied entirely on his own strength and the cooperation of his summons. In just 20 seconds, the bronze dragon was forced to this point. Even Zhu Sun did not expect the battle to end so quickly. Very strong, really strong. Zhu Han was speechless. This student was already strong enough to have an equal conversation with him. He looked at the strength of the students of Jiaozhou University. Not to mention the same period, even in the previous 100 years, there has never been a student with such talent. I understand why the new bishop attaches so much importance to Han Yu. When Han Yu reaches level 60, he may directly find a new bishop member at level 70 to slaughter him. If Han Yu reaches the maximum level, he may really be able to change the entire battle situation by himself. Ning Jian also gave his own evaluation. Then he wrote 3 SSS on his evaluation sheet as his own evaluation. Other members of the organizing committee followed suit and wrote their own evaluations on their own evaluation sheets. In the field, Han Yu's battle was coming to an end. Although the bronze dragon tried to attack again and again, it still did not cause any effective damage to Han Yu or even his summons. Finally, he could only die with hatred and become a corpse. After waiting for 10 seconds, Han Yu finally received a prompt from the game. The copy is being settled. A white light rose from Han Yu's body. With the experience of multiple copies, he finally reached level 36. Obtained equipment, bronze and fire card, can be used to strengthen the main weapon. After strengthening, the bronze blade attribute is obtained, the weapon is extended by 3 meters, and the attack power is increased by 50%, which lasts for 30 seconds and cools down for 5 minutes. After strengthening, the fire blade attribute is obtained. The next 3 attacks of the weapon are accompanied by fire attributes, melting 70% of the enemy's armor, and adding a burning effect to the enemy that has broken the armor. Obtain title, Dragonborn Killer. After wearing the title, an additional 20% damage is caused to all Dragonborn creatures. The title of a Dragonborn Killer has no effect on Han Yu. The card is indeed effective. If it can be enchanted on the Lihua knife, it is still a good choice. As a frontline city, Qingyun City should have an enchanter as skilled as Zhang Yi. Then Han Yu cancelled the summon. This summon has ended. Total attribute points obtained, 80 points. 80 attribute points are much more than Han Yu imagined. Then Han Yu exited the dungeon and returned to Qingyun Square. There was no one on the square. Even though Han Yu chose the most difficult dungeon, and it was nightmare difficulty, no one could pass it faster than Han Yu. These 3 dungeons were specially prepared by the organizing committee. If students pass it too early, it is the problem of the organizing committee's choice of dungeons. Han Yu, come up! Zhu Sun shouted to the bottom when he saw Han Yu appear. Han Yu glanced at the stage, which was full of dean-level figures from various schools. After a slight hesitation, he walked up with his head held high. Han Yu walked up to the viewing platform with ease, and all the deans showed admiring eyes to Han Yu. Even Zhu Hongtai, who had been targeting Han Yu before, showed a kind smile. Han Yu's strength has convinced everyone. In terms of strength alone, even the deans present did not dare to look down on Han Yu, let alone put on the airs of a dean. Han Yu nodded to the teacher who smiled at him and walked to Zhu Sun. "Teacher, what's the matter?" Zhu Sun was overjoyed when he heard the word teacher, and the other deans were jealous. Who wouldn't want a student like Han Yu? Let me introduce you to Ning Jiang, the person in charge of Qingyun City. Zhu Sun first introduced Ning Jiang. Han Yu nodded to Ning Jiang. In fact, the introduction was redundant. All the students just saw the style of receiving the award below. Classmate Han Yu is so strong that we dare not imagine. Ning Jiang showed a kind smile. Now the first day of the dungeon speed race has ended. It is estimated that others will need some time. You don't need to wait. I will notify you when the results are out. You can go back and rest now, but after this is over, City Lord Ning Jiang wants to have a meal with us. Do you have time? Of course. Although Zhu Sun asked with the intention of asking, Han Yu had no reason to refuse. Then I will wait for classmate Ning Jiang. Go back and rest now. Ning Jiang smiled. As long as Han Yu agreed, the task would be half completed. However, before that, he had to persuade Zhu Sun to agree to Han Yu's participation in the task. Han Yu greeted Zhu Sun, nodded, and left Qingyun Square in advance. Generally, all students will wait until the speed race is over and the results are announced before they are allowed to leave. Now that Ning Jiang has spoken, he can leave with peace of mind. Wait for the list to come out tomorrow, and prepare for the team and individual competitions later. After returning to his apartment, Han Yu opened his panel and summoned Hu Yun again. Last time, he had added points to Hu Yun, and this time, the 80 points of free attribute value were added to Hu Yun's agility attribute again. Hu Yun's previous passive skill, speed, increased by 30%. At first glance, it was a useless skill, but with the blessing of agility, his speed was no longer something that ordinary creatures could catch up with. Even if he was not strengthened now, other monsters would find it difficult to catch up, and he could use evasion skills and chase. With 80 attribute points added, Hu Yun was strengthened again. In the end, he chose to strengthen Hu Yun's extreme speed skill, and the speed increased by 40%. At the same time, the effect of the acceleration path formed behind him also reached 15%. After the addition of points, Hu Yun's attributes became LV 34 Hu Yun Leopard, Physique 52, Strength 35, Energy 37, Agility 225, Skills, Mind Capture, Haste. The only shortcoming is that there are not enough active skills. In the battlefield, Hu Yun's role is only to provide a mount and a breath of mind capture at a critical moment. But as long as it evolves, Hu Yun really grows a pair of wings, and then the effect will definitely be much greater than the general skill benefits. After canceling Hu Yun's summon, Han Yu looked at the Molten Lizard summon on the panel, and it would take 12 hours to summon. If the Molten Lizard could be summoned today, the battle would be much simpler, but fortunately, there was no big trouble. In the subsequent team and individual competitions, the Molten Lizard can be summoned to fight for you. However, if the opponents are all students of the same level, there is no need to summon too many summons. After all, they are all students, and it would be bad if Han Yu left any psychological trauma on them. What Han Yu didn't know was that after he left, Ning Jiang had already discussed with Zhu Sun how to increase the difficulty of Han Yu's remaining games. Chapter 275. As the first day of the national competition officially ended, the sky gradually darkened. Zhu Sun also came to Han Yu's room and took him to the appointment. Before the battle began, he discussed with Ning Jiang and changed Han Yu's subsequent game arrangements. The team competition was normal, and Han Yu still took Kong Yuan and the others to participate, but the opponents of the individual competition became 4 level 45 players, and the competition process would be kept secret. At this time, Han Yu didn't know that the battle process of his last level of the dungeon was reduced by half. Following Zhu Sun all the way to Qingyun Building, the tallest building in Qingyun City, and took the elevator to the top floor. There were no other people on the dining table. In addition to Zhu Sun and Han Yu, there were Ning Jiang and the female element destroyer, who had been sitting next to him in the morning. "Student Han Yu, come and sit down." Ning Jiang immediately stood up and called him to sit down when he saw Han Yu. Seeing that only Ning Jiang and another person were there, Han Yu was a little surprised. He originally thought it should be a dinner party like a gathering, but he didn't expect that there were only 4 people in total including them. Looking at the posture of the opposite party, it seems that there is something to tell him specifically. Han Yu and Zhu Sun sat down. At first, Ning Jiang did not rush to talk about business, but introduced to Han Yu. "This is the most powerful element destroyer in Qingyun City, Yang Qian. She also admires you, so she came with you. Teacher Yang Qian. Han Yu greeted. Come on, don't be shy, try the six-eyed flying fish. This is a specialty of Qingyan City, you can't taste it anywhere else. Ning Jiang personally picked up a piece of fish for Han Yu. Han Yu looked at the 6 fish eyes on the plate, but he closed his eyes, and took a bite of the fish meat, which was surprisingly tender. Seeing that Han Yu had no resistance, Yang Qian and Ning Jiang became more enthusiastic. After that, the 4 of them really started to eat peacefully. The cooking skills in this building were really good, much better than the food Han Yu had eaten in the apartment these days. It took more than 10 minutes before Ning Jiang put down his chopsticks. Finally, he got to the point. Classmate Han Yu, do you have any requirements for the place you are assigned after the competition is over? Although Ning Jiang hoped that Han Yu could participate in the mission of Bio, Han Yu had just graduated after all. If he wanted to go to ordinary areas to train first, to some simple places, he would not object. Han Yu knew that this was the purpose of Ning Jiang looking for him. After a little thought, he said, I feel that my strength is enough to go to some more dangerous places, preferably places with many monsters. The reason why Han Yu went to the battlefield was to kill monsters and gain attribute points, as long as he was not asked to do logistics. Okay. Ning Jiang slammed the chopsticks on the table. This is how we, the children of Dahan, should take responsibility if we have the ability. Alas, before I came, Yang Qian said that you would not want to go to dangerous places. I said that classmate Han Yu is not that kind of person. Yang Qian almost choked. At first, she said that she wanted Han Yu to participate in the mission, but Ning Jiang was unwilling. Now that she has tested Han Yu's attitude, Ning Jiang changed her mind instantly. Just when she was about to speak, Ning Jiang gave her a look, and Yang Qian could only swallow her words back. There is no way, who let Ning Jiang be the city lord now? Yang Qian said carefully, in fact, this time there is a somewhat dangerous mission, which requires leaving Dahan. The process is indeed quite dangerous. Classmate Han Yu, why don't you just forget it? Forget about places that are too dangerous. Before Han Yu answered, Zhu Sun spoke first. He couldn't bear to risk the treasure of the entire Nanjing University. Han Yu still had a lot of room for growth. Ah! Ning Jiang didn't expect Zhu Sun to refuse so straightforwardly. Yang Qian just wanted to play the good guy and inspire Han Yu's fighting spirit. But this mission has another benefit. Ning Jiang said hurriedly. The mission process is kept secret throughout the process, and it is not on the main battlefield. No one knows where Han Yu is except us, and it is even less likely for the new bishop members to know. This is the reason Ning Jiang wanted to persuade Zhu Sun. He knew that the biggest threat to Han Yu was the new bishop, who wanted to bring Han Yu back at all costs. What is this? What mission? This point convinced Zhu Sun. Han Yu appeared on the battlefield to fight. Such a powerful summoner could easily be noticed by the new bishop. If the new bishop deliberately targeted him, it would be very dangerous. Han Yu also replied at this time, the distance doesn't matter. If there is any place that needs me, please tell me, Lord Ning. Han Yu also understood the purpose of this dinner, which was this mission. Just tell me what the mission is, don't beat around the bush. Zhu Sun said. He came here to check on Han Yu. Looking at the mysterious look of the two people opposite, he knew that this mission was not simple. Did I tell you directly? Ning Jiang smiled awkwardly. This mission would not have fallen on Han Yu. Students who had just finished the competition were generally sent to a safer place, and the first year was mainly for training. So whether to participate in the mission or not, the decision still lies with Han Yu. The location of this mission is in Bio. Ning Jiang got to the point directly. He got to the point. Buyu? Han Yu was stunned for a moment. Is there something wrong with Bio's team? Do they need us to go over and support them? After he came out of the alien space, he heard that Shanghai had sent people to Bio. The battle should be coming to an end now. Could something have gone wrong? It's a small problem, but the problem is not the Demon Tide, but the official player organization from Bio, Tsinghua. Han Yu didn't say anything, waiting for Ning Jiang to explain. We had planned that Bio would hand over its National Alliance token next month. But now that the battle is about to end, Bio's official organization Tsinghua suddenly exerted its strength, and the speed of clearing the Demon Tide has obviously accelerated. The members of Tsinghua were originally guarding the southeast and southwest directions, and Shanghai was responsible for the Demon Tide in the south. In the past half-month, the Tsinghua members in the southeast and southwest have penetrated deep into the Demon Tide and have exceeded the established defense line. We don't even know where they have advanced to. Isn't this a good thing? It just so happens that we don't have to work hard. Han Yu was a little confused. Originally, it was to help other countries. If they could solve it themselves, Shanghai could save some effort. Ning Jiang shook his head. But if one day, the demon tide suddenly recedes, the army we sent will be surrounded by Tsinghua. Do they want to regret it? Han Yu never thought that Bio would do this when the demon tide was about to be repelled. Tsinghua didn't have this kind of strength before, but according to Black Ice's intelligence, half a month ago, there were many more powerful players in Tsinghua, which gave them the strength to quickly clear the demon tide. We have sent a letter to the president of Bio, and he replied that these people are the hidden power of Tsinghua. It's fake, he is hiding something. Han Yu could react even if he was slow. If they were capable of dealing with the demon tide, why would they ask the Han for help? Yes, their reply made us more suspicious, but we couldn't imagine what they wanted to do. Not handing over the National Alliance token and tearing their faces with the Han. The only way waiting for them is death and destruction of the country. But without solid evidence, we can't send troops directly. Now the battle on the front line is getting more and more intense, so we still need to investigate. Investigation mission? Han Yu lost interest as soon as he heard it. What he wanted was to kill monsters, not to be a spy again. After 2 experiences of infiltrating the new bishop, he is now very unconfident in his ability to disguise. I still prefer to join the front line and kill monsters, Han Yu said. The journey is indeed too dangerous. It's normal if you don't want to go. Yang Qian could only say this after hearing Han Yu's hesitant tone. It's not a question of whether it's dangerous or not. I prefer to face monsters, not humans. Han Yu didn't have any sympathy for the Bio people, but killing monsters could gain more attribute points, so that he could become stronger quickly. No, this time you have to find the Tsinghua camp in the southeast by yourself. You will encounter many monsters when passing through the wilderness. The reason we chose you is to reduce the team size to avoid attracting the attention of aliens. Aliens are what Shanghai calls those monsters with high IQ. When you find the location of the Fuyu camp, just say that you are a member of Shanghai who got separated on the battlefield. If your signal disappears, we will give up defending the magic tide and go to the location where you last appeared. Han Yu fell into thinking. This difficulty is indeed not low. It is possible to encounter any kind of monster on the road. However, Shanghai will definitely choose a relatively safe road for them. Monsters over level 60 should not appear behind Tsinghua, and Han Yu should be able to deal with it. And they are always moving, and will not stay on the battlefield and attract the attention of the new bishop. In other words, crossing the wilderness is the most dangerous step of the mission? Han Yu asked. Yes, when you get close to the Fuyu camp, you can send back the signal immediately. If they dare to attack you, Fuyu will be hit by thunder from the Han dynasty. If that's the case, I can try to participate in the mission. Han Yu hesitated for a few seconds, and finally nodded in agreement. He also understood why Ning Jiang chose him. As a summoner, his vision would be much smaller. Walking in the wilderness was equivalent to leading a whole team. After entering Bio, the people of Bio could relax their vigilance, which would facilitate the next action. Okay. Ning Jiang was immediately excited when he heard Han Yu's agreement. Then wait until the competition is over and the mission will officially start. Before that, let me tell you the details of the mission. After dinner, Zhu Sun and Han Yu returned to the apartment of South China University. After a day of rest, it was time for the team competition. Back to his apartment, Han Yu also saw the ranking of the first day's dungeon speed race on the internet. Without any surprise, Han Yu ranked first, and ranked first in all aspects. However, in the comment area below, many people disagreed with the ranking. They did not question Han Yu's ranking, but were arguing about why the last part of the clearance video was not released. After the clearance, all the students immediately looked for Han Yu's clearance video. After all, Han Yu cleared the Nightmare difficulty dungeon at level 40, and they were all curious about how this student of the same level did it. But at the most critical moment, the Bronze Dragon appeared, and the video stopped abruptly, and then the organizing committee scored Han Yu's battle. Although being able to clear the level 40 dungeon means that Han Yu has surpassed everyone. But killing the Bronze Dragon is the most exciting part of the whole battle, and it's gone just like that. No wonder everyone is dissatisfied. The response given by the organizing committee is, because the Bronze Dragon burned the sky with flames, the screen was blank, and we only know that Han Yu successfully passed the level in the end. This makes people curious about the clearance process of the last level. That was a level 50 Dragonborn, and it was solved by Han Yu. If they were not unfamiliar with Han Yu, they would have wanted to come over and ask Han Yu what happened in the end. After watching the video, Kong Yuin felt itchy and wanted to ask Han Yu how he did it, but halfway through, he remembered Chuzhua telling Han Yu not to show his strength easily on the road. After all, it's Yushin. The entire organizing committee lied to you. What kind of strength is this? Kong Yuan scratched his head and walked towards his room. I don't know if there is another chance to see Yushin's true strength. Kong Yuan can only hope that the opponent in the team competition will be stronger and let Han Yu show his strength. After a day's rest, on the third day, there was a knock at Han Yu's door. Yushin, the team competition starts today, are you ready? Kong Yuan's loud voice came from outside the door. Han Yu was ready and opened the door. Fu Zisher and Kong Yuan were standing at the door waiting for him. Don't worry, I'm ready. As long as you are ready, we can lie down at ease. Kong Yuan smiled. With Han Yu on their side, he didn't know how to lose. This was simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Do you feel a little bad? Han Yu and Kong Yuan walked out of the door. Should I give you a chance to perform? The national competition is something that every outstanding graduate has to go through. If Han Yu steals the limelight, I'm afraid they will regret it for the rest of their lives. What are you talking about? Kong Yuan patted Han Yu's shoulder. We can only show our skills in the individual competition later. We can save our strength and get a good result later. And this team competition is your personal show. Okay. Han Yu almost forgot about the individual competition later, but Han Yu was already a little uninterested. If the first dungeon was still a bit difficult for her, then fighting with players of the same level would not be challenging at all. He still wanted to join the mission to Bio Kingdom as soon as possible and kill more monsters. Chapter 276. Han Yu came to Qingyun Square again after a day, and the students in the field had lined up according to their schools. The students of each school were divided into 5 teams to prepare for today's team competition. At the front of Nanjing University, a team position was left empty for Han Yu and his team. As Han Yu and Kong Yuan stood at the front, the team competition officially began. Ning Jiang floated in the air again and read out the rules of the team competition. Scrolls and special consumables cannot be used, but there are no other restrictions. Kong Yuan was next to Han Yu, worried that Han Yu had not seen the schedule, and deliberately explained, this time when we played against the Liangzhou University team, the 5 players were very strong and performed very well in the training. If it was me and Fu Zisher against each other, it would be hard to say who would win. I have seen it. Han Yu nodded. Although he was not very concerned about this competition, he still paid attention to the schedule and the first opponent. The other side is a standard combat team, with magic warriors, shepherd swords, and a sorcerer who controls the field. With Ning Jiang's announcement, the team competition officially began to prepare. Han Yu entered the field with Fu Zisher and Kong Yuan, and the students of Liangzhou University also entered the field under the guidance of their instructors. Ju Sun stood beside Han Yu and said softly, be gentle. The teacher of Liangzhou University on the opposite side came to me yesterday to discuss not leaving any psychological shadow on his students. Other teachers would give students some precautions or words of encouragement before the game, but Ju Sun came up and asked Han Yu to be gentle. Okay, I will pay attention. Han Yu nodded in response. Since his destination after the competition has been decided, there is no need to overshow his strength in front of the organizing committee. Lu Tai, the teacher of the Liangzhou University team, looked at Han Yu who entered the venue from the opposite side, and felt sour in his heart. Liangzhou University also wanted to recruit Han Yu to the school at the beginning. As long as the strength is strong, they have no discrimination against summoning players. But in the end, the conditions offered by Nanjing University were more attractive. Han Yu did not choose Liang University, which made the teachers of Liangzhou University regret for a whole year. If they had known that Han Yu had such potential, they would have recruited Han Yu to their school at any cost. But nothing can be known in advance. Lu Tai can only look at the 5 students standing next to him now. They are all the pride of Liangzhou University, but unfortunately, they can't compare with Han Yu. Xiaokong, are you under pressure? Lu Tai asked the captain of the team. Yes. The students of Liangzhou did not hide it. They all knew Han Yu's strength. Even if they didn't see Han Yu's final performance in the dungeon, his single-player clearance of the 40-level Nightmare dungeon was enough to attract attention. But we will try our best. Even if we lose, we have to leave some painful memories for Han Yu. Looking at the high-spirited students, Lu Tai thought it would be better to give them some vaccinations. Don't feel stressed. As long as you can hold on for 1 minute under Han Yu, you will win. Teacher, do you think too highly of Han Yu? The students were a little confused. They had all practiced combat in practical training. They had cooperated to kill the Lord-level monsters of level 40 on the battlefield, which made them extremely confident in their own strength. Han Yu is very strong, but he is a freshman after all. He has not even participated in practical training. I think he has basically no cooperation with his teammates. As long as they defeat each one, there may be a chance to win. Han Yu. But he killed a level 50 Lord level monster alone. Lu Tai said without confidence. If it weren't for Han Yu, he would also be full of confidence in his students. But the opponent has Han Yu in charge. Lu Tai now has no hope. But no matter what the battle situation is, you just need to be frustrated after the battle. One failure is not terrible. What he is afraid of is that Han Yu defeated them too easily, so that they will never recover from it. These students are the pride of each school, and they have been accompanied by teachers during the practical training process. They have not experienced too many setbacks. Don't worry, teacher, no matter what the result is, at least we have tried our best. Kong Jiansheng clenched his fist with one hand, without any fear. Well, it's good to have this spirit go ahead. The 5-man team of Liangzhou University stepped into the arena, and stood opposite Han Yu and his 5 men. The Nanzhong University side had one more summoner, and one less spell player, who controlled the field because of Han Yu's joining. The field control was relatively weak, and it was also very easy for the opponent's players to impose multiple debuffs, and the C position was easily entangled by the opponent. However, there were no tactical requirements on the Nanzhong University side, and the fighting method was to suppress others with force. The two sides saluted, and with the order of the referee of the organizing committee, the 10 people on both sides entered the battle scene. As soon as they entered, the two sides immediately set up their formations, and Pan Yuan stood in front of everyone, with a huge shield blocking the front like a door panel. Fu Zisher and Kong Yuan in the back also took out their weapons, and prepared to fight. The two teams were separated by 2 light curtains, which were nearly 100 meters apart. At this distance, even if melee players wanted to launch a charge, they would need to advance a certain distance in advance. This setting is prepared for those professions that need time to release skills. As the two sides stood still, a huge 5 appeared above the battlefield, and the countdown officially began. After 5 seconds, the light curtain separating the two sides disappeared, and the brilliance of the skills burst out instantly. The giant shield in Pan Yuan's hand expanded again, blocking everyone behind him. A summoning array was forming around Han Yu. Go forward. Attack others first, and limit the performance of their summons. Kong Jiansheng shouted loudly, holding a long sword in his hand, and moving forward quickly under the protection of the shield battle. It was precisely because Han Yu was so strong that he did not choose passive defense. If Han Yu's summons launched an attack at the same time, they might not even have a chance to defend. Before participating in the competition, they knew one of Han Yu's most powerful talents, talent sharing. Not only are the summoned creatures extremely powerful, they can also feed back to themselves, which makes it impossible to kill the summoner first from the beginning. The battle strategy they had already formulated was to find the flaws in the coordination of Han Yu's team. If they could get rid of other members first, and then besiege Han Yu, they might have a chance to win. Even if they lost, at least the opponent would not be unscathed. When they charged, Han Yu and his men on the opposite side did not move at all except for defense. It was just that as the summoning array was formed, an elf appeared beside Han Yu. He was only about 1.7 meters tall, slender, thin, and looked like he had no attack power at all. Lin Lei, attack that summoned first. Limit her output. Kong Jiansheng gave orders to the mage in the team. He knew that no one else mattered, and Han Yu's summon was the most terrifying. But the moment he opened his mouth, the elf archer on the opposite side drew his bow. Without charging, he simply drew his bow and shot arrows, and 12 arrows flew out. Skill, scattering. 12 arrows connected into a sparse rain of arrows, without choosing a target, just sweeping towards the opponent's camp. While Ali drew the bow, Liangda's shield warrior player Bai Hongda took a step forward and extended the shield in his hand. It turned into an iron wall, blocking all attacks, and launched a charge to protect teammates from entering the attack range. But in the next second, he felt his hands numb, and several holes appeared on his airtight iron wall. Puff! Bai Hongda felt the blood in his body surging, and almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. The shield he had just raised was instantly broken. He himself could no longer stand and fell backwards. Captain! I can't hold on! Bai Hongda had just finished saying this when another arrow shot out, heading straight for his face. Shield counter. Seeing another arrow flying out, Bai Hongda knew that if he was hit again, his health would drop to 30%, and even the messenger of God would not be able to save him. He hurriedly used his life-saving skills at the most critical moment. A phantom like a golden ancient bell appeared above Bai Hongda's body. After the arrow touched it, the arrow was instantly bounced back, and the golden bell was also shattered. Captain, there is no chance. I can only block this arrow. Bai Hongda was completely desperate when he saw that his shield counter could only block one arrow. However, The arrow that bounced back instantly hit the shield raised by Pan Yuan, causing the light shield that Pan Yuan had just raised to shatter. So cruel. Pan Yuan muttered silently. He had just said in his heart that the opponent's shield battle was just SOSO, and could not withstand a single attack. It was not until he experienced it himself that he realized how terrifying Han Yu's summons were. You can't even withstand a single arrow. Pan Yuan, your strength is not good enough. Kong Yuan laughed at the right time. Why don't you try it? Pan Yuan stabilized his body, and put up the shield again. Although Han Yu's strength was very strong, they did not take it lightly. The opponent might have some special means. If one of them was taken away by mistake, even if they won, they would be nailed to the pillar of shame. I'd better forget it. Kong Yuan just teased Pan Yuan a few words. If he really let him take over. He used all his skills, and he didn't know if he could withstand one attack from Ellie. Pan Yuan and the other man were bickering leisurely, and Ai Li drew her bow again. When everyone thought that Ai Li would kill Bai Hongda directly, Ai Li turned the direction of the longbow in her hand slightly. She gave up the shield warrior who had fallen to the ground and was difficult to avoid, and changed her target to the mage, who was casting a spell. She let go and an arrow flew out. Without the protection of the shield warrior, the mage was as weak as a baby under the shooting of the elf sniper. Moreover, the envoy of Liangzhou University thought that the shield warrior was the target that Ai Li wanted to attack, and all the benefits were given to Bai Hongda. When they saw Ai Li's arrow shot out, there was no time to react. The arrow, with a faint light, rolled up a gust of wind in front of Kong Jiansheng and hit the throat of the mage on the opposite side. With just one arrow, the opponent's HP was directly reduced to less than 30%. Even before the life-saving equipment was triggered, the battlefield protection was directly triggered. The HP of the mage Lin Lei was less than 30%, and she was forced to leave the field. After killing the mage with one arrow, there was no fluctuation in the expression of Ai Li's ears. He drew his bow and began to charge, which also gave the opponent enough time to react. Kong Jiansheng looked at his teammates falling down. His face was uncertain. The only feeling he had now was despair. Han Yu often summoned 5 summons, but now he only summoned an archer. But it was this archer who used the most basic ordinary attack, which made them have no power to fight back. Kong Jiansheng clenched the long sword in his hand. He should admit defeat now, but he couldn't say those 2 words. Even if he lost, he would die on the way to charge. The long sword in his hand rose up a 3-foot sword light, and it was sparkling. If he really stabbed Han Yu, he would lose 1/3 of his blood. Follow me. Bai Hongda fell, so he led his teammates to charge. Unfortunately, no matter how fast they were, they had no chance to get close to Han Yu. Even if they got close, Han Yu had various means to ensure that he would not receive any damage. From the beginning, they had no chance of winning. However, Kong Jiansheng's attitude moved Han Yu on the opposite side, and he felt that he was a little too much. He touched his nose awkwardly. If he looked from the perspective of the people next to him, he would be a villain who bullied low-level players. He would not come to seek revenge on him in the future. Han Yu thought about it, but Ai Li was not affected at all. The bow in his hand did not hesitate at all. As soon as the sword light appeared in Kong Jiansheng's hand, he fired the concentrated shot. This charged arrow, as soon as it flew out, rolled up a vortex, like a drill, and shot towards Kong Jiansheng's head. However, when the arrow just flew out, Bai Hongda, who had just been knocked down by Ai Li, suddenly jumped up and blocked in front of Kong Jiansheng. The arrow was like lightning, and arrived in front of him in an instant. The concentrated arrow instantly passed through Bai Hongda's chest, and a circular shield appeared on his body. His blood volume was less than 30%, so he was included in the force protection. But the charged arrow was blocked after all. Kong Jiansheng just glanced at his fallen companion, and continued to rush towards Han Yu's team. But the distance between the 2 teams was more than 100 meters, and even if he used any rushing skills, it would be difficult to attack Han Yu. And Ai Li's arrows were shot at once. As a sniper, this distance was most suitable for her to attack. Ai Li also gave him due respect, and fired a string of arrows. Even if Kong Jiansheng raised his sword to block, he could not withstand the attack of 7 consecutive arrows. When the 6th arrow hit, Kong Jiansheng's body was pierced, and he also fell to the ground. There was no suspense in the following battle, and the other 2 players were also harvested by Ai Li's point shooting. Han Yu looked at the 5 fallen opponents. The opponent's spirit was indeed admirable, but it was a pity that it had no effect in the face of absolute strength. I only summon one summoned creature, which should be regarded as holding back. Zhu Sun, who was outside the field, smiled awkwardly at Lu Tai next to him. I greeted him and told him to be gentle. Look, There is only one archer. Lu Tai had no expression on his face. I did show mercy. If Han Yu had used all his strength, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to hold on for a second. Han Yu only summoned one archer, which was at most 1/5 of his strength, but even with one archer, it was not something that ordinary students could resist. It can be considered as a lesson for them, so that they don't lose their lives on the battlefield. Lu Tai didn't want to talk anymore, so he walked off the stage and greeted the 5 people who had withdrawn from the team dungeon. Chapter 277. Lu Tai walked off the stage and prepared to check on the status of his students. The students off the stage seemed to have not yet reacted. How could this battle end so quickly? It's over. I haven't started recording yet. Only one summon was used. This is Han Yu 1v5. So cruel. Alas, we give up. Let's save our strength to prepare for the next round of opponents. The next college that was scheduled to compete with Nanjing University has given up. Instead of being abused, it is better to save some strength to deal with the subsequent battles, and the battle with Han Yu's team, the consumption is almost zero. After all, they were killed instantly. But the biggest blow to the morale is that sometimes the battle is fought with one breath. If the morale is directly beaten by Han Yu, the subsequent battles will naturally suffer. At this time, Han Yu and Kong Yuin also returned to their respective positions, and Ju Sun also came to Han Yu's side. 1. Teacher, am I a little too much? Han Yu subconsciously touched his nose, although he didn't want to hit hard. But summoning only one summoned creature was a bit contemptuous of the opponent. But if all of his summoned creatures came out, the opponent would not last even half a minute, and there was no need for AI Li to attack arrow after arrow. It's okay, anyway, it's a show of power for our Nanjing University. Although Ju Sun felt that Han Yu was a little too much, no matter what, his students were more important. Just prepare well from now on. Liangzhou University is already one of the strongest teams, and the next battle is probably not difficult for you. On the other side, Lu Tai also came to Kong Jiancheng and his friends. When they came out of the dungeon, they no longer had the same spirit as at the beginning, and they all looked dejected. They were all of similar age, and Han Yu was even 1 year younger than them, but they were beaten without fighting back before the battle even started for a minute. If all of Han Yu's summoned creatures came out, they would probably be destroyed on the spot. What's wrong? Are you giving up now? Keitai said casually. Teacher, we didn't even last a minute. Kong Jiancheng raised his head with difficulty. They lost so badly that they were a little embarrassed to face everyone. It's not your problem. If it were the other teams, they would have given up from the beginning. Han Yu is too strong. He is so strong that he is not on the same level as you. Even I, the teacher, need to be cautious when facing him. If I am not careful, I may lose to him. When saying this, Lu Tai blushed a little. He saw how Han Yu dealt with the bronze dragon. If he really faced Han Yu, the probability of winning would be only 70:30, Han Yu 70% and him 30%. But we are obviously classmates. No, he is our junior. Bai Hongda also replied weakly. He was the one who felt the most deeply about the power of Han Yu's summons. The iron shield he thought was unbreakable was broken by his skill, and his life-saving skill only blocked one attack of AI Li. The opponent was too terrifying. Everyone will meet an untouchable genius. They are different from the beginning. Don't compare yourself with them, but with people with similar talents as yourself. Look at the shieldman Pan Yuan on the opposite side. Didn't he even fail to defend against the arrow that was deflected by your golden bell? If you can break their defense, you will win. Lu Tai thought for a long time, and finally thought of how to comfort his students. At least, he broke the defense of the shield man on the other side. Although it was also Han Yu's attack. Isn't he on the same level as us? Kong Jiancheng muttered this sentence. He once thought that he was the most shining prodigy of this era. Until he met Han Yu, the two were no longer on the same level. Oh, don't think about this, or think about the next team competition. After the first battle, other schools may regard our Liangzhou University as a soft persimmon. If we don't fight for the first place, we should at least fight for the second place. Seeing that his words had a counterproductive effect, Tai hurriedly changed the subject. After hearing Lu Tai's words, Kong Jiancheng raised his head. Don't worry, teacher. I won't let anyone look down on us at Liangzhou University. We will show our full strength later. Let them see clearly how big the gap is between them and Han Yu. Oh, okay. Go. Lu Tai almost didn't react to Kong Jiancheng's brain circuit. After he was defeated by Han Yu, he actually thought of transferring the pain to others, but no matter what, at least he got his morale back. Kong Jiancheng also sat back in his seat. Although the teacher said that they were not at the same level as Han Yu, the idea of challenging Han Yu lingered in his heart. This was the pride of a child of destiny. I hope there will be another chance to challenge Hanyu. Next time, I will at least meet you. Kong Jiansheng quietly clenched his fist. As the dust settled on the first battle, although the battle was not exciting enough, it was shocking enough. Second round. Nanjing University versus Jiaozhou University. As Ning Jiang spoke again, Hanyu and others began to prepare for the next battle. Zhu Sun had returned to the spectator seat at this time and looked at Zhu Hongkai next to him. Ding Zhu, I don't know if your students are ready, and I don't know if they can hold on for a minute. Zhu Hongkai snorted coldly and stopped talking. But just after Ning Jiang finished speaking, he received a message from the organizing committee. Jiaozhou University voluntarily admitted defeat, and the next group is ready. Before he finished speaking, the organizing committee members sent another message. Ning Jiang did not rush to announce, but with a mysterious smile on his face. After a full minute, Ning Jiang stood up. All teams participating in the duel with Nanjing University chose to voluntarily admit defeat. Nanjing University automatically advanced, and the teams after that should be prepared for the battle. Although it was a bit sudden, it was somewhat reasonable. Seeing the strength shown by Hanyu, the other student teams really had no need to fight Hanyu. If the difference in strength is not big, or you can say that you have learned something from the battle, but with this kind of strength gap, going on the field is just to be abused, so there is no need to force a fight. When Zhu Hongkai heard the news that her school had given up, there was no surprise on her face. She had already known that her school's team had given up. But after Ning Jiang announced the news, she turned her face away and didn't look at Zhu Sun's mocking expression. Seeing Zhu Hongkai's awkward look, Zhu Sun was too lazy to continue mocking him, and just got back at him. They are all from top schools, so there is no need to make a deadly feud. Hanyu and his team didn't expect that the team competition would end like this. Kong Yuin put his weapon back. The game ended without using any skills. This is too easy. That's right, Yushin is on our side. Others coming here are just looking for abuse. Pan Yuan replied. He didn't know that he had become a negative example for Lu Tai to comfort his students. Anyway, he was convinced now. He couldn't even block Hanyu's arrow. Now he could only worship Hanyu. Why don't you say that the school put us in other teams, and just find a few teammates for Yushin? That way, we can get a few more places. Now it seems that it doesn't matter what teammates Hanyu is assigned. If it is according to what Kong Yuin said, then Nanjing University will probably have one more top 10 team. Maybe this is too bad. Our school also wants to save face. Other schools are the top few teams in the school, but Nanjing University has one god with 4 eyes, which is a bit of a cheat. Moreover, the weight of a first place is much more important than other rankings, and Chushua does not need to pay much attention to other directions. As the schedule progresses, the students of Liangzhou University are indeed strong. Even though they were beaten by Hanyu, they still quickly regained their ground and quickly stabilized their ranking in second place. When the second round of the competition began, all opponents of Nanjing University still chose to admit defeat. Until the end of the day's team competition, the Hanyu team did not wait for their second match. As the sun set, the day's team competition officially ended, and the Nanjing University Hanyu team undoubtedly won the first place. Perhaps it was Hanyu who gave them confidence. Another team from South China University also ranked 13th, which was a great harvest this year. It's over. Tomorrow we will start the singles competition. I want to show those who say we can only hide under the halo of Yushin my real strength. Kong Yuin clenched his fists, and was full of confidence in tomorrow's competition. Although they said they didn't care, each of them was the strongest student in the school, so how could they tolerate the contemptuous comments of others? Tomorrow is the day when they can really show their strength. Yushin, if we meet you, you have to give us some face. Kong Yuin patted Hanyu's shoulder. Although there is a school avoidance principle, since it is a singles competition, there will be a little bit of a collision in the end. Still showing mercy? If I meet Yushin, I will admit defeat directly. Pan Yuan has a deep understanding of his own strength. His shield is completely useless in front of Hanyu. It is estimated that he will be shot by an arrow before he even walks in front of Hanyu. It is better to choose to admit defeat. That's right. Kong Yuin nodded, and found that he really thought too much. I may not meet you. Hanyu finally spoke at this time. He didn't say a word in the discussion between Kong Yuin and the others before. It's not that he didn't say anything to pretend to be an expert, but it was really that these two people were like crosstalk, calling each other Yushin, which made him a little embarrassed. Ah? Why? Kong Yuin was stunned for a moment. I just received the news that the organizing committee has prepared a special opponent for me in the singles competition. I won't play with you. I don't know who this special opponent is. A special opponent? Kong Yuan fell into thought. According to the strength Hanyu showed today, there was indeed no one in the same level who could compete with Hanyu. If he really wanted to choose an opponent for Hanyu, he might have to find one from the judges on the stage. You said? Is it possible that it was Zhu Hongkai? Kong Yuan smiled evilly. He knew the conflict between Liangzhou University and Hanyu. If Hanyu faced Zhu Hongkai, it would be so cool to slap him in the face. How is it possible? He also wants to save face, and Yushin may not be able to beat him. You don't understand this. It's not shameful to lose. If Zhu Hongkai wins with difficulty, it will be shameful. Haha, I feel excited when I think about it. The more Kong Yuan thought about it, the more possible it was. When will the game start? I can't wait to watch it. Kong Yuan turned his head and looked at Hanyu. Don't think about it. Dean Zhu said that the whole process of this battle is kept secret. You can't see it. Hanyu only realized after receiving the news from Zhu Sun that this was just a final test for himself in the name of the competition. No way. It's too miserable not to see it. Kong Yuan wailed, Yushin. If you are fighting Zhu Hongkai, you must tell us. This fun will make us laugh until next year. Don't worry, it's unlikely. Hanyu thought about it, and felt that Zhu Hongkai would not be his opponent. This would be too embarrassing, but it would be a good choice to challenge the authority. On the stands, after watching a day of competition, Ning Jiang and the members of the organizing committee were a little tired, but Ning Jiang still stood up and said, today's competition is over. The individual competition will be held the day after tomorrow, but tomorrow we are going to arrange a special competition for Hanyu. You could also participate in the scoring as the scoring standard for his singles competition. Zhu Sun had a mysterious smile on his face. He already knew it. Most of the other teachers were confused and didn't understand what the special competition meant. According to them, it would be better to give the first place to Hanyu directly. This year's students are too evil. Special competition, what does it mean? It was Zhu Hongkai who asked the question first. It must be said that although he had opinions about Hanyu, he was also very concerned about Hanyu. Hanyu alone, against 4 level 45 players, from various professions. Ning Jiang said calmly. The teachers present couldn't help but take a breath. Half of the teachers leading the team here were only around level 45. Now Ning Jiang meant that Hanyu had to fight the 4 of them alone. Isn't it a bit too much? The pressure of 4 people working together is probably not less than that of a level 53rd turn player. Zhu Hongkai, who was originally the most targeted at Hanyu, felt that Ning Jiang was a bit too targeted at Hanyu after hearing this. How about, as Hanyu's opponent, Dean Zhu will give you a chance to train him? Zhu Sun said maliciously. Or Kong Yuan is his student, and even has the same ideas. Zhu Hongcai's face flushed. He is a student, I am a teacher, how can I fight him? A matter between a teacher and a student, how can it be called a fight? Ahem. Ning Jiang coughed twice, and interrupted Zhu Hongcai's words. Zhu Sun was really bad. If Zhu Hongkai fought with Hanyu, he would be embarrassed no matter he won or lost. We have discussed this matter with teacher Zhu Sun, and it is also to put some pressure on Hanyu. However, no matter what the final result is, the ranking of this individual competition has been determined for Hanyu. I think you teachers should have no objection. Yes, it's okay. I agree. Even if Hanyu participates in the individual competition, it is estimated that no one will fight him head-on. Well, everyone is welcome to come and watch the game tomorrow. This battle will not take place in the arena, and it will be a real-person battle. The game process will not be recorded, and I hope everyone will keep the battle process completely confidential. Chapter 278. I understand. Several teachers are looking forward to tomorrow's game. From Ning Jiang's point of view, tomorrow is to test Hanyu's true strength. The last time they fought against the level 50 Bronze Dragon, the battle ended too quickly. Zhu Sun was so nervous at the beginning, which made them feel that Hanyu still did not show his true strength. If they can see Hanyu show his true strength tomorrow, then it will definitely be worth coming to Qingyun City this time. And Hanyu left when the team competition ended, when he knew that his solo schedule would not be with the others. There were some surprises, but more of a sigh of relief, otherwise it would have to dampen the fighting enthusiasm of the seniors of the same grade. After all, they will all go to the battlefield later. If they lose their spirit, Hanyu will feel bad. And there are some expectations for tomorrow's battle. If they fight against ordinary people, there will be no suspense. Back to his dormitory, Hanyu opened his summoning panel. The molten rock lizard can be summoned, and it may come in handy tomorrow. More than 7 days had passed since the last summoning. Hanyu took out 60 mutant crystals from his backpack. Absorb all of them, gain 100 free attribute points, 500 stored attribute points, and convert 500 points into energy attribute to add to himself, to ensure that the points added after strengthening will not affect himself. Summon Hu Yun and start preparing to add points. Today is the day when Hu Yun enters. Hu Yun just appeared, and now its size is also getting bigger, but not as exaggerated as the lava lizard, but more lean and slender. The 2 bumps on his back were already a bit annoying, but they could be used as handles when Han Yu sat on them, ensuring that Han Yu would not be bumpy when moving quickly. Hu Yun whistled at Han Yu, knowing that since he was the only one summoned out, he would have to add points. He also knew that he was only 1 layer away from evolution, so he kept spinning around Han Yu, trying to quickly add points. Han Yu touched his head. Don't worry, today is the day you evolve. Opening the attribute panel, Han Yu added 75 attribute points to Hu Yun's agility attribute. A strong wind suddenly appeared around Hu Yun's body, and Han Yu, who was close to Hu Yun, was almost blown down by surprise. The strong wind completely wrapped Hu Yun's body, and Han Yu could no longer see the changes in it, but he could vaguely see that various patterns were constantly being added to Hu Yun's body. Summoned creature, Hyunbeo has reached the evolution standard. Please select the evolution direction. Wind-breaking Hyunbeo. Hyunbeo grows a pair of wings and can ride the wind, and the speed bonus is increased to 50%. Obtain skills. 10,000 Wind Whirl. Releases a large number of wind blades to hit the target in multiple stages. The number of wind blades / attack speed depends on Hu Yun's agility attribute. Holy Eye Hyunbeo. Hyunbeo grows a pair of wings and can ride the wind, and the speed bonus is increased to 50%. Obtain skills. Eye of Truth Breaking. Hu Yun's gaze can deter the enemy, put the enemy into a state of unconsciousness, and break all illusion control. There are only 2 evolution directions, but each one has the ability to fly. It seems that the bulge on Hu Yun's back is indeed the prototype of a pair of wings. After a slight hesitation, Han Yu still chose the second evolution direction. If Hu Yun used the wind blade output, it would probably be overwhelming and look spectacular. However, whether it is the output of the magic system or the physical system, Han Yu has the flame-tailed fox and Ellie with multiple attacks, so he is not too short of them. Instead, he can attack with his own multi-stage charging. Moreover, Hu Yun's skill, Soul Capture, also has a willful reduction effect. Taking the control route may be more suitable for the team's requirements. After confirming the choice, the hurricane wrapped around Hu Yun finally disappeared, and his body began to change. In Hu Yun's mouth, the low roar of the beast continued to come out. Relying on attribute points, it can naturally evolve quickly, but the pain it endures is also doubled. With a roar that was suppressed to the extreme, 2 wounds appeared on Hu Yun's back, and the red flesh was exposed in the air. Through the cracks, the bones inside can be clearly seen. Then, 2 bones on the back cracked, and 2 tender wings with only membranes were pulled out from Hu Yun's body. Through the membrane, Han Yu could clearly see the blood vessels and meridians inside, but after contact with the air, the wings began to plump up quickly, and black feathers grew from the wings. A pair of pure black, but holy, wings covered with twisted symbols stretched out from Hu Yun's back to the left and right. On the wings, there were eyes randomly distributed, and after constantly turning, they looked at Han Yu at the same time. Just being looked at by those eyes, Han Yu felt that he was delayed for a moment, and his mind was blank. This impact seems a bit strong. I originally thought that the so-called eyes of truth were Hu Yun's eyes, but I didn't expect that the eyes actually grew on the wings. However, in the next moment, all the eyes on Hu Yun's wings closed, turning into a pair of ordinary wings, and Hu Yun looked back at the wings on his back, and couldn't help getting excited. With a howl, the pair of wings disappeared directly into the body, turning into the original Hu Yun. But on his body's surface, white cloud patterns appeared. The excited Hu Yun couldn't hold back his excitement, and ran around Han Yu, so fast that Han Yu couldn't see Hu Yun's figure clearly. With 300 points of agility attribute blessing, plus 50% speed bonus, this speed can only be described as terrifying. As Hu Yun ran, white mist appeared under his feet, really like clouds. Okay, go back. Han Yu watched it run 2 more laps, and the floor might be worn through by it, so he quickly asked it to stop and canceled the summon. After adding points, Hu Yun's attribute points became LV 35 Hu Yun Bao. Physique, 54. Strength, 39. Energy, 39. Agility, 302. Skills, Soul Capture, Rapid Breaking Eye of Truth as a mount. This attribute can be called luxurious. There are still 25 extra attribute points, which Han Yu added to the energy of the magic spirit Silver Snake. After adding points, The attribute values of the Magic Spirit Silver Snake are Magic Spirit Silver Snake, LV 39. Energy, 125. Physique, 21. Strength, 24. Agility, 38. Skills, Twin, Aura Guardian, Damage Conversion. All the points are added. In tomorrow's duel, no matter what kind of problem Ning Jiang wants to set for him, Han Yu has the confidence. Just a mount that can fly in the sky can give Han Yu the upper hand. I can't really let Zhu Hongkai fight against me. The next day, Han Yu walked out of the door, and was led by Zhu Sun into the building of Qingyun City. Han Yu, are you ready? Zhu Sun walked in front of Han Yu and asked. Well, I wonder who the opponent is. Not very strong. Zhu Sun paused for a moment. For level 45 players, all professions, how is it? Is there pressure? Zhu Sun turned around and looked at Han Yu. Only 4. Han Yu was a little disappointed. He thought it would be a complete team, but there were only 4. And it was only a level 45 player. It should not be difficult for Han Yu to win. Listening to Han Yu's tone, Zhu Sun now felt that the winning streak made Han Yu a little inflated. Han Yu, these 4 are the strongest players of the same level in Qingyun City. Don't take it lightly. If you lose, well, it's fine if you lose. Don't feel pressured. This competition, after all, is a test of Han Yu by Ning Jiang. Winning or losing doesn't matter at all, as long as Han Yu can show his ability to control the team. Don't worry, teacher, I won't lose. Han Yu was not nervous because of Zhu Sun's reminder. For level 45 players were not something he took too seriously. Well, okay, you can fully demonstrate your strength this time. The people who come to watch the game are all members of the organizing committee. They have already confirmed that they will keep it a secret for you. Okay, I will try my best to show it. Han Yu nodded, not knowing whether the opponent could withstand his full output. As he spoke, Zhu Sun brought Han Yu to Qingyun Building again, and entered the building again. This time, the elevator went down and took Han Yu into the basement of Qingyun Building. When Han Yu came out of the elevator, there was a huge training ground in front of him, and the ground was paved with active metals. Following Zhu Sun up the stairs, Han Yu saw more than a dozen familiar organizing committee members and teachers. After nodding, Han Yu looked at Ning Jiang. City Lord Ning. Here we are. This test is a bit difficult. You must be prepared. It's ready. You can start at any time. Han Yu replied. Okay, let's get ready. Zhu Sun turned his head and shouted, Yin Yu, you guys come out. From the back of the organizing committee, a secret door opened and 4 players walked out. The leader was tall, wearing a black robe, holding a tall staff that was almost as tall as himself, with khaki elements flowing on it. Han Yu? Yin Yu asked Han Yu in doubt. Well, can we start? You are younger than I thought, Yin Yu said. When Ning Jiang told them that they would take a freshman with them on this mission to Bio, Yin Yu firmly objected on the spot. This mission was an important one, not a plaything. They didn't have time to train with a child. As a result, Ning Jiang added that this mission was mainly for the freshman named Han Yu. Yin Yu almost cursed. Even if Ning Jiang was the city lord, he would not joke with the lives of his team members. Until Ning Jiang said that they could play against Han Yu 4-1 to test Han Yu's strength. If they were satisfied, they would let Han Yu join the team. But Ning Jiang also played a little trick on Yin Yu, and didn't show him the video of Han Yu's final battle with the level 50 bronze dragon. After leaving, Yin Yu privately watched the video of Han Yu's battle, and the video of Han Yu's clearance of the Bronze City dungeon. He also made a judgment on Han Yu in his heart. Han Yu's strength should not be inferior to ordinary level 50 players, but he alone can't beat the cooperation of the 4 of them. Okay, go to the next stage. Ning Jiang said with a smile. We are all looking forward to your performance. Everyone present was looking forward to this battle. They had never seen a freshman challenging 4 level 45 players in their lives. If anyone dared to say such a thing, they would sneer and think that they were crazy. But after they watched Han Yu's battle video, they felt that there was nothing strange about it, and Han Yu still had a great chance of winning. Han Yu and Yin Yu walked back to the training ground below. Ning Jiang spoke again. There will be no protection line for this battle. You should control your strength. If there is any danger, we will also take action. A little injury is not a problem for high-level players, and more than a dozen organizing committee members are here. If they focus on the battle, their lives will not be in danger. If you enter the arena in the game, the 30% protection line is too high. Many players' life-saving equipment has not been triggered before the game is over. Looking at the 2 sides standing still, the distance is only 30 meters. At this distance, Yin Yu's charge can affect Han Yu. Han Yu, do you want to stand further away? Ning Jiang reminded. No, this distance is just right. Han Yu replied. You are really too arrogant. I will do my best. I hope you can hold on. Fighting a freshman was enough to make him dissatisfied. Now the opponent was so arrogant, which made Yin Yu feel that anger had occupied his brain. Then let's start, Ning Jiang ordered, and a countdown appeared on the screen in the middle of the training ground. The 5 people on both sides took out their weapons. Yin Yu repeated the battle strategy again: attack Han Yu first, restrict him, and then output with all your strength. He knew that Han Yu could share the talent of summoning creatures, but that was just more difficult to kill. They had Ice Masters and Spell Masters, who could easily control Han Yu, and then it would be much easier to win. As the countdown appeared, a summoning array appeared under Han Yu's feet. Yin Yu on the opposite side was not polite, and started a charge directly. His profession was the 3rd level, Holy Dragon Knight. The distance of a charge was more than 50 meters, and the speed was extremely fast. If Han Yu relied solely on speed, he would have no way to dodge. And even if he dodges, he will fall into the control chain of his teammates. But just less than 10 meters away, a Black Panther appeared under Han Yu's feet. What a fast summon. Even though he had watched the video, Yin Yu couldn't help but sigh. But Yin Yu's charge did not stop at all, and he was less than 5 meters away from Han Yu. But in the next second, the Black Panther under Han Yu's feet grew a pair of black wings. The wings spread out, and a vibration directly took Han Yu into the sky. Such a fast speed. Ning Jiang couldn't help but exclaimed. He knew that Han Yu had a flying summon, such as the Dark Dragon, but the Dark Dragon was only born with a flying talent. How could it be so fast? By the time the Black Panther Han Yu had just summoned stretched out its wings, Yin Yu on the opposite side had already rushed in front of it. Chapter 279. With just a slight flap of its wings, the Black Panther took Han Yu up into the sky, like a rocket full of fuel. And it also carried Han Yu on its back. At this flying speed, it seemed that Hu Yun was no longer affected by gravity, and the air was his home. Ning Jiang looked at Ju Sun in confusion. He had seen Han Yu's Black Panther summon before, but he had never seen it fly, and at such a speed. Ju Sun spread his hands. You said that Han Yu should show all his strength, but I don't know where Han Yu's true strength bottom line is. Ju Sun thought he knew, but the battle had just begun, and Ju Sun felt that he had never seen through Han Yu. However, Yin Yu had already prepared for it, and immediately gave the order, change the direction of the skill. Attack the aerial target. He knew that Han Yu could summon an elemental dragon, which could also be used as a mount in an emergency, but the flying speed of the elemental dragon was not top-notch, and they believed they could deal with it. But what they didn't expect was that Han Yu had another flying summon, and it flew so fast. But the attack continued, and ice rain fell from the sky, smashing down, and 3 ice tornadoes surrounded Hu Yun from 3 directions. And Yin Yu propped up his spear on the ground, and the spear instantly bent. The terrifying impact force took him to the sky and attacked Han Yu. But when the ice rain was about to hit Han Yu, a layer of transparent light film appeared on Han Yu's body, and the attack was almost completely isolated. The 3 ice tornadoes were not flying fast, and Hu Yun just turned around and dodged the attack, not to mention Yin Yu, who attacked with the impact of the spear, and couldn't even touch Hu Yun's hair. It can't be attacked. At this speed, it can do whatever it wants. Ning Jiang once again marveled at the speed of Han Yu's summons. This speed, even a level 50 player who can float in the air can't do it. After several attacks failed, Yin Yu knew that ordinary attacks could not catch up with Han Yu in the air, so he immediately changed his attack method. Zhou Ling. Lock the target. Yin Yu's voice came out again, and Zhou Ling, the spell master who had been standing behind Han Yu, flew several black lines in her hand towards Han Yu. The speed was not fast, but it was chasing Hu Yun. If Hu Yun kept moving, it might be possible to circle around with it, but Han Yu did not choose to do so, but took the attack. The damage was again blocked by the magic silver snake, but the special effect from Zhou Ling was saved on Han Yu. Spell Strawman. This is equivalent to an upgraded version of Jiang Ziqi's spell Strawman. The key is that Han Yu now has no teammates, and no purification skills, so he simply lets the black lines entangle him. After being affected by the black line, Han Yu felt a slight dizziness in his head. However, this influence did not interrupt Han Yu's summoning. Summoning arrays were forming around the 4 people below. On the ground, a straw man appeared next to the spellcaster, with a faint black line connecting to Han Yu. Next, as long as they caused damage to the straw man, Han Yu would not be able to dodge the attack even if he was fast. Han Yu's response was also very simple. He shared the talent of the Molten Lizard and instantly raised his physical fitness to more than 300 points. The health of the straw man would not increase because of his physical fitness improvement. Even if they blew up the strawman, it would not necessarily cause much damage to Han Yu. Seeing Han Yu being connected by the strawman, Yin Yu and the other four were overjoyed. They stopped wasting their energy on Han Yu in the air, and turned to attack the strawman on the ground. However, the four of them used a set of skills to attack the strawman, and the blood volume of the strawman dropped by 1/10, which was effective. Turning his head to look at the sky again, Han Yu had an extra layer of shield on his body from the Pioneer title. After the shield was broken, the remaining damage only caused less than 10 points of damage to Han Yu. Everyone looked at Zhou Ling, the spellcaster in the team, why this strawman was so ineffective. Although the strawman could not inherit all the health points, the output of the four people was enough for Han Yu to drink a pot. It's talent sharing. Yin Yu looked at the huge titan beast that stood up behind the three people. He understood that Han Yu had used one of his most powerful abilities, talent sharing. Looking at the thick rock armor on the lava lizard and the constantly flowing lava, Yin Yu felt a wave of despair. The strawman is also useless. What should we do now? No one expected that the most effective skill to deal with aerial enemies was useless. Now even if they beat the strawman to 0 health, Han Yu was estimated to have only broken a blood skin. The key problem is that they never thought that Han Yu's summons moved so fast and could float in the air, making most of their skills completely useless. But Han Yu did not give them time to slowly think about countermeasures. This was a real battle, and one could be seriously injured if not careful. Hu Yun in the air suddenly stopped and looked at the four people entangled on the ground. The wings spread out, and a layer of white mist appeared under its feet to support it. Eyes appeared out of thin air on the wings. The Eye of Truth. Yin Yu and others who were looking up at Han Yu were instantly affected by the eyes on Hu Yun's wings. A feeling of fear suddenly emerged in his heart, and he didn't know what they were afraid of. But from the first glance at them, they had no intention of fighting, and just stood there in a daze. At the same time, the flame-tailed fox also began to attack, and the ground fire formed under the feet of Zhou Ling and the other two. Before the ground fire erupted, the ignition effect of the sparks had been given. In the team, the Holy Dragon Knight Yin Yu had the highest resilience and woke up at the first time. But because of his first charge, he was already 30 meters away from his teammates. As the front row of the team, he must quickly help his teammates defend, at least to take away the god-healing apostle Hua Tong, who had the lowest resilience in the team. But just as he had this idea in his mind, 12 arrows flew from his side and repelled him briefly. And 30 meters away, the first round of ground fire erupted, and hot fire pillars spewed out from the ground, enveloping Zhou Ling and the other three standing together. It's not that they don't want to disperse their positions, but Han Yu can place the summoning array around, forcing the three of them to move closer to the middle. The underground fire erupted, and Zhou Ling and the other two were instantly wrapped in the fire column. The scorching flames finally woke them up from Hu Yun's control. The divine healing apostle Hua Tong opened his hands and added a layer of healing and healing effect to everyone, followed by a group purification, temporarily removing the burning effect on everyone. But if they don't leave the range of the underground fire, no amount of purification will be useful. But before they had time to leave, they suddenly realized that during the time they were affected by the Eye of Truth, the sky seemed to have darkened. Before they had time to see the reason, 3 thunders in the sky fell at the same time, paralyzing the 3 people, and making them lose time to escape from the range of the underground fire. After a short pause, the second round of eruption of the earth fire began, and there was another column of fire. Under this horrible damage, the healing effect just now did not work at all, and the health of the 3 people began to drop rapidly. At the same time, the blazing fireball of the flame-tailed demon fox flew out, and the target was the divine healing apostle who had just released the skill. After Ai Li interrupted Yin Yu's attack, she charged an arrow, and the target was also the divine healing apostle who was still in a paralyzed state. At the same time, the concentrated shooting, blazing fireball, and thunder connected to the earth fire, all targeted Hua Tong, who was the most vulnerable. All attacks hit almost at the same time, and the health of the divine healing apostle Hua Tong dropped to 10% in an instant, which was already below the danger line. However, when the blood volume dropped rapidly, her body also began to condense, isolating all the damage, and the life-saving skill was triggered. At this time, Yang Qian finally made a move, and a giant hand flew out from above, grabbed Hua Tong, and took him away from the battlefield. This damage is too horrible. Hua Tong, who was brought back by Yang Qian, couldn't help but sigh. The battle hadn't started for half a minute, but Yin Yu's team, which was full of confidence, had already lost members. This frequency of attack was fast and deadly, and all the skills were control, leaving the opponent with no power to fight back. All control, each one is output. This kind of summons coordination, even if we go down, it will be a bit difficult to deal with. Ning Jiang replied. This was the first time he saw all of Han Yu's summons show their strength. After this set, I'm afraid they will also lose half of their blood. Zhu Hongkai touched his nose. If he went down, he really couldn't think of a way to deal with it for a while. The Apostle of Divine Healing was taken away from the battlefield, and just woke up from the condensed state, still panting. As a Divine Healing Apostle, she should have stood at the back of the battlefield. But Han Yu flew into the air to summon, and the summoning array formed around her, leaving her no chance to escape. She could only seek help from her teammates, but just as they gathered, an overwhelming attack came. She fell to the ground before she even had time to release a few skills after a set of skills hit her. Too scary, is this a freshman? Hua Tong's eyes still revealed fear, and it was a little unbelievable that she was beaten so badly. Even though they already knew that Han Yu was different from ordinary freshmen, the gap in age and combat experience still made them look down on him. And Ning Jian also said that he would send Han Yu to be their captain, which made them even more angry. Everyone was determined to teach Han Yu a lesson. But from beginning to end, only the spellcaster's skills hit Han Yu, and through the straw man, it was unable to cause any effective damage to Han Yu. Hua Tong was rescued, but the battle on the ground continued. The second round of the eruption of the earth fire was over, and the third round of eruption was about to come. However, the paralysis of the dark magic thunder finally dissipated, and the control effect of the second magic thunder was also weakened by half. At this time, the Holy Dragon Knight Yen Yu finally returned to his teammates and rushed into the range of the earth fire. He took Zhou Ling and the Ice Master Fan Siki out of the range of the earth fire one by one. Before they had time to breathe a sigh of relief, Hu Yun in the sky swooped down with Han Yu. Yen Yu put down his teammates and reacted instantly. His spear was like lightning, and he stabbed at Hu Yun. No matter how fast the opponent is, he must always follow the basic law of attributes. If the agility is high, the physical fitness will inevitably be low. Facing this attack, he must retreat, which can also be regarded as unlocking Han Yu's second wave of attacks and protecting the two teammates behind. The spear in Yen Yu's hand is less than 1 meter away from Hu Yun. But Hu Yun roared in the air and activated the soul capture. The toughness reduction plus the range control effect. The three people who just escaped from the control fell into the control effect of the soul capture again. Hu Yun swooped down, not for attacking at all, but just to enter the control range of the soul capture, and add the control effect to the three people again. The hit was immediate, and Hu Yun's body was instantly pulled up in the air, as if all the inertia had left him. Aili pulled the bow again, and fired a series of shots. This time the target was the spellcaster Zhou Ling. The blazing fireball of the flame-tailed demon fox also cooled down, and the second attack began. The opponent was in the control state of the soul capture, and was taken away from the eruption range of the ground fire, which gave Shadow Blade Mantis the best opportunity to attack. With a shadow leap, the Mantis's double blades pierced Zhou Ling's throat. All the attacks came at the same time. Zhou Ling's body became weak, and her life-saving skill was passively triggered, and her health was only 20% left. Zhu Sun made a move outside the field, and an ice bird quickly flew over, and Zhou Ling was taken away from the battlefield. Before they met Han Yu, they had already lost 2 generals, and when Yen Yu woke up again, he saw that there was one less person around him, and knew that he was doomed to fail. They had no chance to get close to Han Yu, but before they could admit defeat, a black shadow appeared in front of them again. It was the terrifying Titan Beast. A huge amount of magma rushed over, directly covering Yen Yu and Fan Siki. I give up. Yen Yu felt the burning pain on his body, and a light shield appeared on his body, temporarily isolating all the damage, and shouted angrily. Okay, let's end the battle. Ning Jiang heard Yen Yu's voice, and stood up hurriedly. This Han Yu was really rude. After a set of skills, all the members of Yen Yu's team were injured in less than 2 minutes. This battle was indeed exciting. Although Han Yu did not take action, the horror of his summons was fully demonstrated. This kind of strength is no longer comparable to that of ordinary Shanghai teams. Hearing Ning Jiang's announcement of the end, Hu Yun slid through the air like lightning and fell back to the ground. As Han Yu lifted the summons, Yen Yu and Fan Siki, who was still in good condition, struggled out of the molten flames. Han Yu, you are really strong. Yen Yu walked up to Han Yu and patted his shoulder hard. You are our captain, we are convinced. Yes. You will be our captain from now on. Fan Siki also said. She has not been awake since Han Yu started to attack, and her last sight stayed on the oppressive feeling given by the huge size of the lava lizard. As a mage, Being approached by such a terrifying monster made her heart beat uncontrollably. But if this monster is a summoned creature of one of our own, it can give a huge sense of security. Captain? Han Yu was a little confused. Isn't it just a simple competition? How come he became the captain of this team? Chapter 280. Is it a mission to go to Bio? Han Yu figured out why he was not fighting against a 5-man team, but a 4-man team with a shortage of members. These should be the players that Ning Jiang had assigned to him to go to Bio. Yes. Van Siki answered first. Captain, don't refuse, we have confirmed you. After seeing Han Yu's strength, they sternly refused Han Yu to join in front of Ning Jiang at the beginning. Now, less than 2 minutes have passed, and they are beginning to fear that Han Yu will refuse to join the team. Such a powerful summoner is simply the most suitable for working behind enemy lines, secretive and powerful. Crossing the wilderness will not attract too much attention, and it is easy to catch the enemy by surprise. In fact, we are very strong. But we don't have time to show it. Yin Yu also added, and he now regrets that he gave up too quickly. If Han Yu feels that his team is too weak and is unwilling to be his own captain, it will be a big loss. No, I follow the arrangements of City Lord Ning. Han Yu didn't think they were weak. Under Han Yu's attack, low-level players couldn't stand it at all. Even if Zhu Hongkai came down, Han Yu could make him drink a pot. Okay. You guys come up and take a rest. You've worked hard. Ning Jiang's voice came from above. No one thought that the battle could be resolved so quickly. But although the time was short, the battle was exciting enough. No, or this can no longer be called a battle, but Han Yu's simple show of skills. And Yin Yu's 4-man team, although their levels were much higher than Han Yu, became the background board of Han Yu's performance. But even though the battle was so gorgeous, they knew in their hearts that Han Yu had not yet used his full strength. After all, they had seen Han Yu personally fight with his human body to face the bronze dragon bathed in fire, and directly crushed it. Just thinking about that kind of power made people's blood boil. However, Ning Jiang was already very satisfied. No matter what, at least the people below were convinced. The next trip to Bio should be much easier. As Han Yu and Yin Yu stood back, Ning Jiang motioned them to sit down. You all performed well, today's game ends here. Yin Yu scratched his head. He almost quarreled with Ning Jiang because of Han Yu before, but now, he was beaten so badly. Facing Ning Jiang's evaluation was a bit embarrassing. Ning Jiang just smiled and looked at Yin Yu. Don't be discouraged, Han Yu's talent has far surpassed his peers before, it's normal that you can't beat him. Well, Han Yu is very strong, he can match a team by himself. Yin Yu originally wanted to say that if Han Yu couldn't fly, his team of 4 might still have a chance. But after all, they are a 45-level combat team, because one person was lost in the last mission, and now it is not full. If you face a student, it is a bit too much to make demands when you are 4-1. Okay, the other members of the organizing committee can leave after scoring. I still have some things to explain. Ning Jiang waved his hand, signaling others to leave. At this time, the scores of the organizing committee members are no longer important. If Han Yu is not the first, all the teachers watching here will not be happy. Half a minute later, only Zhu Sun, Ning Jiang, Yang Qian, and Han Yu were left on the field. Ning Jiang looked at Han Yu in front of him. You should have guessed that these 4 people are your teammates, who will go to Bio to perform the mission. Are you satisfied? At the beginning, the 4 people thought that he was the son of a wealthy family sent by Ning Jiang to gild himself, and they were all angry. But now the 4 of them looked at Han Yu with bright eyes, expecting his answer. Han Yu nodded. I will listen to the arrangement of City Lord Ning, as long as I have enough experience. Han Yu did not have much experience with the strength of Yin Yu and others, because the battle ended too quickly. When there was a huge gap between the opponent and Han Yu's strength, the battle process of less than 2 minutes could not see anything at all. But since the opponent was selected by Ning Jiang, it should at least be somewhat compatible with Han Yu's strength. But since it is necessary to cross the wilderness to perform the mission, sometimes experience is more important than strength. You don't have to worry about the experience. The 4-member team has been through hundreds of battles, and has a lot of wilderness experience. And I have already explained the specific mission details to Yin Yu. If you don't understand, you can ask him at any time. That's fine. I don't have any other requirements. Han Yu nodded. Having a teammate who has been in the wilderness for a long time can save Han Yu a lot of trouble. The mission over there is more urgent. So, after participating in the final competition and award ceremony the day after tomorrow, you will set off. Any questions? Ning Jiang glanced at the 5 people, but mainly asked Han Yu's opinion. This seems too fast for a student, but the situation in Bio is changing every day. They must know what Bio is planning as soon as possible. Okay, or I don't have to attend the award ceremony. Han Yu had no objection, and he didn't want to stay here for too long. No, you still have to attend the award ceremony. Otherwise, it's a bit unreasonable for the first place in the competition not to participate in the competition, and even not to attend the award ceremony. Okay, then after the ceremony is over. Han Yu really doesn't like to attend any ceremony, but after all, it's only once a year, and it's not good for him to be absent. I guess Chuzhua, who is obsessed with the first place in the competition, won't be satisfied. Okay, then go back and rest. Tomorrow is the singles competition for ordinary students. You can choose to watch the game or rest in the apartment. You can attend the award ceremony 3 days later. After explaining the plan, Han Yu and Zhu Sun went to the apartment of South China University. Zhu Sun also explained a few words on the way. After all, it was Han Yu's first time to officially participate in the battle, and he was still a little worried. But thinking that Han Yu had experienced a life-and-death battle in the companion space, Zhu Sun was not so worried. After returning to his apartment, Han Yu did not expect that he would have the opportunity to participate in the battle so soon, but this was exactly what he wanted. After this trip, he would probably gain a lot of attribute points, but before leaving, he still had some things to deal with. Han Yu first asked the members of the Summoning Alliance Guild group how they were doing with the skills of quick summoning. After Han Yu released such an important skill, everyone began to learn it with all their strength, without missing a single moment. After confirming that the members of the guild had almost learned it, Han Yu also said that he was going to release the video of quick summoning in advance. Although it was said at the beginning that it would take 1 month, it has not even been half a month yet. But Han Yu's idea is that the Demon Tide is obviously more serious now, and Shanghai is also training summoners to join the frontal battlefield. If all summoners can learn the skills of quick summoning, they can naturally increase their combat power on the battlefield. This early release is beneficial to most people, but it is a bit unfair to the members of the guild. But now the Summoning Alliance is full of blind admirers of Han Yu. Han Yu announced his decision, and there was no objection in the guild. After all, this is a national justice, and everyone agrees with it. Han Yu logged into his Mengya account, uploaded the video file, and set the price at 10,000 yuan. 10,000 yuan is basically no pressure for players, and their wealth is much higher than that of ordinary people. It can radiate to the vast number of summoner players, and this wealth will all be gathered on Han Yu. As long as he does not spend money crazily on strengthening, he should not be short of money in his life. Moreover, the Mengya platform has already discussed with Han Yu, and will not charge any handling fees. It is not easy for the Mengya platform to charge for this kind of thing. He has an official background behind him, and it is enough to earn traffic. After determining the price, click to publish, and all the summoners' fast summoning skills are officially released on the Mengya platform. No one expected that Han Yu would release the skills in advance without any signs, but the Mengya platform responded extremely quickly and arranged a big promotion on the platform at the first time. All players who enter the Mengya platform will see the notification that Han Yu has released the summoners' fast summoning skills. For a while, the entire player community was in an uproar, especially the summoners. They never thought that happiness would come so suddenly. Everyone sent a message in their group chat, "Go and have a look. Yushin has released a quick summoning skill, which is now available for purchase. Price of 10,000? Is this too low, or is it just a trial version? Only half a minute of content?" This is a common routine for paid videos. You pay a little money first, or open a membership, and you can see part of the content of the video, but if you want to follow up, you need to pay a higher price. No matter what, I go first. As soon as Han Yu released the video, the number of downloads began to rise rapidly. Fuck. It seems to be the complete version. For 10,000 yuan, you can buy all the quick summoning skills. Am I crazy, or is Yushin crazy? Did he set the price wrong? It's really the complete version. This price really makes me cry. It turns out that only Yushin can understand the suffering of low-level summoners, like us. Woo woo woo. Stop crying above. If you don't have 10,000 yuan, don't be a player. It must be wrong. I'm going to make up the difference. But some people are unwilling to believe that Han Yu only set the price of 10,000 yuan for such important information. Moreover, after buying in large quantities, it is not as easy to prevent theft as within the guild. A team can share a copy of the information. This is a huge loss for Han Yu. So a strange phenomenon appeared under the comment area of the video. At first, people said that Yushin was awesome, but not long after, all the original comments were covered by Yushin. Change the price and I will buy it again. For players, 10,000 yuan is too low. Anyone who sees this price feels a little incredible. Han Yu just turned off his phone and received a call from Mingya. The other party was the manager, who was responsible for the handover to Han Yu before. The videos and prices released by Han Yu before were all approved by them, but they did not pay attention to the pricing. After all these profits will be given to Han Yu. They do not have commissions, and they will not interfere with the pricing. But now there are constant calls to Mingya's customer service, and they have also noticed that Han Yu's pricing is a bit too low, and they hurriedly called to ask. Han Yu answered the phone and heard the manager on the other side said anxiously, "Master Yushin, your price is not set wrong, it is only 10,000, please change it quickly." "Ah? That's right." Han Yu checked the price he said again, and did not press an extra zero. "It's 10,000 Yushin, are you sure?" The manager on the other side was a little unbelievable. "Yes, that's right, is there any problem?" Han Yu asked back. No. The manager hurriedly replied, "It's just that too many people contacted the customer service and reminded you to change the price." "Oh, no need to change it, just this price. Summoners are not very rich players. By the way, please help me post an announcement." Han Yu himself has logged out of the Mingya account and is too lazy to log in again. Okay, Yushin, I will help you post the announcement right away." The manager on the other side hung up the phone very politely, calling him Yushin all the time. If Han Yu had previously won the title of Yushin just by relying on his strength far exceeding that of his peers, and having unparalleled reputation. Now, Han Yu has announced the summoner's quick summoning skills to all players, and he is the god in the minds of all summoning players. No matter what happens next, Han Yu will definitely leave a strong mark in human history. Oh, right. Han Yu looked like he was going to hang up the phone, and added, "Please explain to me that most of the quick summoning methods come from the notes of South China University. I just made a little summary, hoping to improve everyone's strength. Half of all the proceeds from this video will be donated to South China University." After all, the quick summoning method of summoning was proposed by Su Lan, but at that time Su Lan should have focused his research on finding the so-called truth and did not make a summary. Han Yu systematized it so that it can be applied to most summoning skills. However, Su Lan may now become the pope of the new bishop, and Han Yu did not point out his name. Okay. The manager on the other side agreed again, and immediately issued an announcement after hanging up the phone. Just below the paid video released by Han Yu, Mingya officially released an announcement. After inquiring Mr. Han Yu, there is no problem with the pricing of this paid video, please feel free to buy it. In addition, this method of quick summoning is mainly derived from the research of Nanjing University. Half of all the proceeds will be donated to Nanjing University as educational funds. Thank you for your support. The announcement was issued, and a stone stirred up 1,000 waves. A quick summoner video priced at 10,000 is enough to make all summoning players crazy. Countless players typed in the comment area, "Long live Yushin. Long live Nanjing University. Yushin is awesome. I bought 10 copies, a level 15 summoner, to express my little appreciation." 10 copies? You are so embarrassed? This video is worth at least several million. I bought 100 copies. This little money is back for equipment.